I believe that we're not perfectly oriented to the sky forever. I believe we're falling around in circles and we're tilted. But over a long period of time, the sky will slowly change.
Why is it? Why slowly? Why do you believe it would be so slow?
I think big, large patterns in the universe take a long time for humans. So it's slow compared to a human.
Compared to a human. Okay, yeah. So we're just sitting here in a flat platform and we're just chilling out our whole lives, right? Like not a whole lot going on. We just sit down and relax.
I don't know how it works on a flat Earth. You could sit down and relax and slowly watch the sky change, or you could be on a flat Earth relaxing and a huge meteor comes flying down and explodes.
Right? Oh yeah. Don't ask a flat earther what a meteor is. Oh no, that's
what is a meteor?
Or a meteorite.
What is it?
Well, you'll never get the answer to that. Same with the satellites crashing down.
Well, it looks like a light in the sky. That's what it looks like.
Okay, what about when it falls down onto the ground and like crashes next to your house?
I don't know. Have you had that experience?
No, but I've seen pictures, and I think it's a real thing that happens to some people.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. I just think think about it in a spherical plane and like the not normal, but heliocentric way of thinking about things. You're flying around in that little spiral at an insane amount of speed going one direction, right? I have a hard time believing that those constellations would remain there for very long. I know it's a vast distance of space, supposedly, but those constellations, they've been there for many years now in human history.
When you mention the vast speed of flying, I have to say it's not flying; it's just falling. And then I have to add on. Wait! I have to add on. It's not just vast speed; it's vast distances as well.
That's kind of what I really meant. Yeah, fuck the speed. Who knows the speed? But yeah, it's the distance itself.
No, the speed would change it very quickly if it was all close. Globers believe.
Well, I think the speed will eventually level out.
It's all very fast, so the speed's relative.
But I mean, after how long would it take for those constellations to no longer be in your viewpoint, or at least not where they used to be? And here we are. Here's a question: like, does anyone know? Do the three pyramids in Giza, Egypt, still line up with Orion's belt? Because if they do, that means we're moving very slowly.
Belt is above them, and it's the line of three shiny things.
That's what I mean.
The
yeah,
pyramids are below them, and they're a line of three shiny things originally.
Yeah, we're talking about the same thing.
So, would you be able to tell if Orion's moved a tiny bit, but it's still above the pyramid somewhere?
Well, okay. Without doing any mathematical calculations, I would think over a period of a few thousand years, that would have been aligned or misaligned a little bit.
Maybe it is, I'm saying, but they're still above them, so they still make sense as three shiny things.
That's very interesting.
Three shiny things that are falling.
For ancient people, three shiny things in the sky in a line, making a line, is exciting.
Well, it's not even a thing. They're like giant structures too. Don't forget that. Like we haven't even reproduced them. You'd think you would have some kind of like super arrogant entrepreneur dickhead be like, I'll make a pyramid slightly larger than that out of any material. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
And that's not been done. Not even attempted. Not even talked about.
They've done little glass pyramids, little metal pyramids.
Well, that's not impressive, though.
No, it's not.
Not in compared to those, at least. It is weird. Like I'm thinking about like Elon Musk personalities, you know?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you want to do something like that just to like flaunt it?
You saying they haven't built any pyramids since then?
Not on the same scale. No entrepreneur has come out and said, "I want to be a pharaoh," and I'm going to pay all these
made
people
some that
to
are
carve rocks.
nearly the same size, almost
Are they?
exactly the same size.
What's the same size, Kosha?
I said they've made pyramids that are almost the same size.
Where?
In Las Vegas.
Oh, that's true.
No, that pales in comparison. Are you fucking kidding me? I've been in that pyramid. I've been there physically. It's not nearly as big as the actual pyramid.
It is nearly as big. It's like
no, it's not.
Probably 75-80% the size.
Still quite impressive then.
You talk about the Luxor?
Yeah,
I think he is talking about the Luxor. Yeah, I guess I could be wrong, but I mean,
that's only the outside structure. The inside's pretty cheap and modern. What I'm thinking is we need someone big to pay for carved stone and lift it all up and do it exactly how it's supposed to be.
I don't think it would be that hard. You have to find a region of the world that has a shitload of that whatever material that you could do that with, that type of rock or whatever.
It's almost impossible, I believe.
I don't think it would be. And well, at least like maybe we wouldn't do it the same way that they were originally done. But if we could find like a mountain or something that was like a very consistent material and some cutting devices, like with a bunch of machinery, we could just like build these bricks and rock and build them up and build it right there as like a kind of comparison thing, just for scientific reasons, if nothing else.
What's almost impossible though?
Hey, Nate.
I don't think it's impossible to reproduce them, but hey, that's not even to take into account all the crazy little tunnels and everything inside, and all the weird little esoteric symbolisms written on the walls and on the side. It's pretty fucked up.
Fucking pyramids.
I guess
not just the building, but why doesn't anyone want to recreate that exact ritual? All the pathways.
Exactly, it's incredible.
Well, also that stuff anymore, right?
You're not allowed to go in. You're not allowed to go into them. Like the Sphinx, they're guarded. Actually, I don't know if you guys heard of this. I think this happened late last year. So, you know the Sphinx, right? It was discovered years ago that there's this little entryway and in the back side of it with this little cavern that goes down into it. Some guys snuck in like live camera with their cell phones, and they went down underneath, and because some official archaeologist did it a couple of years ago, and they didn't believe them. So they went back there themselves, and I don't know how they did it. Excuse me. And the military guard guys were like somehow distracted, and they went down in there and took photos of these other little areas of the cavern that they didn't tell everyone about, and they shared it on the internet. They eventually got caught as they were climbing out of the hole. That's a thing that happened in the last year or so. Mm-hmm. Very real. There's something underneath there, and that doesn't even like barely tap into the mystery of like the pyramids and the tunnels underneath them. Everyone knows there's like tunnels underneath there. The problem is they won't let anyone like go look. That's the problem. Like, who knows what's under there? It's probably just a bunch of like Egyptian archaeological artifacts, but like even still, that's pretty cool. But who knows? Like,
yeah, but I mean the pyramids we can definitely recreate today, and the Sphinx.
But it hasn't been.
The mystery is just
done.
how did they do? Because there's no need to
do it.
Yeah. Why would we recreate the Sphinx right now?
Well, dude, they use the same argument with the moon. It's like we already went there, so what's the point of doing it again? Well, with the moon at least, it's like, well, a lot of people don't believe that it actually happened. So why don't you just go double check that it is possible? I get what you're saying, though. It's a fairly valid point. But I mean, with the pyramids, it wouldn't be that hard. You wouldn't think. Like you could even do it out of like giant Lego blocks. Like can we just do something like that? You know, it's not
don't you think the ancient cathedrals and some of the old supposed Tartarian buildings would be a lot harder to create than the pyramids even.
They're ancient cathedrals.
But I mean, why would you want them to build the Sphinx or the pyramids again? Aside
Well, the
from
fuck wouldn't you want to? That'd be a great historical achievement.
Tell me why.
Well,
I'll tell you right now.
Hear
It'd be
Main
a
Street.
great to reproduce some amazing feat from history, like thousands of years later, just for the sake of doing it, as like a statement of like your own technology. No ego.
Well,
just like as
because,
your own, like as a statement of like technological advancement of your own society. It's really fine.
Yeah, he's saying it because like it gets repeated a lot, whether it's true or not. Even like there's been mainstream references where it's like we don't even have the technology to create what they did with the pyramids. Like you heard that a lot. Whether it's true or not.
I've never heard that claim before. I hear people
make
that claim,
That's
but I've
surprising.
never
I've heard it
that
100 times.
made by an Egyptologist or someone on television. I just hear people I talk to make the claim we can't make.
Well, somehow it got generated. It became part of the narrative that people repeat.
But remember the tunnel system within the pyramids. That's when it gets tricky. Mm-hmm. And you have to remember.
I don't know much about the pyramids, but from what I've been told by people that study this, we can easily remake the pyramids. The mystery is, how did all of these people so long ago make the Great Pyramids specifically? Not all of the other ones, but it's the Great Pyramids.
Right.
That
and
the question is around.
Yeah, totally. And why?
Right? Yeah, the mystery.
How and why would they have made it so long ago?
Yeah. The mystery is what we attribute what their tooling was. That's the mystery. What we attribute.
Yes.
Exactly. Same with the cathedrals. Look at those cathedrals and imagine having no power tools to make those things.
Yeah, how did these people make these things?
Yeah, they did.
Cathedrals aren't ancient buildings.
Who made it? Who made them, Banso?
People.
But how?
I think they were water powered myself.
With power tools.
Have
you seen the intricacies? Oh, you've changed your name back again. Good to see. Have you seen the intricacy at which they build some of these things, Nate? The intricacy.
I've seen.
Exactly. And a hammer, a chisel, and a coping saw. Damn. Damn.
So it must have been power tools.
No, it's been measured. Like Graham Hancock talks about this all the time. Like you said, the intricacy, that's a whole other subject in itself. It's down to like fractions of a centimeter. Like it's that precise. And if it wasn't that precise, the whole building, when you were half building it, would have just flopped over. That's the only reason they got
pyramid.
Like in any pyramid, and in South America too, and all over. It's just like the reason why they exist still to this day and how they were built in the first place, because they were like so precisely built that that's the only way they could have possibly still be standing today.
Pyramids don't flop over. That's why they built pyramids, because they don't flop over.
I get that, but I mean, there's lots of other structures that aren't in a pyramidal.
Most of the stuff that could have been gone is actually gone.
Okay, but there's also a lot of structures that are not pyramidal, and they're in more of like stranger shapes that aren't triangular or pyramidal, but they have what's that one called? Göbekli Tepe? How do you say that?
Göbekli, yeah. But wasn't that like an ancient? Yeah, they found a lot of weird shit there, but not necessarily pyramids. What interests me is that you find pyramids on all the continents. That's what fascinates me. Why will all of these people living so far away from each other making these structures?
Yeah,
you find them in Europe.
That is a huge part of it too. Yeah,
South America.
Yeah, dude. If you saw a kid building sandcastles, maybe somebody would build like a Burj Khalifa if he was fucking talented. Or a castle if he was talented. Most of the kids are just dumping the sand upside down and building a pile of sand because it's the easiest thing to do.
That doesn't explain
why a pyramid? Like what?
It's got a big base.
Could build a.
It's just a big pile of stones in a shape.
Is it social?
Directed
it's the easiest shape to make, man.
Yo, Kosha,
they could have just made squares, you know.
We're back at the pyramids.
A square would be even harder.
We're back at the pyramids of Giza. Kosha, how do those line up with the Orion's belt perfectly? How do they do that?
I mean, you're claiming it does. I'm not.
Wow, a lot of people claim it.
Well, Kosho, that is what the experts do say, that when the pyramids were built, they were in line with Orion's pyramid, and when the Sphinx was built...
He's saying they currently are.
Oh, today? I don't know. I don't think they are today. I think it's when they were built.
Well, we were just talking about how slowly space moves across the sky over the thousands of years. Pretty sure it's going to be the same now today as it was a couple thousand years ago.
Orion is still above them. It's still 3 points in a line. It still works to this day.
Are you saying the Great Pyramids today, Dawn, are still in line with Orion's belt?
In line, as in Orion's above them, and they're 3 points.
I think so too. I'm pretty sure.
Is that what you're saying right now today? I doubt that.
I'm saying
above,
it.
But above
I'll say
it.
You could check it. It would be a pretty easy thing
to
check.
I'm Googling it right now.
None of you can check if it was in line or if it is in line. You don't know what in line means. All it means is
if you have to Google it, you're not even like researching dick all about what actual researchers are looking at.
Where are you doing your research? Where are you getting the information if you're not Googling it? Huh?
Well, I like to follow researchers who actually get like boots on the ground kind of research kind of shit done.
But how do you follow them if not on Google?
Grant Hancock is one example. He's a good source.
Where do you follow him? Where do you follow him if not on Google and YouTube?
If you don't know how to figure out how to follow him, I'm not even going to help you at this point. I'm sure he's got his own website. You can find videos of him on YouTube.
All right, so I'm going to read what I Googled.
GrantHancock.com. I don't know, man. I'm not going to fucking baby feed you.
You should know
your way through this
shit. Grant Hancock. Oh, I just told you I don't look into this stuff. I don't know much about it.
Well, obviously.
Tell me. So the theory states that the 3 Giza pyramids have been built to align with the 3 bright stars of Orion's belt. So that means when they were built, they were in a line because they weren't built now. So obviously today they're not in line with Orion's belt.
We were just talking about that 10 minutes ago. That would take a long period of time.
Can
I speak?
Hey, real quick, if they were, would it change your mind about the way the globe works?
It's not perfect. Built to be aligned with them, and it still represents them under them on Earth.
Definitely,
we literally just talked about this 20 minutes ago. We said, how long would it take for that alignment to become misaligned?
You don't know what alignment means, so that's a silly question.
What does alignment mean?
I don't know either. That's why I'm making sure you don't know.
I think it's pretty obvious that alignment means they were built to be right under.
No, I just mean if you set a camera
right under. That's what aligned means. You think it means
hypothetically, if you set a camera.
What do you think it means, Don?
I think it means just about under, spaced out in 3. That's it.
Just about. That's what it always means. It means just about.
Say that again, Dawn.
Yeah, say it again.
Aligned to be built to be aligned with the 3 stars of Orion just means built as 3 points under the stars of Orion on Earth.
Okay.
So that's what we're saying as well. They were built right under the stars.
Yeah.
They were aligned with the stars, the same way the Sphinx was aligned with the constellation of Leo.
People will then say, "Oh, is it perfect? Is it still perfect now?" When you don't know what that means, you don't know how perfect aligning is. You don't know what they meant by aligning.
Maybe it wasn't perfect.
I totally agree with you there. We don't know how accurate this alignment was, but that was the intention.
And maybe it wasn't perfect to begin with. Maybe it was slightly off when they started, and they're like, "Wow."
Exactly. Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. That's the point Dawn is making, and I think most of us would agree with Dawn. No, Dawn, hang on. I think most of us would agree with you that we don't know how accurate the alignment was. But it was definitely their intention
to
have the great
alignment be. Do you know what that means?
They would be directly underneath the stars at night.
What?
At least we can
for 1 minute, for 1 second per night, or all night.
No, I think it would depend on the season.
I get you.
No, I think it would be like
the stars move around.
For an hour and a half,
stars
or
move
for 3
around.
hours,
Yeah.
or for
it would be no. I think it would be.
No, Dawn, you would know the stuff better than I would. How long does the sun spend within a certain
They're built to be
constellation.
aligned
Oh
at a
God!
certain time
It would.
in ancient times each night.
Yeah, but
You look
Dawn,
up, you see the three
Dawn, I'm
stars.
telling you,
You
I
look
don't
across, you
know,
see
and
the
I'm
three pyramids.
asking you now to explain it to us. How long would the sun stay within one zodiac house or one constellation? How long does it take the sun to pass through it? Thousands of years, a month? How long does it take?
No, what I'm saying is the Orion in the sky moves across the
Dawn,
sky
I
in the night.
get what you're saying. I'm telling you, I
Why
agree
are you
with your
asking me
point.
about Zodiac?
You don't need to repeat it. I totally get you. We don't know what they meant by alignment. We don't know how accurate the alignment was. I agree with you, Dawn. Now I'm asking you, how long does the sun stay within the specific zodiac house or a specific
Now
constellation? Is it a
he's
month?
asking you. He's
Off the top of my
forcing
head.
you into his astrological
The
perspective.
different
I'm not.
zodiac
I'm
questions.
literally asking him how this stuff works because that was the idea they had. The sun is in this
No,
zodiac
in
house.
your
So because this is
perspective.
the time or era we are in, we're gonna build these things to represent the era that
No,
we're
that's
living.
just what you think, man. Not everyone thinks as
Okay,
astrologically.
so all
It's
right,
about a month. About a
then
month,
you guys
that's the
teach
point.
me. Why would they have built these things to represent the stars in the sky?
Do you
Like
know the
the sun.
difference? Hey, wait. Can I ask you a question with like
No, you
zero?
cannot ask me a question because I don't understand this stuff.
Oh.
I'm literally telling you I don't know how this stuff works. So
Ah,
explain it to me,
Well,
please.
if you don't understand it, you would think you would accept
I'm
one
asking
question.
you questions. I would not
Can I
accept
ask
your
you a question?
question
Do
because
you
you're
know
going to
the
ask me a question
difference?
about something I don't
Do you?
understand.
Okay. Do you know the difference between
I
astrology
don't
and
know the
and?
I
Well,
don't know
let
the
me
difference. Now,
finish the question.
Dawn,
Do you
I'm
know
trying
the
to talk to
difference
Dawn, bro.
between
Who are you?
astrology and astronomy? Do you know
Come
the
on,
difference?
calm down, guys.
See, he can't handle it. I don't know what the fuck this
I'm
guy's
not going to
on,
answer
but
your questions when I'm
No.
trying to answer Dawn questions. That's a bit
It's a
silly, man.
pretty simple question, but okay.
No, I mean it's a simple question, but I'm telling you, I'm not going to answer that question because I'm busy trying to ask Dawn something.
Sure you are.
Okay, so Dawn, like, what is the significance of building these things? Why would people build these things? Like, what's the point of it all?
They see three stars in the sky, yeah, and there's already ideas about those three stars being the belt of a character, Orion, a big character in myth. So also, three stars in a line that close, they don't look random at that point when there's three in a line. They look like purposeful line with 3 points. So that's why, after studying the stars, Egyptians loved the stars. They believed they were different gods, different realms, different things up there representing different things. I don't exactly know what Orion's belt was to them. I could look it up. But I know that when they're building pyramids, they do 1, 2, 3 over a few thousand years as they're building them to represent the stars in Orion. And that's called an alignment. So during the night,
No, hang on though. That's not necessarily true. Because the three Great Pyramids are very different from the other pyramids, Don. It's a known fact that all of the other pyramids that pharaohs made were imitations of the three Great Pyramids. No one knows who built the three Great Pyramids. We have certain hieroglyphs and papyruses about people documenting its construction, but it's not clear those people were actually there. So as far as we know, all of the other pyramids were just imitating the Great Three. They weren't trying to align themselves with star in the sky. The Great Three are special.
Yeah.
So my question is,
that's what I said. The 1, 2, 3. Those three are built to replicate 1, 2, 3. The stars in Orion's belt.
Yeah, but why? Like, why that? Why the?
Because they're obsessed with 3 stars in a row and Orion.
Yeah, but just saying they're obsessed isn't an explanation, Don. Because it wasn't just Orion's belt that they were obsessed with, right? They were obsessed with a lot of other different constellations.
Well, of course.
So what was the significance?
I can look that up.
Like,
well, nobody knows the significance, but here's one point of significance: is the fact that they built those gigantic structures in alignment with that star system in the first place. That should be enough. That's huge. That's crazy.
It is huge. It is. It's huge. I was just curious. I thought maybe you guys knew why they were.
Nobody fucking knows why. We're just like you.
I
Nobody
have a theory
fucking
for
knows
you.
why.
Don't they first have to be aligned with the stars to even ask why do they align with the stars?
So they still align today, yeah? Is that,
no, they're never aligned.
Yeah.
Don't align.
They're the opposite. They're saying Orion's actually a mirror alignment, as far as the pyramids go. But one of the I'm looking for the video. There's a few of them I sent my friend E1. I always talk about, and he was inspired by what I sent him to align the continents on his map of the flat Earth the best he could do. You saw the presentation, bandsaw. You know, the alignment of the Orion. It's actually from Tonga all the way over to Easter Island. There's supposedly other monuments that also mirror Orion's belt. And so, if that is the case in the known area that we're in right now, there's actually like all across the plane, like designations that align with Orion's belt, and you knew where Orion's belt was because supposedly it's the only 3 stars you can see from anywhere on the plane. And if that is the case, or at least the area we're in, right, that those are the 3 stars you can see. So if you knew where Orion's belt was at a certain time with the alignment of any of these monuments, you'd know where you are on Earth if you knew where Orion's belt was.
That's a proper explanation. Thank you. That made sense.
I'm reading this as well, mate.
That's way better than what Dawn and this other guy was saying.
Maybe they thought Orion was Osiris.
They were just guessing. I'm guessing too, I guess.
Yeah, but your guess sounds calculated and like you looked into it.
It makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to look for these videos. These videos went away though. The last time I looked for them, they were gone, and that always seems to tell you something. Why did they take them down? But that would be a huge thing if that actually was able to be proven to still align today, and then we could figure out where the continent should go just by Orion's belt if they all line up, you know. And if they still align today after all these years, wouldn't that make you like second guess your assumption that they wouldn't be aligned and what that means about?
Apparently, they don't align today. They don't align today, though. Apparently, according to Graham Hancock, they should have aligned 10,000 BC. That's when they would have been in alignment.
I don't trust
They're not in alignment today.
What do you mean?
Graham Hancock's
he seems the expert on this. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the only one they go to, but I don't trust him.
Okay.
Yeah, completely. I don't think he should be.
I like some of his work, but
I don't think he should be mistrusted, though. Like, I think he's a legit character. He's a legit man.
To a certain degree, yes, probably.
Do you think he's lying about certain things?
I think he's the one that he's the go-to guy, and you shouldn't trust the go-to guy or people that are trying to convince you you're on a spinning ball.
That almost sounds paranoid. That sounds like
no, the go-to guy about
I don't like
history.
Alex Jones because he must be controlled.
I think you're a little wasted tonight.
I've had a little too much to think tonight.
You're funny. You're funny. That's for sure.
Anyway, to say some of that about someone, it's like, you know what? He's a little too right. He must be deceiving us for some reason.
You're making a quick judgment of me that I'm not making of him.
I'm judging you.
Okay, but it makes sense then. That, you know,
if those other ones align. Now, if they still align today with like even those other ones, even if it's not the Giza and these other ones, maybe the Giza was the like the red herring and never aligned with Giza, but all these other monuments it aligns with.
You're all being too specific with the word alignment. What it means is people doing things on Earth and saying this represents that, and we can see it each night when we're here. That's all it means.
So you don't think geometrically it was aligned? Dawn?
Yes. I mean, anyone that thinks they know what that means wouldn't be able to do it themselves, so they don't really know what it means.
What do you mean? We can build things to align them with the position of the stars. Like, that's pretty simple to do.
What, for 1 second each night? Or what?
No, I mean, the stars don't take that long to move in the sky, you know, number one. Number two, it depends on
in a different position.
Hang on. Let me finish, Don. Let me finish.
Back off.
It also depends on the zodiac houses, right? I speak under correction here, but from my understanding, they would have built these things depending on where the sun was in relation to the zodiac houses. So if the sun was in the house of Orion, and it would be within that zodiac house for a few thousand years, they would have built structures signifying that this is the era, quote unquote that we are living in now. So that's what would have happened with the Sphinx.
Yeah,
They would have been living within the zodiac house of Leo, and then with Orion, they would have been in the zodiac house of Orion, and so on and so forth.
Orion's not a zodiac house.
Or whatever. Yeah, like I said, I'm speaking under correction, but it had something to do with where the sun was in relation to these stars.
Well, the sun changes every month for the stars.
Okay, but don't these zodiac houses have cycles, Don? Like thousands of years
bigger long
cycles?
cycles, 2,150 years.
Something like that. Okay, so that would be the age of one zodiac house, right? Like the age of Leo or the age of Aquarius.
What I'm saying is, back then, the builders might have made a specific alignment, as in they thought it was geometrically under, or that the sphere of the sky represented their understanding of the ground, and they said this is aligned now. And since then, the sky's moved a bit, so it's no longer exactly correct. So the skeptics can say, "Oh no, it was never aligned because it's not aligned now." I think aligning just means you build the structure knowing the cycles of the sky over a year, or even over 26,000 years, the full equinox, and then you build little holes in your structure. So on that perfect night for that 10 minutes, you do the ritual in that room. You can look through that hole and see the star that's for that ritual. Or you can stand between the two pillars and look out and see the 3 stars of Orion. You can stand across on the horizon in the evening and see the 3 stars of Orion above in the sky somewhere, depending on what time it is, and the 3 shiny pyramids on the ground somewhere in the evening sun. Different ways. It just means it's aligned.
Okay, well, it's pretty evident no one knows then why they built these things the way they did, and where they did.
I do. I think I know. I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure I know the general gist of why.
Why? What's the general gist of why?
To get closer to God. That's in a really simple form.
It is interesting how they all seem to.
Let's even go with that. Okay.
That's, hey, ET, did you hear me talk, or did you just want to bulldoze me?
We just started talking at the same time, and then you became aggressive.
So Benzo started first.
No, I started first, my friend. Right.
Okay, my bad.
It is interesting, Dawn, how these things, these structures seem to kind of align all the same way, all across the world for some strange reason. How these customs have moved from one region to another. That is interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. Because we hear of civilizations growing, dying. We have mysteries of different tribes, different people from all different places. We have theories about humans evolving, right, and moving around the earth from wherever they started. Some people say everyone comes from Africa or whatever. But then we've got evidence of these big, huge monuments, man-built mountains to God, like a spire, early cathedrals.
Yeah.
So they used to carry people up there, look at the sun, and kill people on it, and then feel closer to God. And then eventually you've got them in the middle of the desert with a labyrinth ritual inside. And so, I think it's because priest class, clever people, maybe they weren't fully human, they were half gods. I think they went around the world and taught different people who were more human, less god, to build stuff for them.
Monuments to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite possible.
Something like that.
Yeah, it is. There is definitely signs of occultish sort of behaviors and rituals everywhere, isn't there? Really.
Yeah. I can imagine if in 3,000 years history gets lost and new people find all the Roman cathedrals, but they can't work out what they're for. That would be quite a weird mystery too.
Yeah, well, all these old. Sorry, Nate, go, buddy. Go.
No, go ahead, man.
No, you go, man.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna change the whole topic of conversation. So you should go first.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna kind of similar sort of thing, like when you see all these ancient buildings and some of the stuff that I'm looking into now with some of these older buildings and how they're being built and whatnot, they seem to be built in a very specific way to align very specific ways, not just pyramids but other buildings as well, whether it's lining up with the stars, the sun, the moon, and whatnot to resonate different frequencies and this sort of stuff. Well, that's a theory anyway. Hasn't been proven, but this is a train of thought, which is to me I find very, very fascinating, actually. But yeah, anyway, I'll finish that one now, Nate. If you wanna move on.
Have you seen Secrets in Plain Sight, Bandsaw?
No, I haven't.
It's one about exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Secrets in Plain Sight is an awe-inspiring exploration of great art, architecture, and urban design, which skillfully unveils an unlikely intersection of geometry, politics, numerical philosophy, religious mysticism, new physics, music, astronomy, and world history. It's a good one. It's an old school one too, and he goes through like detail after detail of these alignment of the buildings and like Washington, and just from city to city across the plain and all. He still uses the globe and all that, but you can get past that if some of it's just basic straight line connections anyway. It wouldn't work on a ball.
Yeah, is that the YouTube channel Secrets in Plain Sight about?
I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah,
Can I make one quick point before we move on from this last point before we move on that whole point of like leaving something ancient? So look at everything that we've found from supposed ancient cultures, right? Amazing pieces of like cultural, artifacts from like dishes to music instruments to religious artifacts and all sorts of crazy things. I think it would be incredible if a bunch of musicians in this time frame conscripted. I came up with this idea because I wanted to. I'm a musician. I wanted to conscript my own music in like stones or like thin pieces of steel, which would take tens of thousands of years to disintegrate, right? And I was like, I could at least. It's like the ultimate hard drive. And then you do that, and then you bury it deep underground. It wouldn't be that hard to do. You could do that with like everything. Like, what do they call those? Time capsules, right? Is that what they call them? Time capsules?
I don't know.
I think it's time capsules. Yeah.
Yeah.
There needs to be more time capsules. And I think the world needs to get a little more serious about that because, like, imagine everything that just gets erased or destroyed or thrown in the garbage. Like, come on, people. Let's get some really important stuff here. Like, especially now in this technological age, I think we need to gather a large amount of information from the internet and like encapsulate it in some kind of highly secure metal tube and like shove it far down into the earth, and maybe in like 1,000 years someone will like dig that thing up and be like, what the fuck is this thing? And then
the chances of them finding it would be pretty slim. Hey, real quick though, Lise, I just tried to send you that video and it says we don't share a server. Are you not a member of this server?
I accept. No, it's just my security settings. People can only DM me if we're friends. But I've accepted your friend request.
Cool. Yeah, then we can do it. All right.
I don't think it would be that on if we kept it close to the surface. So if someone was, and we put it in a strategically put it in a certain area like near New York or Beijing or something like that, they would someone would eventually find it. When we could put it by like whatever. Yeah.
So have you guys heard of the Nazca lines?
The Nazca, yeah.
I know about those. Yeah, with the spider and the.
That's also a mystery.
Yeah, like what the fuck happened there? Like who drew those and how?
I'd be guessing.
Yeah, exactly.
This, but I would like to guess. I think it's alien desert people drawing huge pictures.
Alien desert.
Hoping they're seen from space, but not knowing that they will be.
What's the difference between that?
I just sent Lise the Iwar Anon videos, by the way, or just the first one. You can find all of them on there. You gotta talk about that with them. You gotta talk to us about that at least. Once you watch those, man, you're gonna be like, it's so entertaining, even if you don't agree with what he's saying.
Your eyes will be open, Nate. Your eyes will be open.
When you talk about the Nazca lines, is that much different than like your general day crop circles? It's basically
your name's Nate, not Lise. I don't know why you thought your name was Lise.
Yes, it's much bigger, and it's done in the past. That's the difference to a crop circle.
Okay, yeah, okay, I agree. But similar concept, right? Planting an image on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a different method, and I don't know either way.
That's interesting. What if they did it overnight? Yeah, if one team of priests did the NASCAR lines overnight, like a crop circle, and then the next morning they said to everyone, "Look what's appeared! Oh my God, it's a sign."
There's a channel called FPV Angel. Is your name Nate? I guess not. It's not. Why did they call you Lise before? I don't know why. It says Lise, but
Lise is the name of my account. My real name is Nate. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What was I just asking? What was I just saying? What was I was just referencing? I don't know why. Anyway, yeah. Watch the Ewar Anon videos. Oh, FPV Angel. Oh, yeah. Okay. You were asking about the NASCAR lines. That's right. The FPV Angel does a whole thing about those. It's a flat Earth channel that has this whole model that he kind of. I heard he got a lot of his information from like a Russian researcher or something, and he kind of just, I don't know if he hijacked it or if he's using it just for his own further research, but there's a whole thing on that channel about the Nazca lines and what he thinks or what the whole team suspects that they're actually outlining areas that are like entrances.
I don't think it's
hold on. They're entrances to like the basement of this place that we live, and it's all like basically machinery underneath us. Like that's the basic idea. Like it's like there's like a backstage to this whole thing in their minds.
Like a hidden realm that where these mark the gateways to.
Yeah, like an engine room that they're working in down there. Yeah. And that and there's a whole idea of like the sun and the moon being projected from here that goes along with it.
You could add that to all of them, like the pyramids could be the portal, hiding a portal. That Stonehenge could be hiding a portal.
Yeah, there's they also kind of align with Enoch's take on the 5 portals that the sun supposedly disappears into. You've heard that? I guess it's from the Book of Enoch. But if there's a 24-hour sun at the North Pole or in the Arctic, not the Antarctic, but if there is in the Arctic, it would kind of seem to debunk that idea.
What were we talking about like a minute ago? Anyone remember?
NASCAR lines, and
the NASCAR lines, right? That has nothing to do.
The NASCAR line.
NASCAR line, yeah, the race cars, yeah, good one.
The NASCAR lines.
NASCAR.
That's what it said. They used to race cars there, right? That's what the strip's for.
What were we relating the NASCAR lines to, though? Does anyone remember that?
FPV Angel does a whole thing about that.
Nobody remembers.
There's other spots that the FPV Angel points out that seem to be claims of like, oh, this looks like a door in the side of a mountain that they might like have as a secret door that they're going into the
that went down. That went down the memory hole, I suppose. Then.
Well, you were talking about speaking of memory holes. You're talking about time capsules.
I was talking about the NASCAR lines. No, the NASCAR lines compared to crop circles. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Holy shit. Crazy. Sorry. My bad.
Back on the time capsule thing, I had an idea about it. If flat Earth becomes accepted as the cosmology for like another 500 years or 2,000 years, however long you manage to hold on to it, if you don't burn all the globes, some of us might hide them in a cave, and then in 1,000 years' time, someone will find the globes, and the globe theory will be reborn again.
I want to create my own cool little time capsule. I want to take all this cool shit from my life, throw it in like this like steel tube that's like thick as fuck, and drill it down like 50 feet down to the ground and be like, yeah, maybe someone will find this one day. I think that's pretty cool.
Well, what would you put in there?
I'd put my music in there. I mean, I put my music stuff in there, but maybe a couple of miscellaneous objects and like.
Hey, drop a link to your music in the chat, bro.
Hey, band song.
I'll do that later. But I mean, all I'm just saying, wouldn't that be cool? Like, I think most people should do that. Like, that would actually be a good. Nobody steal this. It's a great idea. Someone should create a company where you create like a cylinder, and people are like, listen, you can put anything that's important to you in a time capsule, and we'll shove it down like a few hundred feet into the earth, and maybe one day someone will find it.
I bet they have that.
That'd be cool, you know.
Also a school project. They do it at schools as well.
I know, but they usually only put them a few feet underground.
Yeah.
Well, you want people to find them.
That's why you dig them deep, because you know. Okay, yeah, okay. You don't go too deep. You just go like
you go as deep as you can.
10 or 20 feet at tops, maybe. I don't know.
That's a lot. That's a lot, bro.
Okay, 10.
20 feet.
5 to 10. 5 to 10.
All right.
5 is even a lot.
Bandshop.
Yeah, mate. Cool. Go. What do you got?
Even though the moon's never going to be directly above where you are, if it was, then I guess on that day, 6 hours after it's directly above your head, you'll weigh 0.65 grams more.
More?
Did you? No way.
5 more.
Damn.
The moon's no longer directly above his head.
I can do that with a bag of Doritos.
Oh, so he weighs less when it isn't directly above.
I fart more than that out at any one time. I don't know how I can verify it. Interesting calculation.
What was that based on, Kosho? Where'd you get that number?
The distance to the moon, the distance to...
So you think the moon does affect our weight?
Oh yeah, and Bandsaw, that was assuming that you weigh 200 pounds.
Kosho, can I ask you a serious question about the moon? Would you mind?
It's offensive.
No, Bandsaw, never mind. That wasn't... No, yeah, it was. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, back. So, it's crazy how fast time is going.
Theory.
No, it's just crazy. I can't believe it's 2022 now. In 2016-ish, I got into Crow 777, and he busted out that whole lunar wave theory with his supporting videos. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, specifically you.
Yeah, I do have thoughts on it.
Cool. Let's chat.
Thoughts on it?
That occurs because of the turbulence in the air. You see the same effect if you're near an airport and a plane crosses in front of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
We forget that there's more than just his camera and the moon. There's the entire atmosphere in between. And the effect of turbulence in the air.
Number one, so you do know what I'm referring to with Crow, right? You know who I'm talking about? Yeah. Okay. So go on.
That's it.
Wait, okay. I don't want to be... This is kind of rude. Can you repeat that last point again? I know that's rude.
You can recreate this exact effect with, flying a plane nearby. Okay, so if he lives near an airport, or if there just happens to be a plane nearby when he takes the observation in front of the moon, you can recreate and get the exact same effect. And that's because there's an atmosphere in between us and the moon.
So are you saying that wave is an atmospheric effect coming off of the airplane landing or flying off from an airplane? On or off
landing,
from an airplane?
not flying off, yeah. just the exhaust, just being.
You're saying that's what it is?
Disturbance of the plane flying through the air,
going across the whole moon in the camera's view area. I mean, maybe if you were close enough to the plane, I suppose something like that might be possible. But I'm pretty sure that the way when Crow Dude was videotaping it, there weren't any airplanes around, and he reproduced the same effect multiple times.
Plane doesn't have to be in the shot, and he's not going to post a video that shows a plane in the shot. And the plane doesn't have to be directly in front of you. It just has to have affected the atmosphere that is in between you and the moon.
Are you?
Do you think Kosho that he saw a plane and deliberately left it out?
It's possible that he did not, but it's more likely that he was aware that there were planes in the sky, and it wasn't happening when there weren't planes in the sky. And I've heard somebody, although I'm not sure if they're how they know this, but they said that he lives near an airport.
Lots of people live near airports, though.
I don't know that, and there's lots of planes in the sky. I'll grant you that, but I know also, I suppose this wave could be a cycle of something. That's possible too.
So Bandsaw Bandit, you know what's up about the whole lunar wave? You've heard about this?
I heard about it. I really got no thoughts on it one way or the other. I think it's
I'm not going to pretend like I know what it is either. I'm aware of it, the concept of it, and I've seen videos.
It seems to be an anomaly that when you look at the video, there seems to be no explanation on the video. And I've heard the explanations of planes. I've heard other explanations as well.
Cool.
Viewing through water, these sorts of different bits and pieces, but to me, there is no evidence of any explanation. So yeah, I'm not going to claim it.
Just to finalize your point, explanation of what exactly?
Sorry?
To finalize your point, just to in conclusion, finalize your point, how exactly?
Well, a jet plane flying in close proximity, disturbing the air around it. There's one explanation, right? The firmament above, all right, water's above. Okay, so there's a wave that we are viewing. There's two, all right. I've heard of others as well. I've heard of some inconsistencies with the equipment that he was using as well, but I don't think all they are explanations that have no evidence to back up these explanations, because we see what we see. We don't see the plane. We don't see water. We don't see. Well, we've got no proof that there was something with the way he filmed it. They're just people's thoughts.
All right, well said, in my opinion. Thanks for the explanation. See, at least you can talk. Most people can't even do that. I respect that. Concerning Crow 777's videos, though, I really don't think that CGI stuff, and there's other people with massive telescopes recording the same thing. And so I wanted to just know what the fuck is going on, basically. Like, what is that? How is that possible? Why is there this weird wave flying over our atmosphere, like, or its atmosphere, the moon or Earth? I guess it could go both ways. What the fuck is that?
You see it all the time. You see waves in the atmosphere, don't you? Depending on the conditions, you see wavy effects in the atmosphere all the time.
Well, I see wavy atmospheres, and I see chemtrails, and I see a lot of weird shit. But not like it's like some line like scanning the moon. That's really trippy. Because like it goes from 0 to 100%. It's like it's like a robot, a computer, like.
Hey Don, you there? No.
So, but I described that horribly. I have some. Anyway, it's not normal. Like, you don't see that over any planet or moon, and so people are just like, well, it's not even real. And then it's like, well, are you sure about that? Because we have all these people with telescopes recording it, not only seeing it, recording it, and this is what it looks like. And people are like, it's not real. It's like, are you sure about that? Like, I haven't recorded myself, so I don't know 100%. I'm feeling like pretty confident about the whole thing, though. Anyway,
How do you know it doesn't happen to other lights in the sky?
well, what lights are you referring to?
Well, any one of them. Any one of
Well,
them. The
like,
sun, Venus.
the moon. The
us,
moon is the most
any
obvious
one of
one.
these. Okay, then. But you said it doesn't happen to any of them. I'm just
I
asking
didn't
how do you
say
know
that.
that?
I didn't say that. No,
Yeah.
I didn't say that. It's okay.
But anyway,
what would be our second best choice? The sun or Mars or what?
The
moon. The moon is the perfect example because it's such a subtle thing. It's so gentle, and it sits there in the sky, and we can observe many things about it. Lots of things. It's crazy. There's so many subtle little. There's so many things going on with it. It's amazing to just observe alone without even any kind of like assumptions about it at all or whatever. It's just fun to watch.
You were trying to say something, Mel?
Oh, just that they blotted out the sun today in New Zealand, and it's just so blatant sometimes. And I mean that's something like anyone can observe. There's another guy in Germany, Schlominger.
What do you mean by blotted out the sun?
They spray the sky. I don't know what weird.
So that's what you mean. You're talking about chemtrails, is what you're talking about.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm being careful with my words. But they're spraying something.
Can I say chemtrails?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean,
chemtrails.
Well, one minute you'll have a clear day, and then there'll be these streaks in the sky, and then they just spread and spread and spread, and the next thing you know, blocking out the sun.
Do you notice many of the of that zigzagging effect in Melbourne at the moment?
Yeah.
Mel? Yeah. I must say, just before I left Victoria, it wasn't quite so evident where I was because I was out in the country a bit, so a bit removed from Melbourne. But every time I actually went to Melbourne itself, without fail, if it was a fairly clear day, you would see these trails every single time. It was amazing. Now, whether or not they're con trails or chem trails or whatever, I don't know.
It is freaking amazing.
You definitely see evidence of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Mel, I was removed from it where I was, and I'm removed from it where I am now. I don't see any evidence of it myself. Thank goodness I don't.
Yeah,
it'll be back. It will return.
Not where I am. No, it won't.
It will return.
I never saw it. Like I just said, ET, where I was. I listen to what I'm saying. Where I was removed from Melbourne, I never saw them. Where I am also removed from a major town, I do not see them.
Okay, fine. All I'm saying, I moved to a small ass little town, and they still see them, and they're like 45,000 feet in the air, and they fly down on top of the whole population. It doesn't matter if you live in a big city or a small town.
Well, what's interesting?
I'm 40 minutes from Bandy, and I see them.
Oh, do you really? Why? You see them where you are?
Yeah, mate.
Okay, well, they got you targeted. You got you targeted.
Yeah. Right over my hill, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I got the Orgonite out though.
No, Bandit, thanks for describing your situation. I respect that. That's really cool. Stay strong. Stay strong, that's all I can say. Stay strong.
I'm just waiting for this picture to load, but it's taking ages for some reason. But
Bandsaw Bandit,
this
you
is
stay
the main
strong,
reason why I brought it up.
Stay strong.
Hold on, ET. Take a break.
I won't even talk anymore.
Take a break, ET.
I'm trying to support people.
Okay, take a break.
So that was out today in New Zealand, like clear day. This is before the chems. That's the thing, you know, big halo as well, right?
Isn't it? Yeah.
And then just out of nowhere, in come the planes.
In come the planes. Attack mode.
You know?
Incoming!
Even you can even in that first picture you posted, Merle, where the sun I think is behind that satellite dish.
The dish, yeah.
You
can see the halo still.
You can see the halo there too. Yeah.
Yeah. Even in the behind the whatever you want to call it, smoke screen or whatever.
Yeah. The camouflage.
I'll send you a link in a bit to a channel I follow who about, I think it was 5 or 6 days ago, was showing all the chemtrailing that was going on along the east coast of Australia. And he was basically saying, give it a few days and there'll be biblical floods fucking all down the east coast of Australia. Meanwhile, the government gives out fucking warnings like after the floods have hit.
Damn.
And this guy's fucking in America. And he's he's logged into fucking satellite or aerial fucking photography, and he's like getting all these images and fucking just showing clearly, like hour by hour, the chemtrailing. It's fucking crazy.
You see in that first photo, Merle, how you see like a couple of lines of them.
Yeah.
Of the trails. I've seen images where it's not just a couple of lines. The whole sky looks like lattice work. Like it's crisscrossing, zigzagging all over the skies. It's crazy, like the amount of it. Literally the amount of it, and it's just.
You know what's crazy?
Work. And I think they're actually trying to put in a new definition of clouds to explain what people
for
see.
sure.
So,
absolutely, I believe that too. Yeah, they're trying to make a new form that is socially acceptable. Yeah, and what you were talking about earlier, man. I know most people don't believe it. Okay, I don't know if you guys are into this kind of stuff or not, but like I personally believe that they're spraying some crazy biological / nano creature biology thing on us all. Look at everything. If you guys been keeping up with what's been going with the vaccines lately, when they talk about nanobiology, that's based. We're like 20 years.
Be careful of the V word here, please.
Yep. So basically, they were talking about that like 20 years ago with the chemtrails. Like I've been watching this thing pretty closely the whole time, and with this whole V word rollout, very similar. And there is what I think is going on. And probably since the late 90s, early 2000s, I think they have been spraying on top of certain populations little nano robot molecule things, little nano mutant biological machines. So it's got in all our bodies, and then they replicate and they get into everybody. That's what I think. Yeah, laugh it up, man. I don't think it's a fucking joke, dude. I think it's actually happening. That was 20
You're allowed to think
that was fucking 20 years ago. They were talking about that.
Same thing. You're saying the same thing several times over.
Yeah, take a break for a minute, ET. Take a break for a minute, buddy. Put yourself on mute and take 5.
I was just asking if you think the same thing they're putting in those jabbers is the same thing that they're.
Oh, really? You think it's that out there?
I don't. I don't think either of those are in either things. I just I don't know. It's funny because it seems like that is in everything. They put it in everything, right? They put it in the hot sauce.
But that's so easy to say. Oh, they put it in the food. They put it in the air and water. Blah blah blah. Dude, if you actually look at the articles, man, that's exactly what's happening. I can share them with you tonight. I could share them with you in a matter of minutes.
I'd rather didn't. But yeah, Merle, you said that there was sky dog or sun dogs today, or sun.
Yeah, big halo.
And then you also saw chemtrails.
Oh wow!
Yeah, just in NZ.
Well, that's I'm pretty sure that's expected since they're caused by the same thing.
What?
Usually.
Water crystals?
Yeah, isn't that usually because the air is cold up there, and there's water.
That's one explanation for it.
Yeah, and the contrails.
Have you not seen any of the footage of the planes kitted out with all the shit for spraying?
The contrails become visible because the same thing. The air is cold.
What? But man, do you know that they have been spraying things from the airplanes onto the population since the 90s in the U.S.?
Yeah, they spray things in the clouds, not in Australia though, but in other places.
But dude, you live in the U.S. I think I can tell by your accent.
Not in Australia.
Anyway, man, they don't use that in Australia.
What do you give a fuck that you're? Sorry.
They do cloud seeding here. It's quite a common thing here. Cloud seeding.
Oh, it's a very good. I know people are generally in denial that it's happening, and even crazier, people can't believe that they're like inserting.
You're not listening to what's being said.
ET, you got to back off a little bit, mate, and let other people get a word. All right.
Cloud seeding is indeed real, and it's done. It's just from what I saw, it's not done in Australia.
Ha!
It is done. I can guarantee you it's done.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking ignorant, man. You say, "Hey, ET, shut the fuck up." It's not happening.
I said you're not listening to what I said.
I'm sitting here telling you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're deceiving people, and you're causing people harm. So fuck you, dude.
Probably a little bit far. But no, at the end of the day, you can go to our water department.
What if that was your fucking... What if that was your fucking kids? Is that too far? What if it was you fucking harming your kids? Okay, it's too far, right?
Trying microchips. I mean, what then?
Maybe they are. Who knows? But they definitely do cloud seeding, if nothing else. That's a very common practice.
Absolutely. And do you trust the substances they use?
Yeah, it's common in places that are wet, but Australia's usually pretty dry, isn't it?
Oh my god. All right. Do you want to know why they do it? We have certain rain catchment areas, right? And it's very important that we fill up our reservoirs. And so they use cloud seeding and radio frequency to steer the weather over the catchment areas. And they actually tell you, admittedly, on the government website that they do this.
Mm-hmm.
So good luck trying to deny it anymore, mate.
I'm not denying it.
That's why it's so insane when people are like,
ET, stop talking.
You're stupid.
I'm telling you, I know cloud seeding is real. I just remember them saying that it's not. I remember during that the what do you call it? The drought, or not the drought, the wildfires. They were saying they couldn't do cloud seeding because of how dry it was. So I figured that
yeah,
it
you
was too
can't
dry
bring
there.
moisture in over
not,
a fucking raging fire. No.
Yeah, there's no water there at that time. If it's wet at other times in other places, then maybe. But it's usually used.
It wouldn't have been burning if
already
it
wet.
was wet. Anyway, they use it, mate.
They definitely use it. Kosho.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, okay.
And that's aside from the geoengineering. Like, although that is geoengineering, they then do stuff that isn't advertised.
Yeah. So they
and
definitely
they use.
Sorry, White, go.
No, I'm just saying they use the radio frequency, whatever frequency it is, I'm not sure, to move it all around.
Now they may be using it just for good purposes, Kosho. You know,
yeah,
that's fine. I'm not saying. Yeah, I haven't said what they're using it for.
Yeah,
I actually heard that there was. In some of those chemtrails, there was the universal blood donor type of blood inside that, which makes me question. You know, are they? Is that, first of all, is that true? I have no idea, but if it is, that's very concerning.
I think they just put silver iodine in it.
Silver nitrate.
Silver nitrate. Okay. Interesting.
Well, they use various. There's a few that attract it much better. Attract the moisture. But the nefarious ones, the ones that they don't talk about, like the ones they use to flood out, they're flooding out New South Wales and shit as well. Those ones, they spray all sorts of shit. Aluminium, and strontium, and all sorts of stuff. That helps their radio frequencies do even more stuff. Not to mention sedation. I've told you before, I've heard it, but just on here in general, that the aluminium levels in our soil just goes up. And that can only be fucking from, constant bombardment from fucking above, mate, really.
I think PK got pulled off YouTube. I think he may be back up. I'm not sure. He was a crazy cat.
Did you ever follow RFB?
Oh, Richie from Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I did back in the day, yeah. and then apparently quite recently, or maybe the last 6 months, actually, apparently now a flat earther too. But who knows? I saw a small clip where he was talking about it. So yeah, I don't really know if he is or if he isn't. But yeah, but he was all about prepping for the new coming. It's all about the change.
Yep.
Get ready, bunker down, hunker down, all that sort of stuff. He had a reasonably large size channel too, I think. He always used to start off and you quickly watch this before it gets pulled. Like all his videos, he would say the same sort of thing. It's going to get pulled, and I don't think any of them ever got pulled actually.
He was a classic for like saying whatever he said. Like I recommend you do this, I recommend you do that, or not. or not.
Yeah. But PK, yeah, he was a. Did you ever follow him, PK?
No, doesn't ring a bell.
He's a Aussie dude. He's an old dude, and yeah, he's into everything you name it, he's into it. And there was another crazy cat too, Max Egan, and he got pulled off YouTube. Yeah, he got pulled off YouTube.
He's fucking just moved to Mexico, hasn't he? He's just bailed Australia altogether.
Oh, really? Okay then. Yeah, well, he got censored.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, he got censored pretty hard here, and like I said, his YouTube channel got pulled and everything. So maybe he's gone over there with what's his name that lives over in Mexico that he's a flat earther, but he's into all meanings of words, and that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, maybe he's gone over to his neck of the woods, potentially.
Yeah, it's the essay. Baylor.
Did Rui come back with a measurement for you?
Piss way. Said
Did Kosho give us an answer? Did we ask him?
Wait, for what? What was the question?
Divergence of plumb bobs for 1/1000 of an inch. What do we have to do?
You said divergence of plumb bobs for what?
1/1000 of an inch. How far apart and how tall do they have to be?
They got to be 3 meters. What do we say? 3 meters apart.
3 meters apart. So, like,
how high do they got to be?
Yeah, for 1/1000 of an inch.
For a what of an inch?
We want 1,000th of an inch divergence from a plumb bobs that are 3 meters away. How high do they have to be?
Hold on.
0.02 millimeters.
Dude, it's gonna be a mile at least.
Jeremy, stop being a naysayer.
Half a mile at least, bro. And that's lowballing it.
I think I
When me
worked
and
out
Brandon were
5
doing it, it was
kilometers.
like they had to be like 300 feet apart, and then still like 300 feet high or some shit.
It's crazy.
Like the closer you get them, it makes them be crazy tall.
Wait,
That
how
was at
far
that
apart?
point too. I'm like, yo, we need them close together so we can
40
put a
feet.
solid object between them. Like any solid object would be work good. I mean, let's say it was a mile. Where could you hang a 1 mile long string?
A good year blimp.
And even then, though, the draft and shit, man, I don't know. Any movement, you couldn't. What's that?
We have to turn off the atmosphere for sure. Hit that switch.
I mean, I feel like it needs to be indoors, and if the higher it is, the heavier the weight needs to be to keep the string, like more secure. I guess I don't know about that. It's gonna be like a half mile at least, dude. You gotta have them like, you gotta have something like, how many meters apart can we go? Can we go 4 meters apart? Why can't we go 4?
Let's just go a mile. We'll go a mile.
Like how far apart can we do?
Or how big do our plums have to be? Right. So if we had a couple of plums, big plums, and we hung them from the ceiling 3 meters apart, how big do our plums have to be so that the attraction of those plums is 1/1000 inch?
Another thing. It's another thing you got. Just because these plumb lines are closer at the bottom doesn't mean that the fucking Earth's a sphere. It just means that maybe they're being attracted at the bottom by something. Maybe it's the same thing that's attracting the Cavendish things. You know what I mean? That doesn't even mean Earth's a sphere. I wouldn't even use this. I don't know, man.
Don't jump off the bandwagon just yet, Jeremy. Come on.
It'd be neat if you could show something, but I don't think that wouldn't change my mind at this point. You couldn't show me that, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, Earth's a sphere, no doubt. I'll tell you what would do it, though. I'll tell you what would do it. If you put 3 plumb lines up, okay, this is what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they'd still be diverging though.
Well, 3, yeah.
No matter how many you had, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I thought I could get around it by putting 3 in there, but I don't think that would help. Because if there was like the Cavendish attraction or whatever at the bottom, it would be happening with all 3 of them. And just causing them all to diverge.
Well, our claim is that they're parallel. Their claim is they diverge. So it would be interesting to be able to put it to bed somehow. We've got to put these things to bed one at a time, Jeremy. All right?
Yeah, no, I mean, that would definitely be something if you could do it. We'll see what the numbers are. I don't know if Kosho's working on it or not.
He worked on the moon one for me, so. Sure
I think when me and Brandon were doing it, actually, Kosho came back with numbers and they were. Right, Kosho, remember that? Me and Brandon were doing it one night, and then you gave us the numbers, and Brandon was like, "Nah, that ain't right." And he did the math, and it's an honest mistake you didn't double down on. If you were like, "Yo, I'm doing spherical geometry, but I'm going to make a line from the center to the surface," and then double down saying, "Yes, you were doing spherical geometry," that I'd have to question. That's not an honest mistake. And then you triple down and say definitions don't matter. Now we're in fucking crazy land. That's what I'm saying, man. I wouldn't take anything Ruhif says too serious, guys. Anyone that says definitions don't matter. So what? How do I know we're using the same words then? I mean, I can hear we're using the same words, but how do I know we're even? It's almost dangerous communicating with you at that point. What happened? People were all fucking excited 5 minutes ago. Where'd ET go? Where was that ET guy from 24/7?
Oh, I don't know. He needed a break. He was just over talking everyone.
People get all fucking excited in here.
Check the chat, guys.
Place.
Posted a link.
Huh?
I just posted a link to that fucking weather channel.
Oh, okay. Cool.
He's got good videos with regards to following the chemtrails and the heart,
What are you doing, kiddo?
and then the weather afterwards.
Are you cold? Cold in here.
Is this an Aussie guy, right?
No. He sort of follows what he sees happening. He sees it. There's a few videos back he talks about the hurricane on Island.
Oh, okay. $522 feet tall, Kosho. At 3 meters apart. You hear that, Jeremy? 522 feet.
He's got that majorly wrong. Do it again, Kosho.
522 feet. Oh, hold on. 500. That's only 174 meters. We're getting there. We're getting there. What did you work it out, Wyatt? What did you work it out at? Bloody couple of miles or something.
You did that, Vansaw, 500 something feet for 3 meters?
Kosho did. It's 522 feet tall at 3 meters apart. So that's 170 tall, thereabouts.
Yeah, it's like a 6-story building. That's not bad.
So if we get at 6 meters apart, which is still very measurable, 6 meters, right? That's half that. That's like 85 meters. We're almost there. Almost.
Dude, that's fucking doable. This 500 feet one is doable.
Mm-hmm.
It's wrong.
It's wrong.
Enlighten us.
When me and Brandon were doing it, those numbers weren't even doable. Like, we were trying to figure everything.
Are you sure they're wrong, White?
Like when me and Brandon did it, we started close together, like 3 yards or 3 meters or something. And we had to keep pushing it back because the height was too much. Eventually, it's when by the time we stopped, we were hundreds of feet away before it was even a feasible height.
Did I do 1 meter?
Saying,
3 meters apart.
I think you did 3 feet.
Yeah,
you
that
did
does
3
not.
feet.
Find my piece of paper. I think it was 3 quarters because I did metric as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did 3 feet or a meter. I'm sure it was that.
Oh, we'll head to the Burj Khalifa, boys.
Holiday.
Or by FE Core. Got some of that no Dell prize money to use.
states in America have been ordered to pull Russian vodka from their shelves. Damn.
I don't think they can do that.
They're doing it.
Who gave that order? Where are you reading that from?
I'm reading it. Where I'm gonna. Some states were ordered. I'm reading it in RT. The Pennsylvania governor, Tom Wolf, urged that states' liquor control board to pull Russian-made products from their shelves.
Yeah, because that's going to stop people from dying in the Ukraine if we do that.
Oh yeah, of course.
They'll give up right away.
Yep.
Russia's like, I surrender. You're not selling our vodka. I'm going to surrender. It's Pennsylvania. Holy shit! We give up. We lost.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has also joined the protest.
Yeah, so they're just asking. They're saying, "Hey, please." The liquor stores aren't going to do it.
Yep.
Because they don't give a fuck. They're trying to make money.
Yep. Texan Governor Greg Abbott also called on liquor stores and bars to bail Russian-made products. And in New Hampshire, damn, in Finland.
I don't understand why these people aren't at the why they aren't calling Biden up, asking why he's not doing anything to save these poor people. If we want to do something, I mean, we've been spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year on the military budget. Like, it's time to use that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what have we been doing that for if now's not the time? We're not on attack mode, so we're not going to just go around attacking people. So the military budget's got to be for defense of our people, you know, or to keep people in the world safe or something. I don't know. I feel like this is ruthless of us, not doing anything.
Here we go.
This is like watching a little woman get like beat up on the street, and we're this big brolic tough guy, like the biggest guy on the block, right? We're like Bigfoot Sasquatch out this bitch, and we're just not doing anything. We're just watching this little old lady get beat up.
Check this out. The Ukrainian mayor has authorized looters to be shot on the spot.
Oh my God, who?
The Ukrainian mayor. So looters are to be shot on the spot.
Yeah, that's it.
Damn. That's crazy. Now, who knows if it's true or not, but yeah, it's just what I'm reading.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck, dude? We should be all up in that. Oh, this little Ukrainian country is getting invaded for what? Because Russia wants their land or something? Like, they didn't even attack them or not. Like, this is absurd. I don't know. I feel like, we've let dictators run wild. We let Idi Amin go crazy with it back in the 80s. So, I mean, we don't care who dies, if innocent people die. It doesn't matter to us, to America. If it did, we'd be over there right now shutting that shit down. Ukraine's got their land. They have a clearly defined border, right? And Russia just went across that line. Like, there's lines drawn in the sand, and they're crossing them. We're not doing anything, and people are dying. I'm telling you, dude, we're all in, all the countries, they're all in it together.
Mm-hmm.
The countries are all in it together. Some may not be. It's highly unlikely, but some may not be. We've been attacking them systematically as the years have progressed. Whoever wasn't playing the money game, we went and ran up in your country. We probably first tried to send. It's called the economical hitman.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll go into a country, we'll send a guy with $2 million, we'll get him to start some shit. get our people in there politically, and then we get the Coke and the oil and all the shit going, right? Your Pepsi, all that stuff, KFCs, McDonald's, your country needs all that. So once we get you going in that and we get you in debt, oh, you guys need roads and infrastructure, we can loan you money for that, and we get them in the money game. But if that doesn't work, that doesn't always work, right? Sometimes the country's like, no, we ain't fucking with your bullshit Pepsi and McDonald's. We don't want that shit. We see what you guys are doing. That's dumb, right? We ain't trying to live like you. So they're like, all right, the economic hitman will leave or whatever, and we come back with the tanks and the planes and the drones and shit. So
the whole situation over there is just for years, Jeremy, and nothing is black and white. That is for sure. Nothing is black and white.
Yeah, I hear that. If Russia went into Ukraine and they're killing their peoples and shit, like that's not right.
Mm.
All right, boys.
If the Ukraine, if it was unprovoked, like if the Ukraine people were just like chilling, not like attacking them or doing anything fucked up to them, and Russia's like, yo, we just want that land, like that's ridiculous.
Mm. You know, I try and get stories from both sides of the fence, Jeremy. But really, like, what side of the fence do you really believe? At the end of the day,
What can you even believe? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, all is not what it seems. So, you know, I'm not.
I got to play by their story though. So their story is Russia's invading them for no reason, and America's not doing anything.
Yeah, but I've also, heard that Russia,
like whether that's the truth or not, I don't know. But
yeah, Russia claim that they are protecting their people that are in Ukraine. They are protecting their borders because they don't want NATO on their border, which is a fair enough request. And there's also a fight for energy and minerals. Ukraine has one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. There's also the Nord Stream gas pipeline that runs through Ukraine with the liquid natural gas. That is powers a lot of Europe, and it seems like the states want control over these things. Now, I'm not saying that that's what they do want, but it seems when you hear other stories that there is a definite play by the states to get control of these things.
Yeah, no doubt, man. It's all about control. You want to control everything in your house, right? They want to control everything in their state, and the bigger people want to control everything in their country, and then you got the elite people sitting up top that can want to control everything in the whole world. So it's always a control thing. Everyone wants control. And you need money, because with money comes control. The more money you have, the more control you can administer. The bum on the street that's picking up cans and bottles, he don't control shit. To the guy that owns a mini mansion, now he controls, this whole big area. He has total control over in his house. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't even watch the news and shit. So I'm wondering what our people are even saying about this. Like, what's Biden's stance on this? Ukraine Russia thing. What's actually going on down there? Like where's our people at telling us what's going on? Where's the official story come from?
I don't know. Is Biden's son on a plane over to Ukraine to continue working? He had a pretty good gig over there for a while.
Biden's son? He's a fucking dope fiend or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't he like a crackhead or meth head or something?
Yeah, but he had a job over
but
Ukraine. He got paid like, I don't know, 80 grand a month or a week or a day or some ridiculous amount of money. Because of his dad. It was ridiculous what he was getting paid. Yeah, he's definitely a crackhead. Hunter. That's his name, isn't it?
Good smile across your face. Tell me that you love me. I hate the sharpest tooth that you're in. Darling, I can love you till the moon's gone. And I held my wedding shade baptized in not a wind in the shade. The water leaves and rushing through my timber. The old love on the street. And minds are rushing. They don't know what to say. It's a good long night of prayers for my lovely lady. And I hate to just hit me. It's your eyes is in her. But darling, came crashing through your forest as you cut my roots away. I feel a good long way for my love. Antipolar neighbors, you're all upside down. I know I'm upright when you're just hanging around. Antipolar neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipolar land. Antipolar neighbors, you're all upside down. When you think about it, how could you frown? Antipolar neighbors, you're all upside down. But how would you know with your feet on the ground? Antipolar neighbors, how did you get there? I'll never understand. Antipolar neighbors, it's all upside down. No, I'm right, and you're just hanging around. Outside. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? It all upside down. How could you know when your feet are on the ground?
You there, Bandsaw?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. You guys trying to work out angles?
No, I'm trying to work out how they cannot get muted by QE.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to work out this picture, and I'm thinking, are you guys trying angles?
Okay, so the question for QE poses is line ZO or OZ. What would it be in terms of a triangle?
In terms of a triangle,
yeah,
line Z, well, it'd be, I don't know, the adjacent or
yeah,
Z.
the adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay, it's obvious, right? It's painfully obvious that's the adjacent. Like it's okay. In any way you draw it, it's the adjacent.
Yeah.
So the globalists won't answer the question, and then QE mutes them.
Okay.
So I'm like, just answer.
Why won't they answer?
I guess they add a bunch of context, like QE's trying to trap them. That's not a point. Yeah, don't add any of that. Just answer the question and then drive on to the next point. But they're so scared of their own model is that they won't even answer a painfully obvious question. It's painfully obvious that's the adjacent. It can't be anything else.
So what is this diagram without the scribble on it? Okay, this H, S, Z, and O.
Okay, here I'll post a clean one.
Yeah, what's it supposed to represent here? Are we trying to work out angles to the stars?
There we go. No, this is the question right here.
Okay.
So the one part even it says so in the question that I added that. So leave out that part. I should have maybe I could have deleted that. The question is like, so if a 90-degree angle is formed by Z and H, and O is where you've taken the measurement, and the angle of elevation of SOH, which leg of the triangle is the OZ? That's it. That's a full kit and caboodle, right? And even if you say, well, the best, like say none of those answers are correct for whatever reason, you still, it's multiple guess. You just guess the best answer.
Guess exactly. You've got 5 options there at the end of the day. Yeah. Z. Yeah, well, it's obviously A, hypotenuse. Well, maybe not so obvious, but I'm going to go A.
Adjacent.
It's the adjacent, is it? Okay,
yeah.
then. Okay, well, I got it wrong. I had a guess, and I got it wrong. Fair enough. There you go. Tell him to come into voice and address it.
Yeah. The other day they're talking about Geo said that if someone's flooding up the text chat and they're not in VC, they need to stop.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
That's kind of why I joined VC because I saw that Foolish and they're talking and I thought I was talking too. And then you added some content, so I figured, I better join VC then because if you're
yeah, I haven't heard Geo say that specifically, but
yeah, it was too B-ball because B-ball does this weird cringe thing where he just goes to all the Flat Earth servers and just posts a like a block, like 14 images or something like that.
Yeah, and he'll drop a YouTube link or whatever he does, and
yeah. So like, see, Geo has said to him like, "Hey, why don't you join VC and let's talk about it?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Well, stay out of the live stream then."
Here we go. I'll invite him in. See what happens. And let's this out. Well, I got the answer wrong myself.
Yeah, but you got it wrong for the right reasons. You were thinking it out, and then you're like, "Oh yeah," because it is tricky, right? It is a little bit tricky to figure it out. He's working as he's like on Discord.
I should have just referred to the diagram with the scribble on it, which had the A.
Yeah. The cheat sheet.
Oh, that would have been cheating. So, but anyway, whatever. I got it wrong. Doesn't matter.
So the hypotenuse, the hypotenuse would be the longest section, and then the line opposite of the hypotenuse, and then the last one's the adjacent. So it would have so you've got the 90-degree angle. When you find the angle, the line that's opposite of the 90-degree angle, is the hypotenuse.
But then, how do you work out the angle between S and H, for argument's sake, at O? How do you work out that angle if you don't make a triangle? Because we know between H, O, and Z, that's a 90-degree angle. Well, it looks like 90, okay? So I'm going to presume it's 90, that angle there. So what angle does the S make?
Yes, see, that would be, it was given to you in the word problem. That is just an elevation angle.
Right. Well, if that's an, okay.
That's where QE and Oakley and them shut that shit down when they start talking about this elevation angle. The argument, they won't let the argument get past that. Why?
Because the globalists won't even answer the question to begin with to understand what the discussion's about. Look at he won't even pick an answer to let the discussion move forward, and then get muted, and then act like they proved something because they got muted.
I'm just saying, why does the conversation come to a dead end at the elevation angle? Something about it, you got to have a straight line, and that proves the Earth is flat or something. They say, I don't know, I don't understand.
Yeah, the only part I'm going for here is like each day they get muted. And then they come here and brag about it.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about all that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I said, here's a way that you could not get muted. Just answer the question. Just answer the even if you give the wrong answer. The right answer is the adjacent. But if at least you give an answer, you don't get muted, then you don't have to come here and spiral about getting muted. That's like that's the only thing I want to do. Just give the answer. Just give an answer. I said even say you a friend, you're answering for a friend. Or qualify it with you pick the best answer. Or just say, hey, this is the answer I think you're going with. You want me to say adjacent, but here's why I would say adjacent but don't. They won't even do that. They'll just spiral out of control and then get muted and then come here to GeoServer and brag about getting muted, calling QE a snowflake and all this other stuff. And they've been doing this for, months at this point. Try something new. Like, just answer the question.
That S, even if it's elevation, right, there is still a length attached to it. You're still doing some sort of trigonometry to work out angles. You still have to form triangles. You just can't work it out unless you do some form of trigonometry.
Which is interesting because they've planted their flag on Al Biruni, which is why I drew it the second way. Because the second way is basically what Al Biruni did. He went up in the mountain, the ZO, had his slave, or whatever the story goes, walk the OH, and then took his hypotenuse and said, boom, there's a curve of the Earth. So if it worked for Al Biruni, he could form a triangle with just one 90-degree angle. Why can't it work for QE when he does the same thing but just inverts it?
Well, Al Biruni did his shit on a flat Earth to get that angle, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's what I was hoping to. If they can understand Al Biruni, which they should be able to, they should be able to understand what QE's saying.
Like Al Biruni has the from mountain to mountain. Al Biruni's got a flat line for his triangle going through there, right? Or I don't know. That's what Oakley's always showing the picture of the Al Biruni thing, and it's always like a flat line, and he shuts the shit constantly gets shut down at this one point and won't go past it.
Well, you can't get an angle at all with a curved line. With one line being curved, you can't get an angle.
I don't know if you can't get one, but you definitely can't measure it. Like you can't just measure. Like I don't know. You got to that's a calculation right there. You can't just. That's not something you could just measure. If you have a curved.
At every single point. Right. So if you can measure in atoms every way along that curved line,
it would be a different angle.
Yeah, it'd be a different angle. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
why you can't. That's why you can't measure it. Because anywhere you put the protractor, anywhere you put a protractor on a curve, you could make a big protractor, get a little protractor. It's all different size protractors. It'd always be different.
Oh, yeah, remember when B-Ball did that? He was trying to lay a protractor on like a yoga ball.
Yo, I literally I killed Moyak one day. Moyak was saying, I'm like, how do you measure an angle on a sphere when all the lines are curved? He's like, you just put a protractor up to it. I'm like, so I got a basketball with a triangle on it, and I'm like, I can just measure these angles with a protractor. That's what you're telling me. He's like, yes. I went to the fucking geometry, the math teacher. I was in the high school, right? I'm like, or no, she actually overheard me telling him, no, you can't measure an angle on a basketball with a protractor. And she stopped me and she was like, you're right, you can't take that measurement. She's like, that's something you'd have to calculate or something. I don't know, but she's like, you can absolutely not put a protractor on those lines and get the angle.
No. You've got to create a straight line from a tangent point. That's what you've got to do. Or something like that anyway. Apparently, Rui's going to put up the 10 grand for MC Toon. He's going to put it in escrow. He reckons if someone gives it a crack.
Oh, he's going to do another one. This is like a double down.
Well, I told Rui it's just a marketing ploy, really, at the end of the day, and he piped up and said, "I'll put up the 10 grand. I'll back it. I'll get in contact with JP Morgan, put it in escrow." And I said, "Who's judging the competition, Rui? A bunch of Globers? Is that who's judging it?"
Well, he's got this group of non-biased people somewhere. Like that's their shtick. Right. This is their shtick. Is they're like totally supposed to be non-biased.
I'd be curious. Yeah, let me talk to one of these non-biased judges and say, "Hey, what is flat Earth?" And just see if they can answer that question.
Yes, I mean, you couldn't find anyone that's non-biased on this topic even a little bit.
No, it's like you tell them, okay, flat Earth is a description of a surface. That surface is Earth. What is flat Earth? And they'd be like, oh, it's a retarded conspiracy theory trying to collect prize money. Okay, see, you're not the unbiased judge. You're just a marketing ploy, right?
They probably wouldn't say that. To be fair, they know they're. I mean, if you asked them beforehand, know about they were going to judge anything related to flat Earth, they might say that, but
yeah, you're like, what? Yeah, like, these people think they can debunk something they have no concept of, nothing at all. Like right now, Bacon is unable to even understand why the question is adjacent and why the answer is adjacent, but yet he thinks he can debunk it. He doesn't even know why the answer is
people are a
adjacent.
waste of time to get like you get really wrapped up in it, and so do I. But it's really just these people are just a waste of time. Honestly.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Because if they really think, oh, I guess maybe he's listening on the live stream because he says now he agrees.
He agrees with what? What's he agree with? It's a waste of time.
Oh wait, no, he agrees. The answer is obvious. Okay.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Some of them think, especially Ruhif. Ruhif thinks definitions have no meanings. Or meaningless. That's how do you even go on with that? Brenda told us we can measure the amount of space time in a table, and that humans see infinitely far, but birds see farther. Like, what do you even do after that?
You just try to tell them, okay, you don't need flat Earth now. What you need is go talk to somebody else and let them get a good laugh, right? Like, and once you realize that no matter where you go, people are not going to take you seriously when you say these things, when you act this way. See, what I think the problem really boils down to is their atheism. They can just simply just not believe something like, Warhammer Orcs or whatever, and it just makes it true.
These are people that think if something takes longer to move over a meter, the same speed as something that went faster. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's absolute nonsense on Earth. I feel like I'm in it right now. I'm in the height of the nonsense. I can't get any more dumb than this.
It's like the endless contradictions. They'll tell you the Earth is not flat. Well, what is it? It's a globe that looks flat. Well, you just said not flat. You just told me it's not flat, right? And they're like, yep, it's not flat. Well, what is it? It's a globe. And what does this globe look like? It looks flat.
Well, Brendan told us 2 days ago that flat can be curved. So, I mean...
It's so flat, it's curved.
In her mind, it's flat because flat means curved. Flat can mean curved. So, Brenda could literally say it's flat and still mean it's a globe. There's no communicating with these people. All lines of communication are down with these people.
It started that way too because they joined the conversation in 2016, a lot of them, in bad faith. What they did was they thought they could stay relevant. Atheism got trounced in 2016. I mean, there was sex scandal after financial scandal, after rape allegation, after just one scandal after another, to the point PZ Myers did a full hit piece. He said, I would read, at this point, the only news coming out of atheism is scumbaggery. Well, so then it fractured. It fractured into two factions, and one where people were trying to get away from this new atheism. But new atheism wasn't going to go down without kicking and screaming, so they took a shot against flat Earth and two hit pieces in the Guardian. They called real quick, Merle. They called flat Earth an online cult of anti-science cult, and that's what started this whole thing. They're looking for a win to stay relevant to a group of people who don't even care what they think.
You know what too is like the idea that it was like rolled out on top of that victory of let's say, and I wasn't really in the whole atheist, religious debate of things prior, but it seems like let's say if as they were winning that argument, it's like then they introduced flat Earth, and then they tied this taboo idea to the Christian movement in its own way, but also to their own demise, you know what I mean? in a sense, right? But it's interesting how that all played out. Plus I was going to say this, Jeremy, and in light of knowing what you're, the idea that you're never going to, it's like talking to a brick wall. What's cool is that if you can just get them, what I try to always do is get them to make your argument for you. You know what I mean? Like, make them answer all the questions and answer, and make your argument. Like, that's the game, in my eyes. And make them make your point.
And I mean, yeah, just Witsit had Brenda doing it the other day. Brenda was saying flat is curved.
That's it. You just make them make the point and know that they're never gonna. I mean, like, and you saw her reaction to it.
Oh,
and that's their only reaction to it, because they have no intellectual recourse of it. But then also you got to remember this. Like, this is the other side of it. Like, when you know you can break someone's fucking psychic wherewithal of the world, like, you better be gentle with it. In a way.
We'll send them over to Spurs for some chemotherapy. That's all.
There you go. Right. Like, you know what I mean? No, it's like, it's that sensitive. Like, it's actually quite a responsibility to drop this hammer on somebody.
Yeah, if you go into their space, but they're coming here and trying to take Flat Earth attack.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say though.
Hold on.
Well, no, I'm not gonna hold on because I was gonna speak and you spoke over me. So, like, on a historical timeline, even Twit will acknowledge that, like, Globers straight out attacked Flat Earth in chat rooms and on the internet from the safety of behind their computer. It wasn't Flat Earth who threw the first stone. No way.
And if you're not enlightened enough to get into the battlefield and hold your shit, then fuck off.
Yeah, but we flanked. We galvanized
I get it,
ourselves.
Every excuse in the book as to why you would emotionally react to these people. I get it. There's every fucking excuse in the book to why someone would emotionally.
We're having hangouts shut down and sniped.
Dude, you don't think I know Merle?
No, I'm just saying, but that's the historical timeline. Like,
I get it.
Some of those ballers in Pandas, that's why they're met with what they're met with now.
Dude, I don't go into gyms because when I go in, like, I went in there one time and they started doxing my family, dude. Like, I get it, bro. The point is like, the fucking thing is that you have to be enlightened enough to know that when you're crushing them under your foot of fucking logic, that it's also like an emotional thing for them. I get that they're going to react in a certain way. Like, I expect it's like rescuing a stray dog or something. You don't know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah.
But either you're going to do it and you're going to do it fucking fully. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it. I get outraged and I get pissed off and I can fucking lay it down. But the point is also at the same time, when you're crushing their worldview, have a little mercy on them too. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm fucking saying, dude.
Yeah.
That's solid.
You don't know what you're dealing with.
I agree with that. Like, say with the public, definitely, and your friends and your family and those immediate people in your circle. But some of those people, like, again, like in those circles that we're in, no mercy. I mean, they've shown their cards.
They're coming at us, bro.
They gaslit us to the fuck.
Right, but
that's
like,
evil. That was consciously done.
You know, like in Merle, you would know this from soccer. It's like, and we know, from sports, right? If you're going to be a cheap player, you always hit first, right? So that when they turn around, the ref only sees you hitting them back.
That happens in basketball. Basketball, that's really big.
Like basketball, any of these sports that's physical, the idea is that I chin check you and then you react and you get the penalty.
You see it happen all the time, like NBA. Like some guy would throw an elbow.
I'm just saying, it's not uncommon.
Yeah.
That's why, like, you got to be you got to tactfully hit them back. Again, you're already killing them under the foot of logic. So it's like any emotional outburst to a rational person is going to be seen as a sign of weakness anyway, right?
Yeah, you got it, dude. That's really solid point. I mean, I see what Merle's saying too.
Of course, fuck yeah. No, Merle's like my diehard anarchist, flat earther, antipodal neighbor motherfucker, dude. Like, no doubt. That's why it upsets me, Merle. You think I'd trample over you? I fucking want you to speak, bro.
No. I was just being impatient.
And rightfully so. I fucking don't shut up. So put me in my place too. Right?
No, it was nice because, like, you were just mellowed out, and we had, like, that was a nice interlude. And I think I get triggered on that subject because just between us, like, who gives a fuck if they're listening? But between us, I genuinely entered into, say, a baller realm sometimes with heartfelt kind of intent there. to be at least willing to communicate. No agenda. I'll hear you out. Let's meet somewhere in the middle here. But it just sometimes, it just what I was met with. I think sometimes when they know to. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, Issa. Like, that's again why I always had time for Tim, because like he just wouldn't. He was always wanting to communicate and at least bring some kind of, not just an argument, like something real to the table. And that just seems to have, those days, it's not like that anymore, right? I don't feel the same. We're not meeting each other on that kind of level of respect like we used to. And some of these, the last thing I'll say is some of these characters are known, like the Brendas, the co-shows, the other people who, B-Ball's sort of like third or fourth wave, There's a lot of people like that they'll say, oh, we're trying to help the flat earthers understand science. It's just like, where are you coming from? Like, honestly, where is that train of logic going? That they're genuine, they think that we're lost, delusional, bought into this. It's this whole like operation to help us back from the precipice.
And it's like expounded into the point where it's like, you have to get a vaccine for the best of us, for all of us, because I love you. I'm going to make you do this. It's like, it's so delusional.
It's pretty strange. It is. And I feel much better. Like, it's only been a couple of days, but I haven't been in there. I already feel different. So it's quite strange. I've subjected myself, man, to some bullshit unnecessarily. And people have looked out for me like, what are you doing in there? Why do you waste your time with these people? Like, a lot of sound people telling me that.
Man,
I've
said that so many times to you, Mel. Get yourself out of there. You're doing yourself disservice.
Yeah, I'd get hot, like my temperature would change and everything.
They're only using you as a little plaything. That's all they're doing. They're a little plaything, and they love it. They love it when you get triggered. They love it when you go off the deep end and have your little hissy fits and all that sort of stuff. They absolutely love it because they just sit back and go, see, that's what it's like. See.
It's that old adage of like, some people try to lift up everybody, right? And some people try to bring other people down. Like, some people try to lift themselves up to be above people, and some people try to knock everybody else down around them to feel like they're above people. And once you realize you're around that, it's like, and it's all crabs in a bucket. Never mind like sound frequency and shit like that. Like, I feel like, you know what I mean? There's something to that anger and that vibe. It's like, yo, fuck off, dude. Like, yuck. There's no reason for like, I mean, there's a time and a place for like combative whatever in the field of ideas. But also too, you gotta know your audience. Like, are you talking to some sensitive bitch that's gonna get all emotional about fucking like angles? You know what I mean? You're gonna get emotional about trigonometry right now, bro?
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like good faith. It's like debate that's in good faith versus bad faith debate. As soon as they add anything outside of what the conversation is really about, like they'd be like, "Oh, we're talking about triangles." And all of a sudden, you drop, "Well, Crit, you like pineapple on pizza." I'm like, "What does that have to do with anything?"
Can't believe you like pineapple on pizza, Crit.
I've got a proposition for you guys. If hypothetically I'm the dad and you're my son, you're the little boy, I set up a pile of blocks and I say, go on, knock them over, and you don't really want to. I just keep saying, go on, come and knock them over, until eventually you just go ahead and do the action that I've asked you to do. And I say, yay, well done. Put them up again. I say, knock them over. And then I try and pressure you to build another tower. does that make me a cult leader? And you a slave?
Well, no, you should be teaching them how to build something with the blocks instead of knocking them down, right?
Well, yeah, I just made that as an example. So if
Well,
I'm
you know, I'm
saying
just
build
saying.
the blocks, put the block on top of the other block, it's just as bad, yeah, just the same amount of pressure that I'm
Right,
telling him
because
to
that's
do
the
stuff.
discipline. Yeah, because that's the discipline of, you know what I mean, of what is needed to be able to do things. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's hard to crawl, it's hard to walk, it's hard to learn how to box. It's hard to do those things, but they're beneficial for you. Therefore, you know, that's something that being a man, like if you're a little boy or something like that, like, you know, you're supposed to fucking know because, you know, we're a warrior fucking tribe of people, right?
I think my paradox is it's okay for me to do it as a parent, my kids. Pressure them into doing stuff so they learn how to do stuff. But then when the government does it to me, suddenly I've got a problem with it. And I don't like that system anymore.
Well, I mean, that's your, you know, that's your contention. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm
you
just
know, the
wondering if
people.
anyone else feels similar.
I would just say real quick back to the prior point was the idea that, and I've always said this, is that you could say you like peanut butter and jelly sandwich and they'll call you a liar. You know, so just, you know, it's like that's the type of audience you're dealing with on that note. But yeah, to deal with the kid, you know, like, I mean, that's just called parenting, man. You know, there's rules. Like, what is freedom, Don? Hold on. How about this? How about this, Don?
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Is freedom, how about this? Is freedom not ultimate responsibility? And if it is ultimate responsibility, then are you free?
I agree. Freedom would be ultimate responsibility.
Right. So then that then puts you to work, right?
That means I'm not free. I'm working
right.
to
So
be
now
free.
you're working all the time to be free. Does that make sense, or is that not a philosophical conundrum?
Oh no, I agree. That's why I don't work. But that is the paradox. I'm seeking for spiritual freedom when I've already
right. But that's also
got it,
right,
or
and
I
that
can't have it.
limits and not working limits your freedom.
Yes, yeah, both.
Yeah. So by working, you would actually acquire more freedom. So it's weird how it's counterintuitive, but that's the nature of life, and that's why you would teach your child how to do something like that, right?
I don't think it always works with working equals freedom. But sometimes
well, I would think as far as, how about this? Do you think, like, you know, is the opening of the seed when a flower is opening, like, is that difficult? Is that a difficult process for the flower, or is it just going through what it does?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think it is difficult each time, but it still just does what it does and manages it most of the time, or some of the time.
Right, but is it difficult? Does it complain about it, or does it handle its task?
Well, it doesn't complain vocally, but I bet it does struggle and have, like, friction moments where it thinks, oh, I wish I could push through this bit of tough ground. And
well, like, I
it
also
manages
think of, I sometimes wonder, like, isn't, like, you know, like, what if, like, government is just as natural as, like, a flower growing?
That's what I'm getting to. That's it. Isn't government the same as us being a parent to our child? And if we're annoyed with government telling us what to do, maybe we should let our kids go feral after we birth them.
Well, I agree with your notion in the sense, like, government just means mind control. And if you govern your own mind, then you have, you know, then, like, for me, like, I love my government because I control my own mind and I know what words mean. And, like, I'm not putting institutions in place of words that they shouldn't be. And, like, you know, and so when it comes to, like, governmental institutions, colloquially referred to as, like, you know, I know that, and thankfully that, like, in their system there is a way for an intelligent man to walk through it and put it in its, you know, and put it to heal.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm also hinting at maybe some cults that we find weird are actually just types of families where they're pressuring people to do things because people need to do things.
Well, it's like here, it's like, you know, like, I work not necessarily because I want to, right, or anything like that. It's because, like, you work to, like, you know, a better society, right? In a certain sense, it's your part, right? That's what you're doing. And so, like, you know, when you take up a profession and you're, you know, helping a business function for some, you know, that is a service for someone, then that's fucking, you know, a benefit to society. You're doing, you know, you're being a caretaker to the people who live in your world. Why would you not want to work and participate in the daily activities and the functioning of your society?
You know, and then by
reason.
your complacency, by not how about this? By not participating, your voice is never even heard in the fucking workplace to actually change the environment that you're so adamantly against.
I think that's quite true.
Like I could like, you know, you should go get a job with the local transportation department in your fucking town and fucking, you know, and start talking about, hey, why the fuck are we doing this? You know what I mean? And maybe, you know, like I'm just saying, like if you participate in the society and get in a job, if you don't like the road work in your fucking area, see if you get a job with the fucking Department of Transportation and fix it. You know,
That's
instead
good
of
advice
just
for anyone
about
else,
it.
but not for me. For me, I literally choose not to spend my day doing.
Right, but then you have no right to bitch about it.
On purpose,
right? But then
literally on purpose, decide not to.
Right, but then it's like in a certain sense, like it'd be one thing even if you tried and got shut down and said, "Well, fuck this, I'm not doing that anymore." But it's like, you know, to not try, to not even give it a go. You know, it's like I used to look at it like, and it's so weird. Like I like with like hot chicks growing up, and I had a bunch of friends that were just terrified of fucking women, and they were like, oh my god," and so embarrassed if I went over and got, you know, and I used to get shut down all the time by hot chicks, but I couldn't fucking not go. You know what I mean? And I just like I couldn't not go say something. And even though it was the most embarrassing moment for my friends, I didn't give a fuck. And thankfully, like, you know, the good Lord blessed me in return because of my efforts. Whereas my other friends, maybe not so much. I don't know.
And sometimes it works, right? So it's worth doing.
Right, well, sometimes, right? But if you don't try, you'll think it never works. And that's what pisses me off. It's like even with the law shit, when people are like, "Oh, that sovereign fucking idiot never worked." I went in there and I go, "Well, did you go in as the priority security interest holder? You know, motioning for the court for a genuine accusatory charging instrument, or else we were going to dismiss the case." And they're like, "Well, I didn't do that." And I'm like, "Cool, then shut the fuck up." Because if you didn't do this and you didn't do it right, then don't tell me about fucking how it don't work. You know, what did you miss? And that's the problem, is then people get upset because they're like, well, how did I miss that? And it's like, because you're fucking stupid. And then they can't handle that part. And then they freak out on you. That's why individualism is necessary, because the individual is going to do things that the ordinary man might not do.
Well, anything that takes any type of cojones, people are just going to sit in the corner and be a little bitch and then tell you
fucking
can't
right,
do it.
Dude. Hey, dude, I've seen it time and time again. And that's why we get the hot chicks, dude.
For real, though.
For real. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's why I've had the hottest chicks in fucking New York City. I've had, you know what I mean? I thank the good Lord for my life. And my reward is between me and the God. I don't fucking seek it publicly at this, that, whatever. You know what I mean? And where's our faith? You know what I mean? If we really believe that God is the witness and he's closer to you than your jugular vein, you know, what point is it to share your victories? Like, even God doesn't share his victories. You don't even see that creditor. He's such a creditor, and it's so exemplary of the law system that the creditor can remain anonymous. Doesn't even have to identify himself. So the creditor always wins. The debtor always loses. And the creditor, the creator, is the ultimate creditor. And that's why you'll never see him. It's none of your business.
I like that.
Yeah, man. Dude, I am, like, you know, for me and my worldview, and that's even why, like, you know, I've thought about shutting the fuck up about this, but then I think, like, you know, you got to share your talents. And I feel like I have a little talent in this one. So I'm like, I got to come through. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Otherwise, I just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Go be a hermit, you know, pull the Lao Tzu, get on a donkey and disappear, right? But there's no reason for that, because I love my society and I love my people. And although, you know what I mean? I want us to fucking win. I don't want to hear excuses.
But at the same time, do we really want people that are cowards to win? You know, like, I think.
Check it. Yo, check this with it. And I've kind of, and this is why I always tell you, like, let's talk offline, because there's shit that I don't talk about, because I don't want some dipshit to gather onto any of this and whatever. But the coolest part with it is I've found is that God puts a seal on their ears and a seal on their heart. They can't get it, because it involves some kind of emotional maturity in the courtroom that they'll never have. And the judges will see it a mile coming. That's why they test every one of us, dude.
Yeah, I will say, like, I don't have near the experience that you do, bro. But whenever I, like, was respectful but intelligent in the courtroom, the judge, like, changed his whole demeanor. All of a sudden, he was like, dude, he was being super respectful to me all of a sudden. And
dude, do you think
Do you think they don't know everything we know and talk about in these rooms, bro?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think that they don't understand exactly that they're in the position as a member of the United States banking system?
Yeah, it's such a trip.
Like, you know what I mean? They know exactly what the fuck they are. And they know that in Latin, bench means bank. They know that they're conducting the business of the fucking state versus whatever jurisdiction they're in. They know precisely the rules of the court. In fact, I got to remember I used to cite it all the time, where the judges, you know, it's a rule about the judges that they operate in the sense that they understand that each state is its own country. They know this shit. They have to know this. They're the elite of the elite. They know this shit. And you're not like, it's like, I had a friend of mine that was like, oh, I'm going to go in and talk about the 1933 Federal Reserve Act and tell them about and I was like, dude, they already know. Like, what are you doing? You're not going in there to explain shit. You're going in there to operate the court. And by operating the court, you already show you know it all.
Right. And they'll actually respect that.
Right. It's like going in. It's like going in instead of talking about a transmission, you go in and fix the fucking transmission. You didn't need to talk about it. You don't need to talk about how long you've been studying transmissions and how transmissions were invented. You just go in there, take the right fucking thing apart, put it back together, and fucking everyone's like, wow, it works. And you're like, yeah.
Right. It's like the guy that always talks about how he pulls all kinds of women, but really, if he did, you would just see him with a pretty woman every time he come out. You know?
Right. You know what I mean? And that's not, and even then, I mean, shoot, it's just like in law and stuff like that. It's got, to me, it's so relatable to the spiritual side of things. And it's, once you see the connection of how they're totally adept, they know what we're talking about. And they have to execute it. And the thing is that even if they don't know precisely what you're talking about on some levels, when you start bringing in that uniform commercial code, they know exactly what the fuck you mean, dude. That's why you dress your commercial code claim in all the constitutional rhetoric, dude. So the weight, the real fucking blade of your fucking thing is the UCC. They failed to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument. And then you dress that up in the Constitution. But your real claim is that fucking UCC document, the fact that they may have denied equal protection due process of law by failing to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument. And, Your Honor, isn't it so that Thomas Jefferson once said, you know what I mean, bro? You decorate it.
Right.
But the meat of it, the real fucking blade of it, is that fucking UCC, hey, your officer may have denied equal protection. They've had opportunity to cure under notary seal. They failed to do so. Their failure to do so is admission of the fact that we're going to accept this dismissal, and that the priority security interest holder is coming to set off, settle, and close the matter. And when he appears, he may make some suggestions as to the Constitution and the validity of about state law regarding whatever. That's a fucking side note. But when you get to court, you know, you could dress it up, and that's what makes you that's what makes a great attorney a great attorney. Is it's all show and flower and rhetoric, and the meat of the matter is like a wink and a nod between the attorney and the judge. Like you and, you know, not even the attorney, like really, because they cannot do what would I talk about. They can't even make a conditional acceptance because they don't have any firsthand knowledge of the events, right?
Exactly.
So it's like you can't lose once you understand your standing. And the courts know, I mean, this is why it's like, you know, it's so important, the concept of like, you know, who are you? Because they say, who are you? And people are like, I'm a chair. I live at 123 B Street. And they're like, do you know the chairs go in the closet? And they're like, yeah, fuck you, I'm a chair. And the Constitution of chairs says that you can't deprive a chair of its fucking and they go, okay, you know what I mean? And you're like, and they go like, but you're still a chair, right? Oh, definitely. Okay, well, put them in the closet. So like, that's just a part of the game. Like, and you know, and people try to build their whole case around that jurisdictional element of like, I'm not a chair. Never was a chair. I didn't sign any agreements that I'm a chair. No, but you got to come in and say, yeah, Your Honor, that's my chair. And who are you? Well, am I not the priority security interest holder appearing specially as evidenced by the paperwork which is in the docket that says I'm going to be here to deal with this? Did the other party come under notary seal and say that the priority security interest holder couldn't come and deal with it? Pardon me. Start your car. Yo, forgive me. I'll be right back. I got to start a car real quick.
We need to stop cucking to man's law. So please ignore everything I just said.
Oh man, he's talking about how you go in there and win though. Like, it's like
you can't win.
You know,
they make it up for you as they go along. You can't win.
Oh, okay. So are you saying that we shouldn't fight it though, right? Because like, what happens when they come put
Not
me
in the
handcuffs?
court, no.
So am I supposed to just run away?
Not for the sake of it in the court, no.
Oh.
What you do is you just feel inside that it's all bullshit and then ignore it for the rest of your life. That's how you beat it.
But they arrested me and made me go to court. I couldn't just ignore it. They would have
because you went and shouted conspiracies at a tourist spot. That's why.
Oh, so is it based upon the people that can't accept the truth about conspiracies, whether or not I can say them, or how I can say them, or where I can say them? So basically, do I need to call other people to see if I can?
It's all wrong, but you won't win in court, I'm afraid.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I know a lot of people that win in court a lot, man, and everyone tells them that they won't, and then they just keep winning.
And they walk out of court believing in the law, which is wrong.
Well, it's like the scripture said, like in Romans, he's explaining to them that actually
that's like Romans. That's exactly it. Fuck that off completely.
The structure above you is actually there. Even though it's hard to see, it's actually there for your protection. Because if you utilize it,
the Roman Empire, yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, but see, but Dawn, you don't even work, right?
No, I don't.
Right, and so you're not even partaking in the game.
I'm not in your society game under man's law. No, not
right.
at all.
So you wouldn't understand shit about it.
I understand that it's all wrong and made up by old men years ago. That's why. That's enough to know I don't want to be any part of that. And I'm not going to go in court and try argue as a slave to my masters. That's ridiculous.
Well, don't criticize the man who is.
No, I'm just saying it's a waste of your time, and you're helping preach that man's law is still legitimate, which is not. None of it is.
Do you see the fingers in the ears?
Yeah, but I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny. It's like, come out. There's a guy in Florida.
You know what I mean? Like, we could talk about it. Like, it's like
you're playing a false game of chess.
I want to ask this guy a question. All right, okay. Let me ask you a question then. So, what about the guy in Florida who refused to pay his property tax? They came into his house and arrested him, and then he won in court, and they settled for $38 million because he said they do not have the authority to make them pay taxes on his private property, and they settled out for $38 million and made him sign an NDA. So what about that?
Would you win money? That's why you're doing it. Great.
No, because he wanted to be left alone. It's his property. He doesn't have to pay them every year after he's already paid for it in full, but they tried to come and kidnap him out of his house. So yeah, they had to pay money to keep him quiet, or he would have told everyone else about it. So and it cost him $38 million.
After that case, do you think tax is fine, but they got it wrong in that case?
I think they made sure that he didn't tell anybody, so everyone else keeps being a good slave and paying their taxes. That's what I think. And I'm not even against all taxes. Like, I think sales tax, if you buy something from someone, you should have to pay a tax if they decide to charge for it. If you're selling something, I don't think you should have to pay a tax, because the agreement was that the government would go round up money based on some service, and they had to convince the people to get behind it. So they're supposed to come to you and say, do you want to help us build this new highway? And then you voluntarily support it based on what it is that they're offering. But that's not how it works anymore.
You want them to give you fake money and then tax you back some of it.
I'm saying I don't agree with the taxes because we don't get adequate representation of services anymore. My point is everyone walks around scared. And it's just like when I go talk to in New York Times, people were telling me I was going to get shot, bro. There were people like you telling me I was going to get shot at the White House. There's always someone telling me that something bad's going to happen. There's always the people that wouldn't go to the White House, that wouldn't go into court, that would always pay their taxes, that low key, they're envious and don't like that the other person has the balls to do what they couldn't do. So they want to, they hope they fell, bro. And that's not healthy, bro. You shouldn't hope people fell because you're scared to do something.
No. I don't want you to fall. I don't think you're silly people. I just think law made up by man is illegitimate slavery. And if you're talking about how great it is, you're supporting it, which I'm not for.
Well, I think we're talking about holding them accountable in their little commercial game and showing them that you know what game they're trying to play on you, and you're not.
You want to play their fake game with them.
No, we want to correct the game. Yeah, we want to correct our standing in the game because you're in the game too, whether you want to admit it or not. You live in a world run by the game.
Yeah, you know what, Don? You're a statistic as an unemployed person.
How does that affect what I think about man's law?
Well, it makes their taxes higher because then fucking, there's nobody working to create.
So what? I'm responsible for
So now you become a bane on the people that are working, right?
Yes.
Right. So what's your excuse for that?
And if they have a mind schism about tax, yes, it's partly my fault.
So what you're saying that they shouldn't pay their tax? So should they go to court to fight not paying their tax, or how do they do that?
I don't care what people do with tax.
So since you don't work, the people that do work,
I pay the tax. I pay them fake money after they've given me fake money as tax.
Don, what do you think when you work to get rid of all the taxes, but now there's no money for the government dole?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I hope that happens one day. I hope.
So if you got no
get
taxes,
rid of all the money,
and you can't live like you couldn't live like maybe I don't know your position. I don't forgive me for even mentioning that, but I'm just saying if you're not working and producing society, then maybe you know what I mean. If people stopped paying taxes, then the people who don't work wouldn't be able to get any money. Yes. What would they do then?
I don't want anyone to pay tax or get money free. I like it all to change everything. But my main point is man's law is fucked. So don't try supporting it because that's a mess.
So you think there should be no law? Like you think that you should be able to do whatever you want to? You think you should be able to go around and murder people?
I don't think you should be able to get away with it, but I don't think there should be a master system where they take you into a room and ask you questions about it. Not in that same way.
I think the order that's in place isn't the bad thing. It's the ignorance of the people, and therefore the order has been lost, and they've used this commercial system to abuse people. Like the actual order isn't what's wrong. Technology can't be evil, nor can the word government. It's not a thing. It's not sentient. So it's not that the order is intrinsically evil. It's that people are corrupt within it, and ignorance allows them to do that.
Yeah, but to get rid of that, we have to burn it down and not support it.
When you burn it down, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we're just fundamentally different here. I care if everyone dies.
If you care about death, you wouldn't be talking about flat Earth and free speech all the time. You'd be concentrating on healing people.
Oh, I think I do that. I think that I have thousands of emails that say their entire life changed once they found out that they're not some tiny insignificant speck of dust that defies physics, but rather they live in an amazing electromagnetic resonance that was created for them and moves over top of them, perfectly centered on them. And all of a sudden, they now feel free and have lots of power.
Yeah, I'll give it that. That's nice. That's the type of healing.
Yeah, I mean, do you know how the most efficient way to heal is actually frequency. If you don't even understand the frequencies around you, you'll never heal.
You're not keeping them alive, are you? You're just giving them a cool idea.
I'm giving them access to eternal existence. That's the way I see it. So, I mean, whatever. You're going to cease to exist, and some people will live forever. Oh, you're a religious zealot. No, it's just energy doesn't just disappear.
No, I already live forever. I'm already there, mate.
All right, brother. But like you hear what he's saying too, right? Like if no one puts into the system, then if you're dependent upon the system, when it collapses, so do you.
What you've changed is my argument against law to your argument for tax.
No, I'm not for taxes in their current form because I don't think they're doing their job. But am I against the idea of taxes? No. Like if you have a local community and everyone wants to have nice roads, everyone in that neighborhood should throw in on the road. That's how it should work. So, but like, do they abuse it? Yeah, they don't. Now they just take your money and they run around here printing off tons of fake money, throwing it everywhere, and you have no say. That's the part that's immoral. But is the actual collection and facilitation of money for the public good immoral? No, it's not. Just like the scriptures say, just like we're supposed to take people in and give them land. Like, just like you're supposed to leave the four corners of your crops unattended for the less fortunate. You're not supposed to go around life being selfish. You're supposed to try to help your fellow man.
Do you believe Romans that the governments in place on Earth were put there by God?
No, first of all, that's not what it was saying. Secondly, I don't believe any of the story of the Romans, but what he was saying, because it was a response letter in Rome, they were like, these people are so crazy. And he let them know, although it may seem that way, just understand that actually the creator has put that order system in place for your protection, and you can use it for your benefit. That's what he was telling them. He wasn't telling them blindly follow everything they say. He's just saying, inform yourself. You will learn that the system's actually there to help you. Because if there was no strict structure, even giving the illusion of holding them accountable, it would be way worse than it is now. The only thing keeping us even like somewhat free in America is the order that's supposed to be there. If you remove the whole system, dude, they have jets and tanks, bro. I don't know what you think would happen if there's nothing to hold them accountable. We would die.
I want to see what would happen if we get rid of man's law.
So you're willing to see everyone die?
No, I'm willing to see the possibility of chaos and more freedom.
Okay. You know that you can be free anyway, though, right? Like you can go just buy a lot of land and then grow a lot of food and be self-sustainable. You don't actually, you can coordinate with people throughout the U.S. and create a competing supply chain. You don't actually have to be dependent upon them. That like it isn't like it's not like your freedom. See what you're not understanding. It's ironic.
I'm not really talking about being dependent. I'm talking about believing in the law.
Brother, you're conceding your authority to them by stating that your freedom is dependent upon them.
Yes, I do agree with that paradox a bit.
Right. So it's you're the same you're doing the same thing that you're speaking out against, because if you think the only way you can be free is with.
No, I think a good step towards freedom is not believing in the laws anymore.
Okay. I think a good step to freedom is like acknowledging the creator and humbling yourself.
Yeah, definitely. But after that, you have to look at the slavery situation on Earth. A lot of that is to do with them setting the laws up and you going along with it.
I actually agree. I think that's kind of what Issa was also talking about, though, is like not to just go along with like some of the commercial illusions people get trapped into. Inform yourself and don't go along with stuff you don't have to. It's not the order or the system, it's the lack of information and the porn and the genetically modified organisms and the news. That's the problem. Everyone's distracted and doesn't even know any of this. I still don't. Like when Issa says certain things, it's like he's talking a different language. And I've been looking into it for a few weeks straight now. So like that was the trick. The trick was to keep us dumb, to keep us ignorant. It's not that the system is got fangs and horns, bro. It's not a thing. It's not sentient.
I mean, the system is
the system isn't sentient, bro.
How sure are you? How do you know?
Because it's just like a gun can't be bad. Like technology can't be evil. You know, like that gun can sit there and some crazy person can take it and hurt someone innocently, or they can come defend a 5-year-old from being hurt, or they can shoot a bear whenever they're about to attack a group of people. It's the gun's not evil.
Would you like this great new order be across the whole world?
Of course not.
No, okay. So you'd let some places stay in chaos or with their own systems?
No, I would hope that they would migrate more towards an order system that we have.
Yeah, so eventually you want them all to have the same order, one world.
No, we don't have to all have the same order. I think that individuality of nation is very crucial to hold all the other orders.
But you'd hope they migrate towards your way.
Well, I'll deal with that when it comes to. I don't think you should let like millions of people run in there just to take advantage and not work. Like if they actually want to put into the system, yeah, I don't care. It's not my land. The creator made the land.
Well, yo, Dawn. Hey, Dawn. Doesn't our system actually like all authority originate from the home? Because think about it, right? The state law supersedes. There's a document called Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. Witsit, you need that. And he opens so the idea is that, for instance, state government supersedes the federal government. The example of that is marijuana laws. So the state could legalize it even though it's a federally illegalized issue, right? Now there's counties in those areas where they don't want weed. So they prohibit the sale or whatever. Then there's towns inside those counties who say that they can. And then there's houses that decide for themselves in those communities. So all power actually, technically, comes from the home. So what's so bad about that, Don?
I disagree.
Citation, please.
It's based on a house where you have parents in control and kids. Parents are the masters and kids are the slaves. You still have master slave, but with law, it's old men that you don't see that wrote laws for you. And in the home,
Well, did those?
people
How
you
about
love.
this? How about this? Did those old men not account for my individuality?
Not
Or
so.
did you?
No,
Or did you not read the documents? Could you name a couple of these old men?
I think all those documents are all fake. I think. What
is
load
it?
of nonsense.
Who did?
It's like a poem, a dream poem. That's all it is.
Cool story, bro. You know what I mean? Like
that's what I said when they quoted.
I'm talking hard American tradition. This is why, like, yeah, this government of individuality already fucking exists. It's just the people are asleep to it, and they think that old men wrote everything and tried to bind everybody in slavery because they're limited thinkers. Because they think that the school system is representative of the fucking what our ancestors handed down to us. Because of fucking the fact that these people want to destroy this godly system that defends the fucking righteous, even if they're broke and have no money at all, they could discharge $1 million fucking mortgage. I fucking love this system, dude. It's just these dickheads that are in power that make us want to hate it and use propaganda to get us to want to destroy it. You know, bro, we're so fucking free that we just can't handle it. So we blame fucking old mysterious white men that we make up in our head, right? Because society told us that fucking we was kings and shit. Nigga, come on. And then on top of it, think of the hypocrisy. Like, you know, they represent evolution, which is the most racist fucking theory in the goddamn world. And then want to come and blame America. America's one of the first motherfucking places black people were free. And the first one was Great Britain, funnily enough. You know, and then also, too, about the English. You know, the English were the first victims of the crown. Also, you know, just a point to note. You know, wake up, my bro.
Oh, no, I know. Roman Empire. That's what the West.
And even and even in your system, check it. Even in your system, right? Here's the cool part about the system. It's fucked up, but you got to double back and see the victory that God gave us. Is that the idea that look, if it all goes back to Rome, then we're all back in the church game, and the church game says that all sins can be forgiven, right? Discharge your debts, right? Forgive. Can you forgive the fact that the United States is just trying to do the accounting so that it can pay you back? That's why there's taxes and books on everything. It's because they're worried about their end of the accounting so that when Judgment Day comes, they have to pay you back. We got this all wrong. That's why there's no way for the money to be printed to pay for the interest, because it's supposed to be an agreed upon amount that can go on to infinity between the creditor and the debtor, which the debtor is the United States. The creditor is you, not you as a United States citizen, but you as that's my chair.
Creditor is the Rothschilds.
I don't care about the Rothschilds.
He's telling you the Rothschilds, through the Federal Reserve, are borrowing money from us via our agreement and input into the system.
Dude, not even by your fucking check
that.
it. Your fucking your birth certificate is a registered bond, and it's a deed. It's an indented deed. I know in my state it's an indented deed. Look for the 2 indentations. That either is a representation of gold or land.
Part of my argument that we're a slave if we believe in it.
Well, I'm talking to Whitsitt even, like, you know what I mean? Like, we gave them the value. It's literally, it's like this. It's like, imagine like you owe me $500 and I go run my dirt bike across your property and you're like, oh my God, that cost me $100. Holy shit, I need to get that fixed. And you come to my door and you're like, dude, you ran across my thing. You owe me $100. Well, I might go, well, hey, where's the bill? And you go, well, here's the bill. And then I would take it, turn it over, sign the back of it with an endorsement, END, hand it back.
and go, knock it off what the $500 that you owe me.
Right.
Boom. Now they are comfortable in their own accounting that they have a document that secures them that they don't have to pay $100, that $100. So when the day comes that man said he was going to pay you the $500, he's bringing you $400 and a piece of paper with your signature on it saying that the $100 bills was cleared. Do you get that?
Yes.
That's it. That's all that it is. You're just saying, hey, knock it off. What you guys, as seeing as I'm the priority security interest holder, and they're going to say, what? And you're going to, yeah, the priority security interest holder. Is there anyone else here who has a priority interest in the collateral, the debtor, the citizen, the fucking whatever? Is there anyone else? No? Let the record show that I am then. And let the record show, is it not in the paperwork that the priority security interest holder would be appearing specially merely for the purpose to discharge any claims pursuant to the record of agreement between the parties, including but not limited to the motion to dismiss, which is before the court and accepted by the other party. It's checkmate. Now can you hold it?
So I should have sent my motion to dismiss in with the basically the agreement proposed to the attorney notarized, and then as soon as he doesn't ignore it, basically you're just going in there to tell the judge, just so you know, we've agreed on this dismissal.
Right, we agreed on it long time before we got here, Judge. And then the attorney's going to go, nuh-uh, no, I didn't. And, what's it? Do actions speak louder than words, bro? Do they not have a mailing address that they're supposed to respond to? They fucked up by not responding. If they're going to come in and try to use nuh-uh and your paperwork's stupid, you're fat, ugly, and stupid, you're just going to say, Your Honor, is there not a record of agreement before the court? And I motion the court to make a ruling on the motion which has been accepted by the other party. And I don't care if they stand up and go, nuh-uh, just look at the court. And when he does go, nuh-uh, you got to respond. Because remember, door 4 is silent. You can't be silent. So he's going to say, nuh-uh, he's fat, ugly, and stupid. Well, you don't want to argue about your IQ with this dickhead and how you're not stupid, right? So you're just going to say, Your Honor, turn the other cheek and just say, Your Honor, is there not a motion before the court to dismiss the case? Boom. What's he going to say?
Yeah, I like it. Because it's tacit agreement after the deadline.
Fucking right. And they do it to us every day with the IRS, bro. It's not, and dude, and there is equal opportunity under the law. If they get to do it, you get to do it. And it's notarized. It's fucking witnessed by the state seal, dig of suck. You know what I mean, bro? And if it was so bad and if it wasn't allowed in the thing, why is it in the docket, Judge? You telling me your clerk of court would allow something like this if it wasn't accepted by the other party? What? Is something wrong with your court? Now, you don't want to go there because you don't want to be a dick. I know how to be a dick, but don't ever be a dick.
Right. So
you would make listen, you would add an amendment to your filing. Add an amendment to your filing and you would send it you would do the same process with that motion. And with that motion, put a cover letter saying, hey, let the record show, please respond in 10 days on a notary seal or else it's agreed that this is accepted.
Okay, so here's my question. Can I only send in one motion to dismiss?
No, dude, you can remember they're so easy going, bro. No, you can make you could actually, you know what? And if you have any questions, dude, call the clerk.
She's like your best friend. I learned that for sure.
They are the shit, dude. They're there to serve you, dude. You pay. Listen, they're your tax collectors. They owe you. They operate under that premise, whether they know it or not.
And they actually, for the most part, seem to understand that's their job.
Holy shit, do they, dude? They're the greatest, dude. I have to thank the good Lord for the clerk of court up in New Hampshire. Couple clerks of court, dude. Really, dude. Fucking big up all the clerks of court in fucking what was it, North Dakota? Dude, I could shout them out for fucking all the states that I've talked to them in, and they're so awesome, man.
Yeah, dude. That's why this one was with me. And it's like a lot of them almost kind of pull for you if you're pro se. In a way, it's like they're on your team. They really want to help you. So, and before I started learning this stuff, a few weeks ago, even, I would have been like, screw all of them, you know, which is dumb because they actually, you show them respect and they like bend over backwards to help you.
Dude, they will. And the thing is this though, when the metal, when the case matter starts hitting home though, that's where you've got to remember if you've done everything correctly and you know what I mean, and this is why I always say I can point you to where I'm citing and what I'm saying and why it works. And I remember, I had a fucking, I don't know, I've had different moments. I've won and I've lost on my own rights, but but you're the commercial code is the law. They're asking you for money, which means that there's the commercial code is involved.
Right.
So don't forget that aspect of it, because you'll start to think like, whoa, well, no, they're asking you for money. So the UCC is definitely applicable. And I've seen the courts move on it my own right. But just for your sake, just dwell on the fact that it's not just something I'm saying. It's
of course.
It's their code, it's their rules, but they're gonna push back where they think they can scare you. And if you're right, you're gonna know you're right. And if you're wrong, they might, you've got, this is why you can't fuck around. You got to know your shit, because they may try to say, oh, well, that paperwork's no good, this, that, and the other thing. And you go, and that's where your line is like, and that's where you got to be playful. Your Honor, is there not the motion in the docket? Is it not the first thing right now? Was it not the last thing put in the docket? You might want to just like a child, and then he's going to react like an intelligent, smart child. And you'll be, oh, you mean this? This is what they're gonna do to you, dude. Be ready for it.
So, like right now, the way I'm filing is the clerk's been dope, bro, and she's just like, yeah, just email it over to me, and I'll stamp it and get it filed on the docket for you, and then I immediately get a notification of it being filed and access to the docket. In the first documents, I even sit in the wrong format. She even exchanged it, exported it over to PDF, and filed them. So what I'm at, so like in this situation though, like would I send it in to her, right? Or you think of just mailing it because?
Well, remember all your communication should really be with the prosecutor of the case. So like your information, like I would say, the first piece of information you want to get from the clerk is say, hey, what's the mailing address for the prosecutor and the judge on the case? And that's where she'll give it to you. She won't fucking fight you for it. You know what I mean? She won't just be like, where's their their professional mailing address? And she'll probably happily give it to you. And what you would do is you send off your paperwork. The originals always go to the judge and the copies go to the attorney. And instead of her making it easy, like through the internet kind of shit, like, I mean, I don't, I know that that's available, but I like old school, bro. They still respect old school.
I did too. I really like the paper thing. I put this off for a long time, like, because I was like, I'll walk into court and defend my ability to speak. I was really arrogant about it, I guess, but I agree with that in general. I think there's more impact with like nice paper coming in, bow, like ink signature.
Well, let me put it to you like this, with it, like, not for like to stroke my whatever, is like, but the idea is like, I'm fairly confident that I could go in with zero paperwork. Just so you know that your mind can handle this problem. But you've got to understand this technical shit like a motherfucker. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back.
In the world. Oh man, everyone can take their masks off. Oh, World War III. Just coincidence. You guys can be free now. Wait, never mind. World War III. There's not actually a world war, guys. Calm down.
Yo, what's up with it?
What up, bro? Yeah, I think this stuff is super important, man, because when you first start looking to it and hearing, especially if you hear other people talk and they start saying quotes and stuff, you're like, oh man, this is too much. But it's really not. When you start to learn it, dude, it can be pretty life changing, man. I actually encourage anybody in here that's listening, like, just look into the basic things in general, like, because it will take some time, but anything that you know of any value took some time to learn. And this is arguably the most important thing in day-to-day life, because it's how you're going to take action in everything that happens.
Right on, What's it? I'm so fucking happy to hear you coming to all this shit. It's fucking cool.
Yeah, it's like I finally am growing up.
Well, no, I mean, it's, I've been out here screaming it from the rooftop, and, some people have picked it up, some people haven't. And, it's just so nice to hear a competent, like, 'cause, I don't know, I always felt like all these tactics, I don't know, I don't want to say tactics, but like all these concepts are applicable to any kind of debate. And so it's like, once you grasp that element too, now, like for me, because I'm not in court, like, with, authorities every fucking day or whatever it is, right? It's like Flat Earth provides that place of like, okay, I got to test my conditional acceptance. Where's the question not being asked? Where's the underlying thing that pulls the rug out from under what they're saying?
Right.
And again, I just think of that line of like when someone says like, are you a U.S. citizen? Well, the answer is, well, is it a crime to be one? You know what I mean? Like, not fucking about the, well, I was raised in, you know what I mean? No. Is it a crime to be one? And who the fuck are you?
Right.
That's the fucking question. Not fucking, well, I'm not a citizen because a citizen is a slave and I'm a sovereign. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. Answer with a question.
Right. The answer is just fucking, is it a crime to be one? Because then that puts them on the back foot. Because what are they going to say? Well, no, it's not a crime. Okay, then why are you asking? Did you have any evidence that I've committed a crime or something? What's going on? But like, that's the line of questioning, not, well, do you know that citizen means slave? Or I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, why would you just, is it a crime? It deadens the whole thing. And when you see those questions come up in all these fucking debates and shit like that, that's awesome. But then also once you get how that works in the legal system, you can sharpen your knives in the debate on Flat Earth.
Yeah. What's really funny is I will say that I think that the Flat Earth thing, me debating it so much, has kind of helped me with this, like how quickly I was kind of able to start learning it. But when it's really funny because when I was younger, I used to like always be good at debating, and I would just debate people about like pretty much everything when I was young, and my mom was like always telling me I should be a lawyer. And she used to be a paralegal and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, nah, that sounds terrible. Like all that school and wearing a tie and lying every day, that sounds awful. And then my mom was like, when I get older, she presses me to this day about this, bro. She's like, you'd be such a good lawyer. I don't know why you wouldn't try to be a lawyer, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, nah, shiesty, I don't want to do that. Then she's like, well, maybe you could be like a public defender because there are people that really need help, And I'm like, yeah, that sounds good, but they're pretty shiesty too. So I'm good. And then I found myself here about to turn 30 in April. And, like I do think that may be kind of what I do. Just obviously I'm not going to
Well, it's interesting. And I've had the same dilemma, dude. Like my grandmother was one of like the first female licensed bar attorneys like back in the day. And she'd have all these law books and all this bullshit. And I just think of the idea of like, as an attorney, you become bound to the oath of working for the court. You can't do conditional acceptances. There's rules out the yin yang. Now, those rules benefit us on the outside. But as an attorney, you're now like, well, is that rule 5B, 6? They become robots.
Right.
So,
you do like, what do you think about this stuff, bro? So like I'm talking to a lot of people, like Randy Count and stuff like that, just a bunch of different people. And so basically they come, say they try to make you pay tax or whatever. They come and they basically challenge the jurisdiction, and they like consistently win it. And if the prosecutor, because they're so used to just getting their way because no one knows anything, if they start acting crazy, they just file bar grievances on the attorney, Now, I would, if I was going to ever take that route, I would do it with integrity, meaning like I would never just frivolously file those things. But if you really look at it, they break all the professional rules of conduct for attorneys all the time. But it's pretty interesting because, like, I don't have any moral contention with that. Like, if they're actually breaking the rules within their little corporate game, then sure, I should get to tell their boss that they're not doing their little game right. And dude, that has such a huge impact. I didn't even realize that, but
you want
it's
to
like,
hear a kind of a messed up trick that, I mean, it's not even a trick because I don't know how the judge would handle it or whatever like that, but it's like, honestly, so like if you had any fucking attorney across the road, you just say, Your Honor, what's the attorney's bar number? And some of them, I've actually asked a friend of mine who's an attorney, I was like, what's your bar number? And she's like, didn't even fucking know. And so if they were to pull the I don't even know what you're talking about thing, you could just say, well, Your Honor, I motion the court to dismiss the grounds. The state might have unlicensed unlicensed representation, And then on the other one, if they say their bar number, then you could be like, Your Honor, I motion the court to accept the attorney's bar number as what was the oh my god, as surety for the defendant. Boom, nigga. Do you even know what I just said? Because fucking
no, I don't.
Okay, what I just said was, Your Honor, I'd like to accept as surety their fucking bar fucking number, their fucking them as surety, meaning that they will pay all the fines to be attached to their fucking bar license. And now the attorney has to respond. And remember, 4 doors: acceptance, conditional acceptance, an honor, argument in silence or dishonor. Argument is no. And they're going to say, no, I don't do that. You're going to motion the court, Your Honor. I motion the court to accept the surety, accept the attorney's bar number as surety for the defendant. Now, the judge might come in on the case and not let you do it because it's severe as fuck, dude. You better know what you're doing if you did something like that. But at the same time, you're showing that the incompetence of the attorney. Because thank God the attorneys are so incompetent, because it's how you beat them at every turn. But at the same time, it's also a damage to the court that you're going there. It's a fucking heavy thing, because that no one can speak on behalf of that attorney. You might ruin that nigga's life. And so now you're just saying, well, if they're not, and then your next step is, and Your Honor, if you won't accept surety, then I motion the court to dismiss the case. And that gets it out of everybody's hair.
Right.
There's ways to do shit, dude. Like, there's all kinds of ways to do shit. There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Like, I don't want to even, but personally,
why would you skin cats though?
My philosophical opinion about these things comports with the way that I do things. And it doesn't, I'm not there to attack anyone. I'm there to settle the business of the court. Right. And if you're there leveling, remember the Bible says, like, you know what I mean? Like, pull the log out of your own eye before you start attacking the splinters of others. Right. So fucking, like, in light of the idea that you're going to ask for a case to be dismissed on the grounds that you're going to fucking attack this attorney, that's not just. But it might work.
Well, I agree that I think the biggest part of all of it is to have integrity. Like, a lot of people won't like that I filed a judicial complaint, but bro, I did it because he deserved it, and he's probably never gotten one in his entire career, and he retired after my initial appearance. He started being nice to me once he talked to me. I get it, but dude, he made them come out with guns, forced me to wear a mask. I don't care, but to me that crossed the moral line.
And man, and you're entitled to that fucking, to be offended by that.
Right, because now people were suggesting that I do it to the other judges. I haven't, though, and like with the bar grievance, you file the bar grievance, the bar will respond and say, we got it, we chose not to follow up on it. Of course, they're all buddies, but it doesn't just disappear. It has to be filed to the insurance, and to be an attorney, you have to have an insurance. And then the insurance just looks at it like you got in a wreck. And they're like, okay, you're becoming a little bit of a liability, and they'll bump the price up and eventually drop them. So they actually really do care about that, even if they dismiss it, but no one knows about it. Well, I'll file a bar grievance if I have no moral contention with it, meaning I think they deserve it, and I think that's the middle ground where you put your foot down and you are the offense, but you don't like get dirty. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I mean that's a and that's a polite way to you're within your rights to do that, but you see how useless and ineffective it is.
No, yeah, I agree. Everyone's telling like I'm still to be fair. If I'm filing bar grievances and a judicial complaint of misconduct and criminal complaints upon those, that's pretty aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Like that, they've never seen that. No one ever does anything like that. But I still think within that realm of being aggressive, you still have to try to be more. Like,
well, you know what? And I will say this though, is you've got to watch out, dude. They've got a term for that too, man. Called paper terrorism, dude.
Oh yeah.
So like what like so you start filing all these rando claims, and they're like, oh yes, another Ruby Ridge. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you should get in trouble for that, right? But say that they're not. Well, you don't do it frivolously, dude. If they're going to challenge any of the criminal,
it's not even, dude. It's not. Well, I mean, I hear you. I mean, I get it. It's just that I'm saying, like, when because guys will go down that route and they title it. They look at it a certain way when you get on the offensive like that.
Right. It's not as elegant, basically. But it's fun. But dude, if you put in a criminal complaint, because everyone breaks the law now, bro. Most cops do break the law now. If you put to prove it wrong or to say it was frivolous and come at you because it was frivolous, you're frivolously following things, they have to prove they're frivolous. So they have to go to court and prove it's frivolous.
That's why you want to do everything on the side of the road. Because here's also the other side is that one, acquiescence, and two, the Supreme Court's even ruled that the cops could lie to you on the side of the road, but if you accept it, it's good. It's admissible. So the only way is to and that's what I'm saying in the sense that you can't lose, because by making a traffic stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed, it is a deprivation of rights under the color of law already.
Exactly. And so whenever I got pulled over Poststone, I asked you.
So the value in that though, is that it equals whatever your offense was, and therefore it gives you the right to dismiss it altogether
and sue them.
Well, and that's why I say you don't do that, because you're looking for the dismissal. You're looking for the court. Like, I'll tell you what, after I had a big ordeal happen, whatever like that, and I got pulled over in the same state or whatever like that, and then it's like it must have popped up on my fucking thing when they pulled me out that this dude might be a fucking headache. And they let me go so cool. You know what I mean? Because after I made the stink, it's on the record that, hey, this motherfucker might know his shit. I don't know.
No, that does happen. That's real.
You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is that you're not looking to take that officer's fucking, I want his children to eat. I want those officers to be happy gentlemen so they're not angry at kids smoking pot out by the beach.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
This is how you get them.
You don't want to decimate somebody else in order to get your victory. But the point is, just because they're depriving, remember, they know not for what they do, right? So it's you have to show this unlimited fucking mercy. And that's the way we're going to win as a society, not taking out a cop because he overstepped his bounds, maybe, but hold him accountable. Show him how he made all the officers, the beautiful officers I've dealt with, they understood fully and well that they might be denying equal protection, due process of law, and if they want to continue, it's their choice. And then that puts them on the back foot because they're supposed to be interrogating you and trying to search the vehicle and blah, 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 blah. And you're like, hey, have at it. It just costs 10 grand and this much because you don't, unless you got this and this. And if you don't have that and that, then it's agreed that you're accepting this penalty, right? So you're making them agree to it. And there's no way to attack them because we've got a lot of educating to do with it. We don't need enemies out here.
But here's what I'll say too, though, right? So does the government not need to stand in for their damages? Do they not need to alleviate the damage?
Remember this: the creation of money is owed to who? What's it?
I don't know the answer you're looking for.
It's all owed. Check it out. All the principal and the national debt, right? The principal and the interest on the national debt is owed to you. Can you forgive them?
Sure.
Can you forgive them? Can you forgive them even the national debt, the portion that they owe you? Can you forgive them for that? Because if you'll forgive them, they're going to forgive those whatever the charge may be.
Right. Check this, bro. I don't even care about money, bro. If you gave me $100 million.
No, but they do. This is a credit card. You've got a charge on your person. They want to get paid. You need to balance the books. It doesn't matter how much wrangling or rolling about whatever. Did you eat the steak? Did you eat the steak? It doesn't matter whether you're constitutionally protected or that you're provided a steak, whatever. You've got an agreement with a business, whatever that company is, or the location of the park, or whatever like that. You ate the steak. They don't care about the constitutional implications of it. In fact, the judges may even say to you, hey, shut the fuck up about the Constitution or else you might get a contempt charge. Because you've got to first handle the financial, the charge. Remember, it's a system of checks and balances, like banking, not fucking
check
protecting
this out, bro.
your right.
Check out what I'm saying, bro. Like my situation's a little different, right? So I try to get stuff out on YouTube. I'm super censored. Okay, I got like arrested for doing what I do, freely speaking, and then the only time I even get over 500,000 views is when they take that, give me an F, give the cops an A, railroad me, and it goes viral. And that's the only time I'm allowed to.
Hey,
and that's what I do. That's what I currently do as a job, bro. That's what I currently do as a job.
Is that an appeal to consensus?
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is that in the reality of the vibration of what is actually right and wrong, like what they're doing is so wrong, it's ridiculous. It's like they deserve to have to be accountable. It's not my fault that they're so empty that money's the only thing they respond to, because I don't care about money. I'll burn it. It's paper. But like they care about it, and it's the only way to make them be accountable, right?
I mean, I get it, but
stop the tour and drive hundreds of miles and get a mask and then keep sitting there and then have no contact and then threaten mandatory appearance and you could get federally arrested. And for months and months and months and months and months, I'm dealing with all this, and I got like thousands of people hitting me up because of some video that went viral about it. And so, yeah, they should have to alleviate that. Like them just deciding to go away because I forced them to doesn't get them off the hook. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I hear you. I just think that a lot of people want angry justice right now. And I just think that it's, to me, I look at it like it's my principles. So these principles guide anything and decision that I would make in regards to especially court or law or anything like that.
I think that we are a lot alike. Like with what I'm doing right now, bro, I feel to like the core of my being that if you can't freely express yourself, then that means you're mind controlled, because that prohibits your natural progression of thought, because you can't say everything you want to say. So if you can't express yourself, that's why it was the first thing that they wrote down. It's not that the paper gives it to us, but it's the first thing for a reason. And now they're trying to make me do that, bro.
It reminds me of my analogy of here's my analogy, right? If you ask any guy if he thinks that if someone were to attack him, he could handle his business, and he's gonna say, "You're damn fucking right. I can handle just one fucking punch in the mouth. I could probably knock him out." Every guy thinks he could knock somebody out with one punch, but they don't ever go train. And the difference is the thing is, I'm happy that people think that they got knockout fucking one power, but if you're not working on the jab and following it up with the right, you know what I mean? There's a difference. And all I'm saying is I understand that you're angry and you're like, it's not right that they're going to do this, but there's this technique to get that victory on his ass. I got to bounce for 1 sec. I'm listening now. But I fucking love you, dude. I don't want you to think that I'm poo-pooing what you're doing.
No, you're good.
You know what I mean? I support you fully with it.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you're saying, man. But for me, dude, it's like Congress has delegated their power to make laws to federal agencies. And so National Park Services is one of them, and they make federal regulations, and they just make up whatever they want to. And the only way they ever get checked is if they arrest someone under them and they're unlawful, and then someone has the balls to challenge it and then wins, and then they have to remove it, which means there's all kinds of super corrupt laws, and they're just going to keep building them up, and we're going to turn around. There are going to be laws talking about how many times you can blink. And so, they need to be held accountable. Like doesn't even make any sense that the government that's supposed to be just our house that we own and hire servants as the masters to keep for us, all of a sudden can make up their own rules, then come arrest us. That's not how it works. Like they have to follow rules that everyone has to follow. They don't get to make up the rules and break the rules at the same time. You see what I'm saying?
But this is why I was saying, if you settle the commercial matter, right, you then can dress it up in all of this. But if you go in there without the commercial matter settled, all the rhetoric will be for naught. Because there's a charge. It's like whether we like it or not, they are financially bound. Remember, the judge is at the bench, the bank. You know, and then you could say, "Oh, you're sitting at the bank, going, I don't want to talk about money," and they're like, "You sure about that?" You know what I mean? Because no, I want to talk about ethereal philosophical principles on the grounds of my movement on creation. They're going to be like, "Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that later, but pay $250 or whatever the fucking thing is," because they're not going to have that side of it settled. But if that side's settled, then they have to sit there and listen to you rant. Gotcha. They can't go anywhere. They can't threaten a fucking motion to fucking, they can't, they can't do dick. But if it's not settled, then they have unlimited authority to hold you on account of that you're a debtor. And remember, guilty means to pay. So when you say not guilty, it means you're not going to pay, which is a dishonor. There's another conundrum that comes up in the idea that, in certain ways, if you were going to use a financial instrument to discharge something, you would motion the court, a guilty, a plea of guilt, or a guilty plea is a plea in discharge without any rights, without any encumbrances on the rights, titles, and interests to the defendant. So you're saying, yeah, I'm guilty, I paid, and there's no rights, there's nothing you can do about it, and you're going to agree to let the defendant do whatever he wants, and nothing's going to happen to him. So just the thought process, but like the idea that there's always a commercial charge. It's a system of checks and balances. Checks and balances doesn't mean stopping corrupt government from taking over fucking authoritarian power. That's already happened. It's checks and balances regarding to banking.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And if you settle that, you can dress it in all the constitutional rhetoric you want, and they got to sit there and listen to you.
All right.
That's all I'm adding to the equation, my bro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really know, man. I'm not worried about worst case scenario. Like when I was
check this out. If you don't file anything and you go into court, right, and the shit starts going south, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to just be like this: Your Honor, can I motion the court for the accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, and see what they do, bro, and and try to hold fast on that idea.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And like if shit were to hit the fan, ask for the charging instrument. See how they react about that.
Okay, cool. I like it.
And then motion the court for a dismissal on the grounds that they may have failed to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument.
Yeah, perfect. I love it.
Fucking right. I mean, I'm rooting for you, dude. That's all.
No, I love it. I love having it in the current situation I'm in. I love having it in my pocket, and I'm sure I'll learn. And they have way more experience in the courtroom than I do, or whatever. But yeah, like I think it'd be cool to have stuff I pull out on them if they have the balls to go there. So they let me do it on the video. And like, well, I am hundreds of miles away, dude. So I'm doing on the video, and I can share a screen. So, I mean, it's pretty epic. I don't want to give them an out. He said, like, I don't want them to have an easy way out. Like, I want them to have to address the body camera. Like, I want to be able to share the screen and just play the body camera. Because it's just
the only way you're going to get to sharing the screen and playing the body camera is if you go to trial. And if you go to trial,
the trial date is the 7th, and I'm supposed to appear by video. But I mean, of course, I've sent.
Yeah, if you're already going to trial, honestly, what I would do personally, just to whatever, if you already had a trial date, I'd motion the court for a continuance and try to handle this through paperwork and then deal with it before a trial ever happens. Because if you're going to trial, that means that there's an argument and a discrepancy between the two parties, which gives the judge jurisdiction to make his decision. Now, if you win his heart over and he gives you the victory, God bless you. I just don't know that you're going to win over the heart of the judge to make a victory in a trial. But you will play all that data. It will get put on the public record.
Right.
I mean, I guess you could look at it in an appeals process. But remember, that charging instrument is huge because that's what grants you your appeal if you were to roll against you, because it's an order of operations problem. Appellate courts only hear cases based on the grounds of methods that were used. So if there's no problem with the method that they did what they did, then they are allowed to get to do it. An appeal can't be brought up based on the grounds that like you were, I don't know, like you didn't make the best argument you could make that day. You know what I mean? I don't know, like
it's just that they didn't respond correctly.
It's got to be like some protocol that they failed on. That's why you want to know their protocol. That's why the charge instrument's important, because it's a denial of their protocol, and that's where they have to be like, do not compute, do not compute.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, man. Like, I know I have 2 of these cases, and I may go ahead and send something to the attorney for Rushmore, which is the date's the 14th. The trial date's been set for both of them. I like, dude, I made plenty of mistakes, as in, like, I was just super arrogant. So I just would go when I had to answer the call from the judge and be like, yeah, I still don't have an attorney. Like, I just didn't care. And like, he's like, okay, we're all gonna eventually have to do this. I'm like, okay, yes, sir, I understand. And then next, yeah, I still haven't been able to get an attorney. I was like, they have to be in person, right? And so, like, yeah, I'm trying to find a constitutional attorney that can work with me, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just going to rep myself. I just was being arrogant. And so then, yeah, they set a trial date, and then I just kept ignoring it, basically just kept being arrogant. And I guess it's because overall, I wouldn't maybe do that again, knowing what I know now. But it's because I felt like the way I am, I'm a real from the hip guy, bro. And like, I know I'm not wrong. Like, I know I'm doing what's right. I know that they broke all kinds of like just basic natural laws. And so I just kind of have been arrogant about it. So anyway, all I have to say, trial date now, 7th, and then the 14th. And so, yeah, I may have to be in trial, but I think it's interesting, and I think that it'd have to be it's still be appealed, and I can file civil, which means it has to be heard again in more detail based on what I put in the record. And like, I don't want to go around doing this. I'm not telling people to do it like this all the time. I'm just like, in this situation, I feel like I think it's funny. I'm letting the motion I file breathe, bro, because it's like, what are you going to say in your own game? I think I might be wrong. Maybe I know everyone's pulling for me to be wrong in a way, and like, oh, you're cocky, you're going to get knocked down. I just think maybe I did throw a haymaker, bro. I don't know. I'm not if they duck it and knock me out, it's okay, because like, I still have appeal and another case going on with this, and that's not including the civil. So the record is still accessible, But I think it's cool if history reflects. What was right won so much so that just it being stated and breathing won the case. And like, I want to give it that opportunity. I don't want to give them some little easy way to snake out of it.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Ambrose Bierce? He wrote that book called The Devil's Dictionary.
I have not.
He's got this cool poem. He goes, once law was sitting on the bench, and mercy knelt a weeping. Clear out, he cried, disordered wench, nor come before me creeping. Upon your knees, if you appear, 'tis plain you have no standing here. Then justice came, his honor cried, your status, devil sees you. Amicus curiae, she replied, friend of the court, so please you. Begone, he shouted, there's the door, I never saw your face before. So like, and the concept behind this is that there is no mercy, there's no justice, there's no friend of the court. Law means contract. Whatever is in the contract is what is going to happen. And it doesn't matter how right you are, how wrong, you know what I mean? Like, there's no justice, there's no mercy, that's not what it's there for. It's there to implement the severity of contracts. And if you have a contract, then even the court can't interfere. But if you go to trial, then the contract's up for dispute. The two parties are at each other's throats, and there needs to be a third party, a grown-up, to come in and make the case. But that grown-up, the judge, is just going to look to see what was the agreement between the parties.
Right, and I'm just saying that I guess effectively where we're at now is I'm telling the judge that this assumed contract that they think they have with me has no application to me whatsoever, because
right, so you're looking for mercy.
I guess in a way, I want that judge to have to rule against the constitutional aspect of it. Yeah, because it just like I guess what happened, bro, was I do 12, 15 hours. I'm reading like every Supreme Court case, everything that they cite, and I know it's just their game, but I read it, bro. I read all of it, and the judges have a game together, and they have to respect each other, and they're accountable to each other, and it's like this little club. Well, I wrote it like a judge, bro. I know it's going to go to another judge, so that judge has to determine it. You know, like I think you should befriend the judge in a way, but he doesn't. It's not like he's like God. Like this judge is going to be held accountable by his peers that are judges, and they're going to read the same thing. And he's not so incompetent that he doesn't know that, right? So is it really wrong to think more so about the more competent party, which is the judge? But I do hear what you're saying. Of course, the dispute isn't between you and the judge. But like he's going to have to make a ruling that the other judges are going to see. I know it's so people think, oh, so immediately now I would think the same thing is like, this dude's crazy, bro. He's so arrogant. He thinks that he's about to get judges pinned against each other. And yeah, bro, if that's what you want to call it, I'm just confident. And I think the creator's doing it, and we'll see.
Right, check it. You're asking them for mercy regarding a violation of a state contract.
Well, yeah, I guess a federal contract. Yeah.
Federal contract. Even worse, because a U.S. citizen is from fucking Washington, D.C. So fucking, you know what I mean? Like you're asking for mercy. You haven't handled the business. You're coming in asking the judge to show mercy because of a logical conclusion that you've made. Mercy, justice, and fucking friends of the court don't get shit. It's only when you've settled the matter and now they have no authority and you're coming in there telling the judge, Your Honor, is there not a motion before the court which was accepted by the prosecution for you to rule on today? It's like playing basketball and telling the ref, this guy just stole the ball from me.
Right.
You know, and the ref's like, dickhead, you're playing basketball. And you're over there crying, flopping around on the floor. They don't give a fuck. They can't do anything to help you. They're like, look, son, you're making a horrible fool of yourself.
So wait, does this guy?
You might want to get a defender. You might want to get a fucking.
I have to respond to my motion though. Like, doesn't the prosecuting attorney have to defend the regulation's constitutionality?
Well, I'll say this: did you send it to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Then you're good. He better have. But did you put a stipulation on his response?
Well, it's that it doesn't apply to me. I'm saying it.
Well, no, that's not a stipulation. What was his response? Was he supposed to respond and show how it was how it was a?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the stipulation is that it's dismissed unless you can show it's constitutional.
Okay, cool. And so you haven't received anything back, right?
Well, it's been 3 days. I think it would take that long to even read it and begin.
Well, how about this? Did you put a time limit on it in the paperwork?
I did not do that.
Okay, all right, that's all right. And what do you call it? And the other thing is that I would just send in on top of that your motion to dismiss, or your motion, for a summary judgment regarding this matter. But you'd have to make a claim and cite code to get a victory. You have to bring in the actual code that would make them liable. That's why I use the UCC, because it's so readily applicable. But okay. You could bring in a federal code that would say, hey, it appears you guys may have violated this. I want a motion for summary judgment against the state on these grounds and on the fact that they failed to respond. Do you get it?
So what I was thinking, as long as I can file another one, right? Like basically, this wasn't as applied.
Just file something, just an addendum.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm saying check this out, because I don't know how, I don't really know this, but if you can file more than one. But I filed this motion to dismiss, and of course it's delivered to all parties. But it's just challenging the regulation on its face. So it's not as applied. It's not about anything that's going on with us. It's just like the law on its face. So I can still file a motion to dismiss as applied, right? Like
you could file a motion. How about this? Listen, you could file a motion and you would attach, a letter to it that would say, hey, let the record show this, seeing as I have not heard from you in regards to case number so-and-so, let the record show that we agree that we can accept this motion to be, adjudicated on this date at our hearing.
Perfect. See, I like this, and I'll let them.
It's easy, man. It is easy, but it's like, there's dude, they make it easy.
I agree. They almost want you to come up there and kind of know what you're talking about.
Dude, they're dying for American motherfucking traditionalists to come out of the woodwork, dude. They're like, oh my God, everyone's a commie fucking slave. Oh my God.
It's crazy,
They
bro.
love it when you pop up with your fucking heart, and they're like, the judge might even be like, you know, I really like what you're doing, kid. I can't rule in your favor today, but I really appreciate the words of Thomas Jefferson you uttered. You know what I mean? Like, because they're gonna be like, yeah, good shot, kid. You know what I mean? Like, they're rooting for you emotionally, but they're like, look, but I got a job. I'm licensed by the state. I'm the bank of the fucking United States. I can't give you shit, dude, because you didn't give me a way to give you shit. You've got to give them the avenue to take and make it seem as though it's the last thing that they want to do to save face in the mind of the slave.
Dude, that's how I wrote this thing. So I'm saying that's how I wrote my motion to dismiss for facial invalidity. It's like so many ways the judge can go. And it's like it gives the judge where it's like, in a way, it just, depends on his personality, I guess. But in a way,
right,
he can be the hero, bro. He can be the hero that was the first rule against free speech zones in America because it hasn't been addressed by the men. So I wrote it.
And I'll tell you what, and that's awesome. I just think, how cool would it be if you could say, Judge, you could be the first judge to offer this summary judgment because the other party failed to respond, and you could liberate mankind. But I'm saying you dress dress it all up after the fact that the fucking financials are settled.
Right.
Because once the financials are settled, the judge now has to sit there and put up with your shit because he doesn't have a ground to do anything against you. There's no mercy being applied. You're just coming in saying, whoa, ref, that's the scoreboard. Make the ruling that's an official scoreboard. That's all you're saying. And I want it.
So I can actually just go in. I could actually just go to trial, though, and argue my as applied, and then just request the charging instrument for inspection from the
right. And what does the Bible teach us about arguing, though?
Well, it actually says just go in court and trust that you'll be good.
Well, it says agree with thine adversary quickly. Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly before you get taken to the fucking judge and the jailer and the fucking shit show begins.
Okay, I hear you.
So when it comes in, you're like, they might say, well, dude, didn't you do this? Well, Your Honor, yes, I did. However, is there not a motion before the court to dismiss?
Right.
I agree with you. I was in total violation, Your Honor, and that's why I'm so happy that the prosecutor and I have agreed to dismiss the case.
Well, I actually do agree that I was in violation, and I think it's a complete and total BS rule.
Right. Well, it's like, and that's where, dude, literally you could fucking, as long as that financial instrument comes into play and you got a way out because of the record of agreement between the parties and there's a motion to dismiss, you could be like, Your Honor, was it a crime for them to hold Anne Frank in that place and save her from the Nazis? Was it a crime when you could fucking go down all those avenues, but you can only go down all those avenues and make those emotional pleas after the fucking financials have happened. Otherwise, they're just like, die, don't care.
Right. So what is?
You cutting out on me, brother.
It would be they would have to claim their charging instrument. They'd have to claim like damages that I created in the national park.
It would It would just be. I've had it given it to me, dude. The judge, I just had him fax it over to me for set-off settlement and closure. It's there. They have it.
Yeah.
But you're far gone beyond that. You know what I mean? You're so far, but that's why I said to you, like, you could do it in person with no paperwork. I just want you to know that you could,
and I'm glad
know what you're doing.
I'm glad I know that. It's a big because
you got to know what you're doing though when you're doing it because it's huge when you bring it up and it's out of left field if you were to bring it up right now.
Right. So
and you might even want to actually, you know what? The real move if you go that route, if everything is crumbling around you, dude, just say this. Your Honor, can I motion the court for a continuance to seek counsel? Get out of there. Get out of there, and we'll talk some other, we'll talk, and then they're going to give you 30 days or 60 days, and then we start your paperwork, and I'll show you how to do this.
Okay.
They're like, if shit's like getting out of hand, it's getting real stupid. Always remember, you've got to purge a contempt before you can deal with anything before it. So God forbid you start up and they're like, throw them in the fucking thing for contempt. And then they bring you back out. Motion the court to purge the contempt on the ground that you ask the court to forgive you, and you'll never do it again.
Right. Well, I don't think that's gonna happen though, bro.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It's on Skype.
Because I want you to know that a contempt charge is something entirely different from what you're in there for.
Right. Yeah.
And they can hold you indefinitely on a contempt charge. How about that one?
It's crazy, bro, because the dude told me if I don't put a mask on, that's what they were going to arrest me for.
Yeah. And that's where, you're over your objection under threat, duress, and coercion. That's where that comes in. And you want it on the record.
Right. So doesn't he deserve for me to file a judicial complaint against him?
I mean, I can't say that because you always bend over, turn the other cheek because they're not your enemy. He's just trying to settle the matter. He's a fucking, he lives amongst a bunch of slaves and they're all telling him they want everyone in a mask. So he's like, okay. And listen, there's two sides of the court. The public side, which is a military fucking tribunal. And then the private side, which is, in chambers, in camera, you know what I mean? And that's the republic. That's where you can talk rationally about shit. But in the mindset of the masses, you can't fuck up that vibe. They're like, hey, they've got a bunch of mind-controlled fucking cats in front of them. And they're like, look, we've worked really hard to mind control these motherfuckers. You're going to have to bring that shit in the back. And they'll throw you in the back. And they'll get rid of everyone in the courtroom before they bring you back out sometimes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Especially if you don't know that that's how it operates, they will throw you in the cell and bring you back out, and then you've got to handle your shit again and not be afraid of the fact that they just threw you in the cell.
Right, but Issa, I don't wear a mask, dude. I'm not a slave. I haven't.
Hey, bro, I haven't. I did. I told you already. I went into the store and it was like when the whole shit started, and they were like, "You got to wear a mask." Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, basically I ended up going in the store and shopping without a mask because I let them know it was going to cost a certain amount of money. You know what I mean? And I understand fully well, bro. I don't wear no mask. My point is that but I'm saying it's like I had to visit a friend of mine in the hospital. I put a mask on. Right? Yeah. Because I wanted to see my friend because what I was doing was more important. It was part of that victory. Now, granted, if somebody's going to work to save their kids, who am I to condemn them? However, it's not for me. So, but in light of that, I mean, I think like your issue was like, hey, didn't you say we could have it outside? I mean, dude, think of it right there. You could have gotten the case dismissed on those grounds right there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, in retrospect,
you know
I
what I mean? Like,
bluntly addressed it. I was kind of nervous, dude. I was kind of nervous. I'd never.
Of course you are, bro. It's a big building with a lot of people that look important, dude. Fucking right, you fucking uptight.
Like a federal court building, and I've never.
I know, bro. God bless you, dude. I'm saluting you the whole time, bro.
Yeah, like because I've always had a lawyer there, like I've always just like, I've never addressed the court myself. So for it to be the first time, and then me have that emotional like whirlwind in addition, because I was just pissed off about the mask, but knowing I needed to be really calm and respectful. So I was just like, dude, it actually made me super uncomfortable. All of that going on with the mask on, like me.
Oh, dude, they're masters of that though, and that's where you've got to like what's his name? Ishak, what's his name in the Bendigo? Go in the fire and never get burned.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's where that righteousness comes. That's where the faith comes in. And that's where you got to look up on the wall and see where it says, "In God we trust." And remind yourself of the Lord's Prayer at those times, bro.
Yeah.
Like and ask for God to give you and ask for the good Lord to give you the right words to say. Make a prayer before you go in there.
Right. Like I actually did. I thought at the time about getting arrested, bro. But I was supposed to be meeting Kai. We had been talking a lot, and we were supposed to hang out, and she definitely didn't want me getting arrested, and I was just like, oh, I didn't now knowing that they can indefinitely hold you for contempt. I mean, that sounds terrible. There's no telling what they would have done, and I would have had to wear the mask that whole time. So the reason I did, because I know they'll arrest you, put you in handcuffs, and then laugh in your face while they force a mask on you. They don't care about you. So like, I knew I was going to have to wear one regardless. So I went in. I mean, that's textbook coercion and threat, bro. That's ridiculous. You can't do that. I want to be on the judge's team, but not when you're doing that. You become my enemy when you think you can use your little.
Well, no, remember this though. It's not about like morality. It's about the idea that he will not buck from a contract that is agreed upon between the two parties. And you only have strength when you're going in there with an understanding that you have this contract with the other party, or that you're going to go in there and build it and and move upon it in the courtroom right there. Ask the court for the genuine accusatory charging instrument. Let the record show they may have failed to provide the instrument. Now you're going to motion. You know what I mean? You could pick it up at any moment. But the point is that you also have to give them time to cure and time to give you the charging instrument. And they will. The judge sent it to me, and I fucking turned the back of the instrument. But then I attacked the fucking prosecutor, and that's where I got thrown back. You know, you learn, dude. And this is what I'm trying to say is that your anger is more problematic. And even if your anger in intelligently trying to hit back on these people is not intelligent.
Yeah, I agree.
And like, you know, it's like, what is it that, you know, a little bit of knowledge is dangerous?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man.
You know what I mean? Because like, there's so many little, I mean, it's not unnavigable. It's just a matter of, it takes like a little bit of wherewithal. And like, and I can't teach you what that fucking, you know, how you felt when you were in that fucking courtroom. I know what you went through. But I can't. You can't give that to anybody else either, right? You can't give that to somebody.
No, but I was very ignorant at the time, bro. Like very ignorant, and
dude, that's not it. You have the balls. You know, now you get to back it. Nobody's fucking prepared, dude. The first time.
Yeah.
Nobody. But you've got to now go in and learn that lesson of the intensity of the combat scenario and where it's happening.
Yeah, overall, I'm still proud of myself overall.
Fuck yeah, dude, I'm so proud of you, dude.
That I won the judge over. Like the judge ended up like, you know, I really want to thank you for coming in here. I know you didn't want to do that, and like his whole thing changed when I was just real respectful, on point, and then like talking about. Honestly, I just quoted a Supreme Court ruling, but just talking back and forth to him, and then they made me sign a signature bond. But like now I know I should have immediately responded to the judge and been like, I don't have to sign a bond. I just drove hundreds of miles to come here, you know, but I didn't do that. You know, I just sat there in like disbelief, and I was just like, what? Like, so I guess you live and learn, you know. In a way, I understand I didn't really give the judge much chance to do anything. So it's not too much his fault in that sense. He can only do what you let him do.
Well, you can also only do what the paperwork says in a way. And that's why the stenographer is important, because you can go in and that's your paperwork. As you're saying it, as it's going into the record, that's your paperwork now. So, you know, you don't want to do that, but I'm just saying that's what gives you the license to go in there without a fucking paperwork. Because you got the stenographer, and now that's going to become your paperwork because it's on the fucking record. Well, Your Honor, didn't I ask you guys for a charging instrument? Didn't the prosecutor fail to provide it? Let the record show. I motioned the court. Now the court, you know, the court's coming along with you. Like, yeah, that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah. Like
and now they're your best friend because now you're not. And also look at the judge. He doesn't know who you are. He just knows there was a public disturbance. Is this some meth head that fucking is trying to hang out with my daughter in society? You know what I mean? Like, who is this fucking kid? Bring him in here. And then when you come in there and, you know, you're like, look, dude, I got fucking principles and shit. That guy's like, fuck yeah, kid. Fuck yeah. I didn't think you know, I wasn't sure if you were just some messed up fucking dipshit railing about flat earth in the park, or you were a competent motherfucker. And it appears you're pretty fucking competent. That's probably what he went through. And you got to give them that like empathy. Hey, what's he see? And what does he see every day, bro? What do we see every day? I see, you know what I mean? There's people out there doing all kinds of stupid shit. Of course, you got to fucking define yourself as not being one of them. And your principles distinguish you from them.
I love it, bro. All right, I like to talk, bro, and I need to get your number, man. I will talk.
For sure, hit me up anytime with it. You know, and even like if you want, I'll tell you what. If I get me and my boy What World on it, man, we can go anywhere with that shit, dude. That motherfucker. Oh my god.
Let's do it,
dude. He's the fuck. Like, I love that kid. Yeah, I know he's been busy, but yo, that kid is us. You know, he's so good because. Dude, we'll talk offline.
All right, perfect, bro. Much love.
Love you, dude. Well done, brother. Congrats, man. I fucking love you for it.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah, brother.
No, Issa. I met someone last night. I may have hired as my lawyer.
Nice. You seem pretty mentally incompetent, Coach. That would be right up your alley.
What? Mentally what?
I was joking around. The corpus juris secundum, right? Which is only the secundum because the premium was burned in the Library of Alexandria, states that anyone who gets an attorney is to be considered a mental incompetent ward of the state. It's Corpus Juris Secundum, Volume 4, like Section 7, or Section 7, Volume 4, or something like that. But carry on. Tell me more.
Well, I guess all the intelligent men are in prison, and all these mentally, what did you say? Mentally, what was the word you used? Mentally incapable, whatever word you used.
No, I think you're referring maybe to some of the guys I've brought up before. That actually, yeah, one of them who I'm a huge fan of is dealing with some issues. I don't know what the outcome of was. I don't know whether he's still in jail, but I know a couple of guys that I recommended to check out have had issues. You know what I mean? I don't deny that, and I've said that from the gate. But that's because they were also helping like 30 people at a time and like neglecting some of their own paperwork, from what I've gathered. And if you're out, some of these guys were also making a lot of money off people. That's why I make a point of I will never ask anyone for money for this.
Yeah, I think if you just pay for an attorney, you're 99 out of 100 times gonna beat the case rather than not doing that.
Well, 99 out of 100 times you're gonna make a plea bargain.
No. No. Sometimes you make a bargain where you get the charges lessened. A lot of times, especially if you pay enough, you can get your charges completely dropped and expunged.
Well, not all of us have the cash on deck, so that's why they use. That's why people use and also want to liberate themselves. Plus, it's true to the American tradition for any man to be like the business representative of his household. So it's like handing off the responsibility of being one's own attorney is like handing off the responsibility of some guy to make kids with your wife, as far as I'm concerned.
It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to make a show of the whole thing and for whatever reason, then yeah, you're probably right. But if your goal is to stay out of prison or out of jail or have the charges dropped,
oh yeah, no, I definitely recommend most people should probably just get an attorney, for sure. 100%. And this isn't legal advice. You know what I mean? I'm just saying most people probably should get an attorney. No doubt. I agree with you there, Coach. I'm not saying that this is for anyone, whatever. You know what I mean? This is like and again, it's like an intellectual delicacy if you have the time to check for it. But it's also this meaningful wealth of fucking knowledge and wisdom that, some of us become enamored with it,
It's good to become knowledgeable about the law, for sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just know that in the game that's played, it's not only about the rules of the game. There's kind of unwritten rules, like, the fact that
I think once you start getting,
the prosecutor can drop the case at any,
once you start getting
whatever whim he has, including the relationship he has with your attorney or you.
Well, no, like once you get into the game of like getting an attorney, then you're already a part of the thing because you're into lining the pockets of the attorneys in the courts. And you're just saying, here, take my money and give me the best deal possible you guys can give me because I don't understand this. Right?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is even if you were the most knowledgeable person and you knew all the rules, that's not the game that's played. That's the game that's written. And
well,
the
no,
game
I get it
played
because you
is
got
a different one where
know the mayor,
you have to know.
the mayor's having breakfast.
But it's at the discretion of the attorney.
Right. I mean, and it's not that doesn't happen, and that's why I've sought to like seek the way through that. Because what I would attempt to try to do is outside of any of those implications. You know what I mean? Because you're not trying to sway them one way or the other in regards to who you know and how much money you donated to the sheriff or something.
You know what I mean? That's why I try to get away from all that. But you're right though. If you get an attorney and just going to play the game where you're going to put your head down and give somebody money to handle for you, then yeah, there's just like the whole insider fucking who knows who and who's paying who. Yeah, that all happens.
Do you have any examples where dudes have gotten out of criminal cases from acting as their own attorney, defending themselves?
Well, most of those cases are just dismissals.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm asking for. Like the cases that have been dismissed or whatever.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's like, I don't know of too many. I've gotten certain things dismissed for friends, but I've like my main thing was all more about money, more about like being able to make somebody whole. So like if somebody did somebody wrong, how to make that person pay. Yeah, and like those things are all non-disclosure shit kind of stuff. And then also, there's all kinds of ramifications in that. When we don't publicize the victories. And plus, I guess, granted, like you might want to go see the cases and you should go check it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know in civil cases, every story. I'm talking about criminal cases though. Criminal cases are run a little bit differently. And
I know Gordon Hall had quite a bunch of examples on his stuff. He's one of the gentlemen I think you're referring to that ended up in legal trouble at the end of it. But he did post a lot of his victories on dismissals. I think he had a cocaine charge, a gun charge. I mean, I could probably go on. There's a bunch of ways to do this, but those are victories. Those are dismissals. Different stuff like that. Like the story, and then stories that I've heard. But I guess that those court documents were posted up at one point. It was like a talk shoe. I don't know if you know about talk shoe, but they used to run like a big call back then. They used to have, actually it's funny because that guy Carl Lentz used to call in, and Gordon Hall used to rip him apart because he didn't do what he said he did, and then he lost, and he would complain to Gordon Hall about it, and he'd be like, "You didn't even fucking do what I said to do." But yeah, there's evidence of the victories, man. Yeah.
He defended himself.
What is it?
You said he defended himself?
Yeah, I mean, like, well, they're not like, it's a very loaded statement in regards to what you're referring. Well, to you maybe.
It's really not.
Well, right.
It's a dichotomy. Either he defended himself or he hired someone to do so for him.
Would you agree that legalese is a little different than your average colloquial speech?
I'm just speaking in
I'm just asking you, is there a difference between like what would be legalese and like, colloquial speech?
It's clear, man. But I mean, that's what I'm saying is this is the sort of language that, I don't know, man. You know what I'm asking? Is he either defended himself or he hired someone to defend him? I'm asking if he defended himself.
He handled the business of the court himself. It's not about defense. Defense is implying that you're attacking or hitting back. So it's like, and also to defend is to enter into an argument. And the whole concept of what I'm talking about has nothing to do with arguing. That's the point of it, is you're finding peace between the two parties.
Well, that's the problem. The problem is what I'm talking about is someone who gets charged by the state and then defends himself, and then something positive happens, that they get it dropped, or they win the case or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an IRS example. One guy didn't want to pay his taxes because he said that the government was using his money to, he would pay the taxes as long as they could show that his money wasn't going to support abortion. And because they couldn't show that, he then was permitted to not have to pay income tax.
Was that a criminal case?
I mean, yeah, because I don't know how far it went, really. I could try to find the article. There's an article about it. It hit the news.
But is it the case that now no one has to pay income tax anymore? Can you use that so that no one has to pay income tax anymore in the United States if they say that I want to know if it goes into abortion or not?
That's where every contract is an individual thing.
But there's a court case for it, so if he doesn't have to pay, then no one has to pay.
Right, but what does that have to do with you?
It's precedence.
Right, but you'd have to make that case for yourself.
And I have to win because it's already won once. Yeah, it's a case that is. I mean, if that isn't the case, I mean, how does it not work that way? If
Well, no, the
someone
point
has
is
to,
like a lot of people. How about this? A lot of people are happy to pay taxes if it's going to abortion.
sure,
So why would
but
they? Why would they
there
go
are
across the
people.
board? Why would they go across the board and say, how else are they going to get their money, right?
There's a lot of people who don't want to pay income tax.
I
They
know,
can
but
just
they
take
don't.
that and say, yeah, I
That's
don't.
why it upsets me because they go silent. They go silent, and then the IRS sends them 3 letters, and then they come collect.
Sure, but now, I mean, you're now saying that it's legal to not pay income tax because you don't know where it goes to.
Well, if that's your agreement.
Or that case is the case. The case says that.
It's a case by case basis. His agreement is that he doesn't have to pay income tax because of
But
that
what's
reason.
the
You could
why?
you could maybe make the case where you are in the same way and cite his
Oh, I
case
can't
as
do it here,
precedence.
but I can't do it here. But
I don't know.
But no, I live in Finland. I can't.
I don't know. I contend that any country under the IMF, all of this shit is totally applicable.
No, you can't do it over here because
Whatever,
over here
man.
you have to pay income tax. It doesn't matter what you believe. But can I why abortion? What if someone says that I don't want to pay my income tax because it can go to making fucking zebra crossings or
you could be
lights.
like, hey, I don't want to pay income tax because you're going to help the rare horned hornet in fucking Africa and fucking but it's about your own individual case. It doesn't
But any case is okay.
his case was decided by him and the court. Somebody else, if they wanted to, could raise the issue on their own behalf and probably settle it in the same way. But people
I was just
don't
wondering
because they just get an attorney. They don't care. They don't want to know. They just want to not deal with that. Just want to go
I
out
was
to eat
just
with my
wondering, was it because
girlfriend.
of
Whatever the fucking
is it
excuse is.
but is it a religion thing for him because of the abortion?
For him, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I was just wondering if I say that I don't want to pay income tax because it goes to fix hospitals in some cases.
I mean, you could make your claim. I don't know what I don't. Maybe he might have used. It sounds logical to me that he would have used a religious exemption kind of a thing. I don't know if you could.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's his individual contract. It's, and anyone is free to make their contract as they see fit. That's the beauty of this individualism in the system that we have. Because they're going to ask you for all this shit, but if you're going to give it to them, you're going to give it to them. But if at some point you start considering maybe not giving it to them, there's a way to orchestrate yourself around that too. Bless you. There's a way to orchestrate around that too. But it's a case by case basis. It's not like what's good for what is good for the goose is good for the gander. But the problem is that the gander doesn't want to ever just be the goose. Nobody wants to be the goose that's going to go up and put his neck on the fucking line, and they'd rather just stay in the fucking herd. And that's why I big up Witsit or anyone going in there in that sense, because this is what I think. It's just a part of waking up. But some people don't care about it, and that's fine too. I don't care about that. But it's like, I do care when it's like I know somebody who's suicidal because they can't pay their mortgage. Like I stopped a foreclosure on a place one time that I'm proud of because it was a dire situation for somebody. Like we have remedies. And my whole thought was like, hey, if hyperinflation kicks in, and your credit card bill is now whatever, this is the only way to settle it. Because, like I said, the principal and the interest of all the national debts are equally owed to the individual within that country. But we think we're the citizen, and the citizen is a member of the fucking government, and they've got, of the institution, and they are, responsible for the accounting. So if you, realize like they're just trying to do the accounting for you, but the people are mind controlled, thinking they're members of the fucking government who have to pay for the accounting to some mythical figure, which in reality is them. It's fucking mind numbing. However, good luck with your attorney, Coach. I don't know what you're facing, but good luck.
Even though you were just checking out men's asses over in Gems 10 minutes ago, we don't want you to have sex in prison. I don't know what you guys were doing in Gems 5 minutes ago. You were like comparing a dude's ass to the chick's ass or something. What you got going on over there? You guys are some weirdos. You got wrapped up with it with an Australian. That's what happened. Those crazy Australian people. Fucking Waz. He be playing games with motherfuckers. He did one of the most hilarious trolls on QE I ever. Like it was hilarious. QE was like, I can't. QE was like, I've dumbed it down so much. He's like, I can't get any dumber. Yeah, he's like, I've dumbed it down. And Waz was like, so you can't get any dumber. It was hilarious. You had to hear it.
Oh,
It was
sure.
that drunk.
They always seek to please. They always find something dumber to say.
Yeah, it was funny though.
Did that make Mr. Quantum Racer mad?
I don't know. I don't know if he caught it or not at the time. It was Jezza and Waz were on Oakley's. This was like a long time ago, I think. Long time ago. It was like a good hilarious like 2 minutes worth of audio. Waz got it. Ask him for it.
Ooh, Russia's dropping cluster bombs now, huh? That's a little bit politically incorrect.
What is Ukraine? Does Ukraine not use the same central banking system that the rest of the world uses? Like, what's going on here? Do you know Moyak or no?
Yeah, whatever.
Or do you know if the Ukraine uses what kind of like central banking system they use?
Are you trying to imply that since they're in another system, they're being attacked?
Yeah, America's been systematically doing it for decades.
Okay.
Whoever wasn't using like the central banking system of the world, like we've been invading them over the decades. You didn't notice?
Whatever. Now, as far as Putin's motivations, I don't know what his motivations are. I don't know enough about the geopolitics of the area. I know there's a beef about NATO, but they weren't actively moving to NATO, so that's nothing new. So I don't know what the new trigger was.
So what's Biden's comment on this? Has he made a comment on this?
He made lots of comments on it. I don't know any of them. He's made lots of comments on him. He said that they're going to put sanctions on him and shit like that, and that it's a big, nasty, mean thing that Putin's doing.
Like innocent Ukraine people dying.
No, I have not heard Biden speak on it at all. I've just seen a couple of headlines.
Yeah, he said we saw a lot of shit.
What?
He said a lot of shit. He said everything that happens. He said a couple of days ago, everything that happens is 100%. Russia is 100% responsible for any damage or violence that occurs or whatever happens.
Well, yeah, I mean they're crossing the border like without being taunted.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying what he said.
Yeah, he said he's going in, as I understand it, under the color of his people, the Russian people who are not Russian nationals, but ethnic Russians are being abused. I think that's his biggest claim.
But they're free to leave, right? The Russian.
What's that?
Those dudes would have been free to leave, sure. The Russians that are there are free to leave, so if they're being abused, they can just leave. They don't. Russia doesn't need to invade a country because.
And as far as I know, the Russians, based on what I've seen in the news, they seem to be picking up arms as well and going against the Russians. So he's not exactly helping them. But that I don't know how much of that's how many of them are picking up arms, and what the general consensus is. If it's true, then Putin doesn't even have a leg to stand on, even though it was a weak leg to stand with in the first part.
I mean, even if Ukraine civilians are dying, we don't. America really doesn't care about that. We let Idi Amin run wild back in the 80s with it. How many people did Hitler kill? How many people did Hitler kill before we jumped in?
We didn't jump in because he killed anyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. We don't care if people die. It don't matter to us.
No, it takes a certain amount of doing. You got to get enough political will to do it. You got to get enough popular will to do it. It takes time to amass that, depending on what the time frame is between wars and stuff like that. It's not something you can just willy-nilly do unless there's a direct impact on your citizens or your interests.
Yeah, as long as it ain't our people dying and we're not the ones killing people, we don't give a fuck. Don't matter.
I wouldn't say we don't give a fuck. It's you can't necessarily amass the necessary force and will to do it. Like, it's sort of like you see somebody getting beat up at the side of the road, and you can say, okay, that's a group of 6 people. I'm not going to get involved. I'll call the police.
Yeah.
You think you can do something about it if you have a group of 10 guys with you and you can amass your force and convince everybody to do it, they might get involved.
Yeah, the thing is, America's got millions of people with us, and they're just like a couple dudes on the side of the road, and we're rolling up with thousands of people, and they all follow orders. How quick were we in the Middle East?
But let me ask you this. Would you send, right now, this conflict, the way it's going, would you be willing to send your kids there to fight the war if your son was in the military? Would you be saying, yeah, go get them, help those people are being abused?
I mean, if innocent people are dying because Russia wants to invade that country, I would say yes, send my kids there. We're fairly safe when we go to war. We've been spending hundreds of billions of dollars on the military budget every year. Like we are so far advanced, it's not even funny. I want to, like we fuck shit up, so we don't even have to get close.
That's cute, but when you go up against like somebody like Russia, now you're talking about you've got 10 guys, they've got 10 guys at the side of the road, but you don't know if, or they've got guns, you've got guns, but now you've just really escalated it. It's called a full-out war.
So, all right, what is this? Where's this battle gonna happen at? Like on a field somewhere? Is there gonna be like a field or some kind of landscape where they roll in with tanks and? Hold on.
If we went in there, we'd probably go in with like combat air patrol. We'd start dropping bombs on them, but of course that would now bring them to the table where they're going to start bringing in their entire air force, and they're going to be hitting up their allies for support. Now it's going to be what you call World War III. Now, how
so there's a landscape
unfolds,
somewhere.
We're getting on.
Hold on, you're way past it. You're way past it. You're way past it, bro.
Okay.
There needs to be a battle somewhere first, right?
Well, like I just said, we go and do combat air patrol. We make a no-fly zone. Russia doesn't like that. Russia sends in more aircraft. We start losing aircraft, and they start losing aircraft. Then, when do the troops hit the ground? I don't know.
So it's going to be a dogfight. You're saying it's going to be they're going to be dogfighting with planes in the air.
Well, if they're not willing to give up the airspace, yes.
And you think that we're going to be losing jet fighters up there?
Absolutely. That's just a matter of whether they lose more or not is another question. But now we start to kick their ass. Let's say we do win. Now we have to worry about nuclear deterrent. Do they decide that, what, fuck it, I'm just going to drop a nuke in the area, just a limited nuclear exchange, because I'm now mad that I'm losing. I don't think the Americans will respond with a nuke, so we'll just let it stop there.
So you think we lose?
Would we lose? No, the world would.
Yeah, you said we would let it stop there. They drop a nuke and we stop, and then I feel like we lost out of that exchange. Well, first of all, I don't think we're going to be losing too many airplanes in the air versus Russia. I don't know.
Really? They're very capable aircraft.
You think so compared to ours?
I think they've got their benefits that are better than ours, and we've got our benefits that are or capabilities that are better than theirs. It's not a foregone conclusion we'll win every encounter.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they'd knock out too many of our planes, especially if we're just playing defense.
Yeah,
like, that's all we want. That's all I would do.
Not only bound to dogfighting. There's also ground missiles and stuff like that. They can do air to
attack them.
Ground to air.
Go attack them. Just play defense on the Ukrainian border. They ain't getting past us. I would definitely send if I knew innocent people in the world were dying and my kids wanted to go, I'd be all for that. You want to help innocent people.
Well, they're already at war with Ukraine, so all they have to do is fire missiles from within Russian borders. And let's see. Now, what are you going to do with your air patrol? You're going to go and fly into Russia and start nuking or not nuking, start shooting the.
I don't know. I mean, our missiles go
in the national borders of Russia. Now you've really escalated things.
Can't we see? Can't we see everything from the sky? Can't we see everything from the sky? All their military installations and shit, and where all their stuff is.
Sure, we're gonna.
Yeah. So how far do our missiles go? And how far do our missiles go?
Thousands of miles, depending on the type.
Thousands of miles, bet. So we know where all their stuff is. We launch some missiles, and what are they going to hit us with after that?
We hit all their missiles. Okay, now you've just escalated the war. You've now made it.
Okay, now what do they do? Now
you have officially started World War III.
What do they do? Now what? Then what?
After World War III starts, well, we start having engagements.
Out all their shit from thousands of miles away. Now what? What do they do next? Now what?
Well, there's a very big country. They can start now building missiles at alternate locations and mask them from us so that we don't see them. And they'll start launching them from the new places, or we can go nuclear. I mean, I don't know. Depends how pissed off they get, and how bad a loser they are. If they're a sore loser, then you're fucked.
It's
I don't
Russia.
know. How crazy is Putin?
Some crazy Russians over there. I don't know.
It just seems like there are more considerations to take. I mean, I'm no military expert here. I'm just trying to think, from a civilian standpoint, what could happen.
I mean, what's the reach on our drones? Like, how far can we? Let's say we got a drone on an aircraft carrier. How far can that drone go out and come back?
Well, let's see. I don't know drones. Like it depends on if they're radio controlled or if they're just doing a mission. If
Like
they're
a
just
Bourne
doing a mission, they're a
Ultimatum
little
drone.
harder.
Remember when
But
they sent the
they
drone?
do have EMPs. There are EMP devices, so we could just burn out the electronics on the drone as a first world power.
Did you guys see the
out.
that report about the Ukrainians who were like fuck you to the Russians and got bombed on the island?
Yeah.
Turned out it's not true, and they all surrendered.
Oh, bummer. It's a good story though.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of stories going on. I like the fact,
apparently
I like that Hillary Clinton's and Joe Biden's biggest campaign donors came from Ukraine.
Yay. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
You're saying we can get a drone and just go out and drop an EMP on them with the drone?
Oh no, I'm saying that if you have a drone flying around, it's electronic. I don't know how well it's shielded against EMPs, and I don't know what Russia has in the way of non-nuclear EMPs.
Yeah, but Russia's not going to let off an EMP that's going to knock their own shit off too.
Dude, one of the first things that countries at war look out for is objects in the sky. That's what they have radar for.
Automatic turrets now. Seen America using America's in action. I mean, we should be able to hold anything down in the air, and they wouldn't get by us. Like, I don't see planes being a problem if we're just playing. If we go over there and just play defense, I don't think planes are an issue. They're not going to get by those fucking turrets.
You don't go places and play defense.
Just to help people. So we just go. So fuck the defense. We just go attack them with the missiles from thousands of miles away, and they got nothing left.
Is you don't go over there with drones. Is defense.
No, it's fine. We hit them with if we're not going to play defense, we just hit them with the missiles from thousands of miles away, knock out all their infrastructure, all their fucking roads, their water, all their infrastructure, and fucking ruin their whole shit.
Damn, Jeremy.
It doesn't work like that.
Fucking make it rain hellfire over. Yo, this is Russia. A little bullshit country in the Middle East. Like, this is Russia.
Yeah.
They're gonna These are not normal people.
Robot planes bomb them, dude. That's why they have an air force.
Take out their roads, their train tracks, all kinds of shit. You take out all the infrastructure so they can't even fucking move. Electrical power plants, everything. God, we're fucking taking your whole infrastructure out. You in the fucking Stone Age in like 20 minutes.
And why didn't the Germans do that to the British in World War II?
Spend $200 billion budget every year for fucking decades. That's why. Guess who did that though?
Guess how much a single what's it called? F-35 costs?
A lot of money.
Bro, when it comes to spending money, we stop at no price.
Do you want to guess?
It doesn't matter, bro. We just gave out $3 trillion.
When you talk about how much money they're spending,
gave out $3 trillion.
I'm going to say one cruise missile, I'm going to say is $1.8 million.
I don't know about the cruise missile, but I know the F-35 at least 10 years ago cost $1 billion. So that's what
plane,
for one missile.
No, but the F-35, dude. It's a plane.
America just gave out $3 trillion to its citizens for free. You think we give a fuck about $1 million missiles? We'll drop them shits all day.
I said the F-35 costs $1 billion and $1 million. And how much?
First of all,
how much it costs to house personnel and pay per diem? A lot of that money that you think is going towards, I don't know, the ability to get into any country they want undetected and unscathed. It doesn't pay for that. So there's other countries that have sophisticated defense systems, at least as sophisticated as the basics. Like people don't usually let planes or hostile drones or this kind of stuff enter into their airspace. At time of
Has
war.
America ever tried? Has America ever tried? Because we got missiles that can just be like piloted. We got missiles that can just hug the ground and knock those air defense turrets out.
Yeah, well, we had the Iranians down one of our drones that we were flying over there, and we couldn't do anything except for ask for it back nicely.
What happened?
Obama said ask for it. He said please. He said, could we please have it back? And Iranians
what he ask for?
They were showing it off in front of the press and shit.
Wait, what happened?
The U.S. flew a drone in Iran like 10 years ago, or 10 years ago maybe, and they fucking easily just they grounded it. They kept it.
Yeah, because we weren't okay. We tried flying one drone. We didn't try knocking out the turret before we flew the drone in, did we?
I don't know how they downed it or what they were trying.
Well, whatever downed it, we would just go in with a missile and take that shit out first, and then fly the drone in. And then if the drone gets shot down by something else, we send another fucking missile in. We will fucking clear a path.
Yeah, it's just such a childlike view of the world.
Damn.
Bro, dude, our military isn't top notch. We can do that if we wanted to.
Top notch, not invulnerable.
I'm glad we're on America's side. I have the biggest
If we're flying drones, go ahead, man.
No, I'm just saying I'm glad we're on America's side. They have the biggest bombs.
Yeah, if you're flying drones and shooting missiles and shit, like not a lot of people. It's just a money game now.
Well, technically, Russia has the biggest bomb by several orders of magnitude.
Oh, really, Boyok? Damn.
Well, they made the Tsar Bomba, and I think the biggest one in our arsenal was 3 megatons, and it was 50 megatons.
Didn't Trump just drop the Moab when he came in office?
No, dude, this is not a Moab, man. This is the largest nuclear missile.
And the Russian one is bigger, I think. The father of all bombs. Moab.
The Tsar Bomba?
I think they have bigger now than the Tsar Bomba.
Yeah, probably.
No one's gonna start dropping nukes like that, dude. It'll be a wrap for humanity if you do that. Plus, don't we have defenses that can shoot them shits down or something?
Wow, dude.
With a ratio of misses.
What a fucking...
How many?
How
many misses?
Only takes
I know it
one.
only takes one.
Did you literally just adopted my argument, dude, against you? Freaking prick.
I'm just worried about No, I'm just talking about the nukes. Like if the nukes if they start shooting off nukes, like
suck, man.
they're not all gonna get off.
And you adopted my fucking argument, dude.
Oh, what argument? You never have a good argument, so it's unlikely.
Dude, you just used my argument just now.
What is your argument?
You said, "Oh, don't we have a defense to shoot those things down? Don't we got a defense for those things?" Dude, that's what I said. That's what will happen if we send something over there. They have a fucking defense for it.
No, if we send them over there, though, we don't send those until all their infrastructure. First of all, this is the nuke thing, so I didn't even have it planned on that. I figure we're not dumb enough to do that. But if it's a nuke thing, then we're all fucked anyway. So whatever. I mean, you can't destroy 1/3 of the world and not have any consequences.
Mutually assured destruction is one. That's one I think is so far fetched that I don't think anybody will do it, but I don't know what happens when they're put up against the wall.
Probably if we get too close to exposing the flat Earth, they'll probably just fucking do something like that.
Yeah, that way they can just flatten it out and then say, "Oh, it's flat now," but it was flat the whole time. Yeah.
They're gonna nuke it flat.
Yeah.
That's what we should do. Take a Tsar Bomba and put it underneath the Mount Everest and just blow the thing down so it's not the tallest mountain anymore.
I doubt that would do the trick.
That doesn't even sound fun.
That'd be cool.
Sounds rational.
It'd be cool to watch, but I mean, all that for like that's gonna be like a 2-minute YouTube clip.
That'll make YouTube for quite a few years.
I mean that'll make money.
Yeah, you'll kill all the Indians. Fucking. No, I don't think it's gonna do. I don't think it's gonna do much. I think it would maybe like I don't know if it would. I don't know if it really do much.
Oh no! I even if you put it like in the middle of the mountain, it probably would like jiggle. Yeah, you have a couple of like landslides and shit, and that'd be about it.
You'd have to put it close enough to the top to like try to crack it off or something. Break the top off, make it slide down.
They described what would happen if you set off the Tsar bomb in the Marianas Trench, and
I saw that.
It was like essentially a big nothing burger. I mean, you'd kill all the life down at the in the Marianas Trench and stuff like that, but at the surface, you'd think tsunamis and stuff, and it's like, nope, bubbles would come up.
Yo, yeah. So I mean, I'm just looking at volcanoes, for instance. Volcanoes are so much more powerful than nukes, and they barely could do that. They barely would do anything to Mount Everest. They would fuck some shit up at the top, but I bet you one nuke wouldn't do very much.
Anyways, assuming we're not that stupid.
The Russians having the biggest Tsar bomb, but there's no technological limit on hydrogen bombs. So we just haven't done it. They built one, but the technology to build bigger and bigger.
It also doesn't help because if you drop that shit, you ended life on Earth because we'll drop them and then everyone's going to be dropping them all over the place and then we're done. So no one's even gonna drop that shit.
Mutually assured destruction, man.
Don't Russia have nuclear armed submarine drones?
They also have missile guided missiles. Like they have fucking
missile guided missiles.
Yeah, they showed that like 10 years ago almost. They have missiles that literally can disarm, like can stop other missiles basically.
They shoot out another. Oh yeah, that's the defense thing I was talking about. Yeah,
Russia has that.
But before we do all that air shit, we go in with the missiles on the ground that hug the ground. Those things out.
Yeah, and then they've retaliated by this point, man.
That's relatively easy to defend against also, Jeremy. All you do is you move your missile.
You're right.
And people on what road? We took all the roads out. Roads left.
Yeah, but you have to get over the roads to take over the roads out. Do you know why we didn't beat the Japanese in one day? Or why we didn't beat Hitler ever and the Russians did? Or why nobody why these wars lasted? Because it's not as easy as you're making it sound, dude. You don't just go over some place
because
out.
Point we hadn't spent 200, 300, however many hundreds of billions of dollars a year. I think it's almost at $1 trillion a year now. We spend on the military defense budget. No,
but you don't understand how much waste that is.
What's up?
You don't understand how much waste that is.
It's a lot of waste, yes, but there's a lot of technological advancements in warfare.
Yeah, but Russians are far behind.
You're saying take out all the roads. Okay, how many missiles does it take to take out all the roads? And how?
I don't know, bro. How many missiles we got? How many missiles does America have?
What was it? 4,000.
Fucking
not Hellfires. What is it? Tomahawks, cruise missiles. I think they're conventional or can be conventional. So you have 4,000 of those. So I'm going to blow up 4,000 intersections. What does that do to a country's infrastructure?
1,000 Tomahawk missiles in America.
As in 4,000 Tomahawks, yeah.
The top 3 air forces, the top 3 amounts of planes in the world. It's the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army. And then another country.
You're not putting planes in there yet. You said you're taking out their infrastructure.
Yeah, we're going to send all the planes. They're going to shoot their missiles from far away on the border. And we're going to send all the missiles at once. So it's like, even if they do have defenses that can shoot a couple things down, a lot of shit's going to get through because we're going to fucking drop so many at once. This is why I need to be in charge of the military. We just make it right. Remember from this movie 300 when they shot all the arrows, blotted out the sun? Remember that scene? Everyone knows that scene. Do with the missiles, we are going to blot out the sun.
Yeah, the Persians.
See how many when they did that? How many of the people did they kill?
Yeah, exactly. The Persians weren't the good guys in that story, dude.
We're not the good guys, bro.
Yeah, well, they didn't win that battle either. They got laughed at.
The point is, yeah, but you can't stop the missile. Those are easy to defend against.
Yeah, but they can. The Russians can.
No, they can't, dude. You can't shoot down. Okay. If there's
they have missile-seeking missiles.
How many of those do they have? Because I bet you we got more missiles than they got missile-seeking missiles.
I don't think we have those. But yeah, we don't have those missile-seeking missiles. They have those, but let's see.
Anti-missile seeking missiles. Okay, I'm sure anything they got, we got something 10 times better.
Yeah, you would think so, but we don't. The Chinese also.
Bombs, all kinds of shit.
The problem is that our stuff we spend a lot of money, but our stuff is also 10 times as expensive. So Russia may have quite a few. They can make these missiles for $40,000 a piece, where we're making them for $600 million a piece.
Russia's very efficient. They've got slave labor.
Yeah, and we literally are on the hook for the debt that the companies that we contract through get paid. So we have interest in them being paid. So when it comes time to make a contract with them, we don't fucking we're not stingy with the money, because
you guys are acting like we can't blast our way into Russia, right?
No, I'm telling you.
What's their White House thing? What's the name of their big building there?
The Kremlin, dude. This is like when you realize that your dad is not the strongest guy in the world, and there's actually other dudes who are probably just strong as him, maybe not stronger. You don't know yet.
First of all, my dad will fuck your dad up. Second of all, we will put gremlins at the Kremlin. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it, dude. My dad versus your dad. Let's do this.
No, my dad's old and decrepit. He's got dementia.
Oh, really?
That was a joke.
Really?
That was a joke. But we will put gremlins.
That backfired, didn't it, dude?
Listen, I heard you in Gems about 20 minutes ago talking about you're checking out this dude's ass. Okay, so don't talk to me.
Oh,
when you heard that? Listen, dude.
Yes, I heard that, Kosho. Yeah. He said you heard that.
Fuck you. You'll fucking reach for anything, dude. You're losing a fucking argument. You're gonna pull that shit out. First, it's out of context.
Here we go.
Context. I know. Yeah, I know.
All right, we're safe. We're safe, guys. The Vatican has offered to mediate between Russia and Ukraine. We're safe.
Yay! That'll work. So, mostly atheistic country. How much sway does the Vatican have with them?
Yeah.
Come on, guys, stop it!
Stop it!
I said stop.
The Vatican does hold weight, though. Maybe not over atheistic countries, but
no, they're not atheistic.
I thought somebody just said one of those countries were.
They said they're mostly atheistic.
No, I said except for. Yo, it used to be the church that had sway over all of them. They would tell people how to vote and everything.
Well, that's because
doing their thing.
They had dominance over most of Europe.
Yeah, and that's when the war started over between the government and science versus religion.
Oh my God!
They had to knock
there wasn't any
down.
Science, dude. There wasn't any science.
They had to get rid of the creator, so you have this Big Bang.
Dude, the godfather of science, was an advocate Bible fucker. Okay, almost all these scientists.
Lemaitre, yeah, that's why.
No, someone new.
I tell you, we do have a fuck ton of aircraft, man.
Yeah, we do have we do have a fuck ton.
The Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army are the top three, and then it's another country.
No, the Army, the Navy actually supposedly is behind the Russian Air Force, but I doubt that. I bet you the Army
has more airplanes than any other country. So does the Air Force has more planes than any other country, and the Army has more planes.
Russia has 3,800. Our U.S. Navy only has 2,400. The Air Force and the Army supposedly have more aircraft. Most of those are helicopters, though.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is, when you talk about these things about how many you have, you've got to go look at the individual roles that they perform. Now we have a lot. I mean, there's no question, but we're absolutely not bulletproof.
Yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt.
In the
That's why
army,
you just.
Most of them are choppers, I'm sure.
That's why those choppers are dangerous, though.
No, they're not.
Either way.
What? I've never seen a chopper fucking do anything dangerous, dude. They're going in and out of fucking battle. They're not fucking. It's not
Missiles
Die
and
Hard.
shit and guns and turrets, dude. Those choppers are no joke.
Yeah, they are. They're a huge joke. No, you're right.
Hellfire missiles and shit on them, don't they?
Well, a chopper with a Stinger missile on it, some guy hidden in a tree line, fires that missile, and we don't have a chopper anymore.
And another chopper right behind that chopper to take that dude. Bro, it's.
How much do you think how many Stinger missiles do they have? The Russian equivalent, dumbass.
Somebody said, JJ in the chat said Jeremy 2024 before. That's only because he hates American man, because there's no way you should be commander in chief, dude. You're going to be putting fucking chopper after chopper. That's what you're going to be doing? Well, guys, you're bringing another chopper. We don't care if the last one got blown up, dude. Just bring in another one and another one.
Be one directly right behind that formation. We're running right in your shit.
I'm glad I'm not the pilot.
We're going right in, bro. First of all, that area would have already been napalmed, cluster bombed. That guy would have been a fucking crispy pile of ashes. When we send the
Why are
planes
we
in.
using napalm, man?
Bro, we will drop napalm, bro. You think America has right now? Do we still use that?
Agent Orange.
You gotta go collect it. You gotta go collect it from Vietnam before you can use it.
You don't use napalm anymore?
No, man, I don't think it's really used, man. I think it was used in
napalm right now.
I mean, there's probably napalm in warehouses, man.
Yeah.
You can use that. There's no point in storing it. For this moment right now. The moment we've been saving that napalm for. Guy in the bush with his fucking RPG or whatever he took my helicopter down with.
You're silly, man.
Not silly. That's fucking how we win war.
What was the last war we won, dude?
We go to war with bitch ass.
I wasn't in charge. That's because I wasn't in charge, Kosho.
What was the last war that we won? Do you remember?
We lost because I wasn't in charge. But go ahead, Don.
World War II.
That's right, World War II.
And I'll tell you, once you start doing this war of attrition that you're talking about, now you have Russia. Now let's add China in there. Now we got another 10 million square miles to blow up.
Not that beef,
I think
bro.
we've run out of missiles.
We're not gonna.
No, China doesn't want that beef, and we can probably produce missiles so fast. It's probably
if we went up directly against China and Russia, we'd lose.
What are you talking about? Your missiles are made in China. You need China on your side.
Are the missiles made in China? That could be. I have no idea. I know one time for the tanks, they were having trouble getting these certain screens that the tanks needed because they were made in Japan.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yeah, for like our tanks or something needed these like certain screens or something. And they were having trouble getting them because they were made in Japan.
There you go.
Kind of foresight you kind of need before you do the shit. And the thing is, the reason I asked you about F-35 is because that's one example of one waste of money plane that is actually underperforming the counterparts in the other part of the world.
You tried to sell that dodgy plane to Australia and it all fucked up.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, so we don't have planes better than the Russian planes.
No, but when we pay so much more for them.
You need to get
the matter. We just gave a regular American citizens $3 trillion for nothing. We're not worried about money. We have unlimited money.
Yeah, that's what you think, dude. That doesn't make sense, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
They're acting like we got unlimited money. They just gave $3 trillion.
Look at what happened with the Russians. When the Russians went to war, their money devalued so quickly. It's not even funny.
It's plummeted. The ruble is plummeted.
Yeah, and that's because you're looking at its comparison with the rest of the money in the world. And when we're going to be involved with conflict, if you think that the rest of the world's going to have confidence in our dollar, maybe they will. Depends on what happens. Probably they won't, though. And any money they introduce, into the system is going to completely devalue our money.
Yeah, but
it's
there's
actually
a better
funny you
way.
should say that, Kosho, because Germany's just asked SWIFT to restrict restrictions on the ruble because it's decimating their economy too at the moment. So
oh wow,
it has worldwide implications.
If I may give Jeremy though another perspective to look at it, Jeremy. When saying unlimited money, like you're talking about producing like war weapons or services that accompany the war. You got to think about the limitations. We have X people that can do X amount of work. That's how much war we can make. Period. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Got 350 million people, so you get 300 million making missiles.
Yeah, it's a lot.
we did
unlimited. It's that much. That's as much, Jeremy.
That's what we did in World War II. That's why we turned the whole north part of Texas into like giant factories to build planes and tanks and all that stuff. And that's actually
what I'm saying, guys. I'm not worried about
workforce.
I'm not worried about our infrastructure or how many missiles we can make or how many drones we can pop out. It's not an issue. If we want it, we could ramp shit up, start building factories. 6 months, we'll start popping fucking whatever you want out that bitch.
We only had that luxury because we didn't join the war right away. Same with the First World War. And in this World War, that doesn't seem the way that we're posturing. It seems like China is posturing that way.
It's a great point. Even we got to be early to the game, but think about, you're saying I don't care how much, like there still is going to be a limit and a measure to how much. Also, the resources that need to be gathered to produce the things. There's limitations, like I'm with you. We the best and we gonna do the most, but it still is X amount and should be measured. Can you bomb the whole world with X?
Listen, Hitler almost took the world. He had jack shit. His shit was a mess. We're on point.
His shit wasn't jack shit, dude. He turned his country around. Dude, they produced. Yeah, dude. They had slave factories where they were making this cheapest labor, making like this great shit. Everyone was praising him for. That's why people liked him.
He was running out of money. His logistics were a mess.
Yeah, that was during the war.
Take over the whole world.
You're talking about during the war, but leading up to the war and the start of the war, he turned Germany into a powerhouse.
And if Hitler had concentrated just on Europe and left Russia alone, he probably would have won. But he wanted to take on
German
Russia.
Right now. We'd all be speaking German right now, Banton.
Pretty much.
If he didn't attack Russia, that's what I'm saying. Russia's no joke. That's why you got to fucking be swift and fast and do them dirty. Otherwise, we're gonna get done dirty.
Russia lost 20 million men in the Second World War. Thereabouts.
They lost a lot.
Huge. Yeah, it's a huge number. Huge.
What? Hardcore. They are some hardcore motherfuckers.
20 million men Russia lost in the Second World War.
Yeah.
Google it. Hey, Kosho, am I right?
Yeah, that's right. And the Germans lost most of their men in Russia.
In Russia because of winter hit and their supply chain got cut off.
20 million? That's like the population.
I think that's 1/3 of the. If I remember correctly, that's like 1/3 of the.
Yeah, it was huge. It was absolutely huge.
That's like 2 New York cities.
Wasn't it 10 million we lost in Vietnam?
I don't know. Maybe did we? Shit.
Or was it just
10 million?
That's why.
No, not 10 million.
I know there was like 2 million casualties, like on the at least for part of Vietnam, but that includes starvation and everything that happens with war.
Mm-hmm.
No, dude, it says. Yeah, it says 58,000 deaths in the Vietnam War.
No, not the U.S. 10 million casualties.
Yeah, well, no. I thought he was saying U.S.
I'm sorry, but I thought it was a huge round number. Sorry, go ahead.
What we should do is just realize that we're all here on Earth and we're all on the same team. Team humans, and we shouldn't be doing this silly shit because it's a huge fucking waste.
Yeah, I know.
Of everything, lives, resources, everything.
To get rid of the money and make
biolab getting taken out in Ukraine. Like that idea that like Russia's moving against like the globalists and like NATO can't do dick. And like, Hillary Clinton and the fucking Bidens were propped up by Ukrainian donors like George Soros and shit. And they're getting wrecked.
So you're saying Russia's the good? You think Russia's the good guys?
Well, I'm saying it's a theory that's out there because like the
like the
theory.
Yeah, it's a theory. What do you guys think about that?
Russia have reason to be pissed off with what NATO is doing, with what America is trying to do with the energy supply line, with the minerals. So they've got plenty of reason to be pissed off.
Well, if it's a theory, I'm gonna need your independent variable.
Okay, America is the independent variable.
It's a two-person game, but they are reacting to being in the underdog spot.
What if it's been these like dipshit globalists? What's up?
I was just saying, is there any way to make this Australia's fault?
We might be able to work something out.
Yeah. Don't you worry. No one's worried about Australia. We're at the arse end of the world. Everyone's going to leave us alone.
Australia's that piece on Risk, though. That was the best piece to have on Risk because you were like isolated off and you could control everything coming in.
Yeah. 100%.
You think? I'm sorry. Do you think you guys would be able to give me like a quick summary on what the hell the chain reaction from this Zelensky person is and why they're like chasing him? And I don't know who is who or none of this.
Who's Zelensky? I never heard of him.
He shrunk his kids.
President of Ukraine. He's a fucking actor, and he's propped up by the fucking Bidens and the rest of it, man.
He's a neo-Nazi.
He's a puppet.
No, but you know what? How about this? The Ukrainians actually are siding with there's like a neo-Nazi faction that they've armed.
There is. I know. I know.
Yeah, and like and all these people were the Clinton donors. The fucking these people I think are getting wrecked right now, and they're just like, someone come help us. And the funny part is all the Americans that would have gone to war can't go because we're the unvaccinated. So go fuck yourself.
Let me ask Mr. Neo-Nazi there. You're in charge of Ukraine. Russia is coming into your country and bombing your cities and shit. Do you arm the neo-Nazis, or do you just say, "Oh, we're not going to let them play. We don't like them"?
You arm everyone. Listen, you know what they do? They used to do in ancient times. Absolutely. They invented a belly bow where the average citizen could shoot, and they would just fucking give them to all the citizens because you could just start shooting arrows
how about
in there.
the fact that George Soros money armed them in the first place?
Okay, but
how about the fact that
how do you?
What's up?
Well, I was just he kind of asked you the question. I thought maybe he was trying to progress up with you about what you would do. Would you arm the Nazis or not?
Well, I mean, I don't live there, so I don't give a fuck.
Well, no, this is a hypothetical. You were saying that it's a bad thing, or you were implying it was a bad thing to arm it.
Okay, how about this? Let me ask you: Would you arm how about this? Would you arm the Nazis if fucking?
Fucking A, I would. Every man on deck.
Against,
hold on. Against what? Against what? So you're gonna arm? You're gonna side? Let me get this right. You're siding with the Nazis against what?
The situation we're talking about is the Ukrainian situation. Russia is
right, which is
armed them against, which is what?
Right, which is like, weren't Ukraine like helped out by like isn't that the footstool of NATO into Russia?
Ukraine is not in NATO.
No, we.
Ukraine's like a buffer state, like they used to do in ancient Roman times. They would always have a buffer state in between a hostile state and Rome.
Aren't they like westernized? Like, aren't they portrayed as like a westernized democracy right next to Russia, and that's why it's a problem?
Yeah, but tell us more. Would you? It sounds like you're saying you would not arm part of your group because you don't get along with them. When you're all.
Well, no, I'm saying like I find myself that I don't usually align with Nazis, nor could I see really a moment. I mean, I guess I could, but at the same time, like I'm just saying right now, like the fact is that these guys like George Soros have propped up institutions that are armed up these Nazi factions, and if Russia is going to take out a bunch of Nazis, you're going to go side with the Nazis for what?
Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and
So
especially
you're
if we're
friends with the Nazis. What are you against Russia for?
well, they're invading, aren't they? See, here's what I say.
We're
Here's how
talking about the people there, you ignoramus.
Yeah, we're supposed to.
Sorry, I
We're
shouldn't use
supposed
be me.
to.
Sorry.
We could.
We were
We
talking about the situation in Ukraine. You've got this. You've got groups in there. You have to decide: am I going to arm them or not arm them to achieve my goal of keeping myself an independent state? And your choice is: do I arm this group of people or do I not arm this?
Right. Okay. Now I'll ask you this: do I arm them
Hold on,
because I've got a bunch?
can I just get in there quickly? Can I get in there
All right.
quickly? There is no choice of an independent Ukraine anymore. They will either be pro-Russian or they will be pro-EU and pro-NATO.
Right.
Like the independent Ukraine thing is no longer possible.
Right. And also on top of that, Ukraine, if it was like, let's say the place where the like all these virology and bioweapons labs were being, were manufacturing bioweapons, and simultaneously supporting Nazis while simultaneously getting the world to wear a mask and take a vaccine. I don't think there's any sympathy here.
Holy shit, bro! I still don't
Pushing a
know.
whole bunch of horseshit all together in one sentence.
Fucking right, dude.
Okay, now to the guy who said there's no independent Ukraine, basically, what I hear when you say that is you're saying they cannot win. What if they just win on their own? They can't. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, because so the way I read it is that the very reason that Putin's gone in the first place is to overthrow the kind of, let's call them globalist elite in Ukraine who very much want to be a part of NATO and very much want to be a part of the EU. Whether that's going to happen tomorrow or next week or next year doesn't really matter. They have that in their future plans for the Ukraine, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's really, if Putin goes in and overthrows them and puts in a pro-Russian government, or at least a Russian sympathetic government, then they're going to be pro-Russia. And if he doesn't do that, then sooner or later they're going to be in the EU. I mean, the current Zelensky,
Okay,
I think
that was happening anyway, though, right? But that you're making it like that they were going to try to get in the EU anyway, whether there was this war conflict that came up or not. That's what I hear.
Were.
Right.
Yeah,
so
they
it's
were.
kind of like the point kind of.
Okay, let me finish my point and then you can respond. So Zelensky, I believe, and a few of the other Ukrainians have actually asked for emergency immediate EU membership so that the EU has to get involved in this conflict. They've asked for that, like recently. And NATO's made no secret at all of trying to get them in. And they've been doing so since about 2008. The Georgia crisis before was a similar issue. Like, the thing is that the NATO and EU kind of organisations have been deliberately overstepping their boundaries, and this is what's causing these hostilities.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
It's understandable that Russia don't want NATO on their back doorstep.
Right. But okay, are you saying? But that's like part of the chess game. Like they smelt this coming. They smelt the alliance, Ukraine creeping into NATO anyway, or like I've been asking, like, I don't know how they're justifying this. And then, I mean, everyone mentioned the little tricky, announcement or reason Putin gave or whatever. And it's like, so is there any real, is Russia up front with any real reason? I mean, none of this is, see, here's how I go to war. I put up a wall and I say, you ain't fucking coming in. That's how I go to war. See, I don't know why all these soldiers, it's weird to me, again, that, we say, well, the money. But it's like, how many percentage of the soldiers do you think actually think it's a good idea to be going to war killing each other? It's got to be like 90% on both sides think they would rather not.
This NATO push has been going on since at least 2014. And the atrocities in Donbass or Don whatever it is, part of Ukraine, where they have a huge number of Russians living, they're being persecuted. You can't even. It's actually illegal to speak Russian in Ukraine. Like they've got laws. Yeah, like these things have been going on for a long time.
But those Russians are free to leave, right? Those Russians that aren't allowed to speak, they can just leave and go somewhere else, right? They're not. Ukraine's not like saying, "Hey, you got to stay here."
Russia's the next country to go to Russia. It's not that difficult. But regardless, yeah, I mean, this is all well and good, but you're saying
you're breaking up, Crypto. You're breaking up, man.
Yeah, so those Russians can just leave.
Yeah,
like,
but
all right, fuck you guys.
Apply that to America, Jeremy.
Yeah, if all of a sudden we were like, yo, you can't speak Spanish in America no more. People are free to leave and go speak Spanish wherever the fuck they want.
But okay, let's start with the first part though. If all of a sudden we were to, I mean, why would we do that? Is that a lot like? Are you cool?
Yeah, and while you're simultaneously arming Nazis, you can't speak another language in our country. Like, dude, who's the bad guy? You know, really, who's the bad
As
guy?
mentioned, yeah, I don't know if I can be heard or not. Am I coming?
No, you were breaking up.
Am I coming?
There you go, Crypto.
What about now?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay, cool. So Nazis don't exist anymore. I do get really bored of hearing about Nazis. Nazis are something that was figment of last century. They were the supporters of the German National Socialist Party in the 30s and 40s. Nazis no longer exist. If you're talking about, say, pro-Ukrainian nationalists, then I would suggest using the term pro-Ukrainian nationalists. Because I don't think they give a shit about Germany.
They're holding,
especially not now. But regardless,
the flag literally has a skull.
the guy who was, regardless, the guy who was talking, I finished my point. Am I coming through?
You're lagging a little bit, but go ahead. Go ahead, Crypto.
Okay. So the guy who said like, oh, what is Putin and Russia's like reason for doing this? Well, he did give a 30-minute address where he laid out exactly why he's done this. And I can link that in the chat if you guys want.
I need you to summarize, like not you, but like all the opinions compounded are going to see through the cracks in the story, and we're going to come up with a focused, actual reason. I think maybe we could do it in two ways. Like we could come up with the between the lines reason and the on the face reason. You know what I'm saying? But there still need to be focused. Fuck it, a 30-minute.
Yeah.
Like.
No, it was good that he clarified that, because I was going to say something too. Like, Adolf isn't Germany and Adolf isn't the Nazis. Same with Russia. Putin's not Russia. What's Russia? Russia is made up of human beings, like Jeremy was saying. So, I mean, the world's just cut into chunks, right? You're there, there's a border here, there's a border there. You've got gold, you've got oil. I want that, you want, what are we going to do? This is humans, unfortunately.
This is why we need to get rid of money, because it wouldn't matter where the resources were, because it'd all be resource-based.
I think it's still philosophy, though, Jeremy. Like, there's some greed happening. Like, what are the soldiers marching telling themselves? Yeah, we need to go freaking kill them because... we need to
have you seen
what is that?
Footage of the soldiers kissing their girlfriends goodbye?
Yeah, I saw those pictures.
Okay, that came from a fucking movie from 2017 called The Battle of Crimea. This is just a psyop expose, dude. Everybody, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
And those
they
people
know
that
all the
allegedly got killed by the Russians, telling them to go fuck themselves, right? That was all fake. They fucking actually surrendered, never died.
Yeah. Insert the accordion and the violin and the harp and a crying, beautiful young woman or something.
Right, and you know what? And look at it. They're doing this to save these fucking, like, the Biden administration and these deep state fucking losers. And nobody cares. It's like, literally like, BLM is now LGBTQ, and we've got to stand with Ukraine because there's gay people in Ukraine.
No, I mean, it's funny, all these narratives mixing up and the behind-the-scenes deep state motives and all this. But, dude, you have to sell your soldiers something, okay? And to me, I haven't seen a story worth buying in my whole life. I don't know why men keep marching forward at each other with guns. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I know that Russia is the ones moving forward right now, if I'm not mistaken. But is there some sort of story or something that happened that they're saying, oh no, this was Ukraine moving forward. They crossed this line, and I get that it's this political bullshit. But if that's why I say if we could get back to it, like if y'all could tell me what's this Zelensky shit, y'all think he's or many people think he's a plant or whatever, and you know what's the whole drama with that? Like if Ukraine win, can Ukraine not win? What's the goal that they're trying to do that Russia's hating on so bad? Like none of this makes any sense to me. None of it.
The thing is, I don't think this is because Russia's worried about its people's getting abused or whatever in the Ukraine. Because if it was about that, Russia could just be like, "Hey, let our peoples come back to Russia. We'll build houses. You can build houses." The amount of money they've spent on the war already, they could have probably housed everyone that's getting all their Russian people in the Ukraine. They could have took them out. It would have all got settled peacefully.
Oh wow!
But no.
Oh man. So what do you think?
What's up?
Well,
I think it's not about the people getting abused in the Ukraine because they could have solved that without ever firing a shot.
Yeah. And
it's not like the Ukraine saying, "Hey, these Russian people, they can't leave. They're here now with us, and we're not going to let them leave." Is that what was going on?
It's hard to say.
I think you guys are maybe missing an important point of context here, which is that the Russians actually encouraged Russians to migrate to these satellite states after the collapse of the Soviet Union, or in order to have influence in those states.
Yeah. I mean, I might have been listening to Dallas David too long, but the Rig sent me something before. The Japanese not Chinese council, and heads of state, they're talking to Australia, basically saying, "Be cool. We're doing a power move, right? It's a communist power move. Russia and China, they're chilling." And they're basically saying to Australia, stay out of it and don't say anything to start any shit. That's basically what the Chinese head said to us. So they're definitely flexing. This communist thing's real, man. He might fucking rant and rave, that dude, but he's been onto this for years, this communist takeover. There's something to it.
They treat Australia like a bitch.
Australia's already stuck its nose in it.
I'm just saying this communist thing, like people go, oh yeah, that's just old rhetoric. The Reds, it's not, man. They've been fucking working together behind the scenes for a long time. There's been a video.
Look, I just did the search, bro. Why is Putin attacking Russia? The first one says, what's the issue between Russia and Ukraine? Well, the Russians kept putting troops on the border, and then tensions escalated, and then boom, and then the United States. The second one says Russia recognized the two independent states, and they went it. So basically what I'm saying is, if these people really wanted to be by themselves, why Ukraine didn't let them be by themselves, right? And but even so, why does Russia now have to go in, right? Like, were these people being attacked or something? Like, were they being, like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, nothing much has really happened, like, in the big scheme of things yet. Everyone's talking and negotiating.
Well, I'm kind of like Jeremy said they can leave, right? But even that, why do they even have to go anywhere? Like,
no, he's not saying that. What he's saying is, if they find it an oppressive environment, they're free to leave. They're not being held captive there.
Of course, but why is
They're
that
choosing to be there?
Right.
So it kind of takes away from Putin's claims. From his claims.
Yeah, it's an important difference, because if they're being held there against their will and they're being oppressed and not allowed to speak Russian, versus they're in an environment that they could leave at any point that they don't really like, but doesn't matter. It's like being at a party you don't like and you're just complaining instead of walking out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you could just leave. You could just leave, but you don't, and you just stay and suffer. Like, say they're playing music you don't like, and the drinks taste like shit, and you don't like the people there, but you're like, fuck, I'm staying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just leave.
But that's what I'm saying. The territory is what becomes the issue. And so it's like, okay, let's apply it to the party example.
It's the Ukraine's territory. Ukraine. It's the country. They own that whole, there's a line there and everything.
I get it, but we could question like why. That's where everyone's at the party, but there's people strong enough to hold down a certain room in the house. We got to go back to, hey, well, Ukraine owns this house. Is there an issue why they own the house? Why does Russia? This normally doesn't happen where you go in and you just be like, you know what, like the people here feel differently, so now we take the land or whatever. It's a little weird. But Russia does this often. It seems like over here in Croatia or Kazakhstan or here and there. I don't get the Russia shit. They do shit that nobody else does.
They need to be dealt with. They're a problem. Huge problem.
No, I mean seriously. Like,
what do you mean they do shit nobody else does?
The changing, just taking land, not taking land, and to me, I'm kind of like, I talk about this all the time. That's what in my view, that's what land territory has always come down with. I always call it the murderers, but I'm like the people powerful enough to hold the land. It seems like that's the rule of the world, right? Does anybody see a different rule?
Look, man. I mean, the EU, the US government, and NATO, less NATO, but the other two for sure, very much guilty of the same shit. You know, the way that the EU has been expanding aggressively towards the east and the south has been more economic, but it's the same thing.
Money. Tip of my tongue. They do it with money.
Yeah, but they're just buying influence. They're just buying political and military influence. It's no different really to what Russia's doing. And America is very keen to get. Well, it's not that different. America's extremely keen to get involved militarily with countries. I don't need to list off the multiple examples.
Well, it's kind of like there's the games that everyone knows is supposed to be played, the rules, but Russia is the only one just like constantly punking people.
Really?
Hold on a sec. What happened in Libya?
About it being invaded. Dude, I'm just thinking back on my news of people being invaded.
Yeah, okay. So what about Syria? What about Iraq? What about Afghanistan? Was that Russia?
I mean, America's been flexing all over the Middle East for the past fucking 20 years.
But we also seem to be narratives of we give it to them. We don't take it and say it's part of the United States.
No, they're doing exactly what Putin's doing. That you go into those countries, you overthrow the governments because they don't have sympathies towards America, and then you put in puppet regimes and you leave. That's exactly what he's trying to do in Ukraine.
You get them drinking Coca-Cola and eating McDonald's and all the stuff that we do here, buying, you know, Chevys and Fords or whatever, and you know, you get them on this lifestyle. You get them in the money game.
So Putin's going to let them call themselves an independent state. It's not going to call it Russia.
I think they're going to stay Ukraine. It just depends on whether they end up as pro-Russian or pro-EU. But I don't think an independent Ukraine is possible.
I mean, if we're just letting people take over countries, why doesn't America just go start taking over countries?
Right. That's what we think we're sneaky enough to do it with money, and it's not smart to just take. But it's like that's what I'm saying, Jeremy, is behind the scenes, these motherfuckers know they playing with primal rules. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I don't understand this bullshit about saying that it's the same thing. It's like, okay, here, you can come and do business with us and we can have a nice time and you can live this lifestyle, or Russia comes in and shoots you. There's a fucking huge difference. That's not trying to convince them the Russian way is better or that it's a politically better advantage for you to be with us. It's, I'm going to fucking blow you up unless you capitulate.
Yeah, but that is...
Hey, come on, guys. Hey, look at this. You want to have this sweetheart deal with us? This economic trade? You want to whatever?
That's not what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan.
No, we're not talking about Iraq and Afghanistan, and those aren't Warsaw Pacts.
No, but the only difference is that you believed the American narrative and you didn't believe the Russian narrative.
No, it's not that. I'm talking about purely on the face. If you shoot somebody, it's different than convincing them to come with you.
Okay, so then what happened in Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan?
We were talking about Warsaw Pact countries where there isn't wars where this is happening, where Russia is shooting people and sending in covert troops and stuff, which they've done Now, in the past few years, they've done a couple of times. I'm not sure where the other one was, but a few years ago, they were sending in covert teams of unmarked Russian teams coming over the border and shooting up a place. I don't remember what conflict that was exactly.
Maybe let's put this in context for Americans. Okay, imagine if China was trying to form like a North American Chinese alliance, and they had missile silos in northern Mexico and southern Canada. Would Americans be chill with that?
Great example.
Well, that's a good example. Now, has anything changed with Ukraine and their relationship with NATO in the past 5 years?
I mean, not in terms of them actually joining it, but certainly lots of behind the scenes stuff. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. It's not like an on-off switch. These backroom deals have to happen over weeks, months, and years.
Okay.
Well, yeah. What do you call it? Putin wasn't down with all the gay shit either.
Oh yeah, that's it. So you fucking
He
shoot
wasn't
people
down with the
because
gay
there's gays
shit. He
there.
wasn't down with the fucking. What else were they doing?
Tell me any evidence that there's
Bioweapons.
Tell me
the
any
World
evidence
Health
for anything you've said.
Organization, the
Show me any
banks.
evidence for what you've said.
What?
Show me any evidence for all the shit you just said.
Which one?
All right, good. Thanks.
I said which one? Which one? Did Putin not come out against homosexuality, and isn't the Western world all upset about it?
Then this has to do what with Ukraine?
I'm just saying, like, you've got an agenda at place, right?
This has what to do with Ukraine? So he doesn't like gays, so he's going over there and blowing
Right.
up
So they've got a reason to not like them, right?
He doesn't like gays, so he's blowing people up. Okay, I see your justification. That makes sense.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, but he didn't want to get forced into being a part of the big, the big gay party that's happening at NATO, right?
So he goes and shoots people. I get it.
No. NATO's encroaching on him. Remember, right?
And
remember,
that
China
has what to do with his
like
borders.
China would have weapons in Mexico. Now, imagine you got China has weapons in Mexico.
Is NATO telling them they have to be gay?
You got to accept that you have to suck a dick every day on Tuesday, bro. What are we going to say to that?
You're saying that we're saying Putin, you have to be gay.
I'm saying he's not about their stuff, and he's not about NATO and all this inclusivity, fucking emasculate bullshit, right?
I'm going to shoot you in the face. I don't like your Christianity. I'm going to blow up your church.
I'm just saying, it's like there's an example.
Just saying, I don't like your Christianity. I'm going to blow up your church. Just saying.
Moyock's triggered.
Hold on, I missed that. I'm busy over here. Fuck.
I mean, I kind of agree with how Moyock said it, and it does seem like different tactics. It seems like different rules. Well, but the rules are still respected. It's just we don't do it.
Really?
Well, as far
as does America respect rules?
Maybe not. I mean,
okay then. Okay.
More territory. We haven't. I just don't never seen us give the reason where it's like, no, we recognize this should be part of America. And that's the drama with Russia. I always hear like that. And then as far as saying, trying to teach the way that's better, like we that's to me where the the conundrum comes in. We try to say that, hey, we all know we want to cooperate and get along and not hurt anybody. That seems to be something everybody should agree to, and the philosophy we're using to back up all the actions. Correct me right now if I'm wrong.
Well, I think most normal people, Don, would have that exact same viewpoint, but we're not talking about normal people. We're talking about political powers.
Right there. Boom. Okay. Right there. That's right there. Why do the normal people allow that then?
Making people get a vaccine and calling them fucking disgusting people if they don't follow the science. And these are the same fuckheads that are eating crow right now. There has to be, you're right. It'd be nice if people wanted to be nice to one another and let people live freely. But we've had a certain segment of the population trying to make people put drugs in their body, put on articles of clothing they don't want to wear. Go fuck that shit, bro.
Right, behind the voice of the greater good. and we have the power to actually hear the voice more clearly, I think we should start using it. You know, these media narratives, these generalized, manipulative fucking narratives, bro. We need to break that shit down. You need to talk to people. I know that we're in here a lot talking to each other, but we also need to make sure we talk to 2 other people a day too. Tell those 2 people to talk to 2 people a day. I mean, that's the work that needs to be done.
But when
Wouldn't
you
you
say
say
like,
that?
go ahead.
Go ahead. Well,
Okay, I was just say when you say things like we should all get along, that is fine and good, and I think that's a really good rule to go by. But when you have Russia bringing their tanks in, you, as the population, have to decide whether you think that Russian rule is better. I mean, and it doesn't seem like the people are choosing that. The people making the decisions are actually deciding to take up arms.
Okay, so boy, you know, that's all, dude. I can't. Back up everything you say. I guess, and yeah, I don't think that it's like well, maybe it should be. I'm saying if we all seem to say the rule is let's get along, well, then it should be. But tell me more about the people taking up arms. Are you saying the people that Putin's saying he wants to come in and help aren't wanting him to help?
I don't know the numbers. I don't have any good polling information. I have seen several things that say that the ethnic Russians are taking up arms and they're not going after the Ukrainians.
Okay.
That's all hearsay.
hey, can I chime in for a sec?
Sure.
Hi. Great conversation. So, I mean, you know, most of us, I don't know about all of us in here, you know, we are in here trying to educate people about, you know, we're being lied to about the shape of the earth, you know, and that's an amazing thing, right? But at the end of the day, we're in a spiritual battle. There's a spiritual component to the lie about the shape of the earth, in my interpretation, because once we all find out that they lied to us about the shape of the earth, that it's fixed and immovable, then we like go, okay, crazy. This is like, it has to have a creator and a designer. And this part is not talked about enough because people I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why. It came to me biblically. Well, I mean, I feel like first book of Enoch did, but I'm just saying, I woke up in 2008. I told a few of you guys on Saturday, and I had no idea why. I was like little miss consumeristic, you know, materialistic, all that kind of stuff. And somebody sent me something about 9/11. I tried to disprove it, and then my spirituality component didn't come until Pizzagate, right? And it brought me to my knees, yelling out, like, how am I supposed to live in a world where nobody cares, right? So whether we believe or whether people believe in God or not, the people running the world, I can assure you, they know that he exists. However, the adversary, very good chance that he's saying that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is the devil, big, bad, mean God, killing the women, killing the children, but they're taking scriptures out that can. So I'm just saying, I believe now that the New World Order is in the scriptures. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and they get it for 42 months. So I just think that there's a spiritual component, and I really like what Crypto has to say. It's like, nobody ever wants to blame America. I mean, sure, we all kind of know that we're a bully, but like, who's running the world?
People who aren't pussies. But that's what's weird to me is it's like we all act weak and allow the strong people to do whatever they want, pretend that we want to be nice, but then these middle ground tough guys sit here and be these fucking toy soldier sellouts.
Yeah, you know how they do that? You know how they do that? The Germans were the only ones that, like, look, what I'm going to say is probably very controversial, but you know what? I learned about it and I prayed about it and cried in the morning when I woke up and I cried at night. Listen, we didn't get the full story with Hitler. I'm pretty sure that he was the one that was against, the perversion and the gay cabarets and what else was there? The gay porn and the art and the perverse art. I'm pretty sure he was the one that wasn't going along with the narrative. And I'm pretty sure that the AKA Jewish, whatever the ish is, they declared war on him first. So we're never really getting the real story. It's like, who's standing up to the bullies? All right. I just think that, it definitely is going back towards the Tower of Babel situation. I know maybe, you guys aren't down with the Bible or, or whatever, but you can't deny that there is a spiritual component to life. And they want to divide us. And that's why we don't stand up, because we're all so busy about paying our bills and just trying to survive and doing this and distracted by this and Hollywood and space and NASA. And, that's why, because they attack us individually. We're not collective. We're not, one as humanity. And what I mean about that is, keep your nationalities. From what I understand from my research, National Socialism was like, hey, you're a steward. You take care of the earth as well. And, let's keep our group here, but let's support everybody else. Let's let them keep their nationality as well. Let's go visit them. Because I go visit them doesn't mean I want to become them. And because they become visit me, it doesn't mean that they come to change my nationality.
Okay, but
if we want to go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me get in. Let me get in with you. You're great. Remember how I asked, are the people standing with the Russian invaders or something or whatever? And Moek was like, well, I don't know the poll numbers. Think about this. Within any group, you're gonna have people that want different things, and so, why can we should come up with a more fluid way, a more dynamic way to help people be comfortable and not be oppressed because their neighbors are just so much opposite. I don't know how there's that many things to be opposite about in the world. First of all, a lot of this shit, the mask, no mask, to me, there's just easy middle grounds, easily on all this bullshit. It doesn't have to be blanket fucking force on everything.
Brother, you're trying to rationalize a point of war for these people. They don't care about.
Of course,
there's middle ground, the intellectual side of it. They need fucking division, and that's the thing. Is that
yes.
they can get anyone standing on one side of the fence ready to argue with the other guy, then you're busy over there while they're signing the deal to the whole property. You know what I mean? It's like they're clever. It's never that simple.
That's why it's like when people marching, why it's like, nah, we're cool. Yo, if it go back to the Tower of Babel, go back. How long have people been getting along or not getting along?
Well, I look at those as that's pretty allegorical in a sense, you know what I mean? In a lot of ways, only God knows the mysteries of God, but at the same stroke, that's why I talk about the whole law shit, is because I think this solves a lot of that. But in light of what's going on now with Ukraine, I think it's because we were kind of getting into some of the particulars about that particular psyop. I think, but that's interesting too, because when you break down these little psyops, you kind of, or I don't know what's happening in Ukraine. I'll just say that outright.
Mm-hmm.
However, I've got opinions, and I'm here to discuss them.
Have you ever heard of the
I don't
Hague?
know what's real, what's not.
Have you guys heard of these higher international courts? You've all heard of them, right? Why does the highest international court not have the strongest army? Why are we all not standing in that army?
Blaze, I'll say one thing to you that I've seen over the years. In all the awakening, in all the enlightenment, in all the conversations, the woke, the red-pilled, still don't have the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so important to find it, to pray for it, to seek it, to know it exists.
Amen.
Whether we attain it in this side of the spirit, in the flesh, I hope we do, I think we deserve it. I think we earn it through our deeds. And I think if we came together in all our hearts and called for it, I think God would even emerge. I believe that. But
he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So, and because we're not wrestling with flesh and blood, right? The scriptures tell us we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities in dark places, high places. That the world leaders are worshiping, these entities, and greed and lust. And I think it goes back to the biblical times about lust. Because this Balak, I believe, he wanted to curse the children of Israel, and he went to this prophet, and the prophet wouldn't let him. Or the prophet went to God, and God said, "No, these are my children. These are my people." And then he was very crafty, this Balak dude, and he was a descendant of Esau, and he said, "I'll have the children curse themselves." So what did he bring in? Sexy Midianite women. And what's been taking everybody down, I think society, morals, and all that stuff, lust, it's not just sex, but that is a big component, I believe. Look what porn has done to society in itself. I mean, I know that's kind of a controversial topic. I'm the only chick in this thing, but I mean, we all have to admit a little bit. I think there's a breakdown in family and relationships. And
I've never watched it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
True.
And I think that's the spiritual kind of component, is we're not paying attention to. We have nobody to blame but ourselves. We thought our neighbors were keeping Congress in check and everything, the news, and not double checking and verifying the news that we're watching. We have nobody to blame but ourselves. But the good news is, in my interpretation, is, God wins in the end, and we can win as well. But we may not see the us winning right now because, evil people are running the world.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, I don't have kids, but one, and I don't know if we're gonna come back potentially. But we got the message, Blaze. Like, some of us got the message. Like, we got the memo, and we didn't ignore it. We didn't ignore it, and that does count for something. Like, we might not have all the answers, right? But we're finding our way through it. So.
Yeah, and we're trying to help other people. But it's just the topic of the shape of God, our Creator's earth, our designer's earth, is vitally important. But how much time, because I feel like I have to spend equal time in mindfulness and mindlessness. So I've got to go out and have fun with my friends and, family sometimes and stuff. But how much time are we putting in spiritually trying to get to know who this designer is? If there indeed is a designer, right? But come on, I mean, the way that the earth is has to be, so many times in other servers, I would hear people, say I was an atheist before, or an agnostic before I learned the shape of the earth. It's vitally important. And I just feel like that's a missing component to the shape of the earth, is the spirituality part. And if people aren't down with it, that's cool. That's cool. But like, maybe just ask. Because I wasn't religious. My mom was 17 when she had me. I had no religious upbringing. None. And Father woke me up through truth. And I guess, like I told you guys on, some of you guys on Saturday, truth seeking to me simply broke it down to, I don't like to be lied to. Throughout my whole life, just tell me the truth, man. I don't like to be lied to. I don't know. I don't know how I became that way. I don't. But I guess it's helping me out in life, because maybe that's why I got the memo, because the scriptures say he wants us to seek him in spirit and in truth, right? So we have these scriptures laid out for us. Awesome. Okay, so we're supposed to study line upon line, precept upon precept. What does that mean? I don't know. Like compare, is there another witness in the scriptures that says that? Did they take out other books? You know, I mean, like we have to have some kind of equality in our time, because if we have too much time in one particular area, it becomes like an idol, right? It means you're spending that much time. It doesn't mean that you bow down to it, anything like that. It just means that's where you're spending your time. And I do really appreciate everyone that is trying to open and help other people's eyes, because without you guys, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen in the amount that it's happening. And I just would like to say there is a spiritual component to the shape of the earth. Thanks for letting me share. Crypto, you're back.
Yo, yeah, what's up? Sorry, I'm currently at work, so I have to, if I see a boss or something, I have to just fucking.
Yeah, right. I mean, I know that you're not, you know, AKA religious, and neither am I, because my Messiah did not come to start a religion. He came to simply show me the way. Follow me. And religion, doesn't it come from the Latin word religare, which means to control and bind? You know, sometimes I will say that I'm religious just so people understand that but then I try to say I'm a Bible thumper. But don't you think that there is a little bit, crypto, a spiritual component to the shape of the earth, possibly? And I know that you're not into the Bible and all that kind of stuff, you know?
It's a difficult question to answer, really. I mean, I would say that a lot of people who are into flat Earth as a concept and think that it's either likely or definitely true do seem to have that spirituality about them. And I think, now this is me heavily speculating, I think because we have kind of largely atheistic governments, or at least governments that seem to push science and atheism as a dual kind of weapon, certainly in the UK, maybe less so in the US, but certainly in the UK and in other sort of Western nations, that they see that if they are Christian, that they see this kind of atheistic worldview as in total being the enemy, and therefore they reject all of it wholesale. And there's obviously going to be nuances to that as well, but I think that's really what's going on. If there's specifically a spiritual element to the Earth being flat, I don't know. I think it's in the people, not in the idea itself. To be honest.
Yeah, what better way to attack the creator, the designer, than to, you know, take his ancient model, and then it looks like a sphere, you know, attack the creator, and then boom, you've got a bunch of like non-believers, you know, or atheists. I just think there's a big spiritual component to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think I would agree. But again, I think it's about the people, not the. I suppose you would have to say that, logically speaking, a designed environment would have to have a designer, and you know, whether you call that designer a god or just like you know, some sort of advanced being is really down to personal preference, or even beings. You know, I've postulated the idea of there being multiple designers and creators before. It's an unanswerable question for me, but. Interesting question nonetheless to muse on.
I just think that, you know, the creator, or the Satan, right? That just means adversary, because there are lots of little Satans. I could be an adversary to somebody, I guess. It just means adversary. He can't really create anything, and he perverts the existing. So if you can't beat him, he thought that when they killed Messiah, he thought that he won, right? But Messiah's blood, from my interpretation, this is not the truth. I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anybody else, but from my interpretation of what's going on, and reading the scriptures for the last 5 years and studying the scriptures, I just think that he said, I can't beat him, so let me just join him and I'll create all these other religions. And that what really got me in 2010, before I was really a believer, was the Reformation and how much information there was out there on the Reformation, and like not a lot of people were denying it. So I found out about the Counter Reformation, and I was like, whoa, okay, that would be what the Jesuits, you know, the Masons and all that stuff. They went in infiltrating schools, and who brought science to colleges, right? That's kind of interesting and shady. You know, who are all these people behind all these, you know, different authorities or scientists and discoverers and philosophers, visionaries? You know, I mean, I think there was a little bit of forbidden knowledge, possibly. So
yeah, yeah.
It's interesting because sorry, go on.
I was thinking about that earlier today, that some of the great minds, like for some reason in the past, all these great minds and thinkers were scrolled down, turned into books, passed on this legacy generation to generation. All the great minds now in the modern era, I think there's a danger, unfortunately for some of us, we won't be heard, we won't be remembered. We'll just disappear into the ether unless we put it down. And some of these conversations, it reminds me of that renaissance, that rekindling of knowledge, us kind of supporting each other through this dark phase. But then we build, and it's kind of like, you know, reclaiming who you are. And then I think we can do, I really think that a lot of this is training for what is coming. And I think if we really rise to the occasion, we've got a lot to do here for the future generations and ourselves, potentially, like wherever we're all going, you know?
yeah, I
think
believe it's
really
bro, go ahead. Crypto, you said you wanted to say something first. That was really great. I loved that. That was beautiful, Valley.
I don't know. I'm happy for Mel to carry on his point. I can't remember what I was going to say anyway.
No, that was beautiful. But you know, the good news is when you were saying that, I was reminded of, you know, the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Well, Joseph, when he was sold by his brothers, he had 2 children that with a Gentile, right? A woman, a non Hebrew. And when Father Jacob, who got his name changed to Israel, was blessing his children before he was dying, he blessed, he adopted essentially Joseph's children, who were the Gentiles, and he blessed the youngest son and said he was going to be a multitude of people. And Rob Skiba, you know, he did a lot of studying as well. And there's another lady that wrote a book that's called Ephraim Awakening. And so I believe that we're prophesied and we are waking up to, like, wait a second, you know, you are my God. And and Hosea, and God says, you weren't my people, but you are my people. And so I think that there is a huge awakening happening right now. And I think that's a spiritual component. 9/11 woke a lot of people up. Look at the last 2 years. It's woken a lot of people up as well. So I think what Father, they use for evil, Father can use for good. And he's using us to help other people. So that was really beautiful, Valley.
Yeah, and you know what's funny as well though is, like, when you talk about this Russia-Ukraine thing to people, virtually everyone doesn't believe the mainstream narrative anymore. They've seen so much obvious bullshit that they're done. They're like, oh, well, this is what the British media are saying. Okay, well, what's the truth? Everyone just, their default stance now is to not believe what they're being told on the news, which is a great start, you know? They shouldn't believe what the news says. But I would say even 5 years ago, they would have believed mostly what the news said, and now it's like, nah, I don't believe that shit anymore.
Yep. And so they'll go with another method. They'll have another event, and that's what they do, right? We know that they have little events, and then boom, what do they call it? Opportunity in crisis. No, what is it? Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Oh yeah, but they create the crises in the first place.
Exactly, but then they say never. Yeah,
I
exactly.
disagree with that a bit, Crypto. I think a lot of people, a majority of people, actually do believe the mainstream narrative.
Maybe in Australia, but I'm in London in the UK, and people I talk to nowadays, I can talk to any random person. I can, even about the moon landings, I could be like, oh yeah, the moon landings are fake, and I would say a majority of people would be like, yeah, I don't think they went to the moon, right? And this is meant to be like frowned upon, silly conspiracy topic, but people in London, most people believe it, or at least the majority.
I must say too, Crypto. Like when it comes to the moon landing, I get very similar responses to what you get. It's just like, oh yeah, really, recycle washing machine. Yeah, right. But when it's coming to this, actually, when I've been talking to my neighbours and whatnot about this particular topic, they are believing the mainstream narrative. And even though they don't believe in the moonlight, they really. It's strange. I thought they would have been a little bit more skeptical, to be honest with you.
Especially after the last 2 years, because Australia had a brutal lockdown, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but no, I've only really got experience of my corner of the world, which is a very small part of London, right? But people are not believing this shit at all. They're just not believing it. They'll talk about like loads of people I know are pro-Russia, which is funny because the media is not pro-Russia in this country at all. And I'm not particularly pro-Russia. I just think that I just think that in this conflict, everyone's a cunt. They're all looking out for their own interests, as is always the case, So, but the difference is that we, as members of NATO, are being told that NATO are the good guys, and in Russia, they're being told that Russia are the good guys. But really, everyone's just fighting for their own interests. That's really what's going down.
100% agree there. Yeah, percent.
So, but anyway, whatever. As long as they don't involve me in their stupid, war games, I don't really care. Like, it's sad that Ukrainians and Russians are dying over nothing, The political will of a few twats is leading to all this death. Really sad.
Crypto, when you were gone, I brought up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go, Blaze. Go.
Oh, you're so sweet. I brought up that maybe we didn't get the right story with World War II. I mean, it's like, are we getting the real story now? And they take these beautiful pictures of somebody that's like, just been through war and a almost demolished building behind them. Like, what is the point of that? It seems like a nice little packaged presentation, to steer everybody to believe something. And now I'm just like, I'm questioning everything.
Yeah.
So now I question, okay, so is Russia, Putin, not down with the New World Order, or is he one of them waiting to do his bidding for everybody else? Like, I just don't know what is happening. And I don't know, man. I don't think this is World War III, because to me, from the scriptures, Ezekiel 38 and 39, you don't know about that part, I don't think, but it seems like it's going to have to do with Jerusalem.
This is part of the part of the narrative, part of the plan for a one world government, a new world order, to put the world in disarray, so then the people plead for a one world government. Because the one world government, in my opinion, is already here behind the scenes. Right, it's just not out in the open, but they have to cause disarray so the people actually get on their hands and knees and beg for it, and then it's in place, and then it's too late. because the people have asked for it. Then.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, can the people open up everyone's VC? I'm not a computer. I don't know why I can't do it. Maybe I can. I don't know. Let me see.
Oh, I can't wait for you guys. Oh, everyone's going to love you, Issa, and you're going to really dig this guy, everyone. He's so cool. I told him all about you on Saturday. I'm like, get over here. He's like, I can't, I'm working. I go, he talks your language. Maybe you guys could do it like a little.
Yeah, hold on. No, I'll verify him. Hold on, I'll verify him.
Yeah, if you don't mind doing, I don't know why I can't.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can do it on the phone or how that works.
Yeah, no, I'll do it now. So he's cool. You guys vouch for him.
I don't know
he's
him.
Very cool. I do. I know him from another server.
No problems.
He's good, solid peeps.
I've verified him right now. So just
Oh.
is he in the chat? Just go to the terms and conditions, everyone, and agree to the terms and conditions if you can.
It's so funny. I had him change his name back to everyone because it's so funny. But you do probably have to put a little thing before your name. But it's so funny when you say something and you're like, "Hey, everyone." I just think it's so hilarious.
Yeah, Blaze, just to talk about the previous topic, we were talking about how the lies are and all the rest, and how it might involve Jerusalem. Well, let me tell you a little tidbit. On Wikipedia, it has a little section on the Russian-Ukraine war. There's one from the 2014 war, and there's one from this kind of recent invasion. And there's a little section saying strength, and then below it says belligerence. And what that basically means is who supports which side. Which other states support this, which side. Now, you'll never guess which state appears on both the pro-Ukrainian and pro-Russian side, will you?
Oh, boy. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Israel.
Of course. So Israel appears on both sides. So anyway, I went to check the Wikipedia, and Israel had been removed from the pro-Russia side. So I spoke to my friend, and I was just like, why is it that you have a screenshot of Israel being on both sides? And when I checked the Wikipedia, they're not on the pro-Russia side anymore. And he said, well, basically, they got a bunch of media attention that they didn't like, and they removed themselves. But it's well known that Putin is busy mates with the Israeli higher-ups. So, of course, Israel, part of Israel is going to be pro-Russia. And, of course, they're pro-Ukrainian for for what looks like international appeasement purposes. But as usual, they're funding both sides of this war. And what's interesting as well is actually George Soros got rumbled by a bunch of Russian hackers for trying to create a civil war in Ukraine a few years back. And trying to sell arms to both sides. So it's like these guys, man, they cause so much fucking trouble, and we can't talk about it because if we do, we're bad. You can't talk about people who cause wars because I'm the bad person, not the person trying to start the fucking war. He's not bad, you know.
Yeah, pay attention to who you can't
criticize.
Yeah, that, and everybody talks about Israel, the Jews, and it's like, I don't have a problem with them, but let me ask you something. What about the other 11 tribes? How come it became just about one tribe? And that's the thing that not a lot of people know about, because they've been put off and turned off by religion. Well, you know what? I don't blame them, because you just go in there and you're not getting the truth. And that's why a lot of people are waking up to going, wait a second, let me just read the scriptures. And then they go to their pastor, priest, minister, and say, hey, what about this? This says it's supposed to be forever. Oh, no. Messiah's done away with that. It's like they're getting restless. They're not getting fed in that church that they, would go to on Sundays or whatever and stuff. And then they're getting turned off, I mean, who wouldn't get turned off by non-truth, speaking people?
Yeah, for sure.
So Eon, Issa, and everyone, are you guys here together?
We're not together, I don't think, but I am here.
Whatever, you know what I'm saying? No, I really wanted you to meet him because you guys talked a lot about the law, and that goes back to a spiritual aspect as well, and he really knows his stuff. and he was talking about Friday night. Maybe you can remember Friday night and Saturday about the forgiveness part, and there was so much other stuff. I wish I would have found, but you're trying to be in the moment. Are you here, Issa?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, yeah, I mean, we kind of were going in for like hours earlier with Witsit. I'm not too sure how much and it's not a very favorable subject. I will remind everyone. I understand that.
What do you mean?
Well, no, but I mean, like, some people enjoy this topic, and some people just, prefer to talk about other things. But everyone, is that the brother you're talking about?
Yeah.
What's up, man? How are you doing, man?
Pretty good. I mean, all I wanted to say, crypto pretty much already covered it, is as far as I know, most of the governments these days are corporate entities. And so the corporate entities are essentially owned by technically it's supposed to be owned by the people, but it got all kind of, well,
Are you like familiar with Robert Menard? You from up north?
No, I am familiar. I just study trust law. I study the UCC. I study
right on,
all that stuff. Like anything that has to do with becoming a free man versus being an incorporated person.
Fair enough. Cool, man. Well, nice to meet you, bro.
You too.
Yeah, I was actually over here. Go on home, angry Globers, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own?
Did you sing that song? Because your voice sounds right.
What's that?
Did you do that? Who did that song? Was that you or was that somebody else? Because your voice sounds like the guy who sings it in the song.
Oh yeah, that's my song, man.
That's your song? That's so legit. That's one of my favorite songs. It's so
no
chill.
Shit, bro. Fucking right.
Hell yeah, seriously. It's like I wish that
I was just sitting here jamming it when you were. That's so fucking cool, man. I never play it either. I literally was just sitting here and I just came up with my other one now is Antipodal Neighbors. Yo, it's Antipodal Neighbors. Oh God. You want me to sing it? I'll sing it real quick. It's so funny.
Come on, man.
Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. I know I'm right while you're just hanging around. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land. Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. When I think about it, how could you frown? Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. But how would you know with your feet on the ground? Antipodal neighbors. Yeah, so I've been singing that one, and then I was literally just sitting there, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, go on home, angry Globers, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home? Oh, I gotta get it right. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears. I'm out of here. Go on. We'll fight you for 400 more. And if you stay, angry Glober, if you stay, you will never be flat earth with what you say. So go on, ferry, the curve it has been buried. Piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, go on. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fear. Yeah. I should fucking tune my guitar. right. Nice, man. I'm so happy you fucking know that song. That's so fucking dope.
Oh, it's a great song. It's
It's
one of my
awesome.
favorites. But I have so many Flat Earth songs that I've written, and they're parodies usually. But I don't have time to like actually produce them. I just have a bunch of lyrics.
I feel you, my dude. GarageBand is cool, but you need a good mic.
I have a decent mic. I think it's a condenser mic, but it works out well.
Right on.
I'm trying to find. I did one called the song "Complicated." Well, I did one called "Obfuscated." So it's why'd you have to go and get yourself so obfuscated? Believe me when
Nice.
when I can't I'd have to look at the lyrics at this point. It's been months since I wrote that one. But there's so many. There's the song "Because" by the Beatles. Because the earth is flat, I wrote this song.
Nice, bro. Have you recorded any of them or no?
I have a few that are actually recorded, like 2 or 3 of them. I'll send some links.
Nice, man.
Man, if you need help with just like putting like part of a backing track together, it doesn't take that long to take like a MIDI track. Because the thing is with say like a song by Complicated by Avril Lavigne, there's gonna be a good MIDI track out there somewhere, right? So all you do is you take the MIDI track, you run it through GarageBand, or I've got some quite nice kind of MIDI drums and MIDI bass and MIDI guitar and that kind of stuff that actually sounds legit. And then I can just run it through, give you the backing track, and then you just record your vocals over the top, and you're done in about a day if you want.
I would not mind. I use Audacity to do most of what I do, just because it's the one that's worked for me. I tried Fruit Loops, but can't get it to work on my computer right now for some reason. But
no, I use legit. I've got like Logic Pro, and I've got really nice top spec Mac and all the rest. So it comes out really nice. So yeah, if you want me to do something, just let me know.
Yeah, man.
No shit, Chris.
Sure.
That's cool.
Now, Easter, by the way, that song that he was referring to, it's one of my favorites as well. Just such
thanks, man.
Amazing thing.
Well, it's the remake of that "Going Home, British Soldier," which is also just a killer.
Right.
But
I don't know if you know this about me, but I don't often compliment people on their music. Like for me, I'm normally quite judgmental. So take that as that's a solid compliment. It's not.
Dude, I appreciate. Hey, man, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. I fucking yeah, and especially coming from you guys, because that music is written for us. You know what I mean? Like in the trenches with these fucking bastards. Like I don't know.
Can you believe they still think they live in a sphere? Like to me, it's just amazing. The more I think about it, like people actually think they live on a sphere in the middle of nothing, and they will say it to you with a straight face, and they will give you maths to back this idea. I still find that absolutely amazing to this day.
Yeah,
I agree. Go ahead.
You got to remember too, though, like we're talking, it's disturbing. It's disturbing in a lot of ways, and act accordingly. That's what I always think. Like, but yeah, someone take over for a minute. I could probably talk for hours, but I'm a little busy.
I could probably talk for hours as well. Crypto, are you still here? Because I think we're so quick to give our authority or give credence to aka authority. You have letters behind your name. You are educated. This has already been done. And am I real Biden? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in fine. Crypto is lagging pretty bad though.
Oh, okay. Platypus, how you doing, brother?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's been a long time.
Yeah, no.
Great server over here. I really like it. Crypto, thanks for reminding me. Because I had it. I forgot. Because you can talk about things here. You don't, which, it is the shape of the earth.
Sorry, just am I coming through?
Now you are. Now you are. So, Kosho, you still here? I'm doing laundry, so you guys are kind of keeping me company while I'm doing laundry.
Moving around this morning. I haven't been able to talk much.
Where are you living these days?
Unfortunately, I'm back in Los Angeles right now.
No, really?
Yeah. Florida didn't pan out the way I wanted it to.
Florida? I didn't know you were in Florida.
Yeah, I went from North Carolina to Florida, back to California.
You still have your dog?
For a little bit longer, I do. Yeah.
You guys been through a lot together.
I know.
Yeah, it's
there's a
tough
lot
saying
of crazy
goodbye.
stuff happening.
Yeah, I bet. I wouldn't want to be in California, I'll tell you that much. No, thank you. But I heard some counties, you don't have to abide by some of the tyranny.
Well, it's kind of like any belief, really, or religion. You're going to have pockets of people that believe one thing and don't believe another. So, like, there's areas of the city where I can go without a mask and no one's going to say anything. Sometimes even the people working at the stores are not wearing masks. And then there's other areas that you can't even go in unless you show them you're vaccinated. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to reset my phone.
Okie doke. Come back.
I am.
Oh, good. So people know in here, I'm all about the shape of our Creator's Earth, and I'm having a meetup in St. Pete this week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yep. I do love the topic. I'm just not very good at explaining it because it didn't, the way that I went about it, I wanted to know the why, and it came around biblically for me and, or scripturally, I should say. But I wanted to know why. Okay, cool. I believe that they lied, but like, why? What's the benefit, right? What is it? And it was, for me, I studied who put science into colleges and who the early philosophers, visionaries, and all those people were Kabbalistic, and so then I looked at the stars and I'm like, wow, why do we have the same stars? Are they flying out there at the same time? So I'm not very technical. That's why I avoided the topic for 2 years. And I do think it's very, very important. But I guess for me, I always hear you guys talk about people that don't know how to defend what they believe. And so the information that you're giving them is like over their head. So it's like talking to like two TVs on static talking to each other, And sometimes, Crypto, you're really good at explaining, getting into their head and explaining from a standpoint that they didn't know, but then now that you explained it to them, so now they can go,
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've always been very good at kind of, as long as I understand the topic, I've always been very good at taking something quite technical and complex and kind of distilling it into its kind of essential elements. But to be honest, the reason I've come to this server is because I was getting bored of the lower level debates that we're having. It's always like, oh, why would they lie? I mean, this is just a silly question. Like, well, lots of people think it's true, therefore it's true. All these kind of stupid things. And so I thought, well, I kind of missed the high level debates with the likes of, you know, your Globe zealots, and because they to be fair, they bring some good arguments, and it's good to kind of, like you say, it's good to be able to actually defend what you believe competently. Whether they accept it or not is different, you know. But then they would feel that they defended their view competently, and we wouldn't accept it. So that's a different thing. But being able to actually defend it competently, I think, is important, because if you can't defend what you believe competently, why do you believe it? You know, like, have you been swept up in some sort of rhetoric, or, you know, there has to be like some sort of logical grounding. So I'm going on a rant.
No, well, please, I went on my rant earlier. But see, the thing is, they're using. Okay, so I do believe, like, for me, it was real. Why would they lie? Like, I am like, for me, I don't like to be lied to, but I wanted to see if I could pin it down in my head. Now, do I know that for a fact? No. But it does make sense to me now. And the thing is, I think there's a little bit of a missing that these Globers and these zealots, you know, bless their hearts, don't understand. They quote people that have been taught what would be the word, it's not deceitfully, but they were taught, they were indoctrinated with a narrative, and you just repeat, wash and rinse, repeat, wash and rinse, and you know, you can't question them. Teachers nowadays, you know, I know somebody that's a professor, and he's a flat earther, and he's trying to present information, and they're like, no, that's not it. And he's like, but you guys have it wrong. And they're like, we're doing it the way that we have been doing it. And if we could just get the people to research who they put all that weight into, as if like math creates everything. Who created math? Man. I mean,
yeah,
I could say, you know what I'm saying? And I think that would speak to a lot of people, and just start questioning. Okay, let me dig a little deeper. But I try to keep it simple, because I'm not smart, and maybe my friends really aren't that smart either. So if I start explaining it and learning it the way that you guys do, I have been using, don't like, gases need a container.
Right.
That one is really sinking into some people, because we ride bikes, and I'm like, hey, so how much? So first I get them to admit that we have gases in the air and all that other stuff. They're like, yeah. And then I'm like, okay, you see that bike over there? I have to get air in that tire. What do I need? They're like, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm like, don't I need a tube? And they're like, yeah. I go, well, could you show me an example of anything where there's been gases that haven't been inside of a container? Obviously they can't, because they just don't care. I mean, people are all about, like, you know, paying the bills and crypto and, you know, the market, you know, superficial stuff. So I think a lot of people are about that.
Yeah, a lot of people take the path of least resistance, which they don't realise is actually the path of most resistance. But because it's done on a daily basis and it's plodding, people kind of accept it. And because other people are doing it, everyone just then does it, right? They don't want to think about these bigger ideas a lot of the time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's because introspection is hard. You know, like, they want to take what seems easy, and it's hard to kind of look in and ponder and judge yourself and hold yourself to account. It's out of the comfort zone.
And to be fair, actually, that's one thing I really like about you, Percentage, is that you're happy to hold anyone to task. If you think that you're right, and it's not necessarily, I'm not necessarily saying that you're always right, but you'll argue with anyone if you're like a dog with a bone. And I think that's a really good quality, because you'll argue with flat earthers, you argue with globe earthers if you think that they're wrong. And I think that's the kind of honest debate that we need more of. You know? We shouldn't be picking sides and going, go team red, go team blue. We should all be on a path for truth.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Percentage, hello.
Alaikum, by the way.
And that was why I defended you the other day. You know, they were talking about the 24/7 thing, and someone was talking about banning you from 24/7. I was like, why? What the fuck's he done? And it's just because you were arguing with Indio, I think. I don't really know what that argument was even about, but I just remember thinking, like, I think that they're getting a bit too aggy here. So, you know, I think sometimes people just don't like being contradicted, and maybe that's true of me as well. But sometimes people...
I just pray that we let cooler heads prevail. You know, that we don't lose our heads and get emotional and stuff like that. Think about things kind of logically and objectively.
Sure.
But yeah, Blaze, assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
And
you're so right.
And the rest.
You're so right, because we're such a society of, I said it the other day, ban, block, delete, you know, like it's where can we resolve the issues? I mean, in businesses and relationships and families, like, you know, like when are we going to stop and say, okay, let's see if we can reason together, and if we can't, can we still part ways friendly? And you are really good about that, Percentage. From my short time being in here, I've heard you stand up for the Globers, and that's how it should be. You know, calling people out when it is, like in a nice way, you know, and you're very diplomatic. But people are just so ready. They think everybody's disposable. And that sucks, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the problem with 24/7 though, as well, and where it differs from this forum, is that this forum, to me, seems like it's way more about smaller numbers, much better debaters, and you can really get into the meat of topics. Whereas 24/7, like I was saying, one of the reasons that I still do spend time there, and I like the server, I like the people there, but the debates are very, very shallow, because they're kind of brand new Globers bringing really stupid arguments. As reasons why they believe in the globe, and what that leads to is a lot of kind of in and out. It has to be, maybe the way to see it is like like a minimum wage role versus a highly qualified role, right? So a minimum wage role would be you hire and fire as quickly as you can to get basically not retarded people in the role, and that's what you're doing in 24/7, because there's so many people. But here, everyone's kind of qualified. You know, they're qualified in the debate, so they don't. It's harder to hire them and harder to fire them. Sort of. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's a fair criticism.
I'm just an intern.
Yeah, literally. Kind of shows our diversity higher.
Yeah. And Crypto, you give really good examples, so where people you're really good at explaining stuff. And I do want to learn more, and hopefully I will. Being here with you guys, I'm sure that I will. But I just don't want to spend like all my time on the shape of the earth. I'm more like the spiritual, what would you call it, the ethereal side of it. But I do want to learn.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to say earlier, is that like different elements of this debate aren't for everyone. Like when people start talking about the stars and GPs and stuff, I kind of lose interest. Like I listen, but I'm not qualified to speak at that point, because I don't really know what I'm talking about. So if I give an opinion on the stars, it's going to be ignorant, so I don't bother. And so I understand that if other people, they don't want to talk about certain things that they're not sure on, that's fine, you know. And if you want to go away and get cleaned up, and then you want to come back to the conversation, do it when you know what you're talking about. Then you can actually kind of contribute.
Yeah, yeah. I do want to be able to defend my beliefs because in my group of friends, they laugh, but they kid around now. When I meet somebody, because I'm the one that's always going out and meeting somebody and bringing them back to the group and everything. And they're like, "Oh, wow, you're hanging out with her? Did you know that she's a flat earther?" They look at me and I'm like, oh, gosh, and so it's like a funny joke. And some people, like, oh, I met somebody Friday night. And a buddy of mine said, "Hey, I've got somebody that you could talk to about the shape of the earth, the flat earth." And I was like, "Oh yeah." And this guy was not like, he was more about the Bible and everything. I said, "Well, did you, I said something about flat earth," and he just stared at me. But then he goes, "Tell me more. I'm down with that. I want to know." And I was like, "Wow." All right. So, they can use it and then you never know.
This is
like
in real life?
Yeah, this was Friday night.
Maybe you're just cute and that's it.
Sounds like a real smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
he's probably just trying to get with you.
No. As a matter of fact, you know what happened? Because in my morning prayers and stuff, I like to ask, "Do you have any divine appointments for me?" And I think he was my divine appointment because he is going to the College of UCLA, and he seemed a little feminine. And then he said he went to 2 different places, and each time they were preaching the Bible. So he's gay, but he's celibate, but he's all about truth. And I believe he's being called and everything. And he just was like, "Tell me more. I want to get together and hang out and do a Bible study." I mean, he is a little younger than me as well. I mean, a lot. And so, like, the fact that he was trying to, be a different way, that I feel like that was my divine appointment. So he's going to come with me on my flat earth meetup group this Saturday.
That's cool.
I've invited a bunch of my friends that I can't really share because you can't talk to your friends and family about particular topics because you have no credibility.
Yo, where do you live?
Me, I live in St. Pete, Florida.
Oh,
Florida. All right. Yo, if anyone shows up and claims to be me, make sure it's not kosher.
Fuck that fool.
That's funny.
So how'd you meet this guy if he goes to UCLA?
Oh yeah, so he is doing the online studies. I go, "Wait a second. So are you doing online studies because of the way that things are there?" He goes, "Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't want to be in California right now with all this nonsense. So they're letting him take the classes on at UCLA." Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And I told him, we were talking about some other things, and I was like, "Yeah, apparently per the scriptures, liars don't make it, drunkards, fornicators." And I said, effeminate. And he goes, "What do you mean by effeminate?" I go, "Well, let's do a study on it." I go, "Because I want you to be able to see something. Don't just listen to me." And that's what you guys are doing here. Don't believe us. You give them information to go look at. And whether they do the research, that's on them. But, I don't think any of us want people to just take our word for it, because that's not really what truth seeking is about. Just empower people, give them the topics to search out, and you've done your job.
You know what? I gotta run a second, but I think you guys, percentage, crypto, Blaze, not really Jeremy so much, but I think you guys kind of inspired me to spend the rest of this week, instead of arguing with you guys, I'm just gonna listen and learn. I'm trying to take it all in, see what I can come up with.
No, that's awesome.
It's a trap.
Very wise.
It's not a trap, Jeremy. It's not a trap, dude. And you were no help, buddy. You were no help during the whole thing. Mainly percentage. But yeah.
I love you too, baby.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I think you're back to being my favorite Glober again, Kosher.
Definitely mine.
Well, I appreciate you guys.
And we appreciate you.
Be safe.
Is he a full-time Glober or just part-time?
I don't know.
No,
I'm an
he's
intern.
a part-time, paid intern.
Ah.
Well,
Kosho,
I
do you
got a boogie
still
as well. Oh, you guys, have a good one. Talk to you later. Sorry for interrupting. Bye.
Have a good one.
see it? Kosho, do you still believe in the moon landing?
You know what, man? I don't know. I'm open to open to everything now. So I'm gonna give it a second go, fifth or sixth go.
Lucky number 7.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw a really cool video. It's CGI because it's from Unreal Engine, which is again called Unreal. Anyways, they do a 3D simulation sort of thing where they show the Apollo 11 launch, and I always thought that was cool. But at the end of the day, it really is only explaining the physics behind it, not really demonstrating, that we actually did it. So
yeah, it's a model, not a demonstration.
Yeah, they can only explain it because if they were to actually simulate it, it wouldn't work because that's not how gases behave in vacuums, etc., etc.
how do gases behave in vacuums?
Very differently. I wish I could remember the name of the channel, but there's a pretty good you might be able to search it up just by typing a few key phrases. But there's a pretty good video that is about rocket fuel in a vacuum. So this guy has like his own chamber vacuum, whatever, right? And he's lighting different fuels with a laser. So he's doing control test of that fuel with lighting it with a laser when the vacuum's not engaged. Then he engages it, lights it, and he does that for all types of different fuels, just to show that what they're claiming about how these things would operate in quote space doesn't work. I'll try and find it for you, but that should be enough info for you to kind of go ahead and look for it.
Can you remind me one more time? Just say that once more. You said that he lights these different gases.
Yeah,
in a
so it's like
vacuum?
testing rocket fuel in a vacuum, and the way he does it is he's just using a laser because that way he doesn't have to. That way he can ignite the fuel without being inside the vacuum.
Oh right, yeah.
It's just a nifty way to test. But the point is just to prove that the way they say things operate in the vacuum just can't happen like that because he demonstrated it.
I'll have to watch it. Do you remember like the name? You don't remember his channel name or anything?
No, it's very
I'll find it. I'll try
obscure
to
and
find it.
old video. Yeah, I'm sure you could find it because I saw it within another video that was like a longer form type thing. So I don't remember what it was called.
What the fuck's up with my keyboard? I can't type shit. What the fuck? There we go.
You got it locked or something?
I got it. Remember the video was like kind of green? I see a greenish video. I don't know if that's it.
Yeah. I think that might be it.
Okay.
Yeah, Kobe's lab. Does it say Kobe's lab?
Oh, it's Cody's lab. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That would be that will be the one then.
Yeah, I like that show.
Yeah, that will speak more than I can speak on it because you can actually see it. Because it's all well and good me explaining it, but much better when someone can show it.
You know, I think I've seen this video too. Let me watch it again. Yeah.
Because it's funny, right? In school they tell you the whole thing of like I mean, It's maybe a different discussion. I'll leave the other side that I was going to bring up. But so the whole Newton's law that they like to use, you just hear, and they never really explain it to you. They just kind of give it to you as a kind of rote memorization, or oh, here's the law of space. And they just say something to the effect of, oh well, any force in one direction is equal and opposite, blah blah blah, right? But they never actually give you pause to question it, or to actually think about how that would actually work. And when you watch this guy's video and you actually put your brain to it, you're like, hold on a minute, that just wouldn't work. You can't engage within a vacuum like that. You can't operate like that, regardless of like how you're gonna get to this supposed vacuum in the first place. That's kind of makes the whole thing a null point. But even if you're gonna entertain that, you just can't operate the way they're claiming you can operate, because it just doesn't do that. The fuel has no room to exist. No, not to. Sorry, that's the wrong word. Sorry, what am I looking for? It has no room to ignite in the same way, right? Because of the limitations of the environment. And then the whole equal opposite reactions. Well, no, because even if you were to get it to ignite, the vacuum would just take it all away from you. You'd just be spending fuel for no reason. You'd go nowhere really fast and at high cost.
What are you saying? He needs something to push off of?
You just need it to be real, really. That's not too dismissive.
I know, but what's the problem with a rocket working in a vacuum?
Oh, should I post a video? Because
no, I don't really have time to watch a video. Just what's the issue with it? Is it because it doesn't have anything to push off of, or?
That's why I'm trying to. Because I haven't looked into this more recently, so I'm not. I don't think I can get it as clearly as I'd like to get it out. You know what I mean? But the long and the short of it is the fuel just doesn't ignite in the vacuum.
No doubt, but the way the rocket, is.
That's the wrong word. It's not that it doesn't ignite; it's that it doesn't combust.
Okay, but the way the rocket is.
Which may be semantics, but I think it's important. So.
All right, but the way the rocket. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I'm just lagging or speaking of you. I didn't mean to, carry on.
The way the rocket's shaped, though, they fill up this little like cone-shaped thing, and then before the gas all has a chance to escape, that's where they ignite it. Right? Isn't that how it works?
Supposedly, but it wouldn't. That's why I recommend the video, right? But to summarize it, the fuel just doesn't combust or ignite properly. So what they're saying would work is just a claim that, but when you actually test it, like this guy's tested it, fuel doesn't operate. And then even if the fuel was, because I think someone even tested it with like a compressed gas or something, so they just released like a pressurized gas thing. I think maybe he did it in another video, the same Cody's Lab guy. But even that, the vacuum just takes it away. So it just what's it, second law or whatever, tends towards equilibrium. So again, even if the fuel would ignite or operate as it would on Earth, the rest of it's kind of a null point anyway, because the vacuum just takes away any of the force. My phrasing of this is terrible.
I used to make that argument.
That's why I'm saying to look at the video, because I'm phrasing it like a dum-dum, right?
No, I know it's up. I used to make that same argument. Supporting you in a way, right? I used to make that same argument. I kept on, doing research. I get a lot of arguments from the standard narrative guys, and then it turns out they satisfied me with that a particular explosion thing, because it's a series of small explosions. It's not a continuously release of a gas, as if like the Joule-Thomson effect or the kinetic theory of gas expansion in a vacuum
would equal zero work being done. Therefore, there's no thrust, and you're not. It's not. It's not really the basis of what they rely rocket science on. Is what I thought it was. And so those small explosions, like they actually do press pressure on the three sides of that cone where they explode, and because they're getting pressure from all the other sides, and when they release with the least amount of pressure is on the back, right? The most amount of pressure is up on the front, so that does push the rocket forward.
But have you actually seen this? Have you actually seen this? Were you satisfied with the demonstration that you can cite?
Well, I see it in my mind. Yeah, I see it operating.
Well,
yeah. Well,
you know where that goes, right?
It was really my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a pain in the ass, but that's like ripe for mockery right there. Because I'm citing a video that you can actually go and watch and recreate for yourself if you had the resources, right? Whereas
right, but you're
just giving an explanation with no veracity.
You're showing me things I already agree with. I agree with you on those things. That's why it's funny that you would mock me particularly, right? It's not as if I didn't research the Joule-Thomson effect and the kinetic theory of gas expansion in a vacuum to come to this realization. Have you? Like I know, and you might have, right? Because you got to the realization that you can't just release gas from a balloon or something and have it blow around in a vacuum, because there's no work being done. It won't work that way. That's agreeable, but that's not the same thing as the rockets, with the rockets that, we're using, like the dry fuel and all that kind of stuff. That's not the same thing that they're doing, because they end up throwing water out of the back. The hydrogen and oxygen, when the exhaust comes from a hydrogen oxygen, it's actually a water vapor, which is heavier than the original gas. So they're literally throwing weight out of the back too. That's like throwing that's like sitting on a skateboard and throwing
what does that achieve in a vacuum?
Well, because that's the second law. You can have an object in a vacuum catapult on wheels. You can have a catapult on wheels, and you sling that object out of the catapult. That object that then leaves the catapult, that same force also pushes the catapult backwards. And you'll see the catapult roll backwards, even in a vacuum. And that's the same law. If you're sitting on a skateboard, you throw a bowling ball out of the back of the skateboard as hard as you can, you'll roll backwards.
But how far?
That's one explosion. You go boom, 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 boom. You keep throwing bowling balls out of the back, you're going to keep rolling backwards.
No, but the point is that you need an extraordinary amount of mass to take you hundreds of thousands of miles in that manner.
Right, and there's one really important thing, because I'm assuming you have an actual demonstration for the catapult example. It wouldn't surprise me that someone has done that, right? But that catapult would actually be on a surface so it has that surface that it's engaging with whenever that force exchange happens, right?
Well, that just adds friction to this. That just slows the wheels down, though. That helps it stop.
Wait, let me finish the sentence, right? But the example that you're actually pushing towards, which is needed, or whatever the word is, right? Because again, my vocabulary is falling out the window today. Is a rocket that's connected to no surface, that has no engagement with anything, and you're dumping out quote water, and you're expecting that to send you anywhere?
Yeah, of course.
The surface, the wheels are.
You see
the surface, the wheels are touching. Doesn't really.
You see the holes in
the
such
surface,
an
the
idea?
wheels are touching. The wheels are
No,
touching.
it makes it worse for his argument. Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. You think you're going to point this out?
When you get the catapult, like the surface doesn't help it go anywhere. It's inhibiting it, and if anything, the friction with the wheels on the floor. It's not like.
That's right. That's right. That's what I was going to say. It just makes it worse for that side of the argument, because you're actually getting through friction now too. You're pushing not only frictionless, but you're pushing through friction, which
unless you need the ground
necessary to move it. That's right.
But unless you need the stability of the ground to even push the rock or whatever the catapult is launching. If it's heavy enough, it's just gonna, it's not gonna get any traction. It won't even push anything.
All right, hold on. Could we not be parachuting?
Ironically, the worsening of the argument is actually a bettering of the argument, because you've now provided something to push off, which was his original problem with your position in the first place.
True.
You're not pushing.
Let's take it to a different. Hold on, guys. Let's say we're falling falling out of a, right? No parachute yet. We're just falling. And we have a bowling ball with us. Right? If I push that ball, if I throw that bowling ball, I'm going to go backwards a little bit, right?
Yep.
Are you sure? Of
course.
You're in a vacuum. You're in a vacuum.
I've never parachuted. Well, no, we're just parachuting. I mean.
Oh. Then
interesting to think.
Just kind of, isn't that a non sequitur? Or is there something I'm
It's
missing?
really not. I mean, you're reaching for stuff. It's not a non sequitur. He's literally talking about the same force. That's the inertial force.
If you push something, yeah, if you throw something, this is Newton's what, third law? Has an equal and opposite reaction.
Second law. You got it. Yeah.
It's the third one, I think.
Just assuming that law is correct, and that it operates within a vacuum in the same way, or a near perfect vacuum. Let's say.
I mean, NASA should have this demonstrated in one of those giant vacuum chambers they got. You make a little rocket, show it fucking taking off or something. I don't know.
Shouldn't they? They should. It
Because
would make
the idea
life
is
so much
whatever
easier
has
if they
the
could
higher
just
mass.
go, look, we've already done it, as opposed to look, we can show you in a game simulation.
I mean, Rumpus went on Brandon's one night, and they have a detailed, illustration of how rockets work in a vacuum. I don't know if you guys ever seen that.
I think the idea is whatever has the larger mass, has more inertia, is going to be the one that doesn't move. So
no, even the big thing moves. Even the big thing moves.
I know, but just a little bit. Like the one that has larger mass is going to be the one that moves less, basically. So if you were to push on, this bowling ball as you're falling from a parachute or from a plane or something like that, because you have more mass than the bowling ball, you're going to affect it more, right? It's still going to push against you a little bit, but I think that's the idea. Whatever has more inertia gets pushed less.
It depends on how fast you expel this material from the back. That gives it more inertia. A smaller weight can have more inertia by moving it faster.
I don't think it matters, actually.
No, it absolutely does.
Sure, it'll matter in terms of the maximum force, but in terms of how
I'm going to show you how
two
right
bodies,
now.
it'll always be a function of their inertia.
Drop the bowling ball out of my hand while I'm sitting on a skateboard, right? Well, it won't be the same effect as if I throw the bowling ball very hard off the back of the skateboard.
I know, but my point is the effect on you and the bowling ball, like proportionally, will be the same.
Listen, say you're parachuting and we have a much smaller mass, say a 50 caliber bullet, right? And it's in the gun. I shoot the ball, I push the bowling ball away from me as hard as I can, right? Way bigger mass than the bullet's going to be. I'll probably move back a little bit. Then if you shoot the 50 cal, you're going to move back way more, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the total maximum force, right? But my point is the proportion on the bowling ball or on, I guess the 50 cal bullet doesn't really,
You're not really listening to what he said, right? Because he's saying that it doesn't stay proportionate because you've added to the equation by putting more speed and force on the smaller object, giving it more inertia, which gives it more power to move you.
Yeah, but it also means that it'll move more as well, with more force as well.
All of this is null once you enter the vacuum, supposedly. I mean, let's just entertain that possibility for a moment.
No, we're
it's not null because the vacuum makes it better.
But that's the problem.
Now there's less
in the vacuum that wouldn't happen because the vacuum is near infinite. So it wouldn't have that back and forth reaction. It would literally.
The vacuum just means there's no air in the way.
They don't think there's.
You're not a very good listener.
And he's not a very good listener. You're not the one that's listening because I haven't finished my sentence, have I?
Your first two words were incorrect. That's why I was just trying to before you continued on for too long, makes it more embarrassing when you're really, really long-winded and wrong than if you just throw up a little word or two and then you're wrong, right? So I'm just saying, it's the vacuum air in the vacuum makes it worse for your case.
No, it doesn't.
Air, if you try to listen for just more than one or two words, it'll work. The vacuum.
No, but now you're just flipping this. Now you're just flipping the script and taking the piss because I'm the one that still hasn't finished my sentence.
The air adds friction to the material.
Fine,
right?
let him finish, Brim. Let him finish.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
No, but this 50 cal example, whatever you're talking about, right? in the vacuum, it just gets taken away. Like, this is under the assumption that the thing is even going to operate in the vacuum.
Do you think the bullet is gas?
Which again is giving the whole argument far too much credit, but we'll allow it for argument's sake, right? But once you expel that thing, there's gonna be no reaction like people are implying, because the vacuum's just gonna be like, okay, gimme, I'll take it all.
What about the vacuum does that to the bullet?
Well, I mean, yeah, with the bullet, it does get a little dicey.
You do kind of treat bullet like a gas molecule, and it just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, it's a solid.
No, but it requires combustion, right? And that's why you'll find, even in terms of like the warped perception and other kind of videos where they're supposedly having this rocket in a vacuum, they have to atmospherize the capsule because it won't ignite, it won't combust unless it's atmospherize. So he's right. We're not even sure if a gun will actually, go off once the hammer hits the back of the bullet or what have you, because it might require air, unless you have air inside of it in the chamber
that's not where we wanted to go with this argument, right?
No, but I guess that's what his point was.
But that's just kind of stupid, because we started off with throwing a bowling ball off the back, and he's still trying to use the same exact argument with the bullet. And he's treating the bullet like it's a gas molecule that's going to get fucking just sucked into the vacuum, faster than it can be expelled. That's just not the way it works.
It's an energy exchange. It doesn't matter. And remember, I was the one who brought this whole thing up in the first place. I mean, actually, maybe you weren't here. I don't know. But context, right?
Let's stick to like the bowling ball example.
Right.
So what about a bowling ball doesn't work in a vacuum? Theoretically.
Thank you. Go ahead, brother. We're waiting.
What's your question?
What about the bowling ball doesn't work in a vacuum?
I mean, if that's how you're gonna frame the question, how do you get to the vacuum first? Would be my response.
Well, pretend like you were listening to the whole rest of the conversation.
No, it's the same thing, right?
Hypothetically, theoretically, if we had a vacuum, what about the bowling ball thing? It would work theoretically, right?
Hypothetically, you're assuming that Newton's second law would apply in that situation, but you have no demonstration for it, and that's my point, right? If anything, nothing
you don't think
would
there's
happen.
a demonstration for that? Hold on.
If anything, nothing would happen.
Nothing akin to the vacuum of space. I mean, you might find a vacuum chamber on Earth, but that's percent. I got that straight from percentage.
Nothing noticeable. Perhaps something negligible. I could give that with some. I'd allow that to some degree, but then that raises a bigger issue with the whole premise for where we got to this bowling ball question in the first place, about that, okay, the fuels might not work like that, but they've made up a whole new system so that instead of them actually igniting fuels, they're basically just doing an exchange of mass, right? But if the bowling ball example would be negligible at best, then for the rocket example to work, right, you would have to have so much mass exchanged that you don't have enough space, like actual volume space in the rocket, to do that.
Well, this is where speed now matters, at the speed of which you eject this mass. Like if I'm on a skateboard and I just drop a bowling ball, like just let it fall out of my hand, I'm not going to go anywhere. It ain't going to push me backwards probably at all. I'm going to heave that shit as hard as I can. I'm going to go back way farther. You know what I'm saying? The harder you throw it, the more you're going to go back. So they say they're ejecting the mass super fast speeds.
Yeah, but for that to even have any noticeable result for what they're trying to do, you would have to have speeds that you wouldn't even be able to register, right? You're talking about, I mean, it doesn't apply in the vacuum in the same way, but you're talking about supersonic. The whole idea is silly, right? And then unfortunately, I understand the hypothetical, and
I'm pretty sure he hasn't worked out the details.
I understand the hypothetical, and we're just giving it, like, we're allowing the premise so that we can have the argument. But then at the core of this, the thing wouldn't ignite in the first place. And that's what I brought up.
Well, it depends on the amount of. It depends on if it would ignite because they fill that cone shape.
And it
depends on if it would
ignite. It would definitely ignite because they add their own oxygen to it.
Remember how they got that little cone shaped thing? They fill that up, a little area of that up with some gas, and then they ignite that, right? And that way it just goes out backwards the way they want it to, behind them. I mean, theoretically, the way they got it with the math and shit and the mass and all that shit probably checks out. I've never ran the numbers.
Theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically, I'm on board too. I just like to see a demonstration, and I find it's weird that they don't have a demonstration showing it after all of these years and all of these thousands and thousands of launches and all that bullshit.
Yeah. And again, you might not have the time to watch the video, but I would watch the video about the fuel, because unless there's a counter demonstration that specifies the claim they're making, the one that actually demonstrates something tangibly is obviously going to have the authority until actually demonstrated otherwise.
I think they fill up a little area inside the. I think they fill up a little area with gas inside the cone shaped thing coming out of the back, and it's like a one-way flap thing. So like, it only opens when it fucking ignites or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
I can kind of picture what you're saying. I don't have a problem with that in theory, but the issue that will arise is the moment that interacts with the vacuum, boom, all your preparation goes out the window, because the vacuum then goes, here, gimme, that's mine, thank you.
But it's coming out with force, though. It's coming out with force,
and they have
right?
a really small
Yeah,
nozzle.
and it's coming out with force through a very small nozzle, but the vacuum's equally at force and at greater speed, because it has the upper hand in terms that it's massive, right? And you got the laws of thermodynamics. It's just going to take it all. It's going to take it all without any care in the world for what your whole plan was.
The air takes all my bowling ball, though, without any care in the world. Doesn't matter.
No, that's not the same.
What do you mean?
Because gas evacuates to a vacuum, right? You can't say the same for a bowling ball in air. You know,
dude,
if you ever had
you guys are
air in water or something like that.
Have you ever sprayed a can of air or you worked an air hose or anything? You realize there's force when you shoot the air out, right?
Yeah, but this is within a pressurized system. When we're not talking about that when we talk about the rocket in space, supposedly.
Yeah, you don't need force for the air to evacuate into a vacuum. You need it to, for it to basically propagate into air.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Like,
I never liked this argument. I never liked this argument.
That's right.
I'm with you guys, but I don't like it.
I just feel like, you have these billionaires, right, that are trying to get into space and stuff. You'd think that if this was possible, I mean, they could, buy all the solid fuel or whatever they call it, solid propellant, as much as they want. If they were able to go higher, they would have. Why did they go only so high,
What do you mean by that question?
Like for Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos and stuff, they're using rocket fuel, right? They're propelling up into, so-called space or what have you. If it'll continue happening, the higher you go, and it'll be even stronger because there's less and less atmosphere, then why didn't they go higher?
I never watched those launches, to be honest. How many stages did they have, do you know?
There's two different types. For the Richard Branson one, he had this mothership, which kind of launched them from 100,000 feet or something, or maybe no.
I want to know why they stopped flying the Concorde. I mean, that's a no-brainer. You keep that thing going. There's got to be a high demand for people that want to get from London to New York or whatever.
Not enough.
As fast as fucking possible. Not enough people.
Yeah, it's not enough. That's why they go too. It turns out that shit goes too high, and there's just a lot of radiation up there. And the pilots, yeah, it's not healthy for the pilots or the people.
That's not why. What do you mean? You just put that gold aluminum foil. You just get that gold aluminum foil they had on the fucking meth head house.
An Allen bent.
The lunar lander.
That gold foil, over long durations. Over long durations. I don't think that's healthy for the general public. I think they might risk military and people like that for the sake of their, goals, but I don't know if they can afford the lawsuits from the general public.
All they need is flight routes that are underneath the ionosphere.
Flying.
Because when we sue the government, we sue ourselves, right? Because we basically have to pay from our taxes that suit. So it's kind of like fucking ourselves.
That's
not why all you need is to make sure your flight routes avoid the weakest areas of the ozone layer.
Yeah, plus that gold aluminum foil. I mean, they went to the moon with that shit. So you got a couple of Reynolds wrap of that. You're good.
You do know they didn't fly the lunar lander out of Earth's orbit, right?
But that's what stopped the radiation, right?
Yeah, but there's a difference between putting foil on the Concorde and putting foil on a craft that's not interacting with the atmosphere that's going to tear it up.
Dude, you put that shit on the inside, bro. You don't put it on the fucking outside of the thing. What are you not? Are you high right now?
That's why I'm asking you. Because
how high are you right now?
You compared it to the lunar lander.
You're going to build it like a meth head shelter, though, obviously. You wouldn't really build something like that you intended to go anywhere.
And again, the Concorde did not stop flying because of radiation.
That's fine. That's fine. Why did it stop?
Because it wasn't cost effective. Not enough people used it to counteract the cost of using it.
I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people probably want to do it, especially nowadays that there's so many. I bet you they could bring that shit back and make it be worth its while. Tons of people probably trying to get to Europe and America as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying? In Japan, you can throw Tokyo in there too. Tokyo's big.
Yeah, it looks like the Virgin Galactic one didn't have the opportunity to go higher because it's such a tiny craft. I'm thinking there's a chance for that. But I'm about to watch the Blue Origins.
Yeah, Blue Origin was just straight launch. Like, that's my point. If their goal, I mean, these guys are billionaires, right? They want to, do what no man has ever done and stuff like that. You'd think that they would just get a bigger fuel tank or whatever with the solid fuel and go higher if it was possible.
It doesn't work like that, though.
More time in, free fall and stuff like that. Why not?
It doesn't work like that. Like the Saturn V, for example, that's why Warren von Braun originally thought it would be impossible, because there's a balance between the weight of the rocket and the amount of fuel it requires to lift that weight. So it's like the more fuel you add, eventually there's a threshold where it starts
diminishing returns or something.
Yeah, something like that. And so they had to come up with convenient ways to, kind of trick ways to make it work. They did on the Apollo.
In percentage, they are billionaires, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure the reason why they're letting people buy tickets to come with them and do all that kind of crap is to subsidize it. They don't want to go broke doing it either.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, Shatner to go up.
That's a reason why they don't go higher. Just because they're billionaires doesn't mean they want to go bankrupt doing it. And it's still has a cost to it.
But that's what I'm saying. The cost becomes a lot less when you're outside of the atmosphere. At that point,
because you gotta first get there and you gotta get back. So whatever it would take for you,
just fall.
So whatever
I'm saying, gravity is weaker. There's less atmosphere. The effect of this, this propulsion should be a lot more. For the same amount of fuel, you're going to move more. So it's more cost efficient to go more.
But the longer they're up there, the more it costs.
Obviously, but it's cost per dollar is less.
No, but it's more because you're still extending the flight.
Better to let someone orbit the Earth and go up there for 30 seconds. That's fucking a ridiculous waste of money. We knew it for 3 minutes. How long were they?
That's a tourist thing. Elon Musk, he sent people up higher than the moon, and they orbited for 3 days or whatever. That's just because he was able to do that. But
when did that happen?
It actually does cost. In order to do that, I mean, he has the infrastructure to do something like that. Because he has him in a dragon capsule, and they go up on a 2-stage.
His plan
launch.
was, Jeremy. They were selling tickets to do. This is like
I don't know how I would
what,
have
a
missed
decade
that
or
one.
two ago. His plan was to be able to not only go out of Earth, low space or Earth's orbit, but they also wanted to be able to slingshot around the moon. They wanted to orbit.
Those are good plans.
Yeah,
those are good
those
plans.
are
You know what my
plans.
plans was?
I don't know if
You
he
know what my
actually
plans
did
was?
that though.
You know what my plans was when I was a kid? To have a hoverboard, like Back to the Future style.
And you can have one.
It's too late.
No, they make them.
It's too late. I'm too old.
No, they
No,
make
Tony
them.
Hawk. That one Tony Hawk was on. That shit was plugged in, bro.
No, go look it up, Jeremy. They have
I
those
seen
now.
Tony Hawk riding one. It was plugged into the wall. It was this giant fucking thing. You could barely ride it.
Okay, go look it up.
What about
Best skateboarder in the world.
They have them now.
What about the
You could
Lexus
barely
one?
ride this thing. Either way, plans don't mean shit. It's what you do.
Yeah, and now they have them. You didn't have the
Okay,
means.
They don't have the thing I was talking. Michael J. Fox Back to the Future hoverboard.
Yes, well, I'll find it for you right now.
Let's see it. A Tony Hawk rode one a couple years ago, and it was fucking like plugged into the wall or some shit. Right? He could barely ride it. The best skateboarder in the world.
How long ago was that, Jeremy?
A couple years ago, maybe.
A couple years ago.
Yeah.
I've seen the
3,
ones
4
that they
years
have
ago.
before the nitrous or it's a fucking super cold gas. I forgot.
I think that's the one Hawk was on.
Yeah, they poured
There
it
was
in
like
there over
smoke
the.
coming out of it or something.
Yeah, and it was like made a superconductor out of the materials, and they had a magnetic track, and they drove it along this track that was covered.
Yeah, bro. I'm talking Michael J. Fox. This shit needs to go over water, over land, everything.
Yeah.
It goes over water, dude. It's in the video.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah, you have to watch it.
Where is it? Oh, you posted it?
You're talking about quantum levitation or whatever, right, Grim? That's what they were calling it, but it's something called something else
Quantum
now.
walking. Yeah.
Yeah, quantum. There you go.
It's a super.
The Lexus hoverboard. Where's the video?
AKA quantum levitation, AKA yeah, it's all the same thing.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out the exact term they called it.
Ooh, this looks fucking cool. Let me see this.
Here's one, Jeremy.
Oh, these dudes can't even ride these things. They're falling and scraping on the ground and shit.
Oh, this track. That's because they made this park like this, right?
They made the park with
Michael J. Fox hoverboards.
The what?
Yeah.
There you go. There's one.
It was like Green Lantern.
On a drone.
Hoverboard.
On a drone, dude. That's not a fucking hover.
Yes, it
Listen, you
is.
guys got nothing. You guys got nothing. Once again.
Yeah, that's a drone. The one
No,
that
no,
you
it's
posted, Sean.
it's a flying
The
hoverboard.
hoverboard
That's
one's
literally what it's called.
The superconducting one works, man. You're just denying it.
No, they were falling all the time.
Dude, because you watched the first 2 seconds of it. You watched the title of the video. They showed that at the very beginning, and then they showed him skating around the whole skate park because he has to learn how to do it.
And just because they're not experts at it when they did it and you got to watch them doing it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means they haven't
Definitely
figured it
trash.
out.
The drone, the guy in the drone, that shit's garbage.
It's not a drone.
The dude in the picture?
Yeah, it's not a drone.
What is it?
That's
It's
two
a
drones
flying
connected by like a little
hoverboard.
thing.
It's literally called a flying hoverboard.
It's two drones connected by a board.
Yeah, you got.
It's a flying hoverboard.
All right, I know.
Are you
But I
talking about the Lexus hoverboard or what?
No, the picture that he posted.
No, I just posted a picture of one called a flying hoverboard. And just because it's not exactly like the one Michael J. Fox used in a movie 30 years ago.
Yo, it don't count unless it's Michael. I don't know what was going on with the Lexus one. You have to have the ground super cooled or the board super that shit. No,
It's a
You can't do
superconducting
that.
magnet. Yeah.
what would the skate park was a big magnet?
No, they
Did they have duck
put
suits on? They didn't even have duck suits.
a magnetic track around the entire skate park, and then they put sapphire wafers, super cooled with nitrogen in the skateboard.
Thing like the Michael J. Fox one.
What did they put in them? What did they put in those fucking hovercrafts, Jeremy?
Michael J. Fox, he didn't need none
What
of
they
that
put in the
shit. He was
fucking
just
in
floating
those
all over the
hovercrafts?
place.
How do you know it's not the fucking same shit?
Because it wasn't spewing out some shit on the side.
Yeah, maybe
going over.
Maybe they found a different way to
and
cool it.
shit.
They're not using nitrogen. They found a way to keep it cool on the inside.
Yo, when was Back to the Future like set?
85. It was the future one was 2015.
2015.
October 2015. It might be 2016. I still think it was 2015.
Those
Here
things
comes
aren't
Elon
here.
Musk again with his fake warnings about what they are planning. Like he's
Yeah, they've
literally
been planning to go back to the moon.
to expect this shit.
They've been planning to go back to the moon for decades now, and they ain't done it. They ain't gonna do it.
Like that, you think you have a full understanding of what it takes to do something, how much it would cost to do it, and then decide that they should have already done it.
Well, they've been planning.
Yeah,
Plans don't mean shit till you actually do something. That's what I'm saying.
So then you know what it would take to execute that plan. You don't care.
Listen.
Okay, so when
I know
they said
that plans don't mean shit until you
they were going to the moon, 2 weeks later they should have went to the fucking moon, huh?
Didn't say that. I said plans don't mean shit until you do something. I'm planning to pet a unicorn later today.
I bet you are. If they could just get your
And then
Wi-Fi back on.
I'm gonna ride me and my leprechaun.
unicorn all morning, boy.
I plan to meet a leprechaun at the pot of gold with the rainbow, and then we're gonna fly a unicorn over it together. The pot of gold, the leprechaun, me, and a unicorn. That's my plans.
Singing that best friend song.
I'm gonna be singing somewhere.
Jeremy, do you think there's a dome?
Bluebird.
Thinking right then, some cartoon bluebirds are gonna pop out and singing.
Jeremy, do you believe there's a dome?
Over the rainbow.
What, John?
Do you believe there's a dome?
You've known him for how long? And you're just asking him this? Just kidding.
Well, I know he doesn't.
So then what's up?
I don't even know.
No dome. What's up?
Because
Could be, might not be. I don't know. Why? What's up? Are you making a claim on it?
Yeah, because if there's no dome, then what is stopping them from being able to go into low space orbit or to space period?
What's stopping
It's kind of like flying through an electrical fucking arc.
I don't know. I don't know what's stopping them. Go ahead, do it. Let them do it.
They have. No, they haven't. Right? All the time.
When did they do it? Well,
all the time.
All the time, like right now.
All the time. Probably.
Right now, they got to do this in the fucking electrical.
Russia, I would not doubt it if Russia has launched a few things, type satellites, to be able to have better connect.
I'm not saying I'm not saying there aren't dead bodies floating around in equipment all over the place out there.
I wouldn't doubt that either.
I'm sure there are that.
If you died and they put you in a coffin and had you orbiting Earth.
That's one of those things that kind of gives credence to the whole they didn't land on the moon, where it's like, well, if they were just faking it to make it as if they got there before Russia and they're just flexing, how come Russia didn't out them? Well, a lot of people don't realize it, but when they were in that space race, a lot of fucking people died on both sides, and both sides were covering it the fuck up.
It's a fake race. There's the elites are controlling both
they're
of
all
the
the
countries.
same people, exactly.
Yeah, the elites are controlling both of the countries. There's no race. It's a made up race for you to make you think there was a race.
No, there was definitely a race, but I think it was more militarized than exploration.
But if you step out of that thought that there's definitely a race for a second, I mean, look at look at what it opens up for you. If it's not definitely a race, and if there's definitely like this war, you think this is definitely a war, people do, right? But I mean, this comes right in hand with the same three countries that, mysteriously started this whole COVID shit and were the biggest power movers on this whole COVID thing and supported each other, accentuated each other, worked perfectly with each other almost in order to get the same agenda completed for the Charles Schwab, for the Schwabs of America, right? And so all of a sudden now those same three we're catching a bunch of this COVID shit is all fucking bullshit, and a lot of it's fucking beef numbers, and there's possibility that they've basically murdered a lot of people already with this remdesivir and all this other stuff. Isn't it interesting that right when this data that we're really asking for the data, how it's supposed to come out? Don't stop me. I'm almost done.
Jeremy's going to
really
just relax with the V's and the
he's going to
C's
stop
and all
you.
the. Just relax with the V's and the C's. That's all.
You got to remember, Gio
they're
doesn't
not
want
worried
to
about that anymore. They've already started a war, so everybody's focused on that now, and this won't get that traction.
No,
that it
Gio
used to get.
doesn't want that talked about on his stream.
I don't know if the live stream's on or not, but let's just not take it there. Sorry, Graham.
Oh, but I could
they censor us, dude. They're censoring us.
I can tell you right now, and I've been talking about this for a minute now. Get ready, because China's about to invade Taiwan. We will definitely get involved, and World War III starts. Everyone thinks you have to. They need to invade.
What's the first battle?
Huh?
Sean, what's the first battle look like?
What's the first battle?
There's World War III, right? There's going to be tanks.
Taiwan's going, or China's going to
planes and boats.
China's going to invade. Their navy will invade Taiwan. U.S. will instantly get involved. We've already said we would. Then Korea will be backed by Russia.
Okay, hold on.
Korea.
Part where the U.S. gets involved.
Instantly, the second China does.
Where's that battle?
South China Sea, Taiwan Strait.
The South China
Why is
Sea
China going to choose right now to invade Taiwan?
Because right now they think the NATO's pussies right now.
We go in with the aircraft carriers and the planes and the Harriers and all the crazy shit. We're in the South Sea.
Hmm?
We blow all China's shit out the water, and now what?
They conditioned us, right, to accept this as a big thing that they're going to do. So, of course, we're going to it's going to be rational for us. We're going to, figure it all out in that way. That's the standard narrative of exactly what they want you to think. It's going to be because of this and that and in Taiwan, and we're really, really not on the same team, fucking the people over of all of that kind of
I don't believe that. We're different friends with them. Just because we do trade with them doesn't make us friends.
Partners, dude.
I don't think so.
No. See, that's the thing. You're not supposed to think that we're friends.
Okay, well, you're supposed to. Okay,
it's working perfectly on you. These guys have dinners together in different. Yeah,
just because they do trade, they're instantly friends.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I get that we're not supposed to believe that they're friends. You don't have to keep telling me that. That's obvious.
What makes it so that they're friends?
We all know that they're not supposed to be friends, but the fact of the matter is that they are friends.
Graham?
Yeah, but they're more than friends. They're brothers.
Oh, okay. How do you? What evidence? What is it that makes you think that way?
What are you talking about? Look at the way that everybody worked for China and hid the fact that even New Zealand gets orders from China talking about don't investigate the C word shit when this investigation comes out.
Didn't we find out a lot of stuff?
You're so busy interrupting me that there's no way I can answer your questions.
Okay, then don't go so long.
No, don't do like that in the middle of my fucking thoughts. Don't just sit there and
you keep changing points.
Shut up.
Yeah,
there's no fucking reason for you to be going while I'm talking.
Okay, I asked.
Come on, man.
It's just not cool, dude.
What makes you think they are friends then? What is there that they do? What is it?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
They opened up the China. What do you mean it makes? Okay, first off, the U.S. funds China to do laboratory work for the U.S. in China because the U.S. isn't allowed to do that laboratory work in the U.S.
That makes them friends.
That definitely makes them more friends than me and you.
Me and you.
I don't give you billions of dollars to do fucking. I don't give you billions of dollars to do fucking gain of function research at your house, do I?
Because I can't do it.
Well, if you could, do I?
Probably, if you wanted.
Would
and you couldn't do it.
Then would we be considered partners in that case? Especially if no one else knew it was going on and we were doing it in secret?
Okay, so you say because
basically
there's
we my reason
business,
to debunk that.
Okay, I see how
there's
that
my
is.
Reason. And that's what I said by friends. You're trying to make it seem like we're all supposed to think that we're friends. That wouldn't work very well for them. They need you to believe that we're enemies.
Okay,
so they're going to continue giving you reasons to believe that we're enemies.
There you go again. To you as well, Grim? Okay. So wars aren't real. So if China does invade Taiwan and U.S. gets involved, that's fake, right?
I didn't say people don't die. Okay. Listen, man. If some girl tells a lie, and two dudes fight over it. It's a real fight, but it's a fight over the wrong reason. It's a lie. That's what we're calling a fake fight. There's no reason for that fight other than the reason that this bitch had, and she told you a different reason.
So if China invades,
so that's what
Taiwan,
we mean by fake war.
we
don't mean.
Involved. What did Taiwan?
I'm
what is
almost
Taiwan
done.
doing wrong?
So does that clear up your question? Can you at least respond to the answers that I'm giving you? So you don't just come at a response with a new question. You go, okay, and I see where you're coming from now, or something, so that I know that we're on any.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Still asking this question, and you're still talking right through it. I'm asking a question about can you respond properly to the questions that I'm asking, and you're talking through those.
I started to answer.
Yeah, but it's almost as if you're retarded in a way. The way you treat people when you're trying to have a conversation.
Okay.
You get all
how about
hyper
this?
inflated.
Stay on one point and don't be long-winded.
Don't tell me how to fucking answer questions to you.
Well, then don't tell me how to respond to questions.
Don't ask me questions, you idiot.
Okay, good idea.
Just simple.
Good.
It's real simple. If you don't like the way I answer the questions and you want to interrupt me during the whole entire fucking thing, and it's just way too exciting for you to handle, then shut up.
Okay, good. Because I was talking to Jeremy about this topic, and you jumped into it.
One at a time. One at a time, please.
I have a question. I think it's I guess in the same regard, but Graham, you can answer it, or anybody else who thinks or has an opinion about the friends thing, the country best friends thing. I was just asking for just 'cause I'm not disagreeing with it outright. I'm just curious with what do you think was the context of the end of the Second World War, specifically in regards to the relationships of these countries, USSR, US, Europe, Germany. Well, how would you frame the relationship of these countries with each other at the end of the Second World War?
It was a fake war. They're best friends.
I would say before the war, there was a lot of countries in cahoots together. Right? They're all using the same. They're all using the same central banking system, right? They got things going. Everyone's buying Coke and driving cars and doing what they want you to do, eating at McDonald's or whatever.
After the Second World War.
Then Germany was bucking the system. He wasn't using their central banking system the rest of the world was using. We've been systematically going to war with countries.
I know, but after, not during and not before. I'm talking about what were the relationships after?
What happened with Germany's
right as it's ending and it's over. What is the status of the nature of these countries' relationship?
The country, it's tricky because the countries, like the people, they believe a different story, right? Than the leaders.
I mean, the governments.
So like who believes what exactly? Yeah.
The relationship with the governments, I mean.
I would say the shadow governments, because even the governments themselves outright, obviously you can't have that many people knowing the absolute truth about it. If you're trying to run countries through proxy from a central hub, right? You'd probably want to do that with as few people at the top as you could, and compartmentalize the rest of the jobs.
That's what I'm asking. What was the nature of that? The ultimate agenda of whatever's even secretly in control, even if it's the deep state, shadow government.
Right.
What was the nature of these countries? Yeah.
Conditioning the world to think along the same economic lines, trying to get everybody on the same page, like with the IMF, like he was trying to say earlier. The International Monetary Fund, all that. They're trying to get people involved with the same money so that they can control people through less proxies. Because once you get all this population, it's really hard to continue that many proxies without things failing and having problems or whatever. And you end up with a huge think tank that tries to keep all of this stuff together, and it gets really off. So if you keep everybody thinking about the same thing, like the internet, you can focus them all on one story at a time. That way everybody's in a Hegel's dialectic and they're all thinking in between these two things that have been given them so that they can never get the truth. I really think this whole thing has been a conditioning, and it's not something that could have been done overnight. It's something that they knew they had to take hundreds of years, if not more, to accomplish. So these have been secret societies playing a long game, ruling countries and economic templates through proxy.
Yeah, but I mean, that was fine But I don't think it addressed the question because I'm asking specifically about these countries, the 3 or 4 whatever countries. What is the nature of their relationship? I understand that this is, I guess, their shared agenda, is maybe what you're saying. But how do these countries see the other countries, and what were their roles in each other's agendas?
At best, monetary gain. Doesn't make them friends. Doesn't make them best friends. They do business based on their interests. So if your enemy, that guy you fought, the guy you hate so fucking much, if there's a way for him to make you a profit and get what you need, you may do business with him. That doesn't make you friends.
Maybe I'll share my opinion, or at least the way I see it, which I could be wrong. But I see that event as the Second World War created unlikely allies who, when Germany fell, there were things there was parts of Germany and Germany's gains and resources, personnel, this kind of type of stuff that would have been beneficial for anybody. But the Allies, I don't think that Russia and the U.S. were actually, they were reluctant allies, and they were both seeking the same thing after Germany fell, which was, to fill that vacuum separately. That's what I feel like. I feel like they separately wanted to fill a power void, and we're not working in unison or together to do so. They're working for the same goal, opposed to each other. It seems to me that that's apparent, but that's why I'm asking you guys. Like, I'm trying to see, maybe I can see your perspective.
Well, I just look at it like this: they all want to track their citizens. They all treat their citizens like the enemy when the citizens revolt against things they don't feel are untyrannical, right? So they have that in common.
Okay, but none of that is reasons that shows that they're actually friends. Like they're not enemies. Like the mainstream media wants you to make people think, like you just alluded to. So what makes them friends at the end of the day?
Well, China, I can turn around and I can start talking about the billions and billions and billions and billions and, well, I'll just say hundreds of billions of dollars annually that comes from the relationship of China and the U.S. just from the pharmaceutical companies.
Okay, but that doesn't make them friends. I just explained that.
I don't know if a few $1 billion would change your mind if we're going to be friends or not. I mean, seriously, bro.
Okay. I just explained a perfect scenario that may happen all the time.
They're not dependent.
You may not. Okay, you may have an enemy.
You keep using the word friends when
that's what you said.
Am I almost done or am I not done?
Yeah, okay, well, I was talking and you started again. You stopped talking
like that.
And I started talking.
I waited just like I just did. And as soon as I was trying to tell you I waited, you start talking again. So I'm clearly trying to wait for you.
I get 3 seconds to talk. You get 2 minutes. I get it.
All right.
I literally thought you were done since you did take a pause, and I just started to answer that one point you made, and then you start talking through me again. So I don't know if you realize what's going on here or not, dude.
Hold on. Let's be quick. Let's be concise. Okay.
Exactly. That's what Jeremy thinks his wife says before sex, but she's not saying that.
If we can't keep it
weird,
civil,
you ask a complicated question, and then you expect me to say strawberry flavored ice cream. Like a real quick
answer. Just be as concise as possible, and let's just go one at a time.
Okay, then I'll ask my question. I'll ask my question one last time, and then I'll let you just go. What makes them friends versus doing business with the other side?
Well, that's what I mean by friends, too. Doing business, cooperating behind the scenes, behind public eye, right? That kind of thing. That's what I mean by friends. I don't know if you think that they're going on play dates together or playing Frisbee or something like that, like friends, but you're minimalizing and you're pretty much trying to ridicule by using the word friends over and over as if it's like the actual, what we mean by colloquially meaning friends.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Bed partners.
Okay, so I put the scenario down.
Together? Yeah, go ahead.
I put the scenario down. If China invades Taiwan, U.S. instantly gets involved. Everyone knows. No one is in denial or doesn't think that there are billions and billions, like you said, hundreds of billions. I'll even say trillions of dollars going in and out of the United States and China back and forth.
I want to know what that battle in the sea looks like to you. What does that battle look like to you? We go in with all the stuff and then what?
We stop China from invading all those islands.
All their shit out of the water, you think, or what?
Say again, Jeremy?
China is going to face us in the ocean.
Yes.
Shit. With our stuff, they're going to face off with us in the ocean.
No, wait, Jeremy, don't get shit twisted. China's navy is very good. It's not crap. Go look at.
You really think that America is going to want to attack China directly? I think you're absolutely nuts.
No. If China invades the islands in the South China Sea, America will instantly get involved.
I very much doubt that.
Okay,
right.
We'll see.
Then where are we going to get all of our pharmaceutical from?
I guess we'll see, right? Okay, perfect. Because what's happened already is that we know China wants to dominate the South China Sea and take over everything down there. They've already stated that what they really want to do is invade Taiwan, because then they'll have the control of the Taiwan Strait, that side of the Taiwan Strait as well. And the United States has said.
What about the element of surprise? Why would I state it unless I was trying to condition in you?
So again, the United States has said, if China invades Taiwan or its neighboring islands, U.S. will directly be involved immediately. So if that does happen and America doesn't, then you're right. But otherwise, we'll see.
I'm still right, even if that does happen.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because I said it's false flagging. And you're already, the rationale that you've been conditioned to accept as the reasons why this is going to happen have already been seeded in your mind.
Okay.
That's all that's needed for the next move. That's why they announced, Sean, that's why they announced that they're going to do it way ahead of time. So that you can start rationing. Sean, you're interrupting me. Almost, Sean. Almost. Can someone mute this fucking retard? I'm not going to do this shit all day, dude.
Come on, guys.
Someone needs to put a fucking finger on his mouth for a second.
I wasn't even
Push
paying
it up, boy.
attention, guys.
God damn it, young man. You really are aggravating sometimes.
Good.
So obviously, the point I'm trying to make is that's why they go ahead and they announce. Because listen, if I'm trying to go to war with somebody, do I announce it ahead of time, get you all ready and prepared? Population's all ready and prepared? No, I fucking don't.
Oh, okay.
The fuck I don't. You think I'm gonna? It doesn't make any sense for you to think
we
that.
play tricks on people to make them think we're not where we are with inflatable tanks and shit. Like, not only do we not tell you,
are you saying
exactly? We fake it and act like we're in places we're not.
Then, Grim, are you saying that
I'm
China?
Almost done, Sean. You've been nothing but a great interruption this whole conversation.
Talking after Jeremy did you when you weren't talking.
Let Sean go, Grim, and then you can go next.
So, are you saying that China won't invade Taiwan, or are you saying that the United States won't get involved?
I'm saying that no matter what happens, it's all been planned, and you've been conditioned to accept it.
So wait, so me saying that it's going to happen is me being conditioned that it's going to happen, but your reasoning behind that is no matter what, you're still right. That doesn't make any sense, Grim.
Hey, yo, Grim, have you brought up Northwoods and fucking
That's
Tonkin?
why you'll never figure it out, Sean.
So no one's saying that. I'm not saying that they don't do shady shit and they haven't had it planned. That's the funny part.
No, this is the funny part.
Go on.
Once again, you're making an argument.
Conversation.
Once again, you're making an argument.
Conversation was funny. He doesn't realize what's. I've been saying the same thing. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to somebody else.
Okay. I'm talking. It doesn't matter.
Nobody's talking to you right now.
That's what you're bitching and complaining
You're just trampling over my response to somebody else.
No, I was talking and then you started talking.
Oh man, I wish you were China right now.
Fucking dumbass, man.
I'll boycott the shit out of you.
Good, do it.
For today. I don't hate you, but
you can do it for as long as you need to. If it was forever, I wouldn't give a shit less.
Yeah, right.
You trust me.
You know you need me, little freak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's right.
Who else would you interrupt?
Yep. Yeah, that's the funny part.
You would interrupt me or somebody else. Don't worry, Grim.
Easily. You're a nobody, Grim. Why the fuck would I need you?
Oh, now I'm a nobody. That's all right. I'm sorry, Sean. I didn't mean to hurt
let's
your
just
feelings.
cool it with the personal attacks. If you guys want to do that, go over to Gem Panda server or something.
I agree.
No shit,
I'd rather not go that way, but it always has to with him.
You don't want to go over there. They're talking about checking out men's asses over there and shit all morning.
No, they
I
aren't.
don't know,
Shut
man.
the hell up,
But
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah, they are.
Yesterday, I know you were at
Jeremy's full of shit.
At Jim's when
conversation was happening.
I know you were at Jim's when that I guess what was that all? I forgot his name, but he was in there talking about concave. Did you talk to him?
Nah, man.
It's
I
just
thought you were
Sean trying to get you to talk
chat.
to another retard.
Are you talking about Smokey?
Yeah, no. It wasn't Smokey. His name was in all caps, but I forget what it was. But he was spouting, that it's concave. And...
All glory to the Most High.
Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, that was him.
I heard that, dude.
I was thinking because Jeremy was saying he wanted to.
Is he about it or what? I mean, does he come with that hardcore shit?
He believes he does.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's like his first week into it, so his arguments and shit are just really bad, and he doesn't.
Come on, Sean.
He's got a very poor vocabulary, by the way, and he doesn't realize when people are supporting his point, and he attacks them too. He's really a fucking piece of work.
I told you
he's like
to talk
he's
to
like
over
a
there,
gym,
Jeremy.
right? They're not listening and shit, and you go, like he said, he's right, and then like he said, he's right, you faking. And it's like, wait, I'm supporting you, you shithead. God damn, never mind.
Jin's one of the greatest flat earthers.
Oh yeah, he is, and that's saying something.
No, listen, he just needs a little more microphone awareness. That's all.
Yeah, he does.
We could all use a little bit more. Let's all try to be civil. We've been doing this for 5 years, and when something pops off, everyone's in a rush to get their words out. Guys, we've been doing this for years. We're going to have plenty of time to talk. But let's try to keep it concise, too, though. Because the other person does want to get their shit off before they forget or something. It's tough.
You sound like me in Gems, dude. That was exactly what I would say to people. Because it's those two things in combination that you need.
That's because I'm your father.
People to get better at not interrupting and to nurture that people not interrupting each other. Everybody has to keep it concise, because really it kind of more and more people are going to want to interrupt when someone's going on and on. You feel like
all right, Kosho, all right.
Listen, I don't understand. I don't know what Sean was laughing at. You went to ancestry.com.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Don't spread that into a different server.
He doesn't know what he's talking about, dude. He gets drunk and fucking jerks off and listens to weird servers. He doesn't even know what he's listening to.
When you told that story about the guy you went home with the other day, I didn't know that.
Gems earlier today.
Yeah, you told him? Because I was told that everyone gave you a rule that you had to stop talking about all the times you went home with strange men.
First of all, dude, I haven't gone home with strange men that many times, okay?
It's only a rule for a reason. It's for your own protection, Kosho, that we're saying this.
Kosho, did you really just say I haven't gone home with men that many times as a defense?
Strange men.
Yeah, dude. Plus, I'm a grown man, dude. I can tie my shoes, count by twos, do all that kind of shit, dude. And so I don't know why. I got to be worried about going with a stranger, man.
Listen, we don't judge here. We don't judge if you're bi or gay or whatever. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. We don't judge.
I mean, because $10 is $10, right? Fuck it.
Right. Well, anyways, the guy I went home with the other night is going to probably give me a job at Tesla, dude.
I'm sorry.
Do you say
you're saying it out loud, bro? It tickles my.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna ask him. Do you know, do you think about what these stories before you tell us, or do you just freeball it?
He is all about the humor and his.
In my head, it's a normal story, dude.
Kosho is the master at telling jokes that make him look funny on purpose. It's not an accident.
The only time people laugh when I say something, they think I'm telling a joke. I'm not telling a joke. Like,
what happened to the guy you were?
It was a true story.
Guys, you can't break character though when you're telling these stories, Kosho, because we know.
Just tell us about the guy you brought home. Let's go.
Bring him home, dude.
He brought you home, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who's the woman and who's
Was
the
it your
man?
place or his?
Relevant.
He's not the dude. Literally was fucking. He's from New York. He was telling me the story. He was drunk, and then he offered me some blow last minute, and then he had some great blow. So we just did fucking blow, dude. Talked about his job. He said, "Give me a job at Tesla, dude."
We didn't ask for that much.
What kind of blow?
Grim, I'm
It was
Wait,
the
did
best,
you
man.
just say you did some great blow, and then he talked to you about
Too much
getting a job at
information on
Tesla?
that.
Wait, he used to work at
Maybe it would've been-
SpaceX. He used to work at SpaceX, and now he works at Tesla. Works in the
It would have been a
robotics.
little less incriminating if you would have just said he gave you a blowjob. Like you should have just. I would have just went with that over the fucking.
He's a
Yeah,
cool
he told
dude.
him he worked for NASA and he could get him in and shit.
He had some great blow. He worked for Nasty.
dude.
I mean NASA.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, he was a cool dude. It was fun.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I work on that space program. What are you talking about?
Oh yes. You want to talk about SpaceX?
Very funny.
Sorry,
He plays guitar. We're
What'd you call
freestyling.
game,
Kosho, you said
What do you call game,
this up
Kosho?
for that dude. I'm sure he was a really cool dude.
Isa, say that
was-
again.
he was-
Isa, say that again. Say it again.
SpaceX.
That's called game.
I feel like Kosho
He's
is
got
just really
game.
Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden.
He spotted you with that NASA T-shirt on from a mile away, didn't he? Hey, young man, you want to talk about SpaceX? Have a shot.
The dude had a New York accent.
Look at
That
this
was-
in my pocket. No, over here. That's the blow.
He had a Queen's accent, man.
You guys, something weird is going on in Ukraine right now.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Are people offering blows and jobs?
I don't know. I'm just trying to change the subject.
Something weird's
That was
happening.
actually
up
pretty
in
good.
Ukraine.
It's gonna be tough to get off this. We're children, so.
Yeah, I just think
Yeah.
I'm just happy that everyone agrees that civilians should own firearms.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, absolutely. The more I believe everyone.
Oh, dude, did you hear what they did this morning? Bro, the president is releasing all of the prisoners from all the jails in Ukraine and giving them guns.
All right.
That's how war should be fought.
You know what's funnier
No,
than
that's-
that? You got all these lefters over here that were gun control and all that talking about give them guns now. It's like, wait a minute.
If
well,
we
do you
had to
take
see
a position? What if we were about in war? Will we have time to get guns, or should we already have them now, just in
America
case?
went.
I'll
It's a
take
good
mine
time
now.
to push that case to the lefties right now. Go ahead.
Went to war, I would be all for giving the prisoners the guns and putting them right on the front line. They would
I
make
actually
some
said-
good fucking. What's that?
No, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Yeah, no, I'm done. Go ahead.
I said I've been saying that for a long time, dude. For two things, I said if I actually wanted to if I wanted to start my own army or a mutiny, I would fucking just start recruiting, people in prison, and then having them, mutiny. But if I was the president, then yeah, that would actually be if you needed more men, then yeah, the
Call
prisons
Kosho.
have just many men.
You realize that's
If we need
that's the worst place. That's the worst
If you
place.
need
to
more
get your
men, call
soldiers from,
Kosho.
right?
More dudes, we're calling you up. Yeah.
With prison bodies.
Plus, they're not going to just stay on the front line. You're going to need. It's just weird. I wouldn't.
It's if you're
realistically, it's not a good idea because once you release them, you just release them for good.
They're out, and now they're just
They got weapons.
They're not going to run the opposite way from the front line, guaranteed. All of them, not maybe one of them is going to go there.
Well, have you heard of the French Foreign
Deals.
Legion?
You make them deals. You'd be like, listen, war for us. You fight good. Well, shave a lot of years or something off your sentence or something. You can cut deals with people where they'd be willing to do it.
Perfect. Hey,
Yeah,
all
just,
they gotta do is
just like
get
what's
the
her
fuck
face
out.
in the Death Squad, right? They condition you for that acceptance right before this war.
The French Foreign Legion, a bunch of them, probably more than half of them are fugitives from other countries.
From other countries, yeah, for fighting for their own freedom. That's a different, right? This country is the one that did them in. These guys,
Well, no,
So
the Foreign
they're
Legion.
kind of
Yo,
pissed.
big up to the Foreign Legion, dude. They're a whole nother level, dude.
Yeah, they go before anybody.
Oh, it's like, oh, you trapped me in this selling drugs type of situation. I get caught selling drugs. You gave me life in fucking prison.
Right.
Right.
And then they're
And
like,
I'm not
fuck that, I'll
fucking
go
fighting
join
for
that
that
shit.
freedom. I'm running. I don't deserve this bullshit anyway. You
Plus
know what I mean? It's like slavery.
And
Yeah, but military shit. Yeah, I'll tell you what, military shit. The one thing you probably don't have is some free time when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't got much free time. It's not like fucking. You're just like it's not like the rec room at the fucking or the fucking open. I don't know. Either way, it's crazy that shit would happen, but you're not going to get your best men in there.
But see, we're also thinking about it. We're also thinking about it from the United States prison system, because there are other prison systems that are much different. They're like Club Meds, and they get like free time and shit. Maybe those people would fight for the
Talking about
country
some
and come
Sing
back.
Sing Pelican Bay shit. There's some gangs out there, bro.
They're 100%. They're taking those weapons and they're going back home.
Yeah, if you offer someone freedom,
right
over,
behind him
like,
with a tank.
doing 2 years in the service, they'll probably take it.
Yeah, that's true.
You shave people's sentences off, they'd willingly do this. Be like, all right, bet I can go have a normal life
see,
after.
Jeremy, the people you want to get shaving a sentence, it just means 2 life terms.
That face tattooed fucking just crazy diesel motherfucker, cock diesel.
You want them to
press
find
like
Vin Diesel.
400
You want them to go get Vin Diesel.
Bro, you go get those cock diesel motherfuckers that bench like 400 pounds. The dudes break co-shows and bring it home.
See,
you gotta feed those guys though. Shit.
You say cock diesel?
Cock diesel, just like you like them.
Okay, man. No, but I mean, honestly, this would be out of desperation, not out of your first choice. I'm saying this is obviously what Ukraine's doing. If you need the men, then at least there's men, and not all of them, but the ones you can, who did less severe things.
An army of strange men, right, Coach?
What?
I just think it's really funny that they're announcing that they're doing it. This whole thing is,
it's not
just
happening.
stupid if you think that this.
Dude, if you have
they're just going to announce all these moves that they're making.
Because they probably already did
They
it.
really need to be
They probably
defending
did it on
themselves.
day
I think
2.
it's more of a plea to the public of other countries to kind of come to the conclusion, the false conclusion that we should just send them more money for troops and our own troops, and what's going on? What are we letting happen to them?
So they're not doing it.
Jesus Christ, you don't understand this at all. You're the fact that they're announcing it.
Yeah, you're probably right then. Yeah,
ahead of time.
It still happens. You make it seem as if it
doesn't
didn't
mean
happen.
It's not going to happen.
Okay,
it just shows you that it's being played out for you to come to certain ideas.
Yo, Grim,
it's played out.
Hey, Grim, it's like this even. It's like a stock. If you hear about a stock rising in price, you missed it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just said
exactly
it
like that.
He probably actually did it on day 2, not yesterday.
This whole thing nothing tomorrow is going to be decided from today. It's this whole thing that they've done is already planned out.
I know. Okay, doesn't make it okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Together.
Oh, same table.
One guy's not surprising the other guy.
So Russia, the president of Ukraine, and Putin are actually on the same team, and they're just orchestrating this.
Yeah, more than that.
Okay.
You got Trudeau, Biden, all these assholes.
So,
Zhang,
but the war's still
whatever
happening,
the fuck
right?
his name is. Chu Zhang, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Chu Zhang, yeah.
Anybody here think that this could lead to world war?
Yes.
No chance.
Why?
Tell me what that first fucking battle looks like, you prick. I've been asking you all fucking morning.
It looks like COVID, bro.
Trying to see.
China. Okay.
Tennessee, we got all our
Okay.
battleships and our aircraft carriers out,
Okay.
right?
I'll tell you right now. Ready?
The first battle was passing out
This plays out.
vaccines.
Grim, please.
I think the first battle was in 9/11.
I'd say
when they say we write all this whole
China.
story.
I would say China does something to invade Taiwan.
For this chapter, I think you're right, Coach.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
I've got an interesting take. I think all this support from the West that you're seeing stems from a psychological operation that started back in 2012. I don't know if you guys remember the Coney 2012 video.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I remember. That's when I remember Americans really getting swept up in the bullshit and just fucking, oh yeah, I saw a fucking video on Facebook about it. Now I suddenly care and I'm a fucking expert on, you know, some shithole or whatever.
Yep. It's about
that was one of the first. That was one of the first big ones I kind of remember too. My girlfriend at the time was brought it over, and it seemed like half a joke at first, but I think it definitely was spreading around a lot more than other crap.
Yeah, it's like
I'm kind
each
of a
one of these
fan.
opportunities. I mean, each one of these situations is actually just an opportunity, but that's why they need to get us all focused on it right before it happens, so that we all see it together. Otherwise, we would just be like, if it just happened overnight and you know what I mean, and it was just over before anybody could focus on it, then what kind of an opportunity could they seize out of that? They don't got a lot of people's thoughts on it, so they can't move you and persuade you to do other things that are, even though they're maybe non sequitur things, they still might seem like they align with the, the fixes or the patches or something that needs to be for this, your rationale to understand a particular thing. It's like if they want to take more freedoms away from both sides, then they would need to protect both sides more. But why protect me more if I don't need protection? Well, here, I'll give you something that you'll come to me and ask for protection after I do this bullshit to you. It's the same thing that we've seen it since the beginning of time, right? The mob, the governments, church, they all have done it. What's new? What's changed now? They can get our attention right now, all on the same thing, a lot faster than they used to be able to. So we're going to see a lot more of this shit happening, back to back, until we have forgotten about COVID.
Oh, dude, COVID's over. At least for the media.
Well, I know, I saw that.
Standpoint.
I see that. This is just that what I'm saying. Like, we were saying that this was going to happen right when all of this information started to be uncovered, and the people were not accepting the 75 years of keeping your damn, trial data hidden from the public. We want it now. And when federal judges started saying, no, you don't get to stay, you have to give it within 8 months, 500 a month pages or whatever, then you're, now it's coming out. It's instead of that happening where everyone's still focused on it when it comes out, it'll happen as a much softer blow to them. They can save some face, and can keep you wrapped up in this other shit for so long. And basically, it's the same fucking big players that are doing this war that were involved in fucking creating this fucking hoax. Fucking obvious. Watch the hand, red herring, distraction. This is what that is.
Sounds like a debate with the Glober.
So, Sean, we got all our submarines and shit, right? We're in the South China Sea or whatever, somewhere in the Pacific. I don't know, the Pacific Rim. Pick a spot. We're in the ocean. We got all our
South China
submarines,
Sea.
our aircraft carriers.
They're already in the South China Sea.
We got our aircraft carriers that own. Okay, we bring our aircraft carrier in that absolutely owns within a 400-mile radius of the aircraft carrier.
Okay.
Right, and we just walk that shit right in there. Then what?
Actually, aircraft. Okay, but yeah, okay, yeah. So
then we blow them out of the water. Now what?
Okay, you don't think that they'd be aimed at us prior to that? You don't think they have submarines? You don't think they have an air force?
way better, and we'll blow them out of the water if they come at us.
And that's again what I was saying. When in comparison, yes, we do have the better Navy, but in comparison, they are still a force. They're not slouches in the Navy. That's what they have.
Take out one of our aircraft carriers.
Yes,
You think
they
they could take out an aircraft
They
carrier?
could.
Yeah,
Yes.
shit, we don't got.
Yes, Jeremy, they could. They have supersonic missiles that we don't have. All we're doing right now, America's doing, is putting money into the technology of hypersonic defense. We're not built. We are, but we're not built. We don't have the same. Trust me, they're not slouches, Jeremy. If China wants to fucking start a war, China's not going to just instantly lose. It's not like we went to war with Iraq. Iraq was pussies. That's nothing. China's Navy
I don't know.
is
I don't
legit.
see anyone facing off with us. I don't know.
I'm just saying, if we think we had a hard time with the Afghans,
that's only because the only reason we had such a hard time in the Middle East is because we were fighting a guerrilla warfare.
No, it's not the only reason.
Warfare. We weren't fighting an enemy that was on the field that we could see and shoot at.
Iraq.
It's not the only reason. You know, a lot of the reasons comes from the brass, right? Like you're supposed to go and fight over here. You're supposed to go and fight over there, and they end up putting your back in situations. They put your back to situations where I can't say too much, but it just it puts you in they'll put troops to where one troop isn't actually backing up another troop. They allow the enemy to get between them and shit, and so that we're cross-firing on each other and shit like that. This is a lot of what's going on.
Is what he's talking about mainly, right, Grim?
Yeah, absolutely is exactly what I'm talking about right now for this part of the conversation. But and you can go back to any Vietnam movies. I wasn't there for that, but no, it's that placement, and I think that has a lot to do. It's the same idea as when they were sending those boys in on Normandy Beach with the fucking boats, those little U-boats wide open. Not the U-boats. Sorry, those are German things. But the little, the little I forget what you call them, but the little docker boats that are supposed to go to the beach and beach boats, and they're just open, and the guns can just shoot all the people that are inside the boat before it ever gets there. And they were just murdering and going, and they got no change of plans, just continue doing that. That went on for way too long. It was clear that they were just murdering those people.
We won that battle in the war.
Of course it won. I mean, it was all planned out to be that way at the end. It was just like, how many people are we going to be able to send our best and our brightest? And then what are we left with? We sent our best and our brightest, and they murdered them. So what are we left with? That's what's going to procreate
next. We had a victory, and we had what people call the greatest decade of American history, the 50s.
I know, dude. I mean, it went down in history that way. But I mean, how many of those kids? When you realize, oh my God, they're opening up the boat to a machine gun, and they're allowing us to get sprayed, and there's 10, 20 more rows of boats, and then tomorrow they're going to send 20 more rows of boats to the same machine gun to our slaughter. Barely any of those guys. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it was a lot easier way to do that, and we all know it. They could have sent 4 planes over that spot, one after another, bombed them down, and then let the boats come
Jeremy
in.
earlier. I mean, he said that same thing about who's going to stop these planes, or who's going to stop us sending drones. And that's not how it works. You can't just send in planes and expect for them to be able to get over there freely and then bomb people. Especially in World War II, they had a very serious defense for
I gotta go, guys. I just got the eggplant emoji. Later.
We can drop
Peace, man.
Bumblebee drones, thousands of them on a field, and any troops that are out in the open are getting laid out.
Dude, again, if you think that they
Bumblebee drones, bro, one word.
World War II. They don't just let people fly and go wherever they want, dude.
One word, Bumblebee drones.
What you said this to me the other day, dude? That's not one fucking word. You said the exact same shit to me. So one word, Bumblebee drone bombs. What the fuck?
Jeremy's got to figure it out, yo.
Dude, you take a stealth bomber up there, you fill it with fucking Bumblebee drones, you just drop them shits right out the sky, and they're gonna be landing on motherfuckers' faces. They got low plastic explosive charge, this thing is like 2 or 3 grams worth. Boom, right in your fucking face.
Jeremy's a fucking genius, yo.
Dude, Elon Musk was talking about these shits the other day. Wait, Elon. He sent me a DM. He's like, "Watch out for the bumblebee drones," and it was all one word when he typed it.
Okay. That's fucking full of shit.
That's some funny shit, man.
Or you can't stop
it's the
something
same
like
problem,
that.
dude. The same problem as always, man.
No,
You
there's
can't
no
just
problem.
send bumblebee drones to someone's fucking borders. You can't send planes. You can't send anything without them fucking doing something about it. No one just lets
What
you
are you
do
talking
that,
about?
dude.
They do that with fucking drones all the time. All the time.
The bumblebee drones, though,
They
they're so
don't.
small. Imagine if, like,
I showed
the drones
showed
fly
Jeremy,
low enough, man. They
yeah, I
can't
showed
be
Jeremy
caught by
earlier
radar.
when they did that, and the U.S. did that to Iran, and they fucking downed it and captured it.
Yeah, but
Obama had
okay,
to beg for it
so
back.
wait,
Bro,
are
you
you
know how
saying that
small a bumblebee is?
we don't have spy planes, we don't have spy drones? You're telling me we don't use these things to spy on fucking countries?
Oh, this was a spy drone, and then the fucking Iran said, "What the hell?" and just downed it.
Okay, how many
and
do you think
put
they?
it on display?
How many times do you think they flew over before that one time it got shot down?
I have no clue. It's going to be,
A
obviously
lot.
classified.
We'll just say a lot.
Well, I mean, the point is that when it happens and they capture it, or when they see it, which is what they're going to be looking for in time of war, they don't just let you keep flying it. They
Bro, it's a bumblebee.
Fly out of the sky.
The size of it's like a bumblebee.
Yeah,
they got
bumblebee.
spy flies now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Did you know?
Spy fly.
In China, they have spy pigeons.
I literally just made up that spy fly thing, but
no, they do. They actually do.
They have beetles. They have beetles.
Very clever.
Flies, bees.
In
birds.
China, to do surveillance on the public, they have drone little pigeons, like fake pigeons.
Pigeons are bigger, man.
The problem is with the bumblebee.
Yeah, I know, but it's still
you can't. With the bumblebee drones, they're so small you can't stop them.
a fly swatter stops bees.
One or two, okay, but there's like 50 of them coming at your face, bro. Sperm's going for the egg.
Are they waterproof, Jeremy?
Dude, you can stop them with some kind of.
We're gonna drop them on a
field or
rain-free day.
Kind of electromagnetic scrambler.
Yo, we're going to armed to World War III with fly swatters.
If it's something as simple as that, they're gonna have protections against it. I'm just gonna.
You can't protect protection against that.
Really? How are these things? How are these things operating?
Do they even know we're gonna drop the bumblebee drones? They ain't listening to me right now. I didn't tell them we're gonna do that, so they ain't even ready for that.
And what's gonna happen is the first time, dude, they're gonna have protection against it the second time.
One time, bro, we killed our whole country.
A 50 is not enough to kill an army.
You remember what the other big topic was during the last couple of years is all this alien talk, and what do you think they're going to pull they're going to bring these tensions to such a height where they're going to have to pull the alien card, eh?
Wait, so because they talked about it, it's not real?
I don't know if it'll go that far.
Well, that's what he said, basically, isn't it?
No, I'm saying I don't know if the conflict will escalate such that they'll be like, the only way to kind of unite the people, so-called, would be to introduce this fake alien invasion crap.
That's what's gonna happen. So when they do find aliens, the justification of it will be that it's not really aliens. It's them attacking us with alien-like crafts to make us think they're aliens.
Yeah.
So basically, you have a contingency plan for anything that you don't believe is going on.
Always be prepared, right?
You have to bear in mind as well, though, that you've set up a psychological trap to automatically believe any mainstream narrative against any scrutiny.
That's an assumption. That's not true at all.
No, that's literally what you've just done.
No,
It's literally the inverse of what you just said,
at all,
John.
Literally, no, it's not.
Literally exactly what you just did, bro.
No, it's not at all.
No, it literally is. I don't actually need your comment on that because I saw it happen. Like,
I didn't say, and what I just said doesn't. I didn't say that I believe in aliens. Did I?
No, you said that. Like he said the inverse of what you said. That we have a plan to like an excuse to discount everything they say, and he's saying you believe everything they say.
That's not true.
We deny it, and you believe it.
That's not true.
That's actually not exactly what I said.
Okay, I apologize then.
Well, what Percentage just said, not true. I do not believe everything they say. Not even close.
Yeah, I didn't say that. So
okay, good. Yeah. No. I was responding to what he just said.
I said you set up a psychological trap so that you can believe whatever you want.
I don't. Okay, same thing. I don't.
That's not
What you said is literally the same thing.
I'm not. It's not the same as what Percentage just said.
Yes, it is.
It's not the exact same.
No,
Just
it
whatever
isn't.
fits within
It's
your
not the exact same.
paradigm.
It's the same.
If you think it's the same as what Percentage just said, you didn't understand what I said. That's fine.
Well, if you think I fell for what they said, I did not.
Yeah, you didn't understand what I said. That's cool.
Okay. No,
But
that's the problem. I
Crypto,
apologize.
how is his paradigm? How is it formed?
Yeah. What is it based on?
Well, that's my question to you, I guess.
It's not based on what you think, because I don't.
You don't have a paradigm?
No, I don't think that I don't believe everything they say. I don't think they care for shit about the people. Do they do shady shit? Hell fucking yes. Do they plan shady shit? Fuck yeah.
He didn't say that. He said you have a set paradigm, right? And everything that goes counter to that.
What would be my set paradigm of that? Okay.
And everything.
If that's the case,
hold up, just listen for a second.
If that's
He's
the
saying
case,
you have a set system of beliefs, right?
Yeah.
You have like an idea of how the world is working.
Everyone does.
And everything that goes counter to that, you deny it, and everything that goes with that, you automatically believe it.
That does not happen. It's not true at all. Because if that's the case, everyone has a paradigm, and if it's mine is this: that the government is shit. No, you can't trust them. They do shady shit, and I go from there.
So it's not like to just kind of to analyze it and see
Absolutely
whether
analyze
it's true
it.
or not.
Absolutely analyze it.
And what about if it's not the government?
What do you mean? What part
if
of
it's
it
someone
is
else
not?
that made a claim?
Same thing.
So you just trust no one?
No, nothing is true just because.
So you trust no one?
Exactly. Nothing is true just because.
Okay. So for all the things that you hold as truths without actual evidence, without definitive evidence,
no,
for instance, the shape of the world.
No, I need evidence, and I base what I believe to be based on that evidence for myself, the understanding that I have for it.
Okay, so where's the evidence that you have that, for instance, what we were talking about, like the demonstration of astronautics in vacuum akin to space? Where's the evidence that that has happened?
All the countless missions they've run and the information given by
That's
that
circular
information.
logic. That's what's in doubt.
And by information that they've given, and I understand.
What information?
Whatever it be, details, information they get from whatever they found, technology that we have. I base it around the evidence that I can understand to be able to do so.
So they substantiate a claim with providing other information that you can't verify.
What makes you think I can't verify it?
So okay, let's run back. We agree. Let's say theoretically, we agree that astronautics works, right? That propulsion and vacuum akin to space.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Where's the evidence aside from pointing to what we're trying to prove?
Okay.
Where's the definitive evidence that it's happening?
Okay. So I know how rockets work. I've been to amateur rocket little things they do.
Yeah, we agree on the theory.
No. Okay, but let me finish. I understand how those rockets work. I know how high they can go. I know they are limited by a lot. But I also know that there are bigger rockets.
Hold up. How do you know how high rockets can go?
Because when they launch them, they do the calculations on it and the amount of thrust it needs to do a certain amount of altitude. And a lot of them these days, especially in the amateur groups, have instruments on them that tell its elevation at
Yeah, but
times.
isn't that just a function of the size of the rocket and how much fuel it has?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So the bigger they are, the higher they can go, right?
Absolutely. The more you can put into it, the more fuel you can put into it, the more thrust you can produce.
So you're trusting then that the ones that they say go into the sky are going into the vacuum of space 1 times 10 to the negative whatever.
I trust that they are capable of reaching the altitude they say they can.
But there's a difference because the ones that you see down here, you know, the smaller ones that you see reaching a height or whatever, they are in, you know, the atmos. They're in gas, right?
And yep. And
so the claim that it works without gas has still not been substantiated. You can't
absolutely.
You can't
Why
just
not?
infer. Infer isn't definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt, right?
Okay. So when they say that this is how it works, do they show in detail the technology and how it works to be
Yeah,
able
we're fine
to
with
do
theory.
these things?
We agree on how it works. We agree
Okay,
it should work.
Okay. So if they go through and explain that this rocket works this way to produce thrust in the low Earth space orbit where there's such little atmosphere, a plane can't even fly into it.
Mm-hmm. Then you trust that?
Does what they present as how it works? Is there something wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with how, like,
okay.
you know,
what makes it
how it
then, at that point? What makes it not possible?
So there you go. You're trusting just because you know how it works that it actually is being done.
And then
right?
here goes the next step of the process.
All right.
Okay, I think that what they're showing me is capable of doing what they're saying. Okay, that's it. You say, hey, I don't think they're doing it. So then the next step is this. Okay, why can't they do it? So that I can understand why what I'm thinking is right isn't correct.
Percentage.
What's up?
I was thinking of it like, let's say, like, you know, I have a new electric car coming out, right? And I just need you to give me $100,000. It exists, right? Because we know that everyone knows that electric cars exist, right? What evidence would you ask for?
I don't think that's.
Or you're investing in that. In percentage, I'd like you to run with that scenario. Like, let's say you've got an awesome new electric car, and you're asking
Yeah,
Sean
I would say
to give you
that's
100 grand. I mean, we can make the electric cars, so we know they work, right?
Yeah, I got you. But I would say that's a false analogy. And I'll tell you why. Because there's no new variable here. If he's just making something that's already been made and already is working in the same environment, there's no new variable, right? But what they're saying is that this thing is working in a new environment without air, without gas. So we've never seen that.
Make it that. Yeah, make it. It doesn't even use electricity or hydrogen. I just need 100 grand and a reason for you to invest. Is what I'm saying.
It's not enough for me, man. I need to see proof of concept.
I've got CGI fucking video of it, so it's like totally legit.
I need to see proof of concept.
Well, right. No. But I'm saying, like, sell that to Sean for me, would you?
Yeah, that's fair. So Sean, yeah, like, if someone comes asking you to, like, invest in some product, they just give you the design, they give you the blueprint.
I'm not.
You're not investing.
No, not directly. Because I don't understand it enough. If I understood it and I knew it was going to put interest in my pocket and interest into what I want, then I would. But I don't.
Well, no, they're using.
Let's say you understand it perfectly.
It's a space car.
Well, if we're playing that what if game, then if I had a financial reason to do so, then I do it myself.
You understand it perfectly, but you just never have seen it being done. No demonstration, no proof of concept.
Well, if I had the money, then I had the understanding, then I'd probably be much further in my understanding of it and give you a better reasoning then.
But wouldn't that kind of strike you as odd that they're claiming to be able to do this thing, and
no, because I'm sure
there's a demonstration of it?
I'm sure that there are people much smarter than me that understand it much more and have a better answer for how they do it.
That's an appeal to authority. And again, you just said you trust no one. So now you're trusting these people?
No, I'm asking you. Tell me why it doesn't work.
No, but you said you trust no one. That's how we started this conversation.
Okay. So I believe that the technology that they're showing me and how it works makes sense in my head to have my understanding of it, that it is possible.
Absolutely, we agree it's possible.
And then here's what makes it reasonable in my brain. Because if there's some information out there that is given to me that can show why what I think is correct isn't correct, I will listen to it. And that means I will not sit there and just go, I don't want to hear it because I know I'm right and you're going to be wrong. So there's no reason for you to tell me why. I'm asking you literally, Why is it not possible?
You're still contradicting yourself, though.
No, how?
You're saying hold up. You're saying you're trusting that it happens,
No.
and you want to see proof of the negative claim that it's not happening.
Okay, so
what you should be asking for is proof of the positive claim that it's happening.
Okay, if they show us them doing it, then what part of that
They've
is
never
not real?
shown us that.
Okay, you say what they're showing us is fake, but what is fake about those videos that shows me I shouldn't even believe it?
Yeah, again, that's what's in contention. I don't say that like there's nothing in the sky. There's something in the sky, but they're claiming that it's in a vacuum environment, like no air, that it's working without air.
Hey, I guess we all just need to save up enough money to actually get one of those fucking tickets to see if it's actually there, right? That's the answer you want?
No, my answer. Well, what I want is for you to admit that you're trusting.
Percentage. If I'm sorry I did it, but realistically, my answer just ends the conversation.
No,
right? Yes. The only way for any of us to trust it, and I agree, the only way for any of us to trust 100% what it is real and can be done and is there is for all to save up enough fucking money so we can all have our own tickets to go up there and find out for our fucking selves. Now, if you're going to ask me if that's just point blank 100% trust, that's what I'll have to do.
That's not trust, bro. That's verifying for yourself. It requires no trust to verify
that makes
for yourself.
That then means everything they said I can 100% trust. But okay,
no, it's not that you trust it. You agree with it because
if it's like that,
I think you're confusing what trust means.
I'll say 40. I trust what they're saying 40% of the time. How about that? Is that better?
That is better, yeah.
How do you know which 40%? How do you know which 40% is the truth, though?
Well, it's 40-60, so.
The 40% of the time, how do you know when it's that time and not the other time when you're not telling the truth?
I'm constantly trying to fact check it. Constantly.
How do you fact check it with the people that? The people that are lying
research,
tell you something.
Constant research and intake of information.
So you're constantly fact checking the people you trust?
Yes, absolutely. No. Fact checking everyone.
Then how can you claim that you trust it if you're fact checking it constantly?
Because 40%.
Do you know what trust means, bro?
When we're talking when we're talking about information versus personal, there is a difference.
No, but trust period means that you take it on faith.
It works every time.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm taking it on faith. Until I get the money, I'm taking it on faith. Yes.
Yeah. So if you trust it, you by definition don't verify it.
I agree.
You trust it.
Okay, I agree. Now what?
Yeah, that means that basically what Crypto said was true.
Okay, so then he was right. What doesn't change anything?
You're told some things. If it fits your narrative, if something that you trust, you automatically believe it. If it doesn't, you'll deny it or maybe question it.
Then I have a question for you. Do you do the same?
It depends. If we're talking about, I don't think I do, because even things that I tried to take.
Percentage. You presented that as a yes or no to me, so it's a yes or no for you.
Yeah, and I think the answer for me is no.
But
I'll tell you why. Because even the things that I try to trust and take on faith, I still find myself questioning them. And I think
so do I.
It's my nature. My nature. No, but that's the thing. I'm not successful in trusting it. Sometimes I am. My faith kind of wavers sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
My nature is that of someone that's like like logical and analytical and stuff like that. And I fall back to evidence, to empirical evidence.
I agree.
So for me, it's an issue.
I agree. I like the way you answered that better than the way I did. So then my answer changes. No, I'm not like that. Because I like your answer. The way you do it, that's exactly what I do. So it's not like,
I'll take that as a compliment, man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Take it. No, yeah, absolutely. The way you answered that was so much fucking smooth.
Yeah, I can't even be mad at you.
Yeah. You said it so much better than I did.
We just want to see proof of concept of astronauts.
Absolutely, so do I. I do too, and I'm just on that path, just like you, buddy. I can only do so much, right? We can only do so much. Percentage.
Yeah, you guys are flirting hardcore.
What do you want to go meet up with us next?
They're about to touch tips.
That's Kosho thing. We don't do that.
Yeah, okay.
That's weird.
Just because I meet a guy, a network,
multiple guys,
I get a gig at Tesla.
Was it the first? Was
it's
it
not even offensive? You guys trying to make it gay? It just kind of says
more. No one's trying to make it gay. We're just understanding your brain that comes and tells us. I'm not a homophobe at all.
I'm not scared of them. I just don't like them.
I'm acquaintances with a few gays. I don't have any best friend gays though.
More than acquaintances.
No, I don't roll like that, Jeremy. Sorry, it doesn't work for me like that.
I seen you in Kosho's backseat.
No, you haven't. Never. I've only been to Austin 3 times, and I don't even know where he is.
And you got an Uber ride.
No, I
When
was
he's talking
definitely
about
driving.
when he said he's only been to Austin 3 times, he's talking about his gigolo.
No, definitely not. It's not. That's just that was clever, but no.
Oh, thank you.
Yo, so you guys seen this video of the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, in drag?
Was it during his comedian days?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could believe. I haven't seen it, but I believe it.
That's gonna give him a lot of backing by the all these LGBTQNY people.
But see, that's the thing, Jeremy. Everything you're going to see on him like that, everyone has already seen it. He used to be a comedian. That's the kind of shit he used to do.
I don't care at all. I'm fine. Whatever. You want to dress up in skirts and shit
No,
with the
not
perks.
everyone's seen it. They were trying to prop him up as like a badass on the front lines of the war. But the main
See, that's also the other thing. Like they show that shit, but like when I look at it and I go, that could have been from some training day thing they did fucking 3 years ago, and he's fucking just sitting out there. I haven't seen what it like is like.
It
I
actually,
didn't even
the main
say.
photo the main photo they're publishing was actually from last year.
Yeah, so yeah, and when they say he's like on the front line and all that stuff, it's like every picture you don't see him with a gun. And is he on the front lines or is he just staying in Ukraine? There's a difference.
I don't think he's in Ukraine. That wouldn't make sense to me.
It depends. See, that's the thing. I thought Putin was the type of president that would get involved, but he's just showing to be the same. But you never know.
Yeah, well, if you guys want to see the video I posted in debate chat box, trigger warning though, it's kind of intense. I didn't watch the full thing.
Sean, you thought Putin would be like when you say, you thought he would be on the front line with a gun?
He'd be out there. I thought he was that type. I really
fuck
did.
No. Fuck
Yeah.
no. He's all show no go.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a badass. I mean, if the presidents all had to like fight each other themselves in a ring, or like fucking what's that one movie with the fucking they had to kill each other? What is that?
But bro, like Tyson or Arnold Schwarzenegger or somebody would have been president by now of America if that was how we did it.
You know, but still, it'd be funny.
Kimbo Slice, like we'd have some
if they did
Kimbo
like
Slice.
that, but if they did that, Jeremy, Putin would be our top 3 for sure.
The Russians are no joke. I don't know. I mean,
Biden's out in the first 30 seconds of the first round.
Oh yeah, if we did that right now, yeah, he wouldn't fucking stand a chance. He'd be a squatter.
And that's the other thing. Or even if, like, put him on the front line. Okay, better. This is the best way of saying it. Putin is capable of going to the front line. He is. Period.
Anyone is. All you gotta do is
no. Biden not capable. Give him a fucking gun. He'll fucking break his finger when he pulls the trigger. He has no ability. Like, what is he? Did he even serve? I don't think so. That's what I mean. Like back in the day, like when they started this shit, the people that were presidents were generals and shit. They they'd come from war.
Not all, but that was less than a handful.
But it was a good presidents that they had to do that. And for the most part, a lot of presidents served. They may not have been in serving as presidents, or became right out of it. But at some point, they did serve. A lot of them
did. Some
I'd say most.
But I think it'd just be a bad strategy.
I think having a president have had military experience is definitely. Well, see, that's the other thing. The presidents are just fucking puppets. I mean, realistically, that doesn't even matter either. Trump was fucking president for 4 years. I mean, what are we talking about here?
This president we got from the military warned us about the shadow government.
Yeah, that's no secret. It's there. People who say it doesn't exist are stupid. fun part when people try to act as if I'm acting like there's none of that shady shit happening and one world government wanting and all that. I get that. I know that shit's going on. That's why when you have these conversations with me, it's kind of odd when you just assume that I'm a mainstream runner or some shit. That's weird. If you think everything's a lie, it's called auto hoaxing. That's a problem. That's a red flag. You should question yourself if you think everything is fake.
Absolutely.
Question your methods if you think everything is fake. Every bit of information is wrong. There's a problem with your learning process. And like you were saying, percentage, there's definitely a difference between what we are capable of gathering to come to a conclusion versus the people that are able to actually do these things. And the realization is that a lot of people on both sides, I'll say, they make their opinion based on like nothing without even doing that process. So yeah, it's a huge problem. A lot of people think they know or present that they know without a basic understanding of half the shit they're talking about.
What do you think the solution to that is?
Admitting that you don't know. Admitting that there's only this much trust you have in them. Admitting that there's only... How? Just being honest
like
with
personal growth.
Dropping egos. That's literally what has to happen.
Out of the population that, that like kind of is guilty of that, how many do you think will be able to have like the introspection,
5%.
the self-awareness to be able to do that?
5% of us.
A high percent?
5%.
5. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
If you then ask me how many of them will leave flat Earth, I'd say 0.25%. It's a very small few, but we're here,
and here we are.
The problem is when everything is a lie and everything is wrong to support your idea. I guarantee you there's 1,000 topics I could bring up in here that are factual and will be argued against because it doesn't work for their narrative, regardless if they understand it or not.
Do you think there's something that other people can do for that person instead of just being on the person themselves?
It's always on the person themselves. Always. Everyone's own fucking journey through this.
There's no catalyst that could kind of
be
applied to help that person see it? No?
Nope. It's on everyone. Yeah. Every person in here has to be honest and drop their own ego and be honest with their own.
What makes someone do that though?
Themselves, their ego.
Just the nature of the person?
Just yep, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What about things they go through in life?
That's what makes them.
Yeah, so events, traumatic events, or crises that they go through and stuff like that. It makes them
everyone's different.
Think about. So that being said, is there something that someone else can do? Like, can we kind of force them to undergo these kind of experiences?
You can't force anyone to do anything. Otherwise, you're just pushing a narrative.
No, I don't mean like any sort of claim. I mean this comes down crazy. But let's say you have people kind of disenfranchised and oppressed and going through traumatic experiences in different parts of the world. Is that does that mean that they are gonna kind of assess claims better because they have that lack of ego, the humility to be able to kind of recognize that there are the things that they don't know and things that they should critically analyze?
No, it has nothing to do with it.
But you just said the experiences of the person make them think about that sort of thing.
Yeah, so if those people are going through those experiences, they probably can give a shit less what shape the Earth is.
Okay, so what sort of experience is the Goldilocks of what will basically incentivize or catalyze someone to be thinking in that vein?
Having the time, I guess.
What?
Having the time to. Takes time, right?
Absolute boredom, nothingness.
Yeah. Every single fucking person in here had to have hit a level of boredom to continue to be here. Yes.
That's how I learned about the flat Earth.
Absolutely.
I became bored, and then I started to think that the North Pole.
But then you're contradicting yourself. You're saying basically it's purely the nature of the person.
It is purely the nature of the person. Percentage. Do you have a job?
Yeah.
Why don't you quit your job so you can understand everything and be here 24/7?
That doesn't sound fun to me.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Exactly. And then when you get home, why don't I don't want to pry? It's not my business. I mean, I'll try, but if you don't want to answer anything, then it's perfectly fine. I understand. Do you have kids? You know what I'm saying? Don? No. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not even my business. But what I'm trying to say is
no, you said it's perfectly fine if I don't answer, so I just didn't.
Absolutely. No, it's cool. But every single person, every single person doesn't have something in their life that they have to be doing to come in here.
Yeah, variety is the spice of life, man.
Yeah. But to answer your question, boredom. Yes. You have to be bored enough. You have to have the time enough to be able to understand enough.
Yeah, otherwise, so you're either born with that gravitation towards
the
thing.
Some people are less fortunate. I guarantee the people in North Korea don't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, no, that's completely different. That's like because there's more pressing matters. But you're basically saying it's not about experience. It's just
I'm pretty sure experience. We experience enough time to do this stupid shit.
Experiencing time.
The greatest Glober in the world is a Glober. The greatest Glober in the world is a North Korean.
Oh. I would agree with you. I think it is the nature of the person.
It has to
be. Within a family with the same upbringing, you could have completely different personalities. You could have the sheep, and you could have the woke niggas.
Anybody who has a brother or a sister will have to agree with that. Me and my brother think completely different about most things.
But I still do think the events you go through, it's not just black or white.
100%. You're right on that. Absolutely not.
Are you talking about the woke niggas that you just referenced?
Yeah, I said that, didn't I?
Yes. But I stand by my claim. Every single person that thinks everything is wrong needs to be questioning themselves. Percentage, would you agree with this or not? The biggest problem, Flat Earth has is Flat Earth doesn't question Flat Earth.
I would disagree with that.
Really? Who has an argument that disagrees with that? A lot of what people say, because not everyone can be right, and there's so many different ideas of it, right? So I mean, I'll give you an example of one.
I think it all boils down to the same idea, though.
Percentage. I'll give you an example of one, and it's a very simple answer, and it's easy to answer because I did it as a flat earther as well. I never in my life, ever, not one part of flat Earth did I ever think there was a dome. So when I heard a flat earther say there was a dome, I would argue with that flat earther. There's no dome. Do you see that happening very often?
I know it happens because I've done it and I've gotten banned from 24/7 for doing it.
There you fucking go.
But hold up. No, full disclosure, I got banned because the person I argued. Hold on, I got banned. Hold up, Sanjay. I got banned because the person I argued against just basically has a vendetta against me, and they banned me because they just disagreed with me. If it was someone else saying it, they might have not.
No, everyone that disagrees
gets
banned.
I didn't get pushback for saying it.
Everyone that disagrees there gets banned. Even flat earthers that disagree with their narrative.
I've been talking about how I don't believe in a dome ever since I've been there, and I'm a lead mod, so I don't really think that's true.
But if you hear someone bring a dome up, do you jump in to say that's not possible? You are wrong.
So you're telling me that I have to be adversarial and annoying if I don't agree with something?
So if you Isn't that what you do with the globe?
Yes or no question. No, I let loads of things slide that I think are fucking ridiculous on both sides.
But at the same time, you
I don't
don't.
feel the need to talk every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and on the dome topic, so like I was up for like I was nominated for gold or whatever, and this was I was clear on this was after butting heads with people that believed in the dome and stuff like that, or claimed that there definitely was a dome, not just believed it, but they claimed that there was a dome. There had to be a dome because of the antecedent for gas pressure, what have you. And I was nominated for gold, but then I was banned by that same person for something completely different or for no reason at all.
Now, at the same time percentage, I'm going to put you in a class that is different from someone like Crypto. Because I've had conversations with both of you. Now, that percentage, you don't have to admit this is true. But I'm going to go ahead and say I'm 90% trusting my intuition of this. Most of what you argue about is more about the argument, not the reality of whether or not it's real.
I disagree with that. I see where you're coming from, but it's underpinned by realism. We don't feel motion. We observe a flat horizon. Yeah, when we go up, we'd expect that the horizon would curve. But aren't what our like direct observations are on the local level is that it's motionless.
Okay, how about on that first one? No, because he was
all right. We feel motionless. Go ahead.
Scattergunning, and I just wanted. He said one that I wanted to just press on. So, is it possible?
Yes,
for
it's possible.
there to be an acceleration less enough that you wouldn't actually be
it's
able
possible.
to. Okay, so then the information isn't impossible. It's not impossible that we don't feel rotation. Because
I never claimed it was.
Okay, see, but when you say that, and then you argue that it's not possible.
I never claimed it wasn't possible.
Okay, so then it's
what I claimed.
Okay,
yeah, so what I claim is that it's observably motionless, right?
No, but you said we don't feel the motion. That's what I pinned on.
Observation is our feeling of it.
Okay, but is it possible for there? Okay, is it possible?
Yeah.
Okay, but is it possible for the Earth to rotate and does not feel it?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay.
The thing is, though, we have evidence, right? We have empirical evidence that, that we feel motion. Not all motion. I'm not claiming that we feel absolutely every single thing, but we feel motion, and we don't feel the motion of the Earth.
Okay.
Right?
That doesn't make it. You just said
I'm with you, but that's from blank slate. That's empirical evidence that there is no motion, at least that we don't.
But your understanding of it isn't that. Your understanding is much more than that. So then, why would you base?
I know. So that's what I'm saying. So from a blank slate, the information that we have, that we can rely on, definitive evidence is the empirical evidence that we don't feel motion, right? So now the claim is that we actually are moving, so we just don't feel it. That's a positive claim that has a burden of proof. The proof has not been provided.
Okay, so then what's happening is
alternate hypothesis.
So what I said,
and the null hypothesis stands.
Percentage. Then what I said is correct, because what you're doing is you're understanding that it is possible, but your argument is that there's no evidence that we wouldn't feel it. And you're saying, okay,
I'm saying there's no evidence that it exists. The motion.
Okay. Well, there is evidence.
You were asking, do any flat earthers question flat Earth? I mean, I question all the attributes. Like, so the baseline, the reality is that it's flat and it's not moving. But I question the dynamics and the mechanics of how everything else works around it. Like, if the stars and the moon and the sun are closer, then what are they and how are they hanging up there? Those attributes are what I question. The shape and the dimension of the space that we're actually in. But what we're standing on is not moving and it's level. So I start from that, and then I start to question everything else and how it works. And is it a loop? Is it a Pac-Man theory? What's going on up there? That's what I question.
So you essentially think there could be a space?
There could be anything going on up there, but the reality is what we're standing on is flat and not moving, and everything else can be questioned. It's supernatural.
You can't honestly base. Okay, and in the same token, the same way percentage said you can't personally observe this, makes it somewhere you shouldn't stand on. Then, right? Percentage.
You can't personally observe what?
He can't personally observe the Earth being flat and not moving, right?
What everyone observes that.
Okay, well, I observe there being space, and I observe there being able to go to space. But you said that I can't physically do it, so how do I know they can do that?
What?
The thrust. Remember we were talking about the thrust, them working in space?
You don't observe them in this vacuum of space 1 times 10 to the negative. You don't observe that. You observe something in the sky.
I can see the ISS up there.
You observe something in the sky.
I've seen rockets launch.
Yeah, into the sky. We don't disagree on that.
Okay,
The rocket's going to the sky.
So if when I look up, my observation means the Earth is spinning. What is wrong about that compared to the other one?
Sean, we need you to repeat to the sky.
Huh?
The sky.
Well, he was
That's
talking
where
about the
the
sky.
rockets go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you keep saying space.
Yeah, well, they go into space, yeah. They go through the
Prove
sky.
Prove it, bro.
Okay, and I said it. Okay, now, percentage. I'll ask you this. Is the technology that they're using in the description of how it works wrong or possible to be done?
Yeah, man, we've already talked about this. Theoretically, it's possible.
Yeah. Okay, so that if that's the information I have there, and then I see them launching rockets, what's to not think they're not going to space?
The lack of a demonstration.
Okay, if they're demonstrating they're doing
Proof
it.
of concept.
Okay, so the fact that you can't be in space when they launch it to be in there, it will never be true, is what you're saying.
No, that's why I'm saying a small-scale demonstration to show that.
Okay, then we go back to what I said. We all have to wait until we have enough money to go get a ticket to do it our damn freaking selves.
That's not a small-scale demonstration. That's demonstrating the actual thing for ourselves. At the grand scale.
Well, that's
a small-scale demonstration would be just doing the same thing. Hold up, no, a small-scale demonstration would just be doing the same thing in a vacuum chamber with a super mini rocket, for instance.
So can you launch? So basically, all you need to see is can something have thrust in a vacuum?
Yeah, a vacuum akin to what they're talking about.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll get
Please
that.
don't bring the warped perception or Cody's lab bullshit videos where it doesn't even.
No, there's a guy who put gunpowder in a vacuum chamber to see if it would ignite, and he also put I think it was. I forget what he put next to it. He put it was like a plate or something to see if it would push off the plate the way he had done it. And in 2 of the last ones he did, it actually had thrust. It moved.
Gunpowder.
Yes, small scale.
And he was able to ignite it in a vacuum?
Yes. Yep.
I'd like to see this.
Okay, I'll grab it. Hang on, give me a second. I gotta turn my screen.
Wait, it's not gonna work, man. I was just thinking about it, Sean.
Okay, well
I'll tell you why.
Look at it first.
Because hold up,
you
the
don't
gunpowder is on a. Hold on, let me just ask you a simple question. The gunpowder is sitting on a plate. You said, right?
Yes.
And then it's lit, and then it thrusts off of the plate, right?
Yes.
Exactly. That's not in contention.
Okay.
Because the plate is the matter at that point. Okay. We're talking about something without matter.
Okay. Wait. So what? So the rocket technology that we're talking about doesn't explain that it produces thrust off itself. It doesn't explain that.
No, see, they say. I mean, again, theoretically, we agree on it. We agree that it's producing pressure in 3 walls of the engine block or chamber or whatever they call it, and in the one there's a disequilibrium of pressure, and that's why it's propelling forward. Theoretically, I agree with that.
Okay, now stop. Okay, now stop. Now
go ahead.
Is that the same effect that the gunpowder within the plate have?
No.
Why?
Because for the gunpowder in the plate, it's directly propelling off of other matter, not off of itself.
Okay, but that's the same thing. Scenario is the same thing that happens in a rocket. It ignites, and it's using that, just like you explained, and it ignites in that chamber, and over the 3 walls of that rocket, it produces its thrust.
No, because the difference here would be when the rocket is on the ground versus when it's in the air. When it's on the ground, it's launching off of physical matter, just like the gunpowder off the plate.
Yes.
So there's no issue.
Using
We agree
gravity
on
as a
that.
force.
Yeah,
Yes.
we agree on that.
No, there
But
is
the
ignition. There is ignition. That's what produces that thrust. The ignition of that fuel is the thrust.
Yeah, no, the ignition.
And it pushes
you mean
off the Earth,
the
and it
emission?
pushes through the atmosphere.
Yeah, the gas, the exhaust is being released, right? And it's pushing
Yes.
off of the physical ground, right? Or the
And
launch
then
pad,
through its atmosphere. Yes.
Yeah. So there's matter that it's launching off of, just like this gas gunpowder is launching off of the plate. We have no issue with that. We agree with that. You know, that's fine. The question is whether or not it would happen without that launch pad. If it was just in free fall, if it would still,
it would. That's the
question.
It's exact concept.
And I would say theoretically I agree, but I'd like to see a
what you were
demonstration.
just saying, and the demonstration is that because what you just explained was that a rocket shoots off a platform, it's thrusting against that platform, right? In the air, it's pushing through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is also part of it being able to do so, correct?
Yeah, it's basically the gas is going out, pushing and pushing down on this launch pad.
Okay, so then the question becomes: is it possible to do this in the so-called vacuum of space? And all that needs to be done is be able to ignite and have a quote-unquote plate for that ignition to produce thrust off of. It does not need the atmosphere. It does not need that.
It's not that it needs gas; it needs matter.
Yeah, and that gas that it's using is the matter that thrusts off the plate in that engine.
No, the matter is the launch pad. So we agree it requires that.
Yes.
There's doubt as to whether or not without that launch pad, without matter,
that is required.
That's what the doubt is. That's why we need a demonstration. This gunpowder thing has a launch pad. So it's not the same thing.
Here's
false
the thing.
analogy.
How does a plane work?
You could argue that it's when it's in space, it's creating its own plate to push off, but you'd still have to have a conservation of momentum. You couldn't be stationary in space and then take off and then gain any type of an acceleration because the mass that you're creating behind it to push off will be less than what you're trying to push.
Well, that depends on how much thrust you put in it. If you put enough into it, it wouldn't it?
It doesn't matter about how much thrust you have.
Yes, it does matter. It does.
It's what you're creating behind it. If that mass that you're pushing against is less than what you're trying to move, it's never going to move from a stationary spot.
Yeah. So if you have enough, then it will. And no one said that they get up to 24,000 doing so.
How do you get that displacement? It doesn't matter about the pressure. You need the mass to push it.
Okay.
You're going to have to displace the entire mass to the back of the rocket.
Then I'll show you exactly percentage. The technology that they talk about, is it sound?
What technology?
The technology and the explanation for how these rockets work, is that sound?
I have no issue with the theory of I'm thinking about it. Theoretically, if the reason it goes up is because of a disparity between the pressures from the front and the back where the nozzle is, then if the nozzle is being blocked, right, and there's less of a disparity, shouldn't it not move as much?
What do you mean? Why would it be blocked?
By the ground, the launch pad.
No, it's thrusting off of that. It's pushing off of it.
Okay, now you're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
So theoretically, in terms of the engine itself, the walls, they have the same amount of pressure, so it cancels out. It doesn't go sideways, right?
Okay, wait. Can a rocket go faster after it's launched? How does it go faster? Yeah, how does it go faster then?
Because it picks up speed.
How? It doesn't have a launch pad to be picking that speed off of.
No,
what you're saying is that the rocket, once it leaves the ground, shouldn't be able to get any faster.
Let's say we have let me kind of break it down as a kind of a thought exercise.
Realistically, the launch doesn't matter in this.
Listen, I'm going to paint out a mental picture. Okay, let's say we launched a rocket. It's in the air, but it's in this tube, this huge tube that we've constructed. Okay, and this tube has platforms. How you have bridges that kind of can half of it will open up and meet the other half.
Mm-hmm.
So it has these platforms that are split in half and they're open right now. These little valve type things, they're open, right? And instantaneously, as soon as the rocket passes through one of them, it closes. So it turns into a little mini platform,
every
a little
time
mini
it passes
launch
a
pad.
stage. Every stage.
Yeah. So whenever, like, basically the point is you have a little launch pad as soon as the rocket passes through, right? So now the exhaust is launching off of this platform. At that point in time, when the pressure between the front and the back is closer now, the disparity is less, right? Will it go faster or slower?
It'll go faster, slower.
What?
It will go faster, slower. Why
What
wouldn't
does
it?
that mean?
Okay, so so what you're basically asking is if it had a mini launch pad as it goes up, but what we're doing is we're equalizing the atmosphere in that tube, right?
Basically, let's say you had the launch pad that rises with the rocket.
Okay. Okay. It would go faster. It would be much faster.
So it's not an issue of inertia, right? The rocket is moving, right? But the launch pad is right underneath.
It has more to thrust off of.
Why? But if the rocket works because there's disparity in pressure, right? Because the front has more pressure than the back, and the back has this airflow exiting. That's how it propels. Then how come it goes faster if that pressure is being minimized?
Because
that airflow is being minimized.
It would still have something to thrust off of.
So now you're agreeing with us that it requires something to thrust off of.
To go faster and faster and faster? Yes.
Yeah, but that's not what they say. They say
no, it's exactly what they say. So
no, they say that without the friction of the atmosphere, there's less interference and there's more pressure
to a certain
going
point.
to the front, and it'll go faster.
As long as it's in enough atmosphere, that is the case. But once it leaves that atmosphere, then it changes. Because then what it would do is it's still able to do it. It's still able to produce its own thrust. It's just minimus compared to what they do off a launch pad. All the launch pad does is get it off the ground. It doesn't determine its speed.
But you're disagreeing with a lot of Globers right now because they say it goes faster in space.
No, there's nothing that there's almost no. The amount to push off is so little.
No, they say it goes faster in space for a number of reasons. They say number one, there's less friction.
It can carry its speed fast. Look, so when a rocket leaves, what is it, 27, 24? So whatever it takes to get out of Earth's atmosphere, they say, as long as once you get to that speed, that's the speed you are out there. You can maybe get a little bit more if you constantly keep the thrust, but everything else besides that is thrust plus it's orbiting. That's not, no, you can't, it's not like if you can get to 27,000 feet or miles an hour in 2 minutes, it would take you a year to get to that speed if you were starting at 0 in space. No, I don't give that. That's just how it works. I don't know who says differently, but no, they're carrying speed into space.
No,
they're carrying speed. That's how.
By
it
the
works.
way, I should mention my second kind of example of it, where it has its own launch pad with it. It doesn't really work. The launch pad would have to be separate from it. So, like my first example, where it's going through this tunnel and these launch pads, just keep on like closing behind it, kind of as it goes up. That would work.
Instantly close behind them. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, once they get into space, no, they can't go. They can't go faster. They can just carry speed longer. Because
so you're saying the more matter that it has to launch off of,
the more thrust it needs to get through it. No, the more thrust it needs to get through it is how you say it.
No, but I'm saying behind it. The more matter that it has behind it, underneath the rocket,
the more thrust,
the more force it can generate.
Yes, the more force it can generate. Yes. So once it gets to space, there's less force it can generate. Way fucking less.
Yeah, they say that's not the case.
That is the case. That's just.
They say that the way propulsion works is because of a disequilibrium of the pressure. The sides have the same pressure, so it doesn't go sideways. It goes forward because the front has a lot more pressure than the back, which is just being released.
Okay.
So they say all the pressure goes towards pushing it forward.
Yeah,
but if you have something at the back blocking it, basically these launch pads blocking it, then the force doesn't really go anywhere. It cancels out.
That's hypothetical. No, because if there's something behind it, it would be matter, a big ball of matter, a big wall of matter for it to push off of, right? That's not how it works, though. That we're not talking about that. Once it gets to space, we're not. There's no hypothetical wall. It can produce its own thrust. It is minimal. It is nothing compared to the thrust they have while they're pushing through the atmosphere or off the fucking launch pad.
I think you're.
So what was
you've now realized that it
so when-
requires matter to push off of.
No, I'm not realizing anything. I just
Okay, so where's the matter that it pushes off of when it's in a
no,
vacuum?
again, it's not required. It just helps. Yeah, that's what a launch pad has nothing to do with its flight except to get it off the ground, to produce enough of a wall to fight against the thrust for it to get its big ass off the
Okay,
pad.
let me ask you, how much out of 100% is due to it launching off of matter versus it just generating this internal pressure?
95%.
So you're saying 5% of the speed, it should have 5% of the speed when it's in space? Or 5% of the force, I should say.
It has 5% of the force that it did on Earth, and that if we're just throwing those numbers out, no one pin me to those numbers. We're just using numbers so it's easier to talk. You got to make that shit clear percentage. You know you do.
I think you need to get fact checked by a Glober.
No, I think I have a pretty good understanding of that part of it.
Can you tell me the limb when they took off from the moon in the limb? What was the
I don't know.
craft that?
I don't. First of all, I don't even believe. I don't 100% believe we landed on the moon. So I'm not going to sit here and argue for it.
Just a theory. I'm talking about thrust. So they took off from the moon, in this limb. What was
the moon?
What was the craft? Yeah, what was the craft that they were flying to connect to come back to Earth, and what was that doing?
I don't know.
And who was in it?
Those are my questions. I don't know.
It was an imaginary piece of crap.
Again, let me phrase this again. I do not 100% think we landed on the moon. So you cannot ask me how they did this and that because I don't have an understanding to even have an argument for they did. Okay? So I'm sorry.
You have the understanding. You know how they would have done it.
No,
but you
that's
just don't
my
have
problem.
evidence that they did.
Okay, so I know how they said they did it. I don't get how they said they did it. It does not make process in my brain to make sense, the explanation for it. So I question it.
What do you mean?
Do not
propulsion. That's
everything.
what we're talking about.
Okay, so I'll lay it out to you because this is another example of just because I believe it's a globe, I do not mainstream it. Okay, so the explanation of how they did it is it took them 3 days to get there, correct? They did all their moon shit, blah 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 blah. They told you how fast they had to go to get there, and how slow they had to get, or the speed they had to be, the right speed they had to be able to get into the moon's gravitational pull. Then they say when they were done doing all their space stuff, that they launched off a smaller object. Because again, remember this: when they said they launched, they said they had to orbit Earth to slingshot to get enough speed to get to the moon. So they did it in 3 days. So then they got back, they did the moon shit. They got back to the rocket or whatever that was going to return. They slingshot off the moon and got back to the Earth in 3 days. Without an Earth to launch off of, without an atmosphere to push off of, to be able to gain the speeds, to equal the force that we had to get there, to get back in 3 days.
Yeah, but how did the limb connect with
I don't know
the spacecraft that was
I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
Dude, I told you I don't know. I told you. I just gave you the reason I don't fully believe they went to the moon. So don't ask me to argue how they connected to it. I'm not even at that point yet.
The reason why you don't believe it, and you have to be honest, the reason why you don't believe that they went to the moon is because rockets don't work in fucking space.
No. Rockets work in space. The problem is that my understanding of how rockets work doesn't make sense for them to be able to have made it back in the same 3 days. That's why, not because of whatever you just said. I know rockets work in space. Satellites are real. They had to have gotten there. Shit like that. But that's me questioning everything, regardless of what the shape of the Earth is. And having some understanding of it.
Yeah, the whole slingshotting around another body and then, you know, we can go in all these directions, but we can't really tell you how we steer. Therefore, the trajectory must have been perfect when we left Earth. This all adds up to a whole load of nonsense to me.
It seems odd, very odd. My biggest concern with it is how did you reach the speed to get back in 3 days? With the information they provide, it does not make sense. That's why it's an issue for me.
So how much mass do you think you'd have to expel to travel 600,000 miles in the first place?
Well, it'd be 300,000 miles. But I don't know.
You gotta get back.
I have no fucking clue. No clue at all.
You gotta get back.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I have no clue. I don't know about.
Yeah,
I don't know about how much rocket fuel you need to produce. I have no clue. Again, another thing that based my understanding of it to limit me to my understanding of it. That's why I don't sit here and argue that they landed on the moon, because where I'm at in it doesn't make sense to me. Therefore, I cannot argue it did. It did happen.
Fair enough.
And that's even with the understanding that it would be possible. They could do it, but the way they explain it doesn't make sense to me. So we'll go from there. I've always said it. If they're for real and they're going to go back to the moon like they keep saying they're going to, that will be my 100% Apollo went to the moon. Because then I will understand. I will see that it is possible to do it. Then I will not be able. There'll be no argument against it.
You know, I feel so much better now that you've assured me that it's possible. I just feel so much better. I believe that they can do it now.
Well, that's on you. Again, I have to see it. They have to do it in my lifetime for me to understand it and believe it happened. I'm not just going off of what they said. Sorry. And I'm sure so I'm not saying anybody should base their opinion on anything on what I say. That's not on me. That's on yourself. So if you got fuzzy, warm butterflies in your stomach when I said that, that's your feelings, not something I projected.
It's not just you. I mean, Kosho and Zanuck have both assured me that it's definitely possible as well. So I just feel very reassured by that, you know.
Do you?
Well, to me, it's better where I'm at than just assuming everything is wrong.
That's a massive straw man of everyone here, I think.
No, I just stating a fact to me. To me. I wasn't stating that to anyone else. I wasn't projecting that to somebody. It was just a statement I made. Definitely not a straw man.
Did you just invent the concept of personal facts?
Absolutely not. That's a straw man.
Well, you said it was true to me.
Yeah, true to me.
That's a personal fact.
Okay, it's mine, but I didn't invent that shit.
So then, what about you?
I sure still didn't invent it like you said. I'm pretty sure everyone does that.
I think
So
most people agree that a fact.
Look at the moon landing. Oof.
Something that
something could be true to you and not
be
true
true.
to me, but
and not be true at all. Yes.
No, I don't. Just so you know.
it's not true.
Yeah.
Here's
No,
if it's to
Jeremy.
you.
Jeremy, I could think something's true and it be wrong and not be true at all.
I think unicorns are true. Unicorns existing is true.
Hey, if it's your truth, it's your truth. But it does not have to be. Hey,
That's
but
not
it could
how
be
truth
wrong.
works, Sean.
Yeah, yes, it is. Everyone's truth
No.
is self-evident.
No.
Absolutely.
Not everyone does it. Just so you know.
No.
Hopefully not everyone.
True is not subjective. It's not
Yes, it
something
is.
that is subjective.
Yes, it
So
is.
there's a problem right there. You think that true is subjective.
Absolutely.
That's your personal
Oh,
dome
okay.
of truth, man. Your personal dome of truth.
Everyone has one. Truth is that for everyone.
No, I don't.
Oh, Jeremy. That's the problem right there. He thinks
Okay.
that true is subjective to each person.
It is.
Such a
You can't
dumb
reason.
fuck.
You can't reason
Yeah,
with these
you
people.
can't reason
Jeremy,
with that.
do you believe it's true that
All right, let me ask you. Is that
hang on.
statement
I'm
true?
talking.
though?
Hang on, Jeremy. Do you think it's true that having cell phones and making a few dollars a day is survivable? Can you live off of it? No, as a subsidy.
Well, the answer is in the question, right? If
No,
he
no,
is
but-
able to survive by doing that, then there's right there. That's your answer.
Okay, but it may not be true to someone else.
It doesn't matter.
It
That
does matter.
question,
No, but
question
see,
is-
that's the
question is
definition is in survive. That's where the key
exactly.
is.
Okay. That's why I added as a subsidy, because off of that, Jeremy does not survive, but Jeremy doesn't.
Listen, I think
Jeremy
the surface of the water.
Jeremy believes
Hold
it's
on, Sean.
true that it's worth it, but I may not
Listen,
think
I
it's
think
worth it.
Sean, listen, I think the surface of water is flat. I think that's true. You think the surface of water is curving. You think that's true. Obviously, only one of them.
I think the
obviously
surface
only
of
one-
I
I'm
think
right
the
at crux
surface
of
of
the thing
water
here. I
is
was just one
level.
more sentence, bro. It was one more sentence, bro. Relax. We got all the time in the world. We've been doing this for years, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
So you think it's the top of water is curving. I think the top of water is flat. Obviously, only one of them can be true. They can't both be true.
I think the surface of the water is level.
Yeah, but they can't both be true. Is the
I think
point.
the surface. Yeah, you're right. I think the water is level.
So only one thing can be true. It doesn't matter what you think is true or what I think is true.
It's not flat.
It's not about
curved. It's level.
It's not about that. It's
Okay,
about
that's
what's
what I would
true
say.
or not.
It's level.
It's not about if the water's curving. It's about with the truth. You can't even follow the conversation along.
I can follow the conversation. I'm just not going to answer as you want me to answer.
You're focused on if the water is really flat or curved. It's not even
No, I'm
about
not.
that. It's about only one of them can be true. You
Okay.
can't follow along with the
Okay.
conversation.
Okay.
The
All right.
dots
Fine.
come up like a
If
sing
that's
along.
the case, okay. If that's the case, then is it flat or is it level? Flat is wrong. Level is correct. There you go.
It's not. You can't reason with these people, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You saw what just happened. You couldn't
The
even follow
problem
the
is
conversation.
I'm not answering it as what you want me to answer it as. Okay, but my
That's not
answer
what
is
I want.
Personal
answer
facts
is
are real.
flat is wrong. Level is correct. That's my answer.
Right, but that's beside the point. It's not even about if the water's flat or level. It's about only one of them can be true. You can't even follow along with the conversation
Yes,
that
I
we're having.
Only one of them can be true.
You can't
It
even
is
follow along.
flat is false. Level is true.
What is a fact?
It wasn't talking about facts. We're talking about truth.
No, we're talking.
We did talk about facts as well.
No, we were just talking about truth.
Someone he accused you of having personal facts, so I wondered if anyone has a definition of fact.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I only heard him question that truth is subjective.
There you go. That's what I mean. He said there's no such thing as personal facts.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Fact has to be objective.
Facts to me, facts are different than truth.
For me, you decide what's real, which could mean truth, fact, knowledge.
Yeah, for
belief.
me, and for me, truth and fact are not the same.
What's proof then?
Proof. Okay, so the way I believe it would be truth, or it'd go as a belief, and then become a truth, then it could become a fact, and then it can be proven.
Okay, different levels. Yeah. Okay, what's the fact bit? When does it change from belief to fact?
When there's outside evidence that matches your truth.
Outside evidence. And do you decide if the evidence matches?
Then it becomes a fact to you.
To you.
Yeah.
So it's just another level of your own decision.
Yes.
On what's real.
But,
And what about proof? Is that different?
but even then, a fact can be wrong, right? It can be shown to be wrong.
Yeah.
Proof would be once there's no facts.
This is where I'm going to get you. So
okay, let me finish. So proofs to me would be to a point, and proof does not make it the end all. Your proof can be shown to be wrong as well.
Yeah. But you just decide.
It's just beyond dumb at this point.
But Jeremy, how do you decide a fact for yourself?
Dude, it's not a fact there is no such thing as a fact for yourself. Something
How
either
do you
is a
decide?
fact or it isn't a fact.
How do you decide what a fact, which is a fact and which isn't?
How do I decide?
Yeah.
It's not up to me to decide what the facts are. The facts
Okay,
are the
who
facts.
do you let decide for you then?
I don't understand the question.
Do you let, if you don't decide and it's being decided for you, do you know who you're letting decide it?
Yeah, this is Jeremy. This is exactly why I keep it for myself. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I don't understand the question.
Who is deciding the facts? You then decide. You can't
Reality
decide.
decides the facts.
But who
Reality.
decides
What do you
the
mean,
realities
nature?
or facts?
You mean nature?
Nature
mean-
decides the facts. Sure. Yep.
What? Okay.
But then who presents that? Who do you listen to that has presented it to be a fact?
How do you
Like
decide?
if you come along and tell me unicorns exist, how do I know that's a fact or not?
No, whatever you base it as a fact, how did you come to the conclusion it was a fact, if not yourself?
You cut out, bro. You cut out.
How do you know it's a fact if it's not a fact for yourself? So,
The
so
fact
you look
for yourself
so,
thing is nonsense.
okay, exactly.
It doesn't matter.
So if that's the case, what Don is asking is if it's not for yourself, who do you just outright believe and trust that it is a fact? So basically, if I tell you unicorns are real, do you believe that my fact that unicorns are real is a fact?
Okay, first of all, you telling me unicorns are real does not make things a fact. Just because somebody says something doesn't make it a fact.
How would you know that? How would you find out, Jeremy, if unicorns are a fact?
I'd have to see one or touch one, or it would have to just be like well known, like China. I've never been to China, right?
So it would become a
But I'm
fact
pretty
for
sure-
yourself.
Video of it? A video that
What's
you
that?
believed was real. Would that count? Would that work?
Would what count?
A video that you believed was real. You saw
Just
a
one
of
video?
Yeah, you saw a video of a unicorn and you believed it was a video of a real unicorn. Would that
Well, I'd
make
have
it
to
a
see
fact?
some more evidence than that.
You'd have to. So you base the fact on yourself. If the fact isn't already presented, the fact is the fact becomes a fact to you
Well,
yourself.
a video can be faked. A video is just as good as you saying unicorns
Okay,
are real.
but that's fine. That's fine.
You have to decide. Don't you?
Yeah, you have to decide. Are you going to just trust someone's fact, or does it have to be a fact to you?
Dude, you don't trust someone's fact. Okay, so when someone says something, you're using like weird phrasing. Like when somebody says something, doesn't mean they just said a fact. They just said something.
Okay. How does it become a fact?
How does something become a fact?
Yes.
I don't know the legislation process and shit. I mean,
No,
something
Jeremy.
like water, something like
Jeremy.
water existing.
Okay, Jeremy. If someone else doing it and saying it doesn't make it a fact, then what you're presenting is then you have to do it for yourself to know it's a fact, or do something to know it's a fact. And that's what I'm saying. Fact is you can present your own facts. Facts are facts presented upon yourself.
Because I haven't done
perform
anything
the
to validate.
criteria. You
Listen,
perform.
I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything to validate.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro. Finish it up.
No. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I apologize, Jeremy.
So I didn't have to do anything to know that China thing is a fact, right? I didn't go to China. I have seen Chinese people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what this. How do you know it's like water existing? Right, that's the fact. We all know that's a fact, right?
Well, you know China exists because people have gone there. People have talked about it. You've seen it on TV. You've seen flights to China. But those are all facts based on some other things, right? You're trusting those facts are real, so you know it's a fact China's real, right?
Should I just be giving them yogurt and fruit morning and afternoon? Or should I be trying to figure something else out?
All right, Mike and everyone.
Lunch.
Yeah, I don't know if your mic's low or are you trying to talk to us?
No, my bad. No, it was a guy, and that was a woman talking. Yes, facts are become facts based on your criteria for it.
Something doesn't become a fact. Like it just is a fact. Like there's not a point where like, oh, water existing became a fact. Like water's always existing has always been a fact.
Okay, is China real? Is that a fact?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you know?
So, because and Jeremy, you know, China is real because the evidence presented for it you believe to be a fact.
What?
Because of the compiled information, you believe it's a fact that China is real.
I mean, it's just not in contention. I mean, I think China existing is a fact. Yeah, I don't know.
You had to decide. You had to decide there was no contention yourself.
No, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and it's not a fact. Maybe China doesn't
Would
exist.
you say you don't know any facts? You could be wrong about everything.
Yeah,
No,
so
there's
all
certain
facts
things
are wrong.
there's certain things I'm not wrong on. Things I've experienced and done, like water existing, would be one of them. Water existing is a fact.
But did you just? You probably decided. Me feeling and touching water, and this feeling of wetness and the coldness and the hot and the lovely floatiness. I've decided that means that feeling real means it's a fact that water exists. It's not in my mind. I'm not dreaming it. It's not hallucination. You've decided because it feels good. It's a fact, or it feels real. It's a fact. You decided.
Yeah, sure, Don. I decided whatever. I don't know how I got roped into this stupid conversation with you guys, but go ahead.
Personal facts. Lots of things people agree on, but then it comes to a few things where you've got your own opinion, but you've thought about it enough to decide that's definitely factual. You've decided. So it's personal fact.
Yeah, sure, whatever you want, Don.
Yeah, looks like you guys won.
It's just beyond stupidity with these guys. I don't even want to. It's not worth my time and a headache and shit and over talking and everything.
Stops you going down the solipsism route and the route of authority has to tell me.
I think Jeremy's saying there's like an objective reality. Like, regardless of our perception of them, there is the way things are, regardless of how you perceive or interpret.
Yeah, your personal fact don't mean shit. Exactly. There's an objective reality. China either exists or it doesn't. And if you think it's a fact and I don't, it doesn't matter. China either does or doesn't exist. Your personal fact doesn't mean shit.
I agree. There's a nature behind all of our opinions, but that isn't the definition of fact. Nature existing, past opinion. That's not what fact means.
Listen, after the argument we had the other day, I'm not quick to going down any argumentative roads with you, Don. So whatever you want. It's nonsense dealing with you guys. Like just total absurdity. Total absurdity with you guys. So it's not worth the headache.
No, I'll count that as one win. One win for Dawn.
Yeah, there you go. Chalk it up.
Well, there's this server. It doesn't need to be a fight, you know. Like, does there need to be fighting versus just hanging out and having a good time and discussing things?
I don't know. I feel I'm always very argumentative with these guys.
Well, I guess I was just trying to say, I mean, the server wasn't really set up to be like a fight station, you know, of just, you know, in that sense. I mean, I know people get into heated stuff and it goes that way, but it's not really necessarily, it doesn't have to be the case.
It gets really hectic really quick. And I don't want to go down that road. We're busy in here today, though, all day.
I think my other opinions on that topic was, I think when you say fact, you meant objectiveness. And I think it doesn't have to be personal facts. You can do it another way. There can be facts from authority. So people that are more expert than you tell you the facts and you trust and believe it. That's another way. But it's one or the other.
Listen, there's the fact. Water exists or water doesn't exist. One of those things is a fact. Right now, you could have a personal fact that water doesn't exist, and I can have a personal fact that water does exist. The personal fact doesn't mean shit because water either does or doesn't exist.
But who there's no one to care about the water. Only us. What is existence if there's no human there to say, I see you existing?
If a bear shits in the woods and no one's around to see it, is it still there?
I mean, I'm giving you that the bear is still there. I'm saying no one cares. There's no discussion. If it's just a bear.
And is alone in
Yes,
the woods.
Don, you're very observant. If we were here, there would be no discussion. You're a genius.
If a man is alone in the woods and there's no woman around to hear him, is he still wrong?
And that's why we have the phrase. Yes. That's why we have the phrase "bending the facts," right? Because the facts are there, but who bent them?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Chicken.
I mean, to me, a fact is like an objective thing that is true, like that is just independent of anyone's viewpoint on it. That is
How do you know that's true? Who decides?
well, right. So the fact I was saying is the actual independent truth. Then each human has their own take on things. So they would have their own attunement either to the fact or a lack of attunement to the fact, and so they would have their own personal take on it, as it were, their own personal assessment. But the actual objective fact is still the fact, no matter what their viewpoint is.
Whenever
I don't know if Sean
whenever we talk about the fact, we claim whatever we want about it, saying this is a fact or this isn't a fact. So it's all down to us claiming stuff.
I think Sean just tried to phrase it like personal fact to make it sound like his opinion was more than it actually was. Like if I say it, instead of saying my opinion, I'm going to say personal fact.
Yeah.
Then it gives it more credibility or something. I don't know what game. You guys be playing so many games and shit. It's insane.
We're trying to get away from. Well, I wanted to explain. We can't go to an authority. So you can't be told a fact by Eric the Bear. You can't be told a fact by your mum or your girlfriend or Osho or Scott Veach or you know what I mean. You have to decide. You hear all of those opinions or them saying this is a fact, but that doesn't make it a fact. You have to decide, and you can't study everything. But if you want to know and decide to you, that's a fact in your head without seeing it. You have to discern the truth. Decide.
Yeah,
yourself.
well, I mean, when somebody comes along and says it's a fact we can have gas pressure without a container, and then can't show me that happening, I'm a little hesitant to just start believing people on outrageous claims and on shit like that.
You understand? That's exactly the same for us. When your side claims gas pressure has to have a container.
Well, the word "fact" is just a replacement for the reality of the situation. It's a word that doesn't have as much clout. Because the reality of the situation that water is flat, level, and horizontal. So you wouldn't want to bend that fact, would you? Otherwise, you'd be bending the water.
Very clear. Is that your personal fact, or is that an objective fact that was flat?
I think "fact," this word "fact," has been so misused. It's open to interpretation. All we have is the reality of the situation.
I mean, okay, is it actually true, or is it just you that thinks it's true? Is there a difference?
But wouldn't that be up to you to decide for yourself at the end of the day?
Yeah.
I mean, you are you, so you're your own person trying to acquire facts or attune with them or figure that out, like you sort of like your own fact radar, truth radar.
Yeah, fact radar. It's just a word to say I've decided that's true. That's how I see it.
It's basically just your opinion at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's not called a personal fact or some kind of weird, goofy shit you made up to sound your opinion and make it sound more credible. It's just your opinion.
it becomes a personal fact. 'Cause you will tell me Earth is a fact flat, right? I'll tell you Earth is a fact, the globe. So we've got two facts now. We both call it a
No,
fact.
not at
We're
all.
both sure. We're both sure, I
False.
believe. We know it, and we've called it a fact.
Okay, that's false. There's only one fact. Because the Earth is either a globe or it's flat. Like, it can't be both of those things. So both of those things are not facts.
But we're both happy using that word to say how sure we are. We've used that word to describe how sure we are.
I mean, just because someone's happy using a word doesn't make it any more factual or real.
I think I'm getting past. I mean, what is the real definition of fact? I bet we've all got a different one.
Do definitions have meaning? I don't know. Some people here aren't so sure.
I'm not hung up on the word fact and its definition in the dictionary. I'm on about.
Well, you kind of have to be,
truth.
because if you look it up on, if you look it up online, it says information used as evidence or as part of a report.
See? So that fits my argument, but it's just anything you've decided is fitting your own story.
But at the end of the day, a fact is still only information used as evidence. It's
Yeah,
only
It
information.
doesn't,
It doesn't mean it's true.
It doesn't say nature's actual truth. It doesn't say has to be told to you by an expert. Does it?
It says it's the truth about events as opposed to interpretation. So it's still up to interpretation.
Oh yeah, so they're saying it's past interpretation, but that's so nuanced still because people still interpret everything. Yeah, I just mean all my point is we all decide our own truth, and that is what fact means, truth.
Well, we all decide what we think is true, but that doesn't mean that we make that the fact. The fact is still what it is, like the independent reality.
We can't tell what it actually is ever because we can only tell what we've decided it is. Right?
No, because if what you've quote unquote decided it is the fact, then you've got the fact.
But when you're wrong, you are wrong and you correct yourself. But then, from then on, you think you've got the real fact again. So you claim it again.
Well, that's
Also
fine. I mean,
comes up-
every person has their own journey and way of you know.
What I'm saying is the only alternative to my way of deciding yourself is you have to let someone else decide for you. Or just never be sure of anything. Because you haven't checked it enough.
Well, if you let someone else decide, then do you really have anything other than just a belief in someone else at that point?
I think if you trust them, decide for you what truth is on that subject. That's you deciding that they're the authorities. You've let them decide, and that's you deciding.
Right, it is still you deciding to let them decide, which is still you deciding. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Well, I've often used this term truth acquisitionist. So it's like another version of, I guess, saying truther in a way, but it's like a truth acquisitionist. So it's like acquiring truth and doing so successfully as being like a like a spiritual path or a quest or like a practice is actually, truly acquiring what is true in that sense.
Yeah, it's like taking a gamble or a risk. I mean, the risks are in the gamble. The chances that it's going to go wrong on an everyday basis is going to be relatively low. But if you're taking a bigger risk in your discernment, then that's up to you to decide.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should all come up with our own crazy nonsense. I'm just when we do make a decision on what we think is true, we should own it. But we've decided.
Yeah, so don't keep all your eggs in one basket, right? So don't keep all of your thoughts in one paradigm. You have to be open-minded.
Yeah, it can help. Yeah. I think the opposite is not a full paradigm on each thing. It's nice to decide and say, I believe that for the moment. I'm pretty sure that's a fact. I'm going to call it knowledge.
Well, that's why, like, we were talking about the thing about like fighting versus having a productive conversation. Because the thing is, like, I feel like if people are fighting, they're trying to like force what they think are facts onto other people, or to get them to see it their way, or the other person getting them to see it their way, versus more of a discussion where we're all just seeking truth, let's say, or facts in that sense. And then by speaking, like, if you say something that, you know, I might be able to learn from or resonate from, or you know, that helps me in my journey, then it's actually, to me, that's more of a productive building energy, where instead of like, oh, I need to convince you of my fact, it's like, oh, well, can I glean some facts from you, or is there something I can learn out of this, rather than, you know, trying to kind of strong arm people into what they think is the truth.
Isn't that the beauty of humans as well? Because once we share facts, we can either decide other people agreeing is a confirmation or not. So it
What do
strengthens
you
all
think?
our facts, and we can adjust our facts.
So just to go sort of slightly off topic like I normally do, it's like, what would you think if we had World Marijuana Smoking Day? How many fucked up pieces of art do you think they might be producing for Walmart?
Wow, where did that come from?
Imagine that, like we had
I don't
World
know, but
Marijuana
tell me
Smoking
what
Day.
day that happens on. I'm down.
Yeah, they'd put in way too many chocolates in the buns.
I do this every day anyway, so for me it won't make any difference.
Oh yeah, we already got that date. 420, April
That's
20th.
Bob Marley's birthday, isn't it?
There needs to be like a national day off though, or something like Columbus Day. Like, heads are still going to work on those days.
Every time I assert a point, I feel guilty 5 minutes later now. It's really weird.
Every time you do what?
Every time I sort of assert a point on the VC, I feel, even sometimes in text, I feel guilty 5 or 10 minutes later.
Well, do you feel guilty because what you're saying is kind of ridiculous, or why do you feel guilty?
No, it's more like I hear my tone in back as a memory in my head, as a reflection, and I think, why do you care so much about that? It's not even that important.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt bad the other day when I yelled at you and called you a bitch. I'm still not sorry though.
Maybe we all do. Why? I don't know. We just banter and then we feel bad and we banter.
Like, we really don't need to get so agitated and crazy over it. We've been doing this for years. Like, we have plenty of time. We're all here all day. Like, there's no rush.
I wanted to explain to Dio, or anybody listening, that I think we can personally choose what's true. But then afterwards I thought, why are you asserting that? What if people want to do it another
That's
way?
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy to say that. You can't just pick what you want to be true. It's true. That's not how it works.
I don't mean that we all pick what we believe in, and that becomes the truth. I don't know how to explain it again. I'm too stoned.
The difference is people need to be smart enough to know that just because they believe in something doesn't mean that's how a reality is.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. That even if people believe something, like our ability to perceive like reality could lie outside of that. So some like some insects, you can wave your hand over them, they can't perceive that there's anything above them. Their senses just don't detect it. So I never believe anything that hard that there's no possible way that something else could be true.
Yeah, I try not to. Yeah, but I leave that doubt out of my 100% or my calculations. So I say I'm sure, I know it, I believe it. But then in the back of my head, I say this all could be an illusion. Everything could.
But outside of all of that, there is something, like there is some objective reality, like
Yeah, like at what point have you gotten?
What you cut out?
You cut out.
Oh, sorry. I think what I was saying is that at what point do you have the truth? You know, like I was just using like a kind of a mundane real world example. Like let's say your girlfriend's cheating on you and you walk in the bedroom and she's literally having sex with another guy right there. It's like you have 100% proof, physical validation on every level. There's nobody that could convince you that was false. You know, like you literally verified who they are. You know it's her. You know, the whole 9 yards. Like let's say they both get up and they're scrambling, putting their clothes on, so you know exactly who they are. You know, you caught them. At that point, you have the truth. I mean, that was absolutely happening 100%. So there's no like blind belief. You don't have to trust anyone else. There isn't any like you have that you've come to the completion of the truth on that.
That's full truth, but that's why I leave my doubt out of it. Like even then, you could be hallucinating, right, on LSD. Tiny chance.
If you took LSD, but if you did not, then ...
I mean, you could be a brain in a vat. That's what I'm saying.
You gotta use something simple, Geo, like water existing for an example like that. Like the existence of water is hard to. They have to bring it to your brain in a vat for the water thing. But even then, we're only talking about what exists in our reality. So even if we were a brain in a vat, or this was all happening in my mind or something, and in our reality and our shared reality, water exists. That's like objective reality, no question.
Machines that produce it out of thin air.
You know, I don't know where you were going with it, Gio, but go ahead.
Shared reality is subjective. It's not objective. That's a problem.
What?
A shared reality that you share with somebody else, is not objective to either of you guys. It may have
reality
an
that we
truth.
are in.
It may have an objective truth, you know, somewhere that someone has access to, but we don't have access to that. We only have access to the subjective nature of the reality that we're both sharing.
So,
we have no way.
Would you agree we have personal facts?
Yeah, we have personal facts. We have.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have ways of discerning the truth. We have ways of getting close to discerning the truth. Yeah.
Right, but at what point?
So there's no.
Like at what point? No, I was just gonna say, like, at what point do we have the truth? You know, like because like the idea with the cheating girlfriend. What if you knew beforehand that she was, like, even though you didn't have any physical proof, you felt it in your heart and your soul. You knew that she was. It's sort of like you already had the truth, and then you know verified it in the physical world. So,
what percentage would you say you knew it before you saw it, but you felt it? So what percentage would you say at the confidence level of you knowing it, but of course you didn't witness it yet, but you did know it already. You kind of felt it. So what percentage? Give it just any percentage. 70%. Yeah, let's say 70%.
Well, it could be 100. I mean, if you know.
Well, that's absurd. That's absurd. That you didn't witness something, but you feel it to be true, and you're 100% sure of it. That's not any type. So that's not any sort of checks or balances. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's kind of like.
Well, how much do you have, Costa? Like on a black hole, what's your percentage of checks and balances?
On what?
On a black hole, how sure are you?
Oh, black hole. Yeah, it's not. It's like the woman cheating on me thing, where and I have evidence of it, but it's still not 100%. I can't tell you the exact number, but it's somewhere below 100, and that's how everything is to me, because there's just nothing that you can be sure of.
I still call it 100 because once being sure that we can never be sure, you have to then adjust your scale for to be sure. So then I put my doubt out and say it's still 100.
Wait, can you be sure that a man and woman made a baby? Can you be sure, or even though you can actually make the baby, it's possible that you couldn't make the baby?
It goes back to the conversation that you guys were talking about the other day about with words and meanings and stuff. Just like Don is saying, for the sake of speaking with each other, it's enough for us to say that we're sure of things or that we're certain of things or whatever, because we're trying to convey a message to other people. But when in these sort of conversations, when you're asking like, you know, are you actually 100% sure? I mean, the true answer is no.
Okay, are you actually
to be
100%
honest, never be.
sure that a man and a woman can make a baby?
Yeah, and like I said, for the sake of conversation, I'd say yes. But in the sake of this conversation, I'd have to say no.
Can you give me some example of how that would be no?
Like Don said, you could be hallucinating this entire reality. For all you know, you could be dreaming right now.
Yeah, but you
no-
came
there's
out.
no way
You
we're
came
gonna-
out of your mother though, and your parents had sex, and then you came out of your mother. So I mean, is that not? I mean, what more proof would you need of that being the case?
Not if you were born last Thursday and the entire universe is a simulation in your head.
No one remembers
I'm
being
saying
born.
that these are
Even
the
if
little
that's
tiny
the case.
probabilities that make things uncertain.
Hold
That's the
on.
whole
Even
point.
if
Is that
that's the
these are
case.
You been
Hold
getting
on,
that lean down in Houston, bro?
Yeah. Listen, even if that's the case, in the reality we share right now, that's how babies are made, men and women.
exactly.
Right? That's like
That's my
objective.
point, though.
That's objective reality.
No, that's not objective reality. But it's anyways. My point though was exactly that, Jeremy. That in the reality that we engage in, and we're engaging with each other, we use language, shared words that we both have a meaning with, and we use you know, ideas and stuff that we share together and try to make sense when we communicate. Of course, we're going to agree on things that we both and you know, and our both perceptions, you know, witness as truth.
Things in
But
reality. Dude, this is like
you're
solipsism or sophistry or something you're doing.
yeah, you're asking a philosophical question at the same time. Because in a normal conversation, yes, I would say yes, I'm certain about these things, but it's only because it makes it easy to communicate that way. But in this conversation, where we're actually talking about philosophy, we're talking about what the actual certainties. I'd say no. These things you can't be certain that you're having a shared experience with somebody else.
This isn't philosophy, though. This is how babies are made. This is the birds and the bees. I gave you this talk when you were young, how the birds and the bees work.
I remember that when you walked in on me and your wife.
So we know how babies are made, and we know that men and women do it. It's objective. Like I don't understand how you can say it's not.
I agree, man.
So there you go.
Yeah, basically the only thing you can even come up with is that reality isn't reality. We're operating within the perceivable confinement of what we call reality. If you want to appeal to ambiguity as to how reality doesn't exist, then yeah, sure, you can handle dismiss everything. I mean, whatever.
No one's dismissed anything though, and actually, what was explicitly stated was, yes, in the context of a normal conversation, those things are agreeable, and it's the context of this conversation where we're talking about ultimate certainty, in the nature of philosophy. Then I'm gonna answer the question honestly, but in a regular conversation where we're communicating, of course, I'm gonna say yes, men and women make babies. You know, we're gonna agree on things that we both witnessed together. You know, things of that nature.
But that's the only way that you exist, right? So like the only way that you exist or that your parents existed or that anyone exists is that a man and a woman made a baby. And we know this because that's how anyone exists that's ever existed. So you're saying it's possible that's not the case.
Yeah. It's possible that nothing you're experiencing right now is real. Nobody else outside of your head is real. And that you've been sick for the past 10 years and this has all been in a coma in your head and nothing else, nobody else. And me talking is a figment of your imagination. These things aren't unimaginable, and they're not impossible. And those tiny probabilities leads to a number that is not exactly 100, something less than 100%.
Sounds like total recall, man.
Yeah, understand. Like we do understand why it's so important for you to make this argument, though. It's so that you can say, well, you can never prove anything. So I can make all kinds of claims about reality, but of course you can't prove them. You can't prove anything.
You can prove things
Yourself. And if I agree, it's to me too. But you won't have authority unless I give it to you.
Yeah, reality or objective truth is not dependent upon interpretation. interpretation is after
Seems
the
to be,
fact.
doesn't it? It seems to be when you think Earth's flat and I think it's a globe, and we're both really, really sure.
But it's either
Seems
flat
to
or
be
a
pretty
globe, right? Like
subjective, right? Now?
reality is independent of our opinions. Like the fact that it's not a globe in your reality and flat in my reality. Reality is it's either flat or it's not, right? So
You're right.
Right. So the objective truth is independent of
But we
interpretation.
both proved it
Interpretation,
to
you have to
didn't
have
we?
the fact to have an interpretation of it.
At least I proved it to myself it's a globe. Did you prove it to yourself it's flat?
Well, actually, yeah, you've never proved it as a
So
globe.
we're both at prove it stage now. We both proved it. Opposite
All right. Well,
things.
I was gonna say to Winston that what you said is true. That we both, well, we both have two different ideas of the Earth, and there is one objective truth. Those both are true. But what I was saying is that neither of us have direct access to the objective truth. We only have ways in which we can approach it and narrow it down to try and get as close to the objective truth as possible. But we're tainted by your perception and all this other type of stuff. Your limited sensors or whatever. So you can only approach it without having direct access. That's why people can sometimes die being wrong about something that they thought their whole life. It's only because they just didn't have access to the objective truth.
Okay, well, there's only a bit of truth to that with this subject specifically because no one can access the Earth in entirety. No one can go outside of it. Now, you guys have conceded this part of your cognitive thought to the stories of other people doing that, but yeah, you actually don't know the objective truth, and none of us do, of exactly what the Earth is because we can't get outside of it. But we do know what we can test here, and if you have to appeal to the fact that maybe it's all simulation, everything is just a facade, nothing's real. You can't trust any sensors or observations of reality. I mean, dude, it's an endless regression fallacy.
On appeal.
It's a regression fallacy.
We're pointing out that reality is very subjective because we're both adult men that think we're clever, and we both proved opposite things to ourselves about where we live.
Yeah, but the only reason you think that is because someone told
it's
you.
very
Like,
subjective.
yeah, but it's because someone told you that. Like, you didn't go out and then go look at the Earth and be like,
You don't get to tell me I didn't do it right, because I'll just tell you didn't do it right, and then.
Well, I once thought the Earth was.
Still.
Okay, I can only talk for myself, but I once thought the Earth was a globe because that's what I was taught, and we were taught that everyone knew it was a globe and it had been proven. So that's why I thought that. I didn't go out and test the globe as a 5-year-old and see if it was a globe. I didn't. You did not either. You didn't just randomly come up with a spinning globe on a tilted axis.
At 39, I watched the Flat Earth video and then I thought about it.
All right, Don, you were clipping over everything he was saying.
What?
It seems like you were interrupting him a lot.
Oh, not at all.
My point is simple, bro. Like you were taught that, and that's cool. I was taught that. You still believe that? That's cool, dude. That's cool.
Straw manning my whole worldview.
Dude, okay. Well, maybe you weren't taught the globe. Maybe you just woke up one day as a child.
You were taught Flat Earth by Freemasons.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute him. He keeps interrupting. Just a temporary mute, Don, just so Witsit can finish. Go ahead, Witsit.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that, like, the difference with that is, I thought the Earth was a globe too. You were taught that. So you didn't actually go look at it and then decide it was a globe. No one would, because the globe's argument is that you can't do that. It's that you can't trust your senses. So anyway, I am more than happy to concede that we have disagreement here, but there is only one objective reality. And my only point is you can't have a subjective interpretation of reality without the objective reality being there first. It's a prerequisite.
Hi. Sorry if I cut in, but I heard you try and say that my knowledge and proof of the globe is just based on people telling me. And that's nonsense. So I will just say it back to you now. And this is not what I really think, but I'm saying it as a joke. You were taught the Flat Earth by Freemason trolls online. It's not what you proved to yourself.
Okay. Well, for me, what happened with me was I was taught there was a globe my whole life, and I just assumed that to be true. I didn't even think there was a reason to test it, and I was told that people proved it. Then in my adult life, I was introduced information that claimed the contrary of that. And so then I went and looked into it, and I found out, well, yeah, when you physically measure the surface, it's never curving at the rate it's supposed to. So, you know, you can say what you want to, but that's what actually happened, right? I mean, that's what happened with you too. It's okay, even if the Earth is a globe. Like, we were all taught the Earth's a globe. I mean, we're all in the same boat.
I proved to myself Earth was a globe.
You proved it to yourself?
Yeah. That's all that's needed.
What
Did you
does that
ask
mean, though?
him to the heart?
You what?
But how did you prove we were heliocentric?
Heliocentric.
Yeah, how did you do that, Don? I guess just walk us through how you proved to yourself that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. I watched flat Earth videos, and then I thought about it. And it happened over about 2 weeks. So it happened in different sections. I could say it happened over one night. Then I had another slowed down period of thinking of it on and off. Happened over 2 weeks. Then I slowed down and thought about it over the last 3 years. Slowly, I proved to myself, and on the first night, I proved to myself, and slowly I confirmed it and proved it harder and harder. Definitely a globe. Obviously, I watched lots of evidence, heard lots of people talking about it.
Where is
So what
flat
did you
Earth?
do? How did you prove it to yourself?
Just
heard people.
explain that. Did you not hear?
Well, you were just very vague. You just said I heard people talking about it.
No, that's not what I said. I explained it in quite detail.
Well, it kind of sounded to me like that was like your like journey, or maybe like your psychological process. But what was the actual proving process that you did?
I thought about it for the last 3 years. Is that okay? And watched evidence.
What was the evidence?
Oh, yeah, I could tell you some of the evidences. So, nighttime. 2 celestial poles. The southern people see the opposite rotation in the sky. What else? Just generally thinking about all the different stuff. Anything you can mention that might be flat Earth evidence, I would give you an example how that is globe evidence for me and helped me prove it's a globe.
You said nighttime was proof of a globe.
Yeah, it's brilliant proof.
You do understand that the flat Earth does not agree with a giant sun. They think it's a small local sun.
Obviously.
So that nighttime is not impossible on flat Earth.
That's totally fine. Obviously, I don't care what flat Earth thinks. That doesn't affect how
Well,
I
you just
prove
said
the globe.
so you said nighttime.
No, that doesn't affect how I prove the globe by nighttime.
Oh, it was just the first thing that you listed.
Yes, but the flat Earth thoughts about it didn't affect me.
Okay, and then you said the stars going opposite directions.
Flat Earth disagreeing isn't part of my proof for it being a globe. It's not part of it.
You said that nighttime was impossible on a flat Earth, man.
Oh yeah, maybe I am suggesting that. I didn't say it directly.
So how so?
Because it would all be bright all the time, from what we know of the sun.
Right, but she just explained to you that it's just a smaller local light source, and so attenuation of light, you wouldn't have the whole Earth light up if the sun was smaller and more local. So
Yeah, I don't believe any of that.
The distances in the Pacific, they're way too long to be a flat Earth. They've done it for me.
I just think that it's funny. So you also said the stars going in opposite directions.
Yeah.
You know that counterclockwise and clockwise just depends on the direction that you're looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can depend on the direction you're looking.
Okay, so then they also, so I guess I'm just confused because your proofs for the globe work both on a flat Earth and a globe. So what's globe exclusive?
You're not confused.
Globe exclusive evidence like
You're not confused.
curvature
You just
or
you know
spin.
I'm a glober. That's sure. You're not confused.
No, I am
Oh,
confused where your globe exclusive proof is.
Yeah, the South Celestial Pole. I've never heard a compelling argument for why we see a central point of rotation south of the equator.
No, you have left lane. You just hand wave it.
No, it's not.
They have got them left, right? But they don't make sense.
Have you ever
But
seen?
they've got loads of
They're gonna be
explanations.
compelled to you, bro.
Have you ever
They
seen a
have explanations
magnetic
for
field?
everything. It doesn't make any
Have you ever
difference.
seen? Have you ever seen what a magnetic field looks like?
Nice. Here we go.
Okay, so on the outside of the magnetic field, you would actually have like limited portions of perception with a certain curved rate of trajectory that was perceived on the outside of the field. And I can just you can literally replicate it and look at the field. So we have a magnetic field in the Earth, and if it was a ring magnet, then that's exactly what you would see, because we know what is light. So what's the difference in light and magnetism? So anyway, yeah, there's many explanations.
Is that one of your proofs for the flat Earth?
Yeah, the proof for flat Earth is that there's no curvature. That's all I need, man. You know, like I don't even claim a full model of anything.
Fine, I don't even need to tell you that there is curvature. You've already decided there isn't. You've proved it to yourself.
Where's the curve exactly?
You want me to show you curve, even though you've decided there isn't any.
Well, I've never been able to find it. Yeah, if you
weird,
could find,
isn't it?
it would be cool.
I'm not here to teach you. I don't care.
Fair enough, but just yeah, I mean, there is no curvature anywhere. I guess if you disagree, it'd be cool if you could let us know where it's been hiding.
On the water, mate. That's a good place to find it.
Does this magnetic field, which I call which is called the Faraday rotation, is that good enough to actually bend the medium that the light's going through? So we see curves, but it's not that curve.
Yeah, but you see what what you're up against with Dawn here is you're up against someone who has a real stubborn way of denial. All he needs to do is just say, no, I deny that. There's no real argument if there's just a pure straight up denial, and there's no real comeback. There's no real questioning involved.
If we're telling me that it's a magnetic field, that's just denying the globe. That's denial. It's not an argument.
It's not denial. The magnetic field doesn't even work on a globe. A globe hasn't even come up with an explanation for the magnetic field yet. It's not a denial. I don't even have anything to deny yet.
Oh, when I tell you the proof for the globe, you tell me, well, this is the flat Earth explanation. That's the same as denial, I'm saying.
Oh, but I have nothing to deny yet when it comes to the magnetic field, because there's not even an agreed upon explanation of the magnetic field on a globe yet. It doesn't exist in 2022. It's yet to exist.
Yeah, like we have the phenomenon of how the stars move, and then the globe Earth makes one assertion or explanation as to what's happening, and I understand where it's coming from. I get the idea of the globe Earth, but that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. So when we look at something like magnetic fields and how they have the dual rotating vortex patterns, you can even like take a spoon and drag it through water, or like a paddle through water, and you'll see the two vortexes. One's going clockwise, one's going counterclockwise. So the fact that we can recreate that on small scales, even just by dragging a paddle through water, and the fact that magnetic fields create those the toroidal patterns, means that it's not that far of a stretch in my mind to understand that could be happening in the magnetic field above us, and that the stars could be moving in that fashion. So it's basically just two different explanations for the phenomenon, in terms of that. Neither one proves any shape of the Earth, which is why Witsa jumped to like curvature, because in terms of the shape of the Earth itself, or whether it's curving, we'd have to look at the ground. But the sky can be explained in multiple different frameworks.
Yeah, they're my proofs. I've got others, but they were the ones I mentioned, and they are proofs for me.
But do you find it interesting that the flat Earth actually can very adequately explain a magnetic field, and the globe Earth is yet to be able to do so? Isn't that at the
No.
least?
I mean, it's interesting, but not in the way you want.
Yeah, I mean, technically, all you're saying is a magnetic field can do it, and that's all you're doing and saying.
No, I'm saying the magnetic field can actually be explained if the Earth is flat, because it would be the inertial plane, and yet no one can come up with an explanation for it on a globe.
So you can be predicted and be explained.
If you're being an honest researcher, that would be interesting, right?
Well, I'll research
Explaining-
honestly right now.
explaining my core.
Could you just explain how this inertial plane derives this magnetic field then?
Derives it? No, every magnetic field has an
Yeah.
inertial plane through the middle of it. Yeah, every magnetic field has an inertial plane cut right through the middle of it.
Yeah, but there's a when we make magnets and electromagnets or whatever kind of magnets, there's charge that we have to introduce, whether it's electric charge or
Magnets are ball-shaped.
Yeah, but that charge is in flux with the ground. The ground is the dielectric inertial plane. You need that ground as an essential part of the entire magnetic field, and that's a planar, the inertial plane. So on a planar Earth that fits right in. But where is that on a globe? Where is the plane on the globe?
What's generating the magnetism on the flat Earth? What is generating that magnetism?
The center source of the magnetism.
What controls
dynamo.
control the sun and not anything else around it?
Did you understand what Gio was saying, bro?
I sorry about that. I think Don wrapped it up for me though. I wasn't listening.
Well, yeah, he was just explaining the inertial plane, and that works perfectly on a plane Earth. So, I mean, this is like hands down one of the biggest phenomena we have that naturally occurs. It's the magnetic field on the Earth. It's got to be like right there with the biggest phenomena that happens in all of nature. We have a magnetic field that encompasses the entire Earth. That's like the biggest phenomena that exists.
Well, they got a reason for it, right? The molten iron core is rotating or something.
Yeah, that was their explanation that was taught to children everywhere. Yeah.
Well, recently they
it's
discovered
still
that the
the
ocean's
common-
waves produce the magnetic field and push it along.
Well, no, the common idea is that there's a flowing charge in the magma in the Earth. So
Yeah,
that's a charge. So in our model, there's a charge attributed to the magnetic field, which is necessary.
But the thing is, though, that's unlike like magnetic fields. Like I was saying, they have the inertial plane, which is the ground. It literally is the ground. It's electrically the ground because it's dielectric, so it absorbs and it's non-conductive, and that is a planar surface. So that fits like the electric ground is the physical ground and is a plane. So that all fits into that model. So how does a spherical Earth with a magnetic field, how does that sphere become a ground when that's unlike any other magnetic field that we observe?
I mean, Maxwell's equations. I forget which one it is, but one of them says strictly that a magnetic field, to make one, you need a moving electric charge. So if you have a moving electric charge of any sort, you get a magnetic field. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. On a globe Earth, all you need is a moving charge, and or at least it's explained in that model by the flowing molten lava in the Earth, and they claim that's how the magnetic field is derived. Just having
Where's
a
the
plane,
inertial
though,
plane?
just having an inertial plane shouldn't on its own derive some sort of magnetic field unless there was some charge involved.
Wait, are you saying you can have a magnetic field without an inertial plane?
No, I'm not saying you can have it without one. I'm saying that's not what's relevant. That's not what's the absolute necessity. The necessity in a magnetic field is a moving electric charge.
No, that's a non sequitur. It is a necessity because you can't have a magnetic field without an inertial plane. So you're bringing up a different subject. Like it doesn't make this one go away. You can't have a magnetic field without an inertial plane. Where's the inertial plane on the globe?
Well, if there's a moving electric charge, movement on its own is defined by being in reference to something else. So it's obviously in reference to something that's either not moving or it's moving at a different speed. So I mean, there's an implicated or an inferred inertial plane. It's just not relevant to define. Like I said, Maxwell's equations shows you how it's defined. It's defined by or forms by having a moving electric charge.
Yeah, Maxwell also said there had to be an inertial plane, though.
Yeah, there's a thing
I mean,
called the
like I said, it's implied.
It's it still requires the inertial plane, which is the non-conductive ground. It requires that ground. So it's not that a plane derives the field. It's that the plane is one of the essential components of it. It's sort of like you need a couple factors, and one of those is the inertial plane. So where is that on a globe? Because that should be the ground. That should be the center of the field, and the centripetal and centrifugal forces should be in flux around that plane.
You mean like a bumper car? You mean like
I'm
bumper
not
car?
doing well finding the gaps. It's down the middle, everyone. Doesn't have to be a plane, I don't think.
Yeah, you can have a moving electric field, right? Like in let's say I don't know, a cable or wire, and you'll create a magnetic field around it. And there's no plane that's describing what's happening. It's only the electric field that's moving that defines the magnetic field. So I don't see why you guys are saying it's absolutely necessitated. I think the only reason that's claimed is because, like I said, it has to be moving, and in order for something to be moving, it has to be moving in reference to something else. So that's probably the inertial plane you're talking about.
There's no other way to have a magnetic field, dude.
There's a thing called the dynamo theory. There's a thing called the dynamo theory. A dynamo is thought to be the source of Earth's magnetic field and the magnetic fields of Mercury and Jovian planets.
Yeah, and it's been proven to not be accurate by Harvard.
But it's just a theory. The dynamo theory describes the process through which a rotating, convecting, and electrically conducting fluid, like mercury, just came to mind, can maintain a magnetic field over astronomical timescales.
Yeah, but there's a dynamo threshold problem about the composition of the actual origin of the magnetic field, and it doesn't distribute accurately whatsoever. So there's actually like 5 or 6 ongoing competing theories for the magnetic field in the globe.
I believe helium can make electricity. So that could be the source of your energy.
Don't rule out a more intense induced magnetic field from the properties of the plasma itself from the sun, right? Like Venus.
Venus.
Yeah, they propose Venus doesn't have its own magnetic field, yet it does have an atmosphere that doesn't get wiped away due to the fact that it does have a magnetic field that does cover it. It's called an induced magnetic field from the plasma interactions outside. Which I mean, if you take that a step further and you end up in a different location in the circuitry, you'd have a more intense induced magnetic field, which would double down. You'd end up with 2 magnetic fields, one inside of another. I mean, it just seems like we might be misplacing or misattributing the secondary magnetic field for something that's permanent on Earth, that it still could be induced by the outside influence.
Okay, that's interesting. But you still have to have an inertial plane. So, like, where's the inertial plane then?
Yeah, there's an inertial plane.
To you, man.
There's an inertial plane in that, yes.
Where?
Yeah, when you're describing movement,
Center of the
one of the
hourglass.
things.
So it cuts through the middle of the Earth. Cuts through the middle of the globe.
On the equator, or
right through the middle.
Like, which way though?
Vertically. I mean, that's what they have to say, but it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work for numerous reasons. Like, if you just take the readings of the magnetic flux around the Earth and you try to put it into that model, it doesn't work. It's off.
by like
it
20 to
doesn't work.
25%. Yeah, it's not. It's
That's
not.
not
It can't.
good.
Yeah.
They've been saying everything works, it works, it works for this whole time, and now we find out something doesn't work. That's not good. That's not good
I
for
mean,
the
like
globe right there.
one of the most fundamental parts of the Earth.
Oh, the magnetic field's huge. Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
That, so where's the
That's
results?
big shit.
It's ridiculous. It's like laughable. The last thing that should happen is people pretend that you're insane to question it and that it's definitively proven. I mean, the biggest phenomena on Earth isn't explained by the globe yet.
But it's been disproven by you, right?
I mean, you claim that, but it's blatantly explained by the globe model. Despite maybe some people having a different answer, there still is a common answer that most people agree on, regardless
But
of
your
somebody else's
explanation
different
doesn't
opinion.
work though, right? Why?
But
Wait,
but
why
it's
doesn't
not
it?
viable
Of
though.
course it does.
Yeah, why doesn't? Tell them why it doesn't
Of course
work
it is.
again. What's it?
Okay,
Tell 'em
it's
why it
not
doesn't work. Hold
viable
on.
because when you take the magnetic flux readings from across the world, and then you try to factor that in or put that into the model distribution within the model, it doesn't equate to the proper distribution. The magnetic flux does not match that model. It's off by 20 to 25%.
Yeah, it's not a perfect magnetic field. There's places that there's knots. There's places where there's patches, and it doesn't even you get closer to the South Pole and it doesn't even point in the right direction. But I mean, it's not a perfect magnetic field.
Well, it's because it's a
charm.
ring magnet. Like
If
here,
you
I'm going to
say
drop
so.
this picture. Okay, I posted this earlier, but look, so that black center hole would be what they call the North Pole. You see, as you get further out, the lines from the center get wider and wider. So if you're following those magnetic lines of declination to the center, the further out you get away from the center, the less accurate it's going to be. And so the more out of your way it's going to take you. Meaning, like if you drew a straight line from the edge to the center, those lines, if you follow the lines to get to the center, it'll be much longer. It'll be curved. It won't be a straight line.
Why?
Because that's just the actual like geometry of a magnetic field.
My bad. Was I hot mic again? Yeah, I was talking.
Yeah. So it's just yeah. I mean, it's right in front of everybody. Like the way everything works is right in front of everyone. But this can't be explained on a globe. I mean, you can try to explain it. I'm saying there's no viable. See, explanations don't mean that it's real anyway, right? This doesn't prove
That's
the
what
Earth
I've
is
been
flat.
trying to tell them. Just because you can explain something and the thing looks like it works or whatever, doesn't mean that the explanation means that it's true.
Correct, because you can have explanations for contradictory things, but it's even worse than that in this case because there's actually not even a viable explanation proposed yet. Anyone that's being honest would have to concede this is, yeah, the magnetic field is very perplexing. We've yet to figure it out. It's a pretty interesting phenomenon. We haven't been able to fully understand how it works. Like that's how you have to absorb it.
You keep peppering in true things with untrue things. That's why people aren't agreeing, because you just said 4 things at once, and 2 of them were true and 2 of them were not true. But why are you using the ring magnet as a model for the magnetic field on Earth?
Yeah, why not?
Because you just arbitrarily did that with no evidence or anything that points to that.
It lines up very accurately with our magnetic declination lines, though.
It does a ring magnet? Doesn't a ring magnet have magnetic field lines that loop around? So you'd have basically a north and a south that goes around the whole thing, and then at the middle you'd have no fields at all. You'd have no, like at the North Pole, close to it, there wouldn't be any places for the magnetic field lines to align with. Like there would be a huge gap.
You get to the central point, yeah. You get to the central point, which would be just dielectricity area, yeah. But the magnetic lines of declination would lead you all the way to that area, just like in this picture. So if you zoom into the center, you'll see. And that's why you're not allowed to go to the center.
Ding, ding, ding.
It's interesting. It's just the magnetic field lines on the Earth, like when we use a compass, They only point in the right direction because the compass is aligning with the magnetic field lines. But on the ring Earth or whatever, to align with those field lines, you'd have to be pointed up or pointed down.
Yeah, Coach, do you have any?
The only way you can use a compass is if it's horizontal. Okay, that's the only way that anyone has ever used a compass, which also debunks the globe. Like, oh yeah, you're on the bottom of a ball holding a compass horizontal, and it's working. That cool story. But yeah, so you have it horizontal. We navigate based on magnetic lines of declination, and so we're not going straight to the center because we're following these little lines you see here, and so it takes us a little off our path. And the further we get from the center, the more off the path we are, because we're following magnetic declination.
For the point about the needle, hold on, let me just say the point about the needle again, because I don't think the point about the needle and the compass is it aligns with the magnetic field. So the magnetic field that wraps around the Earth from north to south, it is aligned with it when it's pointed, south and north. But what I'm saying is on this ring model, it wrapping around the Earth is making loops around the whole Earth. So in order to align with those field lines, they'd be pointed up or down.
Yeah, Witzer, have a look in the text, man. That's the magnetic, my interpretation of what things are actually looking like. And you have to lift the Americas up 10 degrees, and you have to drop Asia and Africa down 10 degrees, or as close to that. And you'll get a new magnetic center. You get extra degrees in the north as well. And the red dot is the North Pole. That is the center of the sun rings. The sun rings are the red. And then if you can see the black rings are close to that, that's the magnetic rings. So it's almost like the planets are using the magnetics of the Earth to help them move.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think that something like this, I don't know this specifically. I have to look at it closer, but yeah, our current denotation of north is wrong for sure. But it gets really deep because if it's the center of that picture I sent you, then there is no tangible Earth that it rests upon. So the magnetic center itself could move in a circle. It could levitate. It doesn't have to stay still.
That's the magnetic. There is also a geomagnetic equator and a magnetic equator. It's the magnetic equator that moves. The geomagnetic equator doesn't move. It's the Black Mountain in the north. That position there is 10 degrees added in, but it's not quite 10 degrees because you can see how the North Pole cuts into it slightly. So there's an area that we don't go to because we're not using this map. This map here, you'll see that South America is higher, and it makes America higher as well. But on a normal north projection with the equator around the outside, then the South America will be 10 degrees lower. And this is the magnetics of the world, ladies and gentlemen, because America, like Africa there, that's 10 degrees north, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau. Yeah, and then you've got French Guiana, where it meets South America. And ideally, there'll be a connection with Papua New Guinea, because French Guinea or Guyana, Guinea-Bissau, and Papua New Guinea all have a connection. And the demarcation line there, the yellow, is the original demarcation line of Portuguese and Spain. And this is pretty accurate. I would say this is pretty accurate. I've been doing this for years, and I'll get the south one done. But that's pretty much there's just a massive movement. You're not using the magnetics; they're just using the stars, and the stars are offset from our magnetics. So if the stars are moving, and it's connected to that magnetic pole that moves, there's a connection. The geomagnetics don't move.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So do you think that they're slowly working their way to aligning?
No, what's the alignment? The alignment, the magnetics of the Earth don't move at all, and everything. Yes, like you say, there's like a start, line or a go line when you've completed one lap. Something, many different things. It depends on, like, if we're only like 2022 years old, for example, then how far we come from Aries, being the birth. So it depends on how old we are, and how far in the clock we are. But that demarcation line could line up with Orion's belt, because no, Orion's belt moves. No, sorry, apologies.
Brown, do you agree with Don's GIF? He posted it right after you did it. I think he posted it after you posted your picture.
I'm waiting for it to load up. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that's the inclination. Yeah, that's inclination. Don't know why they fucking changed variation to declination, because declination is the opposite of inclination. Anybody knows that. But obviously,
Well,
for
I
the
think
future,
they call it inclination because you have to apply the inclination to your direction. I guess why they call it that.
If you're going down a hill, then you're declining. So the original version would have been inclination and declination. Are we inclining or are we declining? So the measure of the inclination and the measure of the declination. And then you've got magnetic deviation or variation, which are slightly two different things. But it's like one's to do with being off from true north or grid north, and the other one is to do with but anyway, yeah, sorry.
I was asking you know what that green dot represents?
That's the magnetics.
Right, the midnight North Pole.
That would be the.
So which one were you saying doesn't move?
Well, I think what you're looking at here is this trying to represent the moving pole and how it's bending
It looks
the
like
field.
that could be. I think that could be 20 years or 100 years or something like that. It's probably it's either a 20-year gift or 100-year gift.
I think the problem is possibly. I would say more the case that if you did this example but used the south, you most probably find that nothing will move. And if it does move, it's not the geomagnetics, because the geomagnetic South Pole is like pretty much, it's in the sea. It's not on Antarctica. But then again, did I see something that was just all centered from the center? I think possibly. Anyway, definitely everything points south. So I started making south-centered flat Earth maps, and then I started coming up with very, very similar errors to the north. And then I started just putting them together, facing each other. And I've been doing that for about 1.5 years. We all see the same thing. I think it wouldn't take too much work to get a north constellation and a south constellation, and flipping them and seeing if there's any type of anything that match up. It's not going to be all the stars. Maybe we can only see. Maybe we're seeing both sets, but we're seeing the other sets, just less of those stars.
Hey, do you guys think that if there was some concerted effort to mislead people about the nature of where they live, and everyone's dependent upon a very archaic version of electricity, and the magnetic field is not explained on the current representation of what they taught us, and it's also tied in intrinsically with understanding and advancing our use of electricity, that almost no one in their adult life in America fully understands magnetism accurately. So we're left where we don't understand at all where we live. Is it possible that maybe that's why we don't understand the magnetic field and it doesn't work on what they taught us? Has anyone considered that?
Well, I'm thinking if there's a time frame of a catastrophe of a cycle of the sun, that causes really cold areas and really, really hot areas, covering loads of lands up with ice and shit like that. That could be like the Dark Ages, and a period of 666-year cycle would be a scary thing to tell your children now, because they'll be thinking about the future and thinking, oh, how are we going to tell them that this is going to happen? I think things are a lot more immediate than we think.
That's pretty crazy. So, yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the idea, because we do have evidence of what appears to be a more recent worldwide advanced civilization than we were told about. I don't make any leap beyond that to reoccurring cataclysmic events I can give a timeline to or anything, though. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've just heard theories all over the board with that, like number wise and everything. You know,
If you think, like, if you look up the tropics, look up about the tropics, are the tropics expanding? And you'll find many articles saying that they are. And there's about 15 kilometers a year towards the poles. Some might say, oh, it's this, and no, you don't know what you're talking about, but the heat is rising, you know. It's pretty much spring down where I am in the UK. It's warmer, more sunshine than ever before, and it's just gone. It's less and less snow, less and less and all that. People in the more north of England aren't going to agree with that, because it's going to take 15 kilometers a year times such and such to reach them. But then if our tropics are expanding by that amount, it's a period of, you know, there means that there must be an angle, a center angle of the sun at 23.5 degrees, just going around us. For example, let's just say in the geocentric idea, and it's just going around us, and it's angled Texas, North Africa, Australia, but it's tilting to the right even more, thus increasing the tropics. And that there, it's, yeah, we might see it going around us, but it actually goes around us when it rises in the due proper east. It never says proper west. It's either going to be north or south of that by about 0.25 degree. But that information will say that, oh, it moves by 1 degree a day, but no, that would be across the sky, wouldn't it? So yeah, generally, and our old cathedrals and stuff like that show signs where they were measuring the tropics of the sun, using the sunlight coming through like Indiana Jones, and then the sunlight will go on the cathedral floor. That's why they're so long, and it'll get to a certain point and they'll measure it. So they're obviously measuring it for some reason, because something, you know, it's a measure of time, and what is this time? Could have easily have done things like, you know, changing frequencies and stuff like that, just kind of slow down the whole cycle and stuff like that. But that movement at 15 kilometers a year, and I say that the tilt is 33 degrees and not 24.5 or whatever it is, and that means that the sun was going around the equator, or its equator, just constant, and it contracted straight to the equator, and that was only 222 years ago. Anybody?
I just got back. What'd you say? What'd you say, Brown?
I was saying that the sun was stuck at the equator 222 years ago.
Oh. For how long?
If it's taken, I say that the sun's at 33 degrees tilted, and 222 years.
What are you doing? You gotta stay right here.
Well, if the movement's 15 kilometers a year, then you just have to figure out. You just have to figure. 7.4 years, it'll probably move a degree. So it'll
My
probably
bad, I was
be
hot micing. Sorry.
no, all good. It'll probably be stuck at the equator for 7.4 years, thereabouts. That's the period that the sun starts going near the equator, 10 degrees either side of it, 20 degrees either side of it, closer to the ground because the equatorial areas, good mean altitude of about 800 meters. Yeah, things like that. Yeah, the period of the Dark Ages. What was that? 400 years or something? I don't know. I would say, yeah, definitely 444 years. That would have been 20 degrees either side of the equator. Yeah, they would have experienced the same thing before 222 years ago, where the tilt was negative and not positive. So just going around in a clockwise motion, 2,666 years for a full cycle, of which that's a tenth of the celestial cycle. And you can start doing the numbers, really.
So, see, I need to turn this
Yo, I went to check some people in and came back, and it's quiet.
We're here. I'm here.
I'm here.
There were like 3 people up there, so I wanted to go get them
Yeah,
checked in.
don't worry, Joe. They're still flat, mate. Don't worry. So, what was the conclusion of the the magnetic field of the Earth conversation? Because I missed the end.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was listening intently for part of that, and then I had to make a phone call, so I kind of somewhat missed the end of it a bit. But yeah, that was interesting. I don't know if it fully concluded but yeah, there's a lot to that. It was interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting if they can't explain the magnetic field in the globe. I always found the explanation to be weak whenever I heard it. You know, when you bring up the idea that the it can't be magnetic at that temperature, then they'll just say, "Oh well, yeah, it can." Is basically the answer. You're like, okay, this doesn't really satisfy me at all. But I never really looked that deeply into it because I was more concerned with the Earth itself, like the shape, or at least the surface.
You know, a lot of people get that mixed up with the Curie point. But with the flowing charge, Curie point is only describing a permanent magnet, which would be something like a rock magnet. But a flowing charge, a flowing magnetic field is not going to be subject to the same rules like the Curie point because it's not a permanent magnet. It's describing like the. Where does that limit come from?
So where does the charge come from?
Oh, from a moving electric charge. So in the case of the Earth, they consider the charged particles to be in the flowing magma, and because the magma's moving, it just makes magnetic fields. Supposedly, that's what they claim.
Right. And do you believe that?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah.
Right.
I have a better answer. Well, we might find out something interesting about it.
I mean, you have to come up with these words as a core.
Yeah, well, yeah, something like that. Yeah, there has to be like magma and all that stuff inside, and sure.
No, not necessarily the magma. I'm talking. Well, I don't even think they say there's magma in the core, do they? But I'm talking about specifically that it would be magnetic and that there is therefore a charge. Like all of these things have to be present if you assert that there is a core, right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, the core, I think they say it's the fluid on the outer core that flows. But all you need is charge, and I mean there's charge down there.
Just
as far as
requires
I know,
a lot
that's
of
why. Yeah. It's not that strong of a magnetic field, actually. It's big, but it's not very strong.
I don't think the strength is really.
So what?
I don't think the strength of it was up for debate. The existence of the core.
Oh yeah. Well, in our model, like I said, our model, the core is not as relevant, I guess, as you might think, because it's just described as like the liquid on the outer core and the way it flows. But I think the inner core, they don't even imagine it as a liquid anyway. So, but still, the core is involved, but I think it's just the outer core.
And you're not even slightly suspicious of that?
What do you mean suspicious? Like doubting it? I mean, the evidence points to that. If I had evidence that pointed somewhere else, then yeah, I would doubt it. I mean, what's not wrong that it's definitely they're still learning about the magnetic field all the time. It's not like it's not such a guaranteed model, especially the fact that it changes all the time. They don't know exactly. They know that it may have flipped, but they don't know when and all that kind of stuff. So There's still some mysteries with it, but I mean, I just think that the evidence. I mean, I'm just going with what evidence I have now, and and the world has now, and going with the information that leads. Could be different.
Would you admit, at least, that the flat Earth has a more elegant explanation with regards to the magnetic field?
You said the flat Earth what?
Has a more elegant explanation for the magnetic field.
No, not really. I don't think it has one at all. That's why I was asking you and Winston. I don't think there's a way that it just. I don't think there's a way it's created. Like there's nothing that, induces a magnetic field like it does. We have at least we have in our explanation there's a flowing charge. Even if that's not really there, the explanation at least makes sense. But I don't think there was no sort of
You only
magnetic
need the flow
field.
charge because of the temperature, though.
Well, no. I know.
So we don't need the temperature.
Yeah, that's for.
That's the one. That's not an issue, bro.
That's for a electromagnetic field. A magnetic field or a permanent magnet would be the one where the current point applies, but both of them require a moving electric field. Or if you don't have a moving electric field, you don't have a magnetic field. But
I guess I'm confused as why you think the flat Earth doesn't have an explanation. I mean, because I heard Whitsitt give you one. I would conform to that, to be honest, as a possible explanation. Like, what's wrong with that? Oh, am I cutting out?
Nope, I can hear you.
Okay. Just wondering what was wrong with Whitsitt's explanation. I guess Kosho's cut out then.
Yeah, I think he actually dropped out of the call. I think he gets disconnected, or I think maybe he's out driving, so he has to jump out or something.
Yeah, fair enough. I do find the assertions that Globers make kind of strange, though. Like he just threw out, "Oh, you can't explain it on the flat Earth." Well, we can.
Yeah, Kosho's out driving. Oh, my bad.
No, go on.
No, I was gonna say Kosho's out driving around picking up dudes. We had a long, in-depth conversation about how many dudes he picks up or who's bringing who home. So
He's got a different meaning for the word magnetism, right? He's like a dude magnet.
Well, it is interesting. Yeah, doing blow with dudes. I guess that's blowing dude. Okay. No, but it is interesting with the magnetic field thing. Like, of course, there's the differences. I mean, on the globe, they say it's created by this molten center core and that kind of unproven conceptual thing. And that's not how magnets are even created in nature. There's no spinning core that. But nonetheless, I mean, they try to use that. But then there's that idea. It's interesting about the inertial plane part of it, because in my understanding, within a magnetic field, you need that inertial plane to act as the ground. To the positive and negative that are in flux with each other, and then that plane is the ground. So it's interesting, on a globe, where is that? I mean, they try to make the ground the ball itself, and then they're trying to say that a field is going around the ball, but then the ball is the ground. So it's there's no other magnetic fields that function that way. You don't have a toroidal field, and then just within that toroidal field have another sphere that acts as a ground. That just isn't how magnetic fields work. You don't have the field created from a core and then that also is the ground. It's just not how those fields work. So it is interesting. It's where is the plane in their field?
Yeah, I don't know what their answer would be. But it's for sure. I do find it interesting that they'll kind of just throw out stock answers as if they're not ridiculous. So yeah, there's this giant ball, and there's like rivers of molten like metal, and they charge like the core. Like these things are ridiculous, but they have to exist in their models, so they don't even see the ridiculousness. It's just kind of the ridiculousness is battered away by, well, it's the best explanation we have, you know. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they don't really have like human reactions to these things, because you can just tell them any stream of bullshit, and as long as it kind of backs up the narrative they're already with, then they'll just say, well, it's the best explanation, and move on, you know?
There's the best explanation doesn't mean jack shit though when we're talking about what reality is doing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if that doesn't mean that that's what it is.
That's correct. We got explanation of how Superman flies, right, Jeremy? It
I
doesn't
got
make it real.
fucking mermaid explanations, all types of shit.
Yeah. They don't seem to comprehend that the little detail.
Complete BS explanation is
Indeed.
worse than just saying I don't know. I don't know is a more honest answer.
Just
like
admit,
it-
like, yeah, and maybe it's this. I don't know. It's our best guess, but you know, I don't know. But it could be this. It might be this.
Yeah, it'd be like Don Pettit. Why haven't the U.S. government?
Dude, he's my
been-
favorite astronaut, Crit. He's my favorite astronaut.
Yeah, it'd be
Don
like,
Pettit.
dude, like Don Pettit. Like, why hasn't the American government back to the moon in like 50 years? He just should have said, I don't know, instead of like, destroyed the technology. What are you talking about, you lying scumbag? You know, like you destroyed
So
that
imagine humans did the amazing thing they've ever done in the whole span of human history, right? Like, you think that's something we would just lose the ability to do that most amazing thing that's ever been done ever in the whole history of humans? Does that sound like something we do? Because my dad still got porn tapes from the 70s. He didn't lose them shits.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's like it's not just that part. It's like all the other stuff too that is fishy about the event.
Well, that alone is ridiculous. I just detailed is insane. You wouldn't do that. That's not how like humans work. Like, we lost it. You know, that greatest achievement of mankind ever. Oh, we lost it. Whoopsies.
That's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, that's not something you just lose. Like, you don't just lose that shit. What? Fucking nonsense.
It is.
There's no way you would just be like, forget how to do that or lose that ability or something. Like, that's some shit you would hold on to and like,
It's like if today, right, you say, oh, we lost the ability to do cell phones. Like, no, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Like, maybe if we had a societal collapse and we had to restart from caveman, then I could be like, all right, yeah, we lost technology to do cell phones. That would make sense.
Yeah, like a Dark Ages, but that's
just
not
like
what
the
happened.
progression of humankind as it's been in the last 50 years. Like, we didn't like enter the Stone Age and then crawl out of it again or anything crazy. So like, we've just been continuously going. We lost that technology. Listen, Don Pettit, don't you dare with Don Pettit. He's my favorite astronaut.
I know. I think it's funny too because the other day they were talking about like hey Crit, how many people have you got to say that they think the Earth is flat or change your mind? And I was like, yeah, about 40, right? Actually, each person has a hang up of why they're still in the globe. You just got to find it. A friend of mine thought astronauts are like the cream of the crop. They're like these mythical humans that are just good at everything they can do. You know, they can juggle and they can walk on top. You know, they're just amazing people beyond all scope, right? I showed him a couple Don Pettit videos, and he thought it was an internet gag. He said, "Dude, that's a joke. That's some person's YouTube channel. They're making fun of the government." I go, "No, not only is an astronaut, it's the longest active astronaut."
They thought it was a
And
parody or something. You're saying?
yeah, like it was a joke, like it was some sort of scam, like
That's
a
why Don
mockery.
Pettit's the best.
Yeah,
Don Pettit's one of the smartest. He's one of the smartest astronauts we sent up there.
Absolutely, he's a fucking genius. I could tell just from when he talks.
Man. Yeah. That's fine. I mean,
Doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know the emergency procedure for if there's a hole in the ISS. I mean, that's not even a big deal.
It's probably not something that he considers very often. He's probably thinking about like he's like doing experiments and shit all the time. Come with these like cool ass experiments.
Yeah, and if a hole blows through the wall and you're losing pressure, I mean, no big. You don't need to know. You know, you can just look that stuff up. If all hell's breaking loose, it's fine.
The best one I got, my friend, was a video of the yo-yo where he was playing around with the yo-yo, and they're like, "That's not that was a like get out of here, right? This is just some dude who's really good at yo-yo, pretending he's in space, acting like he's an astronaut." I'm like, "No, dude, like seriously, that is an actual astronaut pretending to be in space, and he's his big shtick is he invented new space yo-yos."
Yeah, Coach, can you not tell when Don Pettit is talking that he clearly has some kind of learning difficulties, just by the way he speaks?
I feel like he's slightly on the spectrum for autism.
Yeah,
not just autism. I mean,
doesn't make him unintelligent.
He's
Absolutely
a
not,
really,
no.
really smart dude.
I just got that kind of vibe off him, like he might be on the spectrum a little bit.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'm very highly suspicious that he's one of these super geniuses, as they say.
Listen, just because you don't know the fucking emergency procedure for if there's a hole in the ISS or whatnot, it's not really need to know.
He didn't say he didn't know. Yeah, he didn't say he didn't know. He just said it like he answered like it was like it wasn't a big deal. It's like, if you have a hole, you have a hole. Like, what's the question? You take care of it.
Put a fucking piece of sticky tape over it, Jeremy.
Yeah,
man. Done. Fixed.
Yeah, he said you had to seal the compartment and then do a spacewalk. Nothing about sticky tape.
Sticky tape will stop the air escaping until you figure out a more permanent solution.
Yeah. Or you can just let it keep leaking. Figure out something on that.
Yeah.
I think that one that was a big deal that you guys made a big deal out of it. Sorry, Left Lane. I was saying, I think there was a hole for a while. They didn't even notice it right away.
Yeah, some astronaut chick drilled a hole in the wall, and she was like having some sort of nervous breakdown, and she drilled a hole.
Yeah, that's it.
Then they blamed it on micrometeorite, and then once the Russians figured out what she did, they tried to do some sort of smear campaign against the Russian astronaut.
This whole ISS thing, I mean, this isn't really, anything we could
Oh no, you can't
verify
verify
and
the
make
height,
sure
can't
that
verify the speed, can't see what it looks like, can't get a silhouette against the moon, can't get a silhouette against the sun, can't do all those things. Fucking
we can get
jackass.
a solar transit or a lunar transit or something, but I mean that doesn't mean that there's people in it though, and they're floating around falling.
That's fine, but there is something up there falling around the Earth. We can
I
measure the
wouldn't say
speed,
it's
measure
falling.
the height.
I wouldn't say it's falling, but there's something up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like
In
it's
a
falling
cyclical
though.
nature. A cyclical nature, every 92 minutes, going at some fucking ludicrous speed that you just can't achieve in an atmosphere.
Well,
you remember how we were describing like objective reality and subjective reality? And you think about with the moon, like you think about trying to approach the objective reality. Everything that you do learn about the moon, whether it's the transits or the speeds, these are things you can start building your model of what the ISS is, right? Like you start building your model of what it is based on the small pieces of things that you can confirm, like the speed, the fact that it's physically there because it's transiting the sun or the moon, identifying its shape or whatever. its path, all these different things. Like, you know, you observe enough things, you can at least narrow down what it isn't and what it can possibly be, right?
Yeah. Speed and height verified. So it's just flat earthers going, nah.
For what, Ruev? I stepped away for a minute. Sorry if I wasn't following the combo.
The ISS being 400 k's up and going 28,000 k's an hour. And obviously in no atmosphere.
That'd be a contradiction.
What?
Yeah, they say it's in the thermosphere, which is part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, which is what's the fucking pressure up there?
What's the
Well, if you
temperature
don't
up
know,
there?
figure it out.
What's the temperature up there, Ruhef?
Temperature's kind of irrelevant when there's fuck all particles.
Another
Ruev,
contradiction.
we were talking earlier about, you know, facts and the fact that we all kind of have our own, like, you know, radar for acquiring facts or coming to our conclusions. You know, so it's like we have a subjective view on what the facts are, but the facts are objective, you know, that kind of concept. So in terms of that, I mean, you would have to admit that you're going off things you can't verify, which is understandable. I mean, if that's how you come to your conclusion on things, but you don't know the ISS to be a fact. You're going off of a story that people have told you.
No, Gia. Like you start off with something that's wrong. Your first sentence is always something that's wrong, and then I've got to just ignore the rest of the crap, right? You can verify the height, verify the speed. You can see what it looks like. You can see that it's a solid object because you get a silhouette against the sun and the moon. I mean, what else do you need to compel you that there is a physical object up there traveling at ludicrous speed? That's enough for a normal person.
Yeah, well, I'm not doubting that there is some visual effect, is what I'll call it, of an object, but there's a lot of visual effects that a magician uses to portray some kind of a trick. So it's not beyond extraordinarily wealthy trillionaires that are involved in various criminal activities and involved in what they're doing to fake this. So what I would be interested in,
skepticism?
yeah, what I would need, I suppose, for myself would be physical verification that it actually is what they claim it is.
Right. Do you apply the same level of skepticism to whatever information you use to come to the conclusion that the Earth's flat? And I know the answer to that. It's no.
Absolutely, of course.
Come on, champ.
But the Earth is here that we can physically, tangibly observe and measure. We can look at water. We can measure water. So that the Earth is doesn't mean it's easy. I mean, I would like to see, you know, physical measurements over long distances. I mean, there's a lot more that could be done, and will be done in terms of that. But
I would say the ISS is a bunch of contradictions. They got technology. The federal government claims to have technology there that they don't have here. You'll turn in piss into drinking water.
We do have that here.
Don't have it here. The fuck are you talking
They
about?
use it. They use that in Australia and California and other places. They use that in all over the world.
But I mean, also, Ruhif, from my viewpoint, and you know, I'm never trying to convince anyone else of anything, so I'm not trying to get you on my side or anything. But from my viewpoint, NASA and these space agencies, for myself, I have found thousands of clear indications that they're being deceptive and lying. So that would be like if you were going to date a girl and she's cheated on thousands of guys. Are you going to trust her once you're dating her to not cheat on you? So it's sort of like it's coming from that group. So already it's just extraordinarily suspect, you know, to even consider believing that something that I can't verify is even possibly real.
My mind goes back then to Brandon. My mind goes back to when Brandon showed the astronaut like unlocking that door and quote unquote dropping the key, and he goes, "Oh, that's proof that there's gravity on the space station and it's in a fucking movie studio, or whatever." Right? That was bullshit. That was so easily debunked, and no one on the panel, no flat Earth on the panel went, "Oh shit, this is not a hill to die on."
Okay,
we
so
have tons of examples of them dropping shit though.
you talk about the screw. You talk about dropping the screw.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, the screw, yeah, the screw.
Yeah, where it dropped at like Earth gravity speed.
According to you guys.
Right.
We've
So
also seen
according to you, you've debunked it. So I mean, I don't know if we want to go into that, but what is your debunk of a screw dropping it at normal at Earth
He didn't
gravity speed?
He didn't drop it. It's in his hand. It's literally in his hand.
How do you know
uncut
that?
footage.
Because we observed that video like in slow motion. How do you come to that conclusion?
Keep going through the video, and you'll see it in his hand, like when he puts the screw back
Not
in.
true.
The
That is
explanation
absolutely
was
not
it was
true.
spinning, so it dropped because it was spinning. There's some sort of spin motion
It's
that
in
makes
his hand like 20, 30 seconds later, uncut. It didn't fall to the floor. He was just looking down so that he could see where to put his feet next to the toilet. It was one of the worst fucking things that Brandon put his fucking money on. It was terrible. Go and watch it again. You'll see it's in his hand 20 or 30 seconds later. And he, at no time does he lean over far enough to pick it up off the floor.
Is it in his hand when he drops it and it falls at the rate that we see things fall on Earth?
He doesn't drop it.
gaslighting.
Go and watch it. It's in his hand. You do not see a drop. You infer that he dropped it because he looks down, and then he kind of leans forward. But there's no way he could have picked something up off the floor.
By the way, shout out to
And then it's in his
Brandon.
hand.
Shout out to Brandon. Has anyone heard from Brandon still? Or I mean, is he?
No, man.
I haven't heard from him.
Ruhif, did he really respond to Ranty? Is that a thing? Like, because no one's
Yeah, he
heard
did.
from him, but
Yeah, on Skype.
oh,
He said eat a dick or something. It's pretty funny.
but okay, but he won't. I mean, he won't respond to other people on Skype, or like, there's no word as to whether he's just taking a break or whether he's something else, or
No one knows what he's doing. No. Fucking son of a
Well,
bitch.
that's a better. I mean, the globalists, like a couple weeks ago, were saying he flipped to globe because of some flight.
Just stirring you up.
They
Right?
were lying their asses off, and then they said, "Oh, now we don't know." Well, why did you lie first? Why would you say you knew?
Stir you up, Crit.
But you knew it was a lie.
Yeah.
So then, now that you got a reaction, then you pretend like, oh, it was just. So I can just say everything you do falls into that basket. You know you're lying. You're just trying to stir people up.
It's not a good look, Ruhif. I mean, a bunch of globe earthers have been doing that, trying to spread this deception about, oh, Brandon went back to the globe or something. So that's pretty toxic.
Yeah,
and I
you
kind
guys
of hear what
can't tell
Kurt's
the
saying.
difference.
When you do that stuff, your reputation goes in the toilet. I mean, why would anyone else trust or believe what you're saying when you're purposefully admitting that you're just making up lies about people?
Or if you can't tell the difference between a joke and when I'm being serious, that says a lot about you guys.
Well, I mean, joke or not, you're spreading this thing about him, and a bunch of people have said it. Like, oh, I heard he went back to the globe. So it's like, I guess you could call it a joke, or you could call it a troll, or whatever you think it is. But you're spreading something about somebody who's, been in this community for quite some time, and you're just trying to spread a
We
lie.
all agree no one has heard from, right? So the fact, like I said, the fact that you can't tell it's a joke says much more about you guys than me.
Why is that a joke when he inherited Ranty's channel and Ranty apparently went back to the globe? So it's kind of a bizarre thing to try to spread.
Just to stir you guys up.
Okay, so you're admitting that you're just a deceptive troll.
Oh yes, that was a joke. Yes.
Okay, you are a deceptive troll. Okay, well now we know you're a deceptive troll for sure, from you directly.
And you guys are retards that can't figure out the difference between a joke and me being serious. And you agree to that. Oh, sorry, dude.
No, nobody agreed to that. You're just making.
Okay. Well, that's what I think, right?
You're doing what you just did. You're spreading more lies and trolling more.
Yeah, because you guys can't tell the difference. An obvious fucking joke. Flat Earth,
You know what?
Fucking obvious joke, and you still can't tell the difference.
When people can't tell that the ISS bathroom tour isn't a fucking troll joke, that says a lot about them.
All right.
You see that they're supposed to hover over like a 3-inch pipe hole with like no seat, and like she's like totally gaslighting you, like Jupiter's delight all over her face.
pointing out that there's wipes, saying things get a little messy.
All right, brekkie time for me. I'll go on mute.
Yep, that's why you have to leave, because it's that ridiculous. You have to admit the bathroom tour is ridiculous. If you don't get the joke, I don't know. It says a lot.
Everything about the ISS is ridiculous. The price tag. America doesn't pay over 100% for something that's supposed to be split 15 ways. I mean, just in maintenance costs. I mean, it was like, you don't go out to eat. The waitress says, okay, yeah, we're just all gonna split it, on ourselves. You don't need to divvy up the check. And some dude just drops down, like, if it costs $100, he drops down 120. And everyone's like, thanks.
Yeah, they have like there's like 3 different bathroom tour videos. Or there's one that's like a guy practicing how to use the bathroom, and there's like a totally different toilet that they claim to have or claim to be using or practicing with. Have you guys ever seen that? Where like there's a guy like, it's more like there's a seat to it, and you have like stirrups almost that you put your legs in, which makes a lot more sense because at least they get to sit down while they're going to the bathroom instead of hovering over this like pipe hole that they'd have to aim. Like they'd have like explosive diarrhea would be ridiculous, right? Especially with no gravity, but or little gravity or whatever. Be all over your clothes and shit. But there's another one. They put like a dot on his pants, and then like they have a camera in the toilet to show where the dot is, so that you make sure to sit down on the toilet right. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, it was like how they would train before they go. It's like they got to potty train the astronauts. Is what the vibe you got. Like they were kind of making it all kind of funny and joke.
And then anyone that comes in here and defends the ISS just doesn't get the joke. Like it says a lot about them, in my opinion, really.
Yeah, the whole thing is just a joke. I mean, you saw the Angry Birds in Space commercial, like that they did. Don Patet did that one too. Turning poop into coffee. The diapers that they wore when they had a leak, a sewage leak on the ISS.
I think Don, you know what? I think Don Pettit might just be like Steve Jobs trolling us.
Oh, like a deep fake face thing.
Well, it looks like he looks a lot like Steve Jobs. I'm kidding, of course, but maybe not.
Yeah,
you never know.
So, Dave, do you think that those ISS guys, like, do you think they're just left lane? You got a hot mic. Do you think that they are like in these secret societies? Like, I'm saying the actual people, the astronauts, like that they're actually in these societies, as it were, like they're actually in the family or whatever, and they're just
absolutely.
They'd have to be in on it most likely. I'll tell you what another dead giveaway is aside from the poop and the pee situation. The hair, right? The hair is a dead giveaway as to how they're faking it. Like you can tell if they're faking it in a 0G, the plane flight, the vomit comet, or you can tell if they're faking it on a harness with wires by the hair, the women's hair especially, because sometimes their hair will be free flowing like they're in water, which means they're doing it on the vomit comet, right? Because that's the effect you get from that. Then other times their hair will be stiff and, barely moving, making it look like they got a lot of hairspray or a straight perm or something in their hair. And that's when they're faking it on the wires and shit.
I think the hair, the way that they make their hair stiff and like obviously hairspray, means that's another indication, just like Don Pettit and the bathroom tour. I think it's another indication that they're totally gaslighting us, doing it poorly on purpose, like not trying to fake it well.
One time, the one with the guy with the USMC T-shirt where he grabbed the wire, but the Globers say they grabbed his pocket, which is ridiculous. Anyways, in that clip, right before that wire grab happened, the lady points to her hair. The guy was like, "You sure you guys in space are in space?" Points to her hair, like, "Yeah, look."
Yeah, that's the thing. That's
And
the
that hair is
gaslighting.
so natural, right, Jeremy? It looks so fake.
It was obvious. Yeah, it was obviously like not like natural wavy free flowing hair like they do show sometimes when they're faking it on a vomit comment, because that's the effect of vomit comment. It gives you that wavy hair look.
Don't you think that's them trying to show us that it's fake? Like the gaslighting, it's like they're not really trying to fake it well. They're showing us it's fake.
I don't know. That's I don't know.
How do you tell the difference between them faking it and them being in a vomit comment?
The hair. I just said the hair.
Yeah, what's different in the hair?
You can't
well,
tell.
When they're on wires, they'll have hairspray or the straight perm or whatever they got going on to make it be all stiff and you know, pretty stiff. Might bounce around a little bit, but overall it's stiff. And then when they do it on the vomit comment, you'll get the wavy, natural, free flowing hair as if you were in water or something.
Okay, so every time when it's wavy and free flowing, it's in a vomit comment.
Yep.
Who knows?
Okay, that's good because we can see if there's like a let's say an hour-long video with no cuts and then flowing the hair.
Do you have it?
Are you sure there's no cuts?
Wait a minute. Wait. Before we go into like his evidence of this hour-long thing uncut and all that, who knows what kind of technology? We've seen the movie Contact. They can do all kinds of tricks. They can make it look like they're actually on the thing. It can look perfect. They can give you an hour-long uncut thing that looks like, yes, exactly what they're doing. But we've seen the movie with Gravity, where it totally looks like they're up there doing it, and it's all movie tricks.
So if they can do all this stuff, then how is it that they didn't do all this stuff because you guys caught them when they were easily?
Because they're doing it poorly on purpose to gaslight us. That's my point.
Of course, yeah,
Well,
sure.
actually, I will say that the permed hair thing it is interesting that those are older ISS clips. Like they don't, as far as I know, they don't do that now. So it's like that was something like one of the tactics they seem to use at the beginning of the ISS stuff. So that is one thing, is that seemed to be something at the beginning. Why they would do that does seem insanely stupid as to why they would just clearly perm these women's hair. And in the one that Crit just posted, it's the woman in the upper right, literally on that footage, they're being interviewed by some like TV thing. And they literally say to the woman, they say, "How do we know you guys are not just faking all this and that you actually are up in space?" Like the guy actually says that. And then the woman goes, she points to her hair and she goes, "Look at the hair. Can you see the hair?" With her hair like permed up. It's like, what? It's just absurd. And the guy,
that's the one with the twins, right?
It's right after the guy asking her, "How do we know this is not all just a hoax and you're just faking it?"
It's possible they set the whole
after
thing
that.
Can you post the video?
The guy in the USMC. Seconds after that, the guy in the USMC shirt, fucking wire from the guy to the side on the side of him. Do a 360
yeah, but it's possible
flip
they
and
set
got
the
like.
whole thing up with the hair, knowing they were going to be on that radio show, and they probably set it up beforehand and said, "Hey, well, we'll do this little gimmick where we say, we'll point to like how crazy your hair is or something." And then maybe she even, did it up a little bit. Not saying she did, or she had to, but if it seems like an inauthentic conversation, it could be because they, they set up and scripted what they were going to say and do and all that stuff.
Can I say when you guys defend these kind of things, it makes like all your claims about like the scientific stuff like seem less credible.
We're not defending it, man. What's happening is you guys are coming up with your model of the universe, and then you're attaching and assigning this to it. And in order to do that, you have to say how this makes sense in your model. And that's what you've done, is you said these things that are nonsensical to us. That's true. Well, all I've done is the same thing. I've made sense of what I'm seeing here and attached it with my model. I'm just trying to make it make sense. That's it. But things that you've said is that they have all this magical technology that we don't yet have elsewhere, and they're not using it because they want us to figure it out.
No, I'm saying we do have it elsewhere. Hollywood has that technology. We do have that.
No, they don't.
We don't have that anymore.
Hollywood doesn't have the technology to do that kind of thing?
No.
You saw
not the hour-long tour of the ISS and that kind of stuff.
Gravity was like a 3-hour movie, right?
Without any cuts, sure, it is. It isn't. So my point was that Jeremy claimed that he knows that this is done with hairspray or in a vomit comment when the hair is blowing. And now you're saying that we don't know. We don't know. I mean, it was
The
a claim.
reversal of claim is what you're doing. And like, if you guys
No,
can just, I
no,
mean,
he made a
there's no reason
claim.
to. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
last
telling
thing
you,
I'm
that's
gonna
how
say,
I
you
can
guys
tell.
can
Jeremy
look
made a
at.
claim.
How I
Okay,
can tell how they're faking it by sprayed or not. I can tell they're on wires because in that movie in that thing Crit posted, like I said, 2 seconds later, the guy in the USMC shirt actually grabs a wire. So there's that, and then we have other ways when their hair is free flowing. Obviously, that's not going to happen on wires. That does happen when you're in the vomit comment, though, with the free flowing hair on women.
So when they are on wires, what happens to the hair?
The hair is stiff and it's permed and it's obvious.
Okay, is there a video of this?
What?
It's just a
Can they
video of
video
them
it?
having a perm. No, is there a video of someone being on wires with their hair sticking up, not
Yeah,
moving
Crit
at all?
posted one 5 seconds ago. The guy actually grabs a wire 3
5
seconds
seconds
later.
ago. 5 seconds ago. Okay, it's 45 past the hour. I'm gonna go back. There's 4 minutes before, no videos, no video,
Crit, when
no
did you
video.
post that video? Hold on, Mo man. Let's figure it out when he posted it. Relax for a second.
Screen
Get your
cap.
panties in a bunch. Don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. Crit,
I'm not getting my panties in a bunch. You
when
said
did you
5
post
seconds
it,
ago.
Crit?
Yeah, it was
I'm
a
trying to
screen cap.
figure it out, Mo man. Shut up so we can figure
Yeah,
out
but
when he
stop bitching about me. You say, guys, your panties in a twist. Nah.
figure out when he posted it because you won't shut up and let me find out when he posted it, dude.
Yeah,
You
it
guys
was a
be nice,
screen
be
cap.
nice, guys.
It was a timestamp on the video.
Yeah, I didn't post the video. It's just screen caps of it.
Oh,
okay.
Jeremy, so there you go.
Okay.
Oh, no video.
Okay, well, I can go find it if you'd like.
Take your bra and don't
We've
find the
all
video.
seen it.
Don't let him wind you up, bro. Don't let him wind you up.
Weirdo, man.
Rue have just exposed what they're trying to do. He's
Yeah,
just
you're being
trying
a
to wind you up.
weirdo trying to like trigger people and shit.
Yeah, he just said
Well, that's
everything.
what you're
I
doing.
mean,
You're doing.
there's been a
That's
lot
what
of
you're doing.
stuff
You're saying
happening.
I have my panties in a twist when I asked for a video. You
Yeah,
said it
because
was
you're
posted 4
spiraling and you
seconds
wouldn't let
ago.
me figure out. You're spiraling and you wouldn't let me figure out what time Crit posted the video. Come to find out, he didn't post a video, which we would have found out a
Yeah.
lot sooner if you weren't spiraling.
What happened? It was a
Yeah, or if you
misunderstanding.
didn't
Gio
say that I
in
had my
that
panties
video.
in a twist.
Yeah, Gio said when he watched, he remembers where that picture came from. Then he said when he in that video is when she pointed to her head and said, "Look at the hair," and all that caused Mole Man to just spiral.
No.
There is a video of it. You don't need to have someone post it for you. It's on NASA's website, on their YouTube.
Sure.
You should be
How
able.
many
You should
videos
know
are
it.
there? How many videos there are?
There's a lot of videos.
Okay, and which one of them is the one that Jeremy is talking about?
Dude, this is the one with the US guy in the USMC t-shirt when he pulls the wire. We've all seen this video 100 fucking times, dude.
It's a change of command ceremony, so there's not that many of those ones. So there you narrow it down.
Okay. Didn't know that. Okay. So that's more information. I mean, you think that I know every video that NASA has ever posted, and I've probably never seen even one. Maybe one that's like 2 hours long because someone posted it as evidence that there is no wires.
Well, like I said, there's not always wires. Sometimes they're faking it in a low G, the vomit comment. You can tell by if there's a woman's, you can tell if there's women's hair in it and the hair is free flowing or if it's static by how they're faking it.
They did some of them where the guys were just hanging upside down. Where like that Chris Hatfield, a lot of his videos are that he's just hanging upside down.
Literally, the reporter goes, "How do we know you're up there?" The lady points at her stiff hair that's not free flowing or anything, super stiff hair. 10 seconds later, one of the guys tries to do a flip. He gets caught up on a wire or something. A guy in the USMC t-shirt pulls the wire. That's how you know they're on wires.
The dude that USMC t-shirt, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he's the one who's been to the ISS the most. He's got like the most spacewalks and all this stuff. And he's the one who said that Jen always cites where he says, "Where are you right now?" And he said that he's like in North Carolina or something like that. We're right. You could be here someday too. He doesn't say he's on the ISS. He like references a place on Earth.
You talk about where he is over the Earth, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the shit-eating grin those guys have on their faces, like, I'm just saying, body language-wise, wow, it just 100% complete deceivers. Like, there's nothing authentic about their body language. Like, they're just. I know that not everyone. I mean, obviously that not everyone. I mean, okay, that's my perception of it, obviously, and it's clear to me. And I'm not trying to criticize other people for not seeing it my way, but yeah, just the body language itself is a dead giveaway.
Can we be honest? That's why I said what I said before about us fitting these observations to our models that we already have. You know, we both have very different paradigms, and I can see these faces the same way you do, and I see something different than you do. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong, but I'm saying we do have to remember, just as Gio said, that when we see these things, we're seeing them with, you know, the goggles that, you know,
Yeah,
you know,
but I know, but I mean, of course, yeah, everyone's perception, especially when it comes to body language, is different. But when I first started researching the moon landing being fake, I was truly on the fence back then. Meaning, I did not have a paradigm. I did not think the Earth was a stationary plane, because this was back in like 2004, 2005. I had researched flat Earth a little bit, but in no way was I thinking that. But when I really looked into the moon landing, I was truly on the fence. I wouldn't say on the fence. Well, yeah, no, it was on the fence. It was more that I was inconclusive, meaning I didn't know yet. I heard that people said it was fake, and I was researching it. So at that time, I had absolutely no dog in the fight. I had no bias at all. I was completely neutral and truly trying to figure it out. And when I watched like Astronauts Gone Wild, for example, I didn't have any preconceived notions about the Earth or that they're lying or anything. And the body language of those guys was just 100%. Because I remember watching it being like, why are these guys lying? Like, it's so obvious their body language. Like, so anyways, I'm just saying that there wasn't a preconceived bias involved in that. It was actually just I was neutral and just completely noticing that.
Well, there's not your bias involved there, but there is the bias of the filmmaker. I mean, the thing is, I've seen so many flat Earth documentaries and conspiracy documentaries, and there was a time where they used to work on me, but just like how reality TV kind of you can see like the tricks that are kind of used to make you feel this way or that way. You can tell in those conspiracy videos that the narrative is being delivered to you so that you or you know, it's trying to help you walk through it the same way they're trying to present it to you, and oftentimes that's misleading. So I mean, I can see how somebody could watch it, like if they're trying to debunk it, and you know, totally not see all that stuff. But if someone's watching it just open minded and checking it out, I could see how they could easily be swayed by that thing. And it doesn't have to do with your bias; it just has to do with the bias that the dude's trying to unload on you. This is what I feel about it.
Yeah. Well, this goes back to like we were talking about before. Like, there is an objective truth, there is an objective fact, but you're going to come to your conclusions. I'm going to come to mine, and I don't think there's any reason to like try to strong arm or try to force each other into some other position. But so yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like yeah, I mean, obviously you're free to come to your conclusions about it. I think that the absolute truth is that they're completely lying, and I have my reasons to go on that. But
it boils down to government. I mean, if one of the globalists here who haven't discredited themselves actually went up there and said, "Hey, I went to the ISS," I'd be like, "Damn, that'd be like earth-shattering." But a lot of you guys don't even try to get there or even take the first step.
What are you talking about, dude?
They just graduated a class in December or started a new class of astronauts with 2 empty seats. I mean, no one here was.
It's not just a regular class you just pay for to go to.
No, but someone could. You've got 2 years. Every 2 years, there's a new astronaut class. What has anyone done to put their name on the even the short list for that? It's like no one cares.
You have to have an immaculate record to do that.
Oh, that's a good one. Crit posted 5:41 p.m. The hair's up and the skirt's down. Like the shit don't make sense.
No, that's not a good one. I saw that one and I was fucking like, come on, who the fuck posted this shit?
No,
why doesn't the skirt go up?
Why would it go up?
She's running on some sort of weird treadmill. In that video, she's running on a treadmill and her skirt stays down the whole time.
Why would it go up?
Because of the structure of a skirt.
Video for that?
Yeah, why is it necessary that it goes up?
I don't have it. I could get it though. I mean, I could find it.
I bet if
You guys
someone on
won't believe
Earth,
it anyways.
I bet
Not
if
important.
someone on Earth would put that skirt on and stand on their hands, the skirt would still stay where it is now, there. And you're thinking that it has to go up. Why would it have to go up?
As soon as her knee or anything hit it, it would travel in that direction until it hit her body or something like that.
When it isn't it just floating around? Why is that? Why is the skirt stay down? Why would you even be wearing a skirt?
Why do you say it stays down?
The whole
Why,
time.
first of all,
Like,
why
that's
are you
a
wearing a
picture.
skirt if you're floating around in zero gravity? It seems like
I
a
don't
bad.
know.
Yeah, that's a weird one too.
That's a bad bad choice of
I don't
clothing right
know
there.
why, because I mean, why would it just randomly just rise up?
What's up now?
She's
How
running
sure are
on
you
a
that that's a
treadmill.
skirt?
I mean, her legs are getting narrower the more down you move, so the skirt just doesn't rise. There's no space for it to rise, and it's weird.
Oh, you're saying
Why
it's one of
would
those tight skirts? I don't know. It looks kind of loose, actually.
it doesn't look kind
How
of
do we
loose. I
even
mean,
know it's a skirt? It could be
Look at the
shorts.
right
Yeah.
leg.
yeah, it
I don't
can
know.
be
Look at
shorts. I mean, how do you even know?
for the video. I
Why
don't
would
know,
it be
yeah.
a skirt? Exactly, dude. It's probably shorts.
I mean, it
Looks
looks
like
like the
military
right leg. Her right leg looks like the cloth is pretty baggy right there, and it would be
Yeah,
floating
maybe
all
just
over the
baggy,
place.
but they look like military shorts, dude.
The left
Like
leg
PT
does look
shorts.
tight. Leg looks tight, and the right leg looks very baggy. So I don't
I
know.
bet you if you watch this video, you would see that left leg or the one that looks baggy. It's probably moving around a bunch. There's a freeze frame.
Crit though, is that
What's-
Crit in that video? Is that the one where her
That's-
hair is like pretty
I'd
much
like to see
just
the video.
Yeah, her hair stays up the whole time. Even when she's running, it doesn't bounce around or anything.
Well, what happens to the skirt in the
It
video?
stays down.
It doesn't move at all.
No, stays just like that.
Even when she's running, it doesn't. It's totally stationary.
I do agree with what Dave said. Like, I think that there's a way in which they make it so absurd that, like, when we're having this discussion, for example, for somebody who believes in the globe and the ISS, for you guys to be like, wow, like this is so like for you to think that if they were faking it, for you to think, why would they be so stupid and put hairspray in the woman's hair? They can't be giving away that easy. Therefore, it must be real. It's like a weird flipped thing where they do it to where they do obvious deception, like obvious things to point it out. And those of us that can see it are like, oh my God, yeah, it's fake. But other people it's like it's a flip psychology thing. Like because for you to think, why would they just put hairspray in these women's hair? Why would they fake it? So obviously they wouldn't give it away that easily. Therefore it must be real.
No, that's not my.
Yeah, and I think it's like they're laughing at you defending it. I think that's part of the perversity of it.
The duper's delight. Yeah, the duper's delight.
Yeah.
If I tried to fight the shape of the Earth, I wouldn't use hairspray if I got how much NASA get to. I mean, with your claims, probably 96 billion a day now.
You just proved
why
his
would
point.
you use $5 hairspray?
Yeah, exactly. You just proved Gio's point.
Sure. So you do it shitty, so people would believe it.
No, well, you just said, why would they use $5 hairspray?
Yeah, why?
Okay, you're not getting the point that I made then?
I get the point that you made. No, I get the point that you made, and I'm not saying what you think I am saying. I'm not saying that because they use hairspray, it's not true.
That's not what he's trying to say about it. He's saying the psychology of it is they do it poorly on purpose. So guys like you will go, well, that's a really stupid mistake. They wouldn't make that stupid mistake.
Right.
So they're doing it poorly because it's more believable that way.
Well, it
seems to have worked.
Somebody in your position, I'm not trying to
that's a claim. I can say that submarines, they're fucking fake. They don't exist because you can't compress water, so you can't test them. So obviously there are no submarines, and all the videos from submarines are done in a studio, and it's poorly done, and that's why it's real. That it's fake.
False equivalency. Give us some stuff that looks fake about submarines. Give us some
everything.
Here's an example. Here's an
video
example
from a submarine.
Mailman, here's an example. Have you ever real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Someone, go ahead. If I interrupted.
No, I want you to
Nothing
go.
Yeah, go on, Jim.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, have you ever heard of this thing? People have done TikTok. It's like a social experiment thing where the joke is, or the thing is, you can get in anywhere as long as you're carrying a ladder. So if you're carrying a ladder, you can get in anywhere. You can go into a restaurant. You can go into a cruise ship. You can literally get in anywhere.
That's
All you gotta
great.
do is be carrying a ladder so that it looks like you're a worker, that you work for the thing.
Right.
People have done this. They've even gotten past, like, they've gotten into like arenas, you know, like into like those big like basketball arenas, just carrying a ladder because someone thinks you're working.
That
You're
is true.
busy.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's
Yep.
the kind of thing. The reason that the security guard lets them by is because they think in their mind, well, there's no way that this guy's just a regular civilian carrying a ladder. What, you know, there's no way. Therefore, it must be real. So it's a little bit the same concept I'm saying. Like, you guys might be thinking, well, there's no way that they're just hairspraying their hair and they're giving away that easily. So it must be real. That same way the person thinks the ladder guy must be a real guy, but really it's just a guy who's just, you know, doing a TikTok video to show he can get in anywhere with a ladder.
But then I can say that everyone using a military outfit in a submarine has to fake it, because I mean, why wouldn't you put a military suit on someone who is in a submarine? So submarines are fake because I think it's obvious people wear military uniforms in submarines.
Using an absolute statement like that to like make your point doesn't really work for you. Like, everyone's doing it. Then if you're saying this, then everyone must be fake. You know, it's like that.
No, I'm not saying. I'm talking just about submarines.
I didn't follow that. You're saying that because everybody has a military gear on in a submarine that they all must be faking? Is that where you were taking that?
Yeah, because you're talking about the hair on the astronaut, because the hair, therefore fake. So I'm saying because military costume, therefore fake submarines.
Yeah, they put on the military uniforms just so it would look real, but you know it's fake.
Yeah, and the costumes
really...
also, the costumes, they look fake. Therefore, they just do it for cheap, just to fuck with you.
That's Elon Musk.
It's a terrible analogy, by the way.
Yeah,
No,
I'm not
Elon
really
Musk
following.
is
I'm not following the
Why
logic.
is it terrible?
Well, it seems like you've reversed the logic, but it isn't really the point that we're describing. Like, the point is that if you have a bunch of people, I don't know. I guess I didn't follow what you were saying, because you're just trying to now, okay, if a guy gets in with a ladder, even though he's not really a worker, that's a one-off thing. And the reason that he's believed is because people think, well, why would he just be totally faking with the ladder? But what you did is you then switched it around and said, everybody in a submarine, because they have a uniform on, is faking. That's not even the same premise.
Yeah, I wasn't doing it for
like
that. I'm talking about the ISS. I'm not. I didn't say it for your ladder analogy. I'm just talking to the people in the ISS and the hairspray.
Elon Musk said it best. He said, "You can tell it's real. It looks so fake." He said, "This looks fake," but that's why it's real.
That's why I say about submarines, because every time you see a movie about a submarine, it's similar to an actual submarine. So you can easily do. I mean, there's tons of movies. There's more movies about submarines than actual footage from a submarine.
Your argument's terrible, bro. You're using, like, just because submarines could be fake, then that means submarines are fake. It has nothing to do with hairspray or any other thing that looks like totally obviously a fake technique, like a tactic. If you had an example of people using tactics to fake looking like